Lin Xu stood by the window gazing at the crescent moon that still hung high in the sky even in the morning. The light from this crescent moon was now brighter than the rising sun. A warm breeze ruffled the hair on Lin Xu's forehead, revealing his sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes. Suddenly the ground shook violently, and the tremor lasted for nearly 5 minutes. After the shaking stopped, the hallway of the old residential building echoed with clamor. All the residents rushed out of the building in panic. It was common sense to leave the building and take shelter outdoors during an earthquake, but Lin Xu did not do so. Strange things had been happening ever since the moon and the sun began to hang in the sky together a year ago. Doomsday theories were rampant. Some authoritative experts came out to reassure the public, saying this was a special natural phenomenon that would occur during an ice age. But Lin Xu knew that a catastrophe, or perhaps an opportunity concerning all of humanity, was about to begin. From a hidden compartment in his wardrobe, he retrieved a glass bottle. Opening the glass bottle, inside was a golden red drop of blood as viscous as mercury. Lin Xu swallowed the drop that he had fought desperately to obtain in his previous life. A strong spicy taste spread through him. Lin Xu felt as if his esophagus and stomach were being torn apart by the energy contained in that golden red drop of blood. At exactly 8 o'clock in the morning, the moment the intelligent assistant announced the time, Lin Xu counted silently in his mind 3, 2, 1. When he reached 1, a violent sensation of weightlessness struck him. When he regained consciousness, Lin Xu found himself in an unremarkable small wooden cabin. The cabin had no furnishings other than a wooden bed and a wooden table. Looking at the environment so bare that even a rat would shake its head, Lin Xu felt a long-lost tremor in his heart. A cold, emotionless voice rang out in the minds of Lin Xu and all of humanity: welcome to the fantasy world. Everyone can search within a 10-meter radius nearby using source stones to activate their own innate talents. This cold, emotionless prompt was very brief. It gave no further hints other than telling all the transported humans that they could activate their talents by finding source stones. Everything was left for the global transmigrants to figure out on their own. On this very day, countless people lost their lives. Lin Xu soon discovered a milky white, translucent stone at the corner of the table. The stone's edges were extremely sharp, easily cutting human skin when held in hand. Lin Xu let his own crimson blood envelop the source stone, feeling both anxious and expectant. In his previous life, Lin Xu had awakened the A-level talent beast taming contract. He could tame all kinds of strange creatures and form contracts with them, and command these strange creatures to fight. In his previous life, Lin Xu's early development was extremely slow, and he only got some opportunities in the middle stage. He contracted a sword-horned stegosaurus, which was extremely powerful among ground dragons, and thus succeeded in rising. Because he only had an A-level talent, Lin Xu always had a considerable gap with those with S-level talents. This gap in talent was difficult to make up for through hard work and opportunities. In his previous life, Lin Xu discovered a female body full of divinity in a relic of this fantasy world. A drop of golden red blood floated above that divine female body. At that time, Lin Xu was already surrounded by powerful experts from the ancient clans of the fantasy world facing certain death. But the moment he grasped that drop of blood, Lin Xu found that he had been reborn. That golden red drop of blood returned with him to a year before the global transmigration. During that year, Lin Xu worked hard to strengthen his body. But unlike the protagonists in other survival novels, he did not stockpile supplies. First, as an orphan raised in an ordinary family, Lin Xu did not have that much money. Second, at the moment of global transmigration, one could take nothing except oneself. That was why Lin Xu swallowed that golden red drop of blood before the transmigration. When the source stone touched Lin Xu's blood, it seemed to melt. A wave of heat surged from his wounded hand through his entire body. After a while, Lin Xu slowly opened his eyes, fully understanding his talent ability. Divine contract modification, capable of modifying living or non-living entities, contracting the modified entity, and bestowing divinity upon it, granting it the ability to evolve infinitely. Lin Xu was surprised that his talents rating was not the familiar D2S rating system from his previous life. Legend had it that some lucky ones, or perhaps the favorite of the gods, obtained SS-level talents. These people all performed brilliantly later. When humanity was huddled in a corner of the fantasy world struggling for survival, they encountered a sect skilled in refining and controlling corpses and a family that raised and manipulated ground dragons. The remaining human population lost nearly a quarter in that battle. It was a SSS-level talent user who stepped forward to ensure the survival of these transmigrants. At that time, Lin Xu's sword-horned stegosaurus was obtained by chance during the battle with the ground dragon family. The rating of the divine contract modification talent was a moon-shaped symbol, extremely similar to the crescent moon that had been shining in the sky before Lin Xu's transmigration. Divine contract modification allowed Lin Xu to modify one non-living entity every 7 days, and to modify one living entity every day. Entities modified by divine contract modification would be 100 loyal to him. Lin Xu had always been a self-centered person, always loyal to his own heart. The moment he activated the talent divine contract modification, Lin Xu's left hand started to glow faintly golden. A majestic and solemn aura emanated from his fingertips. Without hesitation, Lin Xu pressed his left hand onto his own face, which was only as big as a palm. Immediately, a burning sensation surged through his body. Pain that was 1,000 times more intense than a surgical procedure struck, and Lin Xu fainted. When he woke up, he found that the sky had completely darkened. Inside the small wooden cabin, only a single candle flame flickered, casting dancing shadows. It allowed Lin Xu to barely see the scene inside. Outside the door, it was no longer as quiet as when they had first transmigrated. The roars of various monsters could be heard. Lin Xu could faintly hear a dull sound of footsteps not far from his small wooden cabin. Lin Xu quickly rushed forward and slammed the door of the small wooden cabin shut. In this dangerous fantasy world, the small wooden cabin served as a shelter. During the day when the sun was out, the danger level was very low. But once night fell, the only way to stay safe was to stay inside the shelter with the door tightly closed. The shelter could be upgraded. By collecting enough wooden branches and stones and placing them inside the shelter would upgrade itself. None of this was told by the cold, emotionless voice. Most people, upon hearing the monster roars at night, would obediently stay inside the shelter. But very few people could figure out how to upgrade the shelter. Lin Xu remembered that on the third day after transmigrating, the unupgraded shelter could no longer provide protection at night. The communicator, which looked like a tablet computer and allowed all humans to communicate with each other, appeared only on the third day. This made it impossible for Lin Xu to give reminders, even if he wanted to. Of course, everyone was in a state of fear and confusion, and even if Lin Xu spoke, not many would believe him. In the early stage, especially the first 3 days, the most dangerous thing was not the monsters in the wild, but other humans whose humanity was gradually being released. At this moment, Lin Xu sensed that a creature of considerable size had come to the door of his small wooden cabin. It kept making noises, waiting like a hunter for him to open the door and investigate. If he showed his head, he would be killed instantly. Based on his experience in his previous life, this should be a human-faced bear. A human-faced bear was not even considered a supernatural creature, but to humans who had just transmigrated on the first day, it was like death itself. The human-faced bear had black fur all over its body, with only the fur on its face being white and light brown. From a distance, it looked similar to a human. The intelligence of a human-faced bear was equivalent to that of a 12-year-old child. After discovering that human flesh was delicious, it would consciously lure humans during the day. The human-faced bear could be considered the creature that caused the most casualties among transmigrants in the early days. Lin Xu ignored the human-faced bear outside the door. As long as he didn't go out, it would leave soon. But having a human-faced bear near his shelter was not good news. While going out during the day to collect supplies and look for treasure chests, he must not encounter this bear. Before contracting a creature through divine contract modification, Lin Xu did not have strong combat ability. Just now, Lin Xu used divine contract modification on himself and discovered that he had obtained a halo called homologous devouring. Homologous devouring entities under contract with the user can evolve by devouring units of the same race or type. This ability only worked on the creatures Lin Xu contracted, not on himself. Seeing the ability he gained after being modified, Lin Xu couldn't help but smile. The fantasy world had a vast variety of species, and the growth potential of different life forms varied greatly. It was not easy for Lin Xu to find a creature with powerful bloodline talent to modify and contract. But with the homologous devouring ability, even if Lin Xu contracted a very ordinary creature, as long as it could continuously evolve by devouring individuals of the same species. This meant that even if Lin Xu contracted the most common gray-toothed rat, which could be found everywhere in the fantasy world, it could evolve to an unimaginable degree through the homologous devouring halo. Lin Xu exclaimed to himself that the halo ability called homologous devouring, obtained after being modified by his talent, should be related to the bestowed divinity. The human-faced bear outside the door was still making noises from time to time, extremely persistent, annoying Lin Xu. Thinking about his ability to modify non-living entities every 7 days, Lin Xu had a sudden idea. He reached out his hand to touch the wall of the small wooden cabin. Since the shelter was also a non-living entity, why not use his talent divine contract modification to modify the entire shelter? Lin Xu was not sure if his idea was feasible, but as a man of action, he immediately began the experiment. After a while, Lin Xu found that after performing divine contract modification, the interior of the small wooden cabin did not show any change, but the cooldown for modifying non-living entities had been triggered. Suddenly, from outside the door of the small wooden cabin, there came a series of violent howls. The howls sounded extremely mournful. Lin Xu felt a toothacheing sound of chewing coming from the wall of his shelter. Suddenly from outside the door of the small wooden cabin there came a series of violent howls. The howls sounded extremely mournful. Lin Xu felt a tooth-aching sound of chewing coming from the wall of his shelter. Then Lin Xu received feedback discovering that he had successfully transformed and contracted the shelter. Because the divine contract transformation had successfully endowed the shelter with divinity, granting it an ability called Mobile Fortress. Mobile Fortress gains a special movement method. When activating the fortress state, all damage to objects within the shelter's range is transferred to the shelter itself. As long as the shelter is not destroyed by external force, nothing within its range can be destroyed. Lin Xu stared at the shelter he had transformed through his talent stunned for a long moment. As a reborn person, Lin Xu had never heard of a shelter being able to move. In his previous life, as humans gradually increased their strength, they began to rely less on shelters for survival. Eventually, they would choose to abandon the shelter and develop in the vast fantasy world. But now his own shelter could move thanks to the homologous devouring aura ability. His shelter could completely evolve by devouring other shelters. The shelters of those who had crossed over did not disappear after death. Lin Xu only needed to guide his shelter in one direction, finding many abandoned shelters along the way to devour. As for the fortress state of the shelter, it gave Lin Xu an idea of using the shelter as a core building and constructing it with various contract transformed creatures. The silence outside the door had now returned. Familiar with survival rules, Lin Xu did not rush to check the situation outside. The temperature difference between day and night in the vast fantasy world was extreme. Lying on the wooden bed, Lin Xu curled up his body. He felt thirsty, hungry, and cold. Because he had been unconscious all day, Lin Xu had not been able to go out to find food and water. He planned to wait until tomorrow's exploration to first find a water source and get some water. Then he would peel some inner bark from trees and weave a blanket from the inner bark for warmth. Weaving was extremely easy for Lin Xu, who had survived in his previous life. The next morning, the moment the first ray of sunlight shone into the small wooden house, Lin Xu had already habitually opened his eyes. Just as he pushed open the door and was about to go out to collect supplies, Lin Xu was stunned by the scene before him. The doorstep was covered in foul-smelling dark red blood, already dried. But judging from the color and smell, the blood had left the body for no more than 8 hours. This made Lin Xu involuntarily recall the blood-chilling howls from last night. Lin Xu walked out of the house, preparing to observe his shelter. He noticed that on the main beam of the eaves of his small wooden house, 2 tentacle-like wooden vines hung down. Lin Xu laboriously lifted a heavy wooden vine, then pulled it straight from where it hung on the ground outside the shelter. By visual estimation, this wooden vine was nearly 10 meters long. The surface was covered with many multifaceted blunt protrusions like molars. These 2 wooden vines had no blood stains, but judging from the scattered fur and several small pieces of bone beside them, the human-faced bear that had stubbornly guarded the door yesterday must have had at least one arm torn off by the wooden vines that grew after the shelter's transformation. And that arm was crushed to pieces by these 2 wooden vines. After Lin Xu issued a command, the 2 nearly 10-meter wooden vines drilled into the ground beneath the shelter. The wooden vines began to churn beneath the ground, then slowly carried the shelter forward. After moving for 5 minutes, it had advanced about 300 meters. On average, it could advance 3.6 kilometers per hour. This speed was not fast, but it was definitely sufficient for Lin Xu at the moment. Presumably, as the shelter's level continues to increase, Lin Xu's transformed shelter, with its mobile fortress ability, should have its marching speed increased. During these 5 minutes, Lin Xu had been guiding the shelter along the trail of blood. In this process, relying on his knowledge of this vast fantasy world as a reborn person. In addition to continuously picking up branches and stones along the way, he also found some highly juicy, but extremely sour berries in low shrubs, and 2 giant mushrooms with stems as thick as an arm and caps as large as a wash basin. The mushrooms were heavy and felt very solid. The stem was bright red, and the crimson cap had many dark purple ring patterns. Any sensible transmigrator would run far away from such brightly colored mushrooms. Even if hungry, they would not think of eating it. But this mushroom, known in the vast fantasy world as the purple spotted red mushroom, was actually the best food for early transmigrators. Not only could it be eaten raw, providing a strong feeling of fullness, but it also tasted extremely delicious. In Lin Xu's previous life, when he first crossed over, he had found many purple spotted red mushrooms around his shelter. At that time, Lin Xu was so hungry he could eat a dinosaur, but he still didn't dare to try these purple spotted red mushrooms. The reason he discovered the secret of the purple spotted red mushroom was because in his previous life, some transmigrators driven by extreme hunger had suicidal thoughts. They wanted to commit suicide by eating the brightly colored purple spotted red mushrooms. Dying from eating poisonous mushrooms, you could see a group of colorful little people. It was much more peaceful than hitting their head on the shelter's wooden table or being eaten by beasts. But the result was that eating the purple spotted red mushroom not only did not make them see colorful little people, but also filled their stomachs. Even the wounds on their bodies healed faster because they ate the purple-spotted red mushroom. Unfortunately, the person who discovered the secret of the purple-spotted red mushroom did not reveal it when communications opened 3 days later. 5 days after communications opened, the temperature suddenly began to drop. The average temperature difference between day and night dropped only about 10 degrees. This temperature drop was still tolerable for transmigrators who had shelters and a certain amount of stored supplies. But because of the temperature drop, most of the purple-spotted red mushrooms blackened and rotted into water. The few purple-spotted red mushrooms that did not blacken had their stems change from bright red to dark red. These dark-stemmed, purple-spotted red mushrooms contained highly corrosive toxins. If a newly awakened professional ate it, they would turn into a pool of black water within a few tens of minutes. At present, all of humanity had just crossed over and everything was in chaos. But a year later, when civilization began to rebuild, ability users had clear tier divisions in terms of strength in addition to talent potential ratings. Unless an ability user could step from the ordinary level to the extraordinary level, further developing their talent, otherwise eating the dark-stemmed purple-spotted red mushroom would leave no chance even for a healer. The shelter required energy to move through those two specialized wooden vines. Lin Xu discovered that only flesh and blood could provide energy for the shelter. The shelter had been moving for nearly 40 minutes, covering 2 kilometers. The energy gained from accidentally devouring the human-faced bear's flesh last night was about to run out. During these 40 minutes, Lin Xu had not been idle. Besides collecting branches and stones along the way and stacking them in the shelter, he also collected edible wild fruits, grass, and purple-spotted red mushrooms. Lin Xu also used a stone to continuously sharpen a thick and long wooden stick, grinding the tip of the stick sharp. After sharpening the tip of the wooden stick, it could barely be used as a wooden spear. The blood trail became increasingly faint. Lin Xu, who was identifying directions around the shelter and alertly scanning the surroundings with his sharpened wooden spear, heard several dry horsebird calls. The sound was even uglier than a crow's call. As a reborn person, Lin Xu immediately recognized it as the call of a corpse-eating crow. In the vast fantasy world, the corpse-eating crow was a very rule-abiding, ordinary-level bird beast. It only ate dead things and would not touch living things, even a rabbit that could be easily killed. Pushing aside the half-human high grass ahead, Lin Xu walked nervously with his wooden spear before using the divine contract to transform and contract the first creature. Compared to other ability users, even though Lin Xu's talent was higher than SSS-level talent holders, at this moment Lin Xu was essentially useless. Lin Xu was not sure about the injury of the human-faced bear from last night. Although it had bled so much along the way, it was most likely dead. But if Lin Xu approached with his wooden spear and encountered a last-ditch counterattack from the human-faced bear, getting injured would greatly affect his early development. When the corpse-eating crows circling in the sky began to land on the ground, Lin Xu knew this was a sign of them preparing to eat. Lin Xu nimbly ran toward the direction where the corpse-eating crows landed. Lin Xu saw a huge hole in the ground. Several corpse-eating crows had already landed at the mouth of the hole, occasionally poking their heads inside, but not immediately flying in. Lin Xu took a deep breath and entered the cave with his wooden spear. The human-faced bear, as a cave-dwelling bear, shared habits similar to the Tibetan brown bear. The cave was dug deep with a strong smell of blood inside, but no growling sounds. Logically, if this human-faced bear could still move, it would have already pounced on Lin Xu, the intruder entering its nest. Suddenly, Lin Xu heard a few faint whimpering sounds. This sound did not seem to come from an adult human-faced bear, but rather from a nursing human-faced bear cub. This discovery made Lin Xu's heart pound, and he could not help but quicken his pace. His talent, divine contract transformation, could transform one creature every day. If there were human-faced bear cubs for Lin Xu to contract and transform, these bears, which could stand upright briefly when grown and had considerable combat power, could also effectively help Lin Xu collect supplies. When Lin Xu reached the depths of the cave, he saw 2 small black lumps, each less than 40 centimeters long, nestling beside a mother bear nearly 3 meters long. Beside the mother bear, there was also a silver treasure chest. There was a resource box here, and it was silver. Sensing Lin Xu's presence, the 2 little black lumps let out 2 milk-like growls. Judging by the size of these 2 human-faced bear cubs, they must have been born not long ago, had not yet left the cave to learn how to hunt, and had no aggression. The mother bear, lying on the ground, was in a terrible state. Her entire left forelimb was completely gone, and a large piece of flesh from her chest was torn off. Lin Xu thought the mother bear was dead, but when he touched her body, it was still warm. Looking closely, her body had very slight rises and falls. Obviously, she was in a dying state due to excessive blood loss. Lin Xu's heart was filled with ecstasy, and he did not hesitate for even half a second. He immediately used divine contract transformation on the critically injured human-faced bear, consuming the day's quota. Transforming a creature through the divine contract and endowing it with divinity required some time. Just as Lin Xu was about to open the silver resource box in the cave, he heard a very light set of footsteps. Lin Xu turned his head and spotted a burly middle-aged man, nearly 2 meters tall, with corded muscles emerging from around the bend. The man paused upon seeing the wounded humanoid bear sprawled on the ground accompanied by its 2 cubs. When his gaze fell upon Lin Xu, there was a clear note of scrutiny in his eyes. But soon the middle-aged man's brows relaxed into a broad smile, and he spoke in a hearty, overly familiar tone. Finally, I've encountered one of our own. Compatriots don't deceive compatriots. I'm Feng Chong. Fate has brought us together. Let's become friends. As he spoke, the burly middle-aged man closed the distance toward Lin Xu. As a reborner, Lin Xu not only possessed extensive knowledge of this fantastical world and its future developments, he also knew the true nature of many individuals. Before his rebirth, Lin Xu's sanctuary had been at the exact same coordinates as after. In this region, lying on the border between grassland and forest, there were numerous shelters. In his previous life, Feng Chong had slaughtered other human transmigrators across this area from the very beginning, seizing their supplies. He did so right from the start rather than waiting until after gaining power to gradually become indifferent to life. According to the rules of the shelters, children under the age of 10 would transmigrate alongside their nearest blood relative, sharing the same sanctuary. Due to Feng Chong's presence, the fate of those mothers in this area who had brought their children to survive was utterly tragic. Under normal circumstances, encountering a stranger would instinctively cause one to keep their distance. Using a warm facade to close the distance indicated that Feng Chong intended to make a move against him. Feng Chong possessed the C-rank talent metallic skin. Upon activating this talent, Feng Chong's body would be enveloped in a layer resembling iron plating. Lin Xu immediately raised his wooden spear, aiming it at Feng Chong, and shouted, "Stay away from me, or I won't hesitate to strike you down." As he spoke, Lin Xu stepped his foot onto the humanoid bear he had just contracted, which was undergoing transformation. The 2 cubs had already buried their heads into the thick fur along the mother bear's side. Feng Chong's expression darkened instantly. He never expected this fair-skinned youth who looked like a sunny college student to be so deeply guarded. He had explicitly said compatriots don't deceive compatriots. Weren't college students supposed to believe in this the most? Those guys who had rotting it out with him behind bars always claimed college students were the easiest to fool. If he could just land a solid iron punch to the kidneys, this bear carcass, both cubs, and this youth's body would all be his. Feng Chong also noticed the silver treasure chest in the cave, though he had no idea what it contained. But even a fool could see that this chest was clearly a fortune waiting to be claimed. This mother bear wasn't killed by you, was it? Your spear tip hasn't even been stained with blood. When I entered, I noticed dried bloodstains on the grass at the cave entrance. Young man, finder's rights apply. We split this bear carcass in half, each takes 1 cub, and the contents of the chest are mine. Feng Chong's voice was loud, his tone dripping with menace. Lin Xu understood clearly that Feng Chong wasn't genuinely proposing to share these items equally. He was using the silver treasure chest to test Lin Xu's resolve. Once Lin Xu's stance weakened, Feng Chong would very likely make his move. Lin Xu's immediate priority was to stall Feng Chong and wait for the heavily wounded humanoid mother bear to complete her divine contract transformation. Everything here is mine. What are you trying to rob me? As he spoke, Lin Xu raised his left hand and activated his innate talent, divine contract transformation. Although Lin Xu had already contracted a living creature that day, and the cooldown for transforming non-living objects remained 6 days, a faint golden divine luster still flowed across his left hand. In the dimly lit cave, this divine radiance was extraordinarily striking, illuminating at least a 3-meter radius around Lin Xu. At the very least, from an outward appearance, it was highly intimidating. Lin Xu's display clearly unsettled Feng Chong, causing hesitation to cross his face and preventing him from acting immediately. But he only retreated a few steps and made no move to leave the cave. Lin Xu showed no urgency in opening the silver treasure chest. Until the sequence ranking opened a month later, silver chests remained the highest tier resource containers. Only after the sequence ranking began would golden chests appear. Silver chests could yield rare crops, minerals, weapons, and even occasionally produce treasures with special functions or resource notes. If Lin Xu opened the silver chest and Feng Chong saw what was inside, it would inevitably stir greed within him. Yet the divine luster on Lin Xu's left hand never faded. But after 5 minutes passed with no action from Lin Xu, Feng Chong grew restless, once more preparing to step forward, grab a cub, and once again test Lin Xu's resolve. This youth before him had never seen blood in peacetime society. Even if genuinely stronger than Feng Chong, he would hardly resort to killing. Before Feng Chong could make any move, he saw the youth standing before him, less than 10 meters away, suddenly walk toward the silver treasure chest. Hauling such a massive bear out directly would be too troublesome, and the blood scent might attract something unwanted. Help me process it inside the cave, and I'll give you a pair of bear paws and 25 kilograms of meat. With that said, Lin Xu directly opened the silver treasure chest. Inside lay 3 cards shimmering with a faint glow. Black iron chests contained only one type of resource, bronze chests 2, and so on. The vast majority of black iron chests yielded common grade supplies with less than 30% chance of producing black iron tier materials. Silver chests guaranteed bronze tier materials with a certain probability of yielding silver tier items. Lin Xu, possessing knowledge from his past life, understood clearly that the resources within chests existed in the form of resource cards. Among the 3 resource cards displayed inside the chest, 2 bore bronze-colored borders, while 1 radiated a brilliant silver luminescence. Lin Xu hadn't expected such good fortune. He had obtained a silver tier resource card. As Lin Xu bent down to retrieve a card, he heard a whooshing sound behind him. But almost immediately a ferocious roar erupted, followed by an even more violent rush of wind. Then came Feng Chang's shrieking wail laced with terror from behind Lin Xu. The reason Lin Xu had stopped stalling with Feng Chang was not to occupy him with trivial tasks. It was because the humanoid bear had already completed her divine contract transformation. Rather than risking a direct confrontation between the humanoid bear and Feng Chang within this cramped cave, it was far better to lower Feng Chang's vigilance and give the humanoid bear an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. In truth, considering Feng Chang's current strength with only a freshly awakened talent, the humanoid bear could have killed him easily even without divine transformation. Lin Xu had arranged things this way because he feared the fight might cause the earthen cave to collapse. If the cave collapsed, escaping would have been an enormous ordeal for Lin Xu. Within less than a minute, the wailing behind Lin Xu fell silent. With Lin Xu's tacit approval, the sound of the humanoid bear feeding could be heard. This humanoid bear had waited at the entrance of his shelter for so long, yet refused to leave. She had likely given birth not long ago and had been unable to feed, driven nearly mad by hunger. Without sufficient flesh and blood, the mother bear could not produce quality milk to nourish her 2 cubs. Lin Xu felt no burden whatsoever about letting his tamed beast, the humanoid bear, devour Feng Chang. After everyone transmigrated to this fantastical world, the civilized rules of modern society were completely shattered. The gentle laws of governance were instantaneously replaced by the brutal law of the jungle. Villains like Feng Chang became tyrannical scum, terrorizing the region. Yet there were also many exceptional individuals who led fellow transmigrators to survive together, building a new civilization and becoming regional powers. Eliminating Feng Chang was equivalent to saving at least hundreds of lives. Lin Xu paid no mind to the feeding humanoid bear and instead focused his attention on the 3 cards in his hand. Having been reborn, Lin Xu couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite craftsmanship of these resource cards drawn from treasure chests. The realistic illustrations on the card faces were extraordinarily refined. Even for an iron-grade resource card, commissioning an artist to paint its card face would cost no less than 3,000 yuan. The higher the grade of the resource card, the more exquisite its design. The first bronze-grade resource card was a crop card called Bountiful Yam Bean. Bountiful Yam Bean, a tuber crop sweet and taste rich in starch, providing an excellent source of carbohydrates. Crop cards that could stably yield food were extremely precious, especially when the communication and trading functions were activated 3 days later. Crop cards, like the Bountiful Yam Bean, would fetch astronomical prices. However, this was also because buyers of crop cards believed that once they obtained such a card, the tubers grown from the Bountiful Yam Bean could be replanted. But only after trying would they realize that modern agricultural techniques were completely ineffective on crops from resource cards. The seed tubers produced by the parent Bountiful Yam Bean could only be planted once. After that, any further propagated tubers would simply rot and stink if buried in soil. This severely limited the yield of those crop cards. Lin Xu had never grown Bountiful Yam Bean himself, but he estimated that if averaged over 12 months, a single bronze-grade Bountiful Yam Bean crop card could produce at least 600 gene of yam beans per month. If eaten sparingly, one bronze-grade crop card could sustain 15 to 20 people. Lin Xu treasured this bronze-grade crop card immensely. But when he saw the second bronze-grade rare beast card, Lin Xu suddenly felt that the Bountiful Yam Bean crop card was no longer appealing. Forge Ladybug, a pair of ladybugs capable of emitting heat. When placed in a forge during smithing, they can raise the temperature of the flames. This bronze-grade rare beast card, the Forge Ladybug, gave Lin Xu a glimpse of the possibility of cultivating a native crop of the Xuanhuan Great World, the purple-spotted scarlet mushroom. Lin Xu used the resource card to place the Forge Ladybugs inside his shelter, which could raise the temperature within. As he upgraded the shelter with wood and stone, its area expanded and more rooms were added. Lin Xu placed the Forge Ladybugs in one room, turning it into a greenhouse. As long as sufficient warmth was ensured, he had the prerequisite for cultivating purple-spotted scarlet mushrooms. If the temperature was insufficient, even if Lin Xu knew the method to grow purple-spotted scarlet mushrooms, the mushrooms he painstakingly raised would turn into a pile of toxic substances. who would want to eat yam beans that caused flatulence when they could have purple spotted scarlet mushrooms. The reason Lin Xu valued the purple spotted scarlet mushroom so highly, aside from its ability to fill the stomach, was that it possessed a mild healing effect. It was well known that professionals who awakened healing talents were extremely rare. If being reborn into a wealthy and noble family before transmigration was a sign of being favored by fate, then after transmigrating to the Xuanhuan Great World, professionals who awakened healing talents fully deserved the title of Children of Destiny. As long as these professionals with healing talents survived the initial chaotic phase, they would receive extremely generous treatment, no matter which group or faction they joined. The purple spotted scarlet mushroom's modest healing ability could just fill the gap left by the scarcity of healing professionals. Even if later, as development progressed, food and clothing were no longer an issue, the healing-capable purple spotted scarlet mushroom would still command a good price. When he saw the third silver-grade resource card, Lin Xu almost wondered if he had been possessed by the fortune-bringing goo. Opening a silver treasure chest for the first time after his rebirth, he actually obtained the rarest resource point. A resource point was something that could stably produce resources, like this pure water spring. Pure water spring, a spring that can produce 100 liters of clean spring water daily, beneficial for fish growth and capable of preventing fish diseases caused by water quality. Lin Xu recalled that only when a resource card reached silver grade could it potentially yield a resource point. Among all silver cards, the probability of obtaining a resource point was less than 1%. Even obtaining a silver grade resource point from a gold treasure chest could be considered extremely lucky. During the early stages of the universal transmigration, few people dared to explore widely like Feng Chang. The vast majority were still in a daze. More than half of the people were starving. Even professionals could fall ill, and Lin Xu himself was extremely thirsty. His method of obtaining water was to eat juicy sour berries and suck the sap from non-toxic plants. The sap of those plants was bitter, making him gag, but he had no better option. First, because the area Lin Xu was in had scarce water sources, and there had been no rain the previous night. Even if he found a water source, drinking the water directly would quench his thirst, but would certainly leave him clutching the wall from diarrhea. In a wilderness environment where professionals had to gather resources, any physical ailment would make survival difficult. Most wild water sources were murky green puddles. Even if one found clear water, it had to be boiled. In the early stages, it was hard to obtain containers large enough to hold water. This made the directly drinkable water from the pure water spring a valuable commodity that could be bartered for supplies once the trading platform opened. Moreover, the clean spring water produced by the pure water spring was beneficial for fish growth, preventing diseases caused by unclean water. This allowed Lin Xu to catch edible fish from natural water bodies and raise them in the spring's outflow. Not only did it diversify his food, but he could also become a fish seller in the future. When resources were listed on the trading platform open to all humans, the platform would evaluate them. For instance, if Lin Xu sold water, the platform would directly indicate whether the water was drinkable and what effects it had. The water used to raise fish was still potable. The 100 liters of water per day seemed modest. Accumulated over time, Lin Xu could even start a fish farm. More importantly, since this was an item from a resource card, Lin Xu could use his talent, Divine Contract, to modify and bestow divinity upon it. After 6 days, Lin Xu could attempt to contract this pure water spring. With his transformed talent, homologous devouring, once contracted, this pure water spring could devour natural springs found in the environment to continuously evolve. Perhaps it could break through the silver grade resource point limit and evolve into a gold grade one. Having stored away the 3 resource cards, Lin Xu quietly waited for the human-faced bear, now modified by the divine contract, to finish its meal. The broken stump of the human-faced bear's arm had already grown bone buds about 7 or 8 centimeters long. These bone buds were covered with new flesh, and soon the bear's severed arm should be able to regenerate. This was due to the ability named Regeneration, which the human-faced bear had acquired after being contracted and bestowed with divinity. Named Regeneration, when the body is injured, it can recover and restore damaged parts by consuming external energy through eating. The remnant body regenerated, a remarkable ability. From now on, no matter how severe the injuries this human-faced bear sustains, as long as it has fresh blood to replenish energy, it can recover swiftly and continue fighting. For creatures transformed by the divine contract, the potential for infinite evolution exists. This human-faced bear, thanks to the aura called homologous devouring that Lin Xu gained after being altered, will accelerate its own evolution by devouring more human-faced bears in the future. In less than 20 minutes, there was no trace of Feng Chang left on the ground, only bloodstains and tattered clothing. The other uninjured paw of the human-faced bear patted its round belly as it waddled over to Lin Xu. The massive bear head nuzzled toward Lin Xu ingratiatingly. Lin Xu quickly raised his hand to push the approaching bear head away. Stinky, your mouth is still covered in blood, and you haven't even licked it clean. I'll take you and your 2 cubs to the stream later to wash up, then you can come close to me. Lin Xu picked up the silver treasure chest, which weighed at least 50 kilograms, and strapped it onto the bear's back. The silver treasure chest was made of pure silver. Not only were the resource cards inside useful, but the chest itself was an excellent container. If necessary, dismantling the chest could yield the corresponding metal directly. From now on, I'll call you Mama Bear. With that, Lin Xu turned his gaze to the 2 cubs that had been born not long ago. One cub had a brownish-black coat, while the other was light brown. Such coloring reminded Lin Xu of the cartoon characters Bear Brother and Bear Second he had seen in his previous life. But these 2 little ones were luckier than those characters because their loving mother was still alive. Lin Xu reached out and picked up the 2 cubs, each weighing less than 30 pounds. As the saying goes, a child with a mother is a treasure. If Mama Bear hadn't met him, these 2 cubs would have become orphans. Once the death-eating crows came in to feast on Mama Bear's corpse, the little ones, deprived of their mother's protection and nourishment, would have little chance of survival. Emerging from the cave, Lin Xu had 2 tasks to accomplish. The first was to upgrade the shelter as quickly as possible, raising it from its current ungraded state to level 1. After the first shelter was upgraded, the emotionless notification that everyone could hear would announce that someone had successfully upgraded their shelter. In his previous life, the first professional to upgrade their shelter did so in the afternoon of the second day, about 7 or 8 hours later. Lin Xu wanted to trigger this system announcement early, letting all the Transmigrators know that the shelter could be upgraded. Even if they didn't know the specific method, it would get everyone thinking. Although it was only a few hours earlier than in his previous life, it could save many lives. Otherwise, if the shelter wasn't upgraded to level 1 by the 3rd day, the current ungraded shelter would no longer provide any protection. The human-faced bear was highly intelligent. After returning to the shelter, Lin Xu took Mama Bear to search for stones, while Mama Bear arranged for the 2 cubs to gather twigs and small stones near the shelter. They fully prepared for the shelter's upgrade. To raise the shelter from level 0 to level 1, 500 caddies of wood were needed. After the trading platform opened, 10 caddies of wood would be 1 unit. Only wood that met the standard unit could be sold on the platform, and the same applied to stones. Although short twigs couldn't be sold on the trading platform, they could still be used to upgrade the shelter. In the area where Lin Xu was located, wood and stone were not difficult to find. Mama Bear could easily push over small trees that yielded hundreds of caddies of wood. She could also move large stones that Lin Xu couldn't budge. In less than 2 hours, 500 caddies each of wood and stone were ready. After placing the wood and stones in the shelter modified by the divine contract, an option appeared before Lin Xu. Do you wish to consume 50 units of wood and 50 units of stone to upgrade the shelter? After Lin Xu made the affirmative choice, the piled wood and stones vanished. The room, which had been less than 20 square meters, smaller than a public restroom, directly doubled in size. Not only that, but 2 additional rooms of 15 square meters each appeared. The changes weren't limited to the interior. Outside a fence enclosed an area of nearly 50 square meters. This was the courtyard everyone received when their shelter was upgraded to level 1. Now Lin Xu's level 1 shelter, including the outdoor courtyard, spanned a full 120 square meters. At the moment his shelter upgraded, the cold, emotionless notification sounded in Lin Xu's mind. Congratulations to Lin Xu for successfully upgrading the shelter to level 1. The top 10 professionals to upgrade their shelters will receive a gift. Since the communication function had not yet been unlocked, Lin Xu didn't know how others reacted. But presumably the notification pointed a direction for those who still didn't know what to do. In the area where Lin Xu was, there were deer with large yellow spots on their bodies. These yellow-spotted deer could grow up to 2 meters in length, weigh over 150 caddies, and were extremely fast. Early-stage professionals found it difficult to kill yellow-spotted deer and coveted them greatly. In his previous life, those professionals who had long tasted nothing but bland food hadn't eaten meat for over half a month. After hunting a yellow-spotted deer, they discovered that its meat, even when cooked, was tough and chewy, with a strong gamey smell. Even people who had starved for days could barely swallow it. In his previous life, Lin Xu started off poorly and had once eaten yellow-spotted deer meat for a period. Even Mama Bear, who could swallow carrion, wasn't very interested in them. These yellow-spotted deer, despite their pleasing appearance, had evolved their meat to be so unpalatable that it deterred other predators, a kind of survival skill in itself. Now that the shelter was upgraded, Lin Xu deliberately arranged for Mama Bear to hunt yellow-spotted deer. The divine contract enhanced Mama Bear not only grew larger, but also increased in explosive power and speed. Even without ambush, she could catch up to the yellow-spotted deer. Lin Xu needed to find flesh and blood to provide mobility energy for his shelter, which had been upgraded to level 1. Ahead lay a stream at the edge of the forest. In his previous life, Lin Xu had fetched water from that stream and remembered there were some fish in it. While Mama Bear was still out hunting yellow-spotted deer, Lin Xu took out the silver-level resource point, the pure water spring. He placed the pure water spring in the courtyard that had just been opened up by the shelter. A deep well lined with bluish-gray tiles instantly appeared before Lin Xu. From its bottom, clear spring water bubbled up intermittently. Lin Xu made a rough estimate. The well's capacity ranged between 800 and 1,000 liters. In other words, if he did not draw water from it, the pure spring water would fill the well and overflow in 8 days' time. The well's diameter was approximately 1 meter and not particularly deep. Lin Xu could easily fetch water from it. Now that a purified spring had been placed within his shelter, he would never again have to worry about his water supply. Not long after, Bear Mother returned panting heavily with a yellow-spotted deer whose skull had been crushed in her jaws. She had hunted a mature male. After setting the deer down before Lin Xu, Bear Mother visibly grieved and spat out the blood-soaked fluids from her mouth. Lin Xu placed the deer at the shelter's entrance and tapped the wall. 2 wooden vines extending from the roof beams, tipped with molar-shaped protrusions, wrapped around the deer and emitted a sickening crunching sound as they pulverized the flesh and bone. Originally, the 2 vines hanging from the main beam were only as thick as Lin Xu's wrist and about 10 meters long, but now they had grown nearly 20 meters in length. Their thickness had also increased, becoming thicker than Lin Xu's thigh. The adult male deer was wrapped by these vines like 2 hemp ropes dragging a small mouse. The deer was quickly consumed entirely, leaving only scattered pools of blood on the ground. After absorbing the energy, Lin Xu signaled the shelter to move forward. The 2 thicker, longer vines immediately penetrated into the ground. Lin Xu ordered Bear Mother to remain still while the shelter moved forward for a minute. In that minute, the shelter traveled approximately 120 meters. Previously, before reaching level 1, it had only covered 300 meters in 5 minutes. With the level upgrade, the shelter's speed had doubled to 7.2 kilometers per hour. However, the energy consumption during movement had also increased significantly. Fortunately, this area had an abundance of yellow-spotted deer. Since few predators normally hunted them, their vigilance was low. By nightfall, Lin Xu planned to leave Bear Mother outside so she could hunt freely and help capture more yellow-spotted deer to fuel the shelter's movement. Since binding the contract with Bear Mother just over 2 hours ago, the bone sprout at her severed arm had already grown nearly 20 centimeters. At this rate, her arm would regenerate before tomorrow night, at the latest by the morning after. This rapid healing was partly due to Feng Chang, whose profession had provided Bear Mother with high-quality flesh and blood energy. Lin Xu decided against moving the shelter immediately. Instead, he directed Bear Mother and the 2 cubs to gather firewood and stones along the way while he searched for edible berries and purple-spotted mushrooms and tracked the location of Feng Chang's shelter. Feng Chang was dead, but his shelter remained. Through his innate divine contract, Lin Xu had transformed himself and gained an aura called Symbiotic Devourer. A shelter under the influence of Lin Xu's aura could devour other shelters. As a large predator, the bare-faced creature possessed an extraordinary sense of smell, capable of detecting scents from up to 3 kilometers away. Bear Mother had recently consumed Feng Chang and could still smell his essence. She quickly led Lin Xu to his shelter, which happened to sit directly on the path to the stream. Like a beast hunting across the wasteland, Lin Xu's shelter surged toward Feng Chang's position at 7.2 kilometers per hour. Half an hour later, the shelter arrived at Feng Chang's door. Rather than immediately devouring it, Lin Xu entered the shelter first. Inside, he found a coil of wooden rope woven from bark fibers along with a small pile of yellow clay beside a table. He wondered where Feng Chang had sourced the clay. When shaped and fired in a kiln, it could be crafted into pottery vessels and dishes. The rope measured nearly 5 meters, no small task to craft. Both the rope and clay were now his spoils. After transferring these items to his shelter, Lin Xu issued his command. Instantly, 2 massive 20-meter wooden vines erupted from the ground. They slithered into Feng Chang's shelter like serpents, beginning demolition and consumption. Though the shelter's floor space hadn't increased standing inside, Lin Xu could clearly feel that while the shelter remained wooden, both the walls and the long table had grown noticeably sturdier. Previously, his wooden spear could easily mark the walls, but now it left no trace. The spearhead itself had dulled from striking the reinforced surface. Furthermore, another vine had emerged from the roof beam. Still newly grown, it measured less than 4 meters, even after consuming the entire shelter, barely reaching the ground. Lin Xu stared in astonishment at the fresh growth. He had never anticipated such changes from devouring another's shelter. His shelter's locomotion depended on these wooden vines. Presumably, consuming more shelters would cause them to grow even longer and thicker. An additional vine would substantially boost the shelter's mobility, and these vines might even counterattack when the shelter came under assault. Bear Mother's presence at the shelter's entrance the previous night illustrated this perfectly. A single yellow-spotted deer weighing over 50 kilograms could propel Lin Xu's shelter considerable distances. Upon reaching the stream, Lin Xu gathered another 30-plus purple-spotted mushrooms. His total collection now exceeded 50 specimens. These 50 mushrooms would sustain him for nearly 2 months. Once harvested, the stems would remain crimson regardless of temperature, safe for consumption. However, they wouldn't keep well, rotting within about 10 days after picking. Lin Xu had devised a solution, slicing the mushrooms thin. He dried them over fire until crisp. These preserved slices retained the same nutritional value and satiety as fresh ones, only more palatable. Lin Xu had obtained a bronze-tier treasure beast card for the furnace ladybird, which could maintain the temperature needed for mushroom growth within the shelter. But cultivating them proved far from simple. The purple-spotted red mushroom was not particular about its environment. It could grow in any soil rich in humus. Yet simply shaking spores onto such soil would not guarantee growth. Instead, he needed to find an extremely rare and swift squirrel to act as an intermediary. The mushroom had to pass through the squirrel's stomach first. Only after being excreted mixed with the squirrel's waste could the spores take root in humus-rich soil. This rare squirrel was known as the smoky wind squirrel. The Xuanfeng squirrel possesses a certain ability to command wind elements, enhancing its mobility, yet it has little combat prowess. However, when used as a scout, the Xuanfeng squirrel, with its considerable intelligence, is an excellent reconnaissance asset. Capturing a Xuanfeng squirrel in its natural habitat is extremely difficult. Fortunately, the Xuanfeng squirrel can be obtained from bronze-tier rare beast cards, compared to painstakingly setting traps to catch one. Lin Xu planned to wait until the trading platform opened, then directly purchase a bronze-tier Xuanfeng squirrel resource card from it. In the early stages, the importance of resource cards like the Xuanfeng squirrel, which cannot solve basic survival needs, is far less than that of essential supplies such as water and food. By the time the communication function and trading platform open, there will only be 2 or 3 days left before the large-scale temperature drop renders the Zeben red mushrooms inedible. Lin Xu intended to use his identity as the first person to upgrade the shelter to publicly announce that the Zeben red mushrooms are edible. This would give the starving transmigrators who had gone days without food a chance to satiate their hunger and recover from injuries. To preserve more sparks of human civilization. It was not only the Chinese who had transmigrated, people from other nations had also been transported into this vast fantasy world. Fortunately, the initially open communication function was only available to Chinese transmigrators. Although he aimed to preserve the sparks of humanity as much as possible, Lin Xu still did not wish to disclose this information to professionals outside of China, especially those Haji He. In his past life, various factions vied for dominance, and the Chinese faction was often harassed by forces from other nations. Doing so would boost Lin Xu's reputation among Chinese transmigrators. Lin Xu was well aware of what was to come. The nearly 10 billion professionals would face not only internal conflicts in the future. They would also have to confront the supernatural creatures of this fantasy world, even mythical beasts, and the attacks from native forces within the realm. This mass transmigration effectively obliterated all civilization and order from before. Everyone was starting anew in a relatively fair environment. If communication had been available from the very start, of the transmigration official forces would have taken control and organized immediately. However, after 3 days, when all transmigrators had realized the cruelty of this fantasy world, the authority and control of official forces would be greatly diminished. To ensure development, even the authorities would need to cooperate with those highly talented professionals who had formed their own factions. With sufficient fame, Lin Xu could secure a seat at the table in the future, becoming one of the rule makers within the human faction of this fantasy world. High fame also made it easier for Lin Xu to attract and recruit some professionals with powerful talents in the early stages. As a reincarnator, Lin Xu clearly knew which individuals had displayed astonishing potential in his past life. Using the identity of the first person to upgrade the shelter to announce the edibility of Zeben red mushrooms. This was the best way for Lin Xu to gain fame. Zeben red mushrooms grew extremely fast, with a batch harvestable in just over 20 days. By the time Lin Xu's cultivated mushrooms matured, the ones that had turned toxic would already be inedible. Only after everyone had tasted Zeben red mushrooms and understood their value could Lin Xu's cultivated batch fetch a good price. Lin Xu might not always act ostentatiously, but he would never pretend to be weak. In the early stage of civilization reconstruction, playing the fool would not lead to devouring the tiger. You only end up eating pig feed. Lin Xu upgraded the shelter and planned the 2 extra rooms. He intended to house the 2 little bear cubs in one of the rooms. The other room would be used to raise Ronlu ladybugs and serve as a storage room. Looking at the 50-odd colorful Zeben red mushrooms, Lin Xu's heart swelled with boundless ambition. His current start could only be described as heaven and earth apart from his past life. On the second day after transmigration in his past life, having watched the Cold Beauty's live stream, Lin Xu remembered himself still trying to make fire by friction. His palms were worn raw, yet he still couldn't get a flame going. By the stream, a herd of Huangban deer was drinking, and in the distance Lin Xu spotted 3 wolves with entirely gray-blue fur. These wolves, about 1 meter in length and looking very agile, were called Bu wolves. They were extremely aggressive and ruthless creatures. Their living habits were similar to those of prairie wolves, except that Bu wolves did not form large packs like prairie wolves. They lived in family units, typically consisting of 4 to 6 members. The bonds among Bu wolf family members were extremely close. Once any family member was injured, the pack would launch a relentless lifelong vendetta. In the early stages, Rimian bears and Bu wolves were the 2 most feared beasts among transmigrators. Bu wolves excelled in agility, but their individual combat ability was far inferior to that of a Rimian bear. The size difference was also too great. An adult Bu wolf, excluding its tail, measured about 1 meter in length, while a Rimian bear reached up to 3 meters. Even if 3 or 4 Bu wolves ganged up on a Rimian bear, the bear's thick hide made it difficult for the wolf's teeth to pose a serious threat. When a Rimian bear did not provoke them, Bu wolves would not actively attack it. Seeing the mother bear, the 3 Bu wolves that had drunk retreated back into the forest. Instead, the Huangban deer, relying on the fact that no one liked to eat them, continued drinking leisurely from the stream. Lin Xu reached out and rubbed the mother bear's large head, then picked up the 2 cubs, one in each arm. "Come on, mother bear, let's take you and Xiongda and Xiong'er for a bath." Lin Xu looked at the clear stream before him and also wanted to take a good bath himself. Having crawled out of the burrow, Lin Xu touched his hair and could feel sand grains stuck in it. Since no one was around, he simply stripped off his clothes and stepped into the cool stream water. Several plants by the stream, when crushed, yielded juices that could be used as a cleansing agent. Once in the water, Lin Xu first washed himself thoroughly, then scrubbed his clothes clean as well. Suddenly, Lin Xu noticed many medicinal herbs growing along the stream. The effects of these herbs were only discovered 2 months later, after the shelter's migration function opened, when medical researchers gathered and studied them gradually. The pollen of that unremarkable-looking plant nearby, with its slender long leaves and small pale yellow flowers, when collected, could be used as an antibiotic, not as effective as penicillin, but close. Lin Xu planned to gather more herbs based on his past life memories before nightfall. He would place them in the storage room to dry for future needs. The 2 little cubs, Xiongda and Xiong'er, had been solely drinking their mother's milk. Now, for the first time, they encountered water and frolicked joyfully in the stream. Lin Xu went over, picked them up, and carefully washed each one. Tonight, one of these little fellows would be Lin Xu's pillow and the other his cuddle pillow. After finishing, Lin Xu lay back on a rock in the stream. Listening to the sound of flowing water, watching the sun about to set in the west, and the drifting clouds being herded across the azure sky, Lin Xu couldn't help but sigh. The environment of this fantasy world was actually quite beautiful. There were some small fish in this stream, the longest barely the length of a thumb. Looking at these fish with little meat, Lin Xu gave up the idea of catching them. He planned to wait until the trading platform opened and see if anyone was selling fish resource cards. Choosing a nutritious and easily breedable fish species would be far more cost-effective than raising these wild minnows in the spring water from the pure water spring. Before the sky grew completely dark, Mother Bear caught 2 more yellow-spotted deer for Lin Xu. Meanwhile, Lin Xu gathered 7 or 8 types of medicinal herbs by the stream. Lin Xu waved at Mother Bear, who was about to continue hunting yellow-spotted deer, and pointed toward the forest in the distance. He asked her to strip off dozens of pounds of tree bark. Back at the shelter, Lin Xu placed the 2 cubs, whose fur had completely dried, into the room. He then carefully arranged the herbs in the storage room. Then Lin Xu intentionally left the outer courtyard gate open and said to Mother Bear with a serious tone, "Tonight, help me catch a few more yellow-spotted deer. Hunt more prey for yourself as well, and let your arm heal as soon as possible." Now, Mother Bear's upper arm had fully grown back, only her forearm was still incomplete. Once this paw grew out, her combat ability would be fully restored, making hunting much more convenient. Suddenly, Lin Xu thought of the few dire wolves drinking water. He gestured for Mother Bear to catch one of them and bring it to the shelter's entrance before dawn. He emphasized that it must be captured alive. It was acceptable to injure the dire wolf, but the creature should not be maimed. Lin Xu intended to contract 1 dire wolf, using it to control a family of 4 to 6 dire wolves. Then he would gradually contract the other dire wolves in that family. In this forest, there were many dire wolf families which would fight over territory on ordinary days. Once he controlled a family, Lin Xu would have that family prey on other dire wolves. Through the effect of consuming their own kind, they could evolve their bloodline as quickly as possible. When a dire wolf's bloodline evolved to a certain extent, it had a chance to comprehend the power of the wind element. It could evolve into a transcendent creature, the Windstrike dire wolf. The Windstrike dire wolf's mastery of the wind element went beyond merely compressing the element, forming wind blades or wind bullets to deliver long-range attacks. Instead, it could utilize certain properties of the wind element, such as wind pressure and cutting by attaching the concentrated refined and activated wind element to its fangs and claws. This allowed the wind strike dire wolf's fangs when biting into a 3 cm thick steel plate to feel as if an ordinary person were biting into a hard soda cracker, easily snapping the cracker off. Transcendent creatures and ordinary beasts were two entirely different levels of life, incomparable. Bare-faced bears also had a chance to evolve into transcendent creatures in the wild. However, evolving into a transcendent creature was already the limit of a bare-faced bear's bloodline evolution. But Mother Bear, who had been transformed by the divine contract and endowed with divinity, had the ability to go further and become a mythical creature after becoming a transcendent creature. When a transcendent creature ascended to a mythical creature, its bloodline would undergo a tremendous leap. Its life form would also experience a revolutionary change. Before returning to the shelter, Lin Xu intentionally left the courtyard gate open. This was so that Mother Bear could retreat into the shelter's courtyard if she encountered an enemy she could not defeat during the night. The small courtyard obtained from upgrading to a level 1 shelter was also part of the shelter. The shelter's rules could protect Mother Bear and deter the native creatures of the Xuanhuan Great World. Night had completely enveloped the land. Because it was close to the forest, the chirping of insects, the calls of night owls, and the occasional roars of beasts could be heard clearly by Lin Xu. Even after upgrading to a level 1 shelter, the wooden structure's soundproofing was still poor. Only when the shelter reached level 2 would this improve, and the shelter's area would also expand again. To upgrade the shelter to level 2, 500 units of stone and 50 units of steel were required. With Mother Bear's help, the 500 units of stone were relatively easy for Lin Xu. However, the 50 units of steel were difficult to obtain. In the early stage, there were 3 main ways to acquire steel. The first was to obtain a steel resource card from a resource crate. A common grade steel resource card contained 1 unit of steel. An iron grade steel resource card contained 10 units, while a bronze grade steel resource card contained 100 units. As long as one obtained 5 iron grade steel resource cards, or 1 bronze grade steel resource card, the problem of upgrading the shelter to level 2 would be solved. However, even without knowing the shelter's upgrade conditions, steel, a metal that could be used to forge weapons, was still very expensive. The second method was to burn weapons or functional tools obtained from resource cards at high temperatures to extract steel. This method was more wasteful than directly purchasing steel resource cards. Only a fool would do that. The third method was to purchase used iron-grade resource crates. Each iron-grade resource crate weighed 50 gene, and after recycling it was equivalent to 5 units of steel. In the early stage, due to poor information, many people after opening resource crates focused only on the resource cards and ignored the value of the crates themselves. Some even abandoned the crates on the spot after taking the cards. When among the surviving professionals, 100 professionals had upgraded their shelters to level 2. That cold, emotionless voice would announce to all professionals the conditions required to upgrade the shelter to level 2. At that time, both steel resource cards and the iron-grade resource crates themselves would surge in price. In the first few days, there would even be situations where iron-grade resource crates were more valuable than bronze-grade ones. Lin Xu recalled that the announcement in his past life had occurred half a month later. Lin Xu intended to accelerate this process, shortening the time to within 10 days. This period was enough for him to maneuver and stockpile sufficient steel. Steel would be used as a primary resource in future shelter upgrades. At that time, those whose shelters were near iron ore veins could make a fortune by selling unrefined iron ore. Some professionals with talents that could condense steel even started a cost-free business thanks to their abilities. Such geographical conditions and innate talents were something others could only envy. After a busy day, Lin Xu was very tired, but he did not rush to sleep. He went to the storage room and laid a layer of gravel in the middle of the room. Then he placed the silver-grade resource crate on top of the gravel. Immediately, Lin Xu used the bronze-grade beast card Furnace Ladybug. At the moment, the card disappeared. 2 ladybugs, each the size of a thumbnail, appeared inside the silver-grade resource crate. The night was cold, and the temperature inside the shelter was only around 16 degrees Celsius. Thanks to the 2 furnace ladybugs, the temperature in the 15 square meter storage room quickly rose and eventually stabilized at around 30 degrees Celsius. No matter the stage, these furnace ladybugs could be considered absolute treasures. In the early stage, they could be used as constant temperature heaters. Otherwise, after the temperature dropped, the average temperature would decrease by 10 degrees. The night temperature inside the shelter would be only around 6 degrees, and without heating, one could easily freeze to death from hypothermia. In the midterm, when human civilization was rebuilt within the Xuanhuan Great World, whether smelting metals or using various materials to forge weapons by talented craftsmen, one could choose to consume a furnace ladybug to enhance the temperature of the forging flame. This pair of furnace ladybugs happened to be 1 male and 1 female. As long as Lin Xu provided food for them, Before long, they would be able to reproduce inside the silver-grade resource crate. Like crop cards, only the female had the qualification to breed. The offspring produced by this pair of furnace ladybugs would not have the ability to reproduce. When the temperature dropped, the descendants of these furnace ladybugs could be sold at a good price. After closing the silver-grade resource crate, Lin Xu confirmed that air could flow through the gaps. Then he began grinding a deliberately saved section of a yellow-spotted deer leg bone. After grinding the leg bone into a cutting bone blade with a stone, Lin Xu started processing the purple-spotted red mushrooms. He cut the arm-thick mushrooms into slices about 5 millimeters thick and spread them on the ground. Even though the outside environment was quite humid, the furnace ladybugs, when generating heat, would evaporate moisture in the storage room, making it extremely dry. After being dried for a day, these fresh mushroom slices would become mushroom jerky that could be stored for several years. Lin Xu mixed the yellow clay obtained from Fengchang's shelter with the spring water drawn from the Clearwater Spring. He stirred continuously until a stable viscous mud formed, then began shaping the clay. He made some pottery vessels for storing herbs. These pottery pieces could not be fired at high temperatures for the moment, but he placed the shaped vessels on the silver resource box containing the furnace ladybugs. The surface of the silver resource box, nearly 80 degrees Celsius, could provide a simple baking and setting for these pottery pieces. Although such simply baked pottery would crack upon falling and break upon impact, it was still adequate for storing dried herbs. After filling the top of the resource box with the clay pots shaped from yellow clay, Lin Xu did not continue making more clay pots. Instead, he spread the herbs on the ground on the other side of the storage room to dry. He planned to process the herbs after they were completely dried, keeping only the most medicinally valuable parts. The floor of the storage room was already covered with mushroom slices and herbs. Although the storage room was warm, Lin Xu did not sleep there. Instead, he went to another room and picked up the sleeping Xiongda and Xiong'er. The two little ones were warm and chubby. Covered with tree bark that provided little warmth, Lin Xu held them close and had a good night's sleep. Early the next morning at dawn, the biological clock, deliberately cultivated before his transmigration, had already opened Lin Xu's eyes. Pushing open the door, he saw Mother Bear lying in the yard covered in wounds. Seeing Lin Xu open the door, Mother Bear struggled to get up. She walked to his side and stood upright, as if waiting for praise. Using her fully regrown intact left arm, she pointed to the pile of corpses stacked at the shelter entrance. Among the pile of corpses, Lin Xu even saw a male human-faced bear that was a full 3.5 meters long, larger than Mother Bear by a full circle. Lin Xu knew that Mother Bear, after being transformed by the divine contract, would become much stronger. But he had not expected that in just one night Mother Bear would bring him such a delightful surprise. She had managed to kill this male human-faced bear without losing any limbs, only suffering many wounds on her body. Such minor injuries. Once Mother Bear devoured the male human-faced bear, relying on the ability of limb regeneration gained from the divine contract's transformation, she could recover in less than half an hour. After praising Mother Bear, Lin Xu let her eat the male human-faced bear, wanting to see what enhancement the homologous devour aura would bring to Mother Bear. Lin Xu then inspected the other results of Mother Bear's night hunt. Among the fallen prey, not all were dead. The dire wolf that Lin Xu had specifically instructed Mother Bear to keep alive was still alive. This male dire wolf, slightly larger than ordinary ones, measured only 1 meter and 20 centimeters without its tail. It was likely the patriarch of a dire wolf family, holding absolute status and authority within that family. At this moment, the patriarch's body was intact. However, its neck had been pierced by Mother Bear's fangs, and it was clearly not long for this world. Lin Xu immediately used the divine contract transformation to contract this patriarch of the dire wolf family. The contracting process went extremely smoothly. The Wolf King, unable to move, could not resist Lin Xu. The moment Lin Xu's left hand, glowing with divine light, touched the Wolf King's body, the contract with the Wolf King was completed. At present, the contracted Wolf King still lay collapsed on the ground because it was undergoing transformation. Just like when Lin Xu contracted Mother Bear, this transformation required some time. Just then a loud, shrill wolf howl came from not far away. After that howl, several different howls followed. 5 dire wolves were charging fiercely toward Lin Xu's direction. The leading dire wolf had lighter fur color compared to the ones behind it, but its body was larger than the others. This dire wolf's gaze was fixed on the Wolf King lying in a pool of blood in front of Lin Xu. Almost every few steps it let out a mournful howl. This leader was presumably the Wolf Queen of this dire wolf family. Dire wolf families were typically headed by a pair, 1 male and 1 female, with the male having a higher say. This was related to the male dire wolf's superior combat strength. Mother Bear had just eaten 1 paw of the male human-faced bear when she saw the 5 attacking dire wolves. She immediately lunged fiercely in front of Lin Xu, blocking the fence firmly. With her plump round bear rump, she subtly nudged Lin Xu back inside the fence. Among the 5 dire wolves, 2 were slightly smaller, clearly just newly adult. Lin Xu noticed the wolf queen's bulging belly and her noticeably longer fur, thinking to himself. The lengthening of a female dire wolf's fur was a sign that she had been pregnant for over 3 months. This dire wolf family must have strong combat prowess in this forest. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the wolf queen pregnant again so soon after raising 2 cubs. Even though the wolf queen wanted to avenge the wolf king while pregnant, she would not immediately lead her family to fight Mother Bear. During this stalemate, there was enough time for the wolf king to wake up. After nearly 10 minutes of stalemate, the wolf queen, smelling the blood from the wolf king, let out a long, crazed howl and was about to charge. Then they saw the wolf king lying in the blood stagger to his feet. At that moment, the wolf queen and the other family members disregarded the threat of Mother Bear. They approached the standing wolf king and affectionately sniffed his scent. They licked the bloodstains on the wolf king's fur. This scene was exceptionally harmonious. Lin Xu reached out and patted the tense, ready to pounce Mother Bear, signaling her not to worry. The wolf king, now standing, also licked the wolf queen's cheek. Then he let out a few howls, communicating with the 5 dire wolves, including the wolf queen. Lin Xu looked with satisfaction at the wolf king he had just contracted. Under the divine contract transformation, this wolf king had gained an ability called moonlight absorption. Moonlight absorption: each night, it automatically absorbs energy from moonlight, comprehensively strengthening itself. The absorption capacity of moonlight is related to bloodline strength. At night, moonlight will spontaneously enter the wolf king's body, comprehensively enhancing its strength. That is to say, whether it be strength, speed, endurance, or even the mastery of elements after advancing to the transcendent rank, all would be improved imperceptibly. This was a ridiculously overpowered ability for a slacker. With this ability, one would continuously grow stronger even without doing anything. However, as a dire wolf, especially a patriarch who needed to support his family, it was extremely diligent in daily life. The number of dire wolves in this forest should be considerable. At night, Lin Xu would have Mother Bear cooperate with this dire wolf family to hunt other dire wolf families together. The wolf king had just been contracted by Lin Xu. With the wolf queen already pregnant, sending the wolf king and the other 4 dire wolves into battle would inevitably lead to casualties. By allowing this contracted wolf king to utilize the homologous devourment aura, he could rapidly elevate his bloodline and evolve. The higher the wolf king's bloodline intensity, the more potent the moonlight's enhancement of his power would become. Once the wolf king contracted by Lin Xu had grown stronger, this dire wolf family could be left to hunt on their own. At that moment, the wolf king strode toward Lin Xu, who extended his hand forward. The wolf king immediately pressed his massive head gently against Lin Xu's palm, more docile and obedient than a golden retriever. Then, as if showing off, he introduced all his family members to Lin Xu. Since Lin Xu had no contractual bond with the other dire wolves, they still regarded him with some wariness and caution, but no longer displayed any aggression. They tucked their tails and sniffed Lin Xu's palm, trying to memorize his scent. Lin Xu reached out and stroked the wolf king's furry head a couple more times. The dire wolf's fur was much softer than that of the bare-faced ape. When hunting other dire wolf families, Lin Xu intended to keep a few wolf pelts to line the hard wooden bed in his shelter. When it came to making a bed, soft dire wolf pelts were far more comfortable than undried bark. From now on, I'll call you Green. With that, Lin Xu grabbed a black-backed wild boar weighing over 200 caddies from the pile of prey the mother bear had caught, intending to offer it as a welcome gift to Green's family. After they had eaten the black-backed wild boar, Lin Xu had tasks to assign to Green's family and the mother bear. Once the communication function opened tomorrow, the conditions for upgrading a level 1 shelter would immediately spread. When 20% of professionals had their shelters upgraded to level 1, that cold, emotionless voice would announce the conditions for upgrading to level 2. By then, many people who lacked neither food nor drink would choose to exchange their resources for stones. Especially since Lin Xu planned to reveal the secret of the purple-spotted crimson mushroom. After Lin Xu disclosed the secret of the purple-spotted crimson mushroom, unless their environment lacked them, everyone's food and drink problems would be temporarily resolved. More and more people would then want to buy stones. Lin Xu could foresee that stone materials would become the best currency for purchasing various resources in the short term. The stream's edge had the most stones of moderate size. Lin Xu planned to keep his shelter there for the near future, letting the mother bear and Green's family gather stones and bring them back. The mother bear could easily push stones weighing over 200 caddies. Even the pregnant wolf queen and Green's family could manage to bring back stones of up to 30 caddies without much difficulty. Many functional resources were sold at extremely low prices in the early stages. The opening of the trading market was the optimal time to acquire such items. Because Lin Xu had fed Green's family, the delicious black-backed wild boar made the other members of Green's family noticeably friendlier toward him. Lin Xu conveyed his instructions to the mother bear and Green, who had finished eating. They immediately set to work. Lin Xu meanwhile carried the spotted deer that the mother bear had killed and fed them to the shelter, storing energy for its future movement. He also brought the smaller black-backed wild boar and a few wild rabbits into the shelter to be butchered. The purple-spotted crimson mushroom tasted fine, but eating it every day soon became tiresome. Moreover, animal flesh and blood contained many nutrients that the mushrooms lacked. In the early stages, the flesh and blood of hunted beasts could barely provide professionals with enough salt. As Lin Xu was trimming the thick white fat from the black-backed wild boar, thinking about rendering some lard for the evening, the cold, emotionless voice suddenly rang out. 10 people have successfully upgraded their shelters to level 1. Different types of item rewards are now being distributed based on ranking. As soon as the voice ended, a golden question mark chest appeared before Lin Xu. The timing of this voice was more than an hour earlier than what Lin Xu remembered. He figured it was because he had been the first to upgrade his shelter to level 1, replacing someone else's spot. The question mark chest before him was not unfamiliar. This question mark chest represented a gold grade resource. Until one touched it, no one knew what type of gold grade resource it contained. After opening the golden question mark chest, 3 random resource categories would appear. After selecting one category, 3 gold grade resource cards matching that category would be randomly generated. The golden question mark chest was rarer than a gold grade treasure chest. After all, opening a gold grade chest did not guarantee a gold grade resource card. Lin Xu knew very well what a single gold grade resource card meant for early development. Even the most ordinary resource card could give one an edge over others. Moreover, this question mark chest might hold the most precious resource points or artifacts. The moment Lin Xu's hand touched the chest, he sensed that the 3 resource categories he could choose from were supplies, rare beasts, and artifacts. Seeing these 3 options, his heart leaped with joy. Artifacts were different from weapons. While a silver resource chest might contain a resource point, artifacts could only be obtained from at least a gold grade resource chest. Among gold grade resource cards, artifacts probably accounted for less than 0.001. In other words, out of 100,000 gold grade resource cards, only one might be an artifact card. Each artifact possessed unparalleled functionality. As for rare beasts, every one from a gold grade resource card had the potential to transcend the extraordinary rank and advance to the fantasy rank. But in Lin Xu's eyes, artifacts were far more enticing. After he selected artifacts, the golden question mark chest burst with brilliance. 3 options appeared again in Lin Xu's mind. Ant nest pendant, a pendant that can serve as an ant nest. The egg-laying rate of the queen ant living inside is increased. Conch maiden music box. Turning the music box summons a conch maiden puppet with maxed out domestic skills. The puppet serves the owner 24 hours a day and can bear fatal damage on the owner's behalf. Mist vial. The vial releases mist that is difficult to detect with a maximum coverage radius of 1 kilometer. The smaller the coverage area, the stronger the mist shielding capability. Seeing these 3 gold grade artifacts, Lin Xu, as a reincarnator, showed a conflicted expression for the first time since his rebirth. He truly wished to possess all 3 of these artifacts. The Ant Queen is an exceptionally excellent contract beast possessing absolute control over the ant colonies she produces. Essentially, all ant queens have extremely strong reproductive capabilities. However, contracting an ant queen has a drawback: the ant nest is fixed. Without the nest, the ant colony's reproduction would cease. This makes it difficult for the ant queen's contractor to move the colony with them. Moreover, in a given environment, once the ant nest develops to a certain extent, food is inevitably going to be scarce. Even if the contracted ant queen is of a marching ant species, the colony's migration speed remains extremely slow. Yet with the treasure tool, the ant nest pendant, one can carry a combat-ready ant army at all times. For professionals like Lin Xu, whose talent allows them to contract other creatures, the ant nest pendant can be considered a treasure tool perfectly suited to their class. However, among these 3 treasure tools, Lin Xu immediately dismissed the ant nest pendant, because Lin Xu's sanctuary can move freely. Given this precondition, Lin Xu's future development will revolve around the sanctuary. He can simply set aside a separate room within the sanctuary for the contracted ant queen to build its nest, or he could carve out an area in the courtyard to construct the ant nest. The mobility of Lin Xu's own sanctuary overlaps with the benefits the ant nest pendant could provide. The Conch Maiden Music Box is a functional treasure tool. A 24-hour full housekeeping attribute Sea Maiden puppet before the sanctuary reaches level 3 is sufficient to handle all matters large and small within the sanctuary. It's like having a round-the-clock diligent live-in housekeeper. And these are merely the auxiliary functions of the Conch Maiden Music Box. The true ability of the Conch Maiden Music Box is to transfer fatal damage to the Sea Maiden puppet when the holder suffers a lethal blow. In essence, it is a death substitution type treasure tool. Death substitution treasure tools are among the 5 most precious categories of all treasure tools. Yet despite having the option to choose a death substitution treasure tool, Lin Xu hesitated. The reason is that the mist bottle also belongs to one of these 5 categories, being an even rarer prohibition-type treasure tool. The mist released by the mist bottle can cover an area of 1 kilometer. It perfectly blocks any attempt by creatures outside the mist to probe inside. Even those within the mist find their field of vision severely restricted. If the mist bottle's coverage is reduced, the blocking capability becomes even stronger. Lin Xu's sanctuary constantly moves across the grasslands, which appears utterly bizarre when no other sanctuaries can move. The mist released by the mist bottle can perfectly conceal the sanctuary's tracks, solving many unnecessary troubles for Lin Xu. In the event of the sanctuary owner's death, the sanctuary can be taken over and used. By now some people must have already discovered this. If news of Lin Xu's unique sanctuary spreads after the communication function becomes available, especially after the sanctuary migration feature is unlocked 3 months later. Greed is human nature and hard to avoid. Many people might form teams to block the entrance of Lin Xu's sanctuary. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xu gave up on the conch maiden music box, which he also needed, and chose the mist bottle. There was another very important reason for Lin Xu's choice of the mist bottle. He considered that if he later used the divine contract to modify the mist bottle, it would imbue this golden treasure tool with divinity. The mist bottle undoubtedly has the greatest growth potential. It would also be easier to obtain materials for the mist bottle to devour. This mystical fantasy world is not only home to many strange beasts, but also to Eastern fantasy sects and dynasties, as well as Western fantasy church empires. Transmigrated professionals and the native beings of the fantasy world have entirely different sources of power. In the border regions of the Western Church Empire, they would be seen as heretics. In the Eastern sects, they would be considered lacking in spiritual roots. Unless they are professionals with disguise abilities, they simply cannot blend in. Many native powers in the fantasy world possess prohibition-type arrays or treasures. Using the homogeneous devour aura, the golden treasure tool mist bottle can continuously evolve by devouring those same prohibition-type arrays or treasures. After Lin Xu made his choice, the golden question mark box vanished. A card with a pure gold border appeared in Lin Xu's hand. Radiant with flowing colors, the card depicted a delicate gray-blue bottle. At the center of the bottle was inlaid a gem with gray mist swirling within. After admiring the exquisite card face, Lin Xu directly used the treasure tool card. The mist bottle, identical in appearance to the one on the card, appeared in Lin Xu's hand. The moment the mist bottle appeared, a vast amount of mist surged out. Centered on Lin Xu, an area of 1 kilometer radius was enveloped in gray-white fog. At present, Lin Xu still had 5 days of cooldown before he could use the talent divine contract to modify non-living entities. Lin Xu bit his fingertip and let the blood drip onto the mist bottle. He chose to first contract the mist bottle through the normal method. Once a treasure tool is stained with blood, it becomes bound to its holder. If he didn't contract the mist bottle, Lin Xu himself would also lose perception within the mist. After contracting the mist bottle, Lin Xu could see clearly within the fog, as if the mist didn't exist at all. Mother Bear and Galin, who had a contract with Lin Xu, also regained clear vision under the gray fog. However, the other 5 direwolves in the direwolf family could only see things within 5 meters. After noticing this, Lin Xu thought to himself that if used properly, the mist bottle, a prohibition-type treasure tool, could also be applied in combat. When encountering a powerful beast or supernatural creature, release the mist to reduce its vision and perception, making it easier for Mother Bear and Galin to launch a surprise attack. To prevent nearby animals like the yellow-spotted deer from migrating due to the mist, and also to avoid hindering the other dire wolves in the family from helping to find stones. Lin Xu reduced the mist coverage area, confining it to a radius of 200 meters around the sanctuary. Placing the mist bottle at the head of the bed, Lin Xu continued to dismantle the black-backed mountain boar. Having not eaten meat for 2 days, Lin Xu swallowed his saliva. After breaking the black-backed mountain boar's leg bones, even without seasoning, the broth would surely be fragrant. By the time all the meat was completely processed, and the hide had yet to be hung to dry, it was already afternoon. Lin Xu then collected some purple-spotted red mushrooms and various medicinal herbs nearby. While doing these tedious tasks, Lin Xu thought back to the conch maiden music box, and couldn't help but miss the sea maiden puppet he had never met. Lin Xu suddenly felt that he should recruit a life-oriented professional whose talent could assist with chores. That way he could free his hands and not have to handle every trivial matter himself. As a reincarnator, Lin Xu held many secrets. If he recruited professionals to handle his logistics, these secrets would inevitably be discovered. In the fantasy world, after the universal transmigration, the most feared thing was not facing powerful enemies or dire predicaments. The greatest fear was being stabbed in the back by those close to you. However, Lin Xu was not worried about this at all. After Lin Xu had used the divine contract talent modification to bestow divinity upon himself, he had confirmed that the divine contract modification could be used to form contracts with other professionals. The contracted beings, regardless of their intelligence, while retaining their original personality and thought patterns, would never commit any act of betrayal against Lin Xu. This contractual relationship served as an emotional bond between them, surpassing familial affection, friendship, and romantic love. Take Jelen, for example. The Wolf King, who was the patriarch of a dire wolf family, was absolutely devoted to his family. But if someone were to attack both his pregnant mate and Lin Xu at the same time, Jelen would instinctively protect Lin Xu. Opening bronze tier or higher treasure chests gave a chance to obtain a functional resource card, the enslavement letter. After signing their names in the spaces representing master and servant, an extremely distorted master-servant relationship would be established between the two professionals. Although the master could not control the servant's mind through the enslavement letter, they could torment and abuse the servant and control the servant's life and death at any time. As more chests were opened, the circulation of enslavement letters in the market would increase. Many professionals who were not adept at combat would bring their own enslavement letters and voluntarily seek refuge with powerful professionals to survive. They would sign their names on the servant's line. However, when faced with humiliation and oppression, not everyone would stoop to survive. There have been instances where servants who had signed a master-servant contract through the enslavement letter chose to betray their master even at the cost of their own lives. This master-servant contract was completely incomparable to the contractual relationship that Lin Xu had established through the divine contract modification. Although in his past life Lin Xu had not made any waves until he contracted the dragon egg of the sword-horned Spinosaurus. But as someone who had experienced it, Lin Xu remembered that near his sanctuary, besides scum like Feng Chang, there had also been a few individuals with outstanding abilities. Once the communication function was unlocked, in addition to the main channel that included all Chinese professionals, there was also a regional channel that would include all professionals within a 400-kilometer diameter. If he wanted to recruit talent, Lin Xu could select from the regional channel. Unlike combat-type professionals whose strength increased with higher potential ratings. However, for functional-type professionals, many low-level ability users would not be replaced by those with higher potential ratings. To upgrade the sanctuary from level 1 to level 2, 500 units of stone and 50 units of steel were required. But to upgrade the sanctuary from level 2 to level 3, in addition to the sanctuary upgrade scroll that could only be obtained from golden chests with a certain probability, it also required 5,000 units of stone, 500 units of steel, 50 units of bronze, and 1 transcendent level creature's energy core. The 50 units of steel needed to upgrade the sanctuary to level 2 could still be obtained by purchasing iron chests. However, by the time Lin Xu was preparing to upgrade the sanctuary from level 2 to level 3, the price of iron chests had already risen sharply. Everyone had also learned the secret that iron chests could be dismantled for steel. The price of steel had skyrocketed. For Lin Xu to obtain 500 units of steel, the best way was to find an iron mine and recruit a professional with a B-rank talent metal extraction. The sky was gradually darkening, and the stones collected by Mother Bear Xiong de Xiong Air and Jelen's family had almost filled half of the sanctuary's small courtyard. During this time, Mother Bear helped Lin Xu find a bronze chest, and Jelen's family helped him find 2 iron chests. This allowed Lin Xu to obtain 4 resource cards. When opening the bronze chest, Lin Xu's luck was not good. He obtained 2 iron-grade resource cards. However, his luck was better when opening the iron chests, and he did not get any common resource cards that were better than nothing. The 4 iron-grade resource cards that Lin Xu obtained were as follows: Lush Leaf Oak, a strong oak tree with a century of age whose leaves grew faster than other oaks. Sharpened Iron Sword, a 100-fold forged iron sword with a sharp edge capable of easily cutting through the hide of ordinary beasts. Fine Steel Cable, a 10-meter-long steel cable with rust-proof treatment, better for binding things. Standard Stone, 10 standard units of stone. Compared to bronze-grade resource cards, iron-grade resource cards were undoubtedly much more modest. Each level upgrade brought a huge change in the value of resource cards. Among these 4 iron-grade resource cards, the Sharpened Iron Sword and the Fine Steel Cable should fetch a good price in the trading market. Especially weapon-type resource cards like the Sharpened Iron Sword, which were highly sought after by professionals with matching talents. Iron-grade material resource cards, regardless of the type of material obtained, all provided 10 units. Obtaining wood and stone was undoubtedly the least valuable. As for the century-old lush leaf oak, Lin Xu felt it could be kept in his own sanctuary. Because with this lush leaf oak, whose leaves grew faster than other oaks, Lin Xu could consider contracting a leafcutter ant queen. Oak leaves were the favorite leaf type of leafcutter ants. Leafcutter ants cut leaves not for their own consumption, but to use these oak leaves to cultivate a special type of fungus. The leafcutter ants then fed on this fungus. A century-old lush leaf oak could support over 50,000 leafcutter ants. After Lin Xu used the Lush Leaf Oak Iron-Grade resource card, a huge tree fully 27 or 28 meters tall appeared in front of the small wooden cabin that was less than 4 meters high. The trunk of this tree would probably require 3 people to barely encircle it, since the oak's leaves mainly grew on the upper half of the branches. The lush leaf oak with a crown diameter exceeding 15 meters was like a natural umbrella for Lin Xu's small cabin. Watching the sky about to turn completely dark, Lin Xu, who had already arranged for Mother Bear and Jelin's family to hunt together, prepared to return to his sanctuary and continue to sort the materials he had gathered during the day like a wilderness hunter. But just as he was organizing the supplies, he heard a dull knocking sound. Along with the knocking, there was also the low roar of Mother Bear. Lin Xu opened the door and saw Mother Bear dragging a female professional with fair skin and covered in mud. Since Mother Bear was biting the female professional's clothes, there were no bite marks left on her body. Lin Xu reached out to check her breath. She was still alive. He did not know whether this professional had been scared unconscious by Mother Bear or had already fainted in the wilderness when Mother Bear found her. After Lin Xu carried this professional into his sanctuary, he did not pay any further attention to her. Instead, he rendered lard while waiting for her to wake up. With the furnace beetle, starting a fire had become exceedingly simple. Simply place dry grass and wood shavings close to the beetle, and they would catch flame before even touching its body. It eliminated the time-consuming process of drilling wood for fire. Lin Xu lit a flame inside the bronze resource box, then placed the iron resource box horizontally atop it. Using the iron resource box as a pot, he began rendering pork fat. After a full half hour, all the white lard had transformed into fragrant, crispy cracklings. Only after extinguishing the fire and holding a large jar of cracklings did Lin Xu prepare to eat his dinner with purple-spotted red mushrooms. That was when he noticed the professional who had been unconscious all along beginning to slowly stir awake. Glancing around at the surroundings, the professional struggled to sit up. Seeing Lin Xu holding an earthenware jar of cracklings, she involuntarily swallowed hard. You? Hello. Thank you for saving me. My name is Wan Yan. Where are you from? I come from Daily Ancient. Based on the female professional's reactions, Lin Xu could determine she had fainted from unconsciousness rather than being frightened by the bear mother. She was still asking where he was from, which meant she clearly hadn't grasped the situation yet. My name is Lin Xu. You must be very hungry. As he spoke, Lin Xu broke off a segment of purple-spotted red mushroom and tossed it toward her. The light emanating from the oil lamp within the shelter was extremely dim, so dim that Wan Yan could barely make out Lin Xu's features. Faced with what Lin Xu had thrown, Wan Yan instinctively reached out to catch it. Only upon seeing the crimson-red mushroom stem in her hand, with purple markings mottling the broken cap, did she reflexively drop it onto the ground. That mushroom is so brightly colored, it cannot be eaten. Even as she said this, Wan Yan instinctively braced herself against the ground, attempting to rise and stop him. Then a cry of pain escaped her. At that moment, Wan Yan saw Lin Xu already eating the mushroom in his hand. I've been eating this type of mushroom for several days. It's not poisonous. When the bear mother had brought Wan Yan back earlier, Lin Xu truly hadn't noticed her leg injury. Sustaining a leg wound during the initial stage after transmigration was hardly good news. Survival prospects were essentially non-existent. When Lin Xu approached, Wan Yan's expression faltered. In her previous life, while teaching in the mountains, she would browse Douyin during her spare time. She would always come across beauty streamers whose PK battles received hundreds of thousands in tips. The youth before her was no less handsome than those internet celebrities behind their beauty filters. Yet his eyebrows and eyes held a certain spirited vitality. What is your talent? Upon hearing Lin Xu ask about her talent, Wan Yan instinctively asked in return, do you mean the ability gained from absorbing that white crystal? My ability is quite poor. It's called Card Master. I can fuse resource cards to improve their quality. Do you know what resource cards are? Wan Yan had fallen while walking on a mountain path 2 months prior, fracturing her left leg. She had been confined to bed rest ever since. She had only just managed to get up and move about when she suddenly transmigrated into this entirely new world. Having read some romance novels about transmigration to fictional dynasties, Wan Yan's acceptance of such phenomena was decent enough. But with her left leg injured, she couldn't even gather resources. Wan Yan remembered fainting while searching for food. Whether she'd fainted from pain or hunger, she wasn't certain. Upon hearing Wan Yan's words, Lin Xu's breathing hitched. The Card Master talent, which could synthesize resource cards. Such a thing Lin Xu had never heard of in his previous life. What rating is your Card Master talent? Wan Yan, assuming Lin Xu didn't know what a resource card was, said awkwardly, S-rank rating. Can this mushroom really be eaten? If you say so, I'll eat it. Lin Xu took 2 pieces of cracklings from the earthenware jar and extended them toward Wan Yan. Eat. It's safe. I sprinkled some pig blood powder on the cracklings. Though slightly fishy, it helps replenish salt. If it were an S-rank talent, everything made sense. D through A-rank talents could be duplicated. There were many professionals like Feng Chang who possessed the C-rank metal skin talent. But talents rated S and above were all unique. If Wan Yan's Card Master talent truly allowed her to synthesize resource cards, and elevate their quality, then the previous life, when Yin, must have been renowned. Lin Xu couldn't imagine not having heard of her name. Perhaps the previous life, when Yin had simply died after fainting. When the bear mother found her, the sky was nearly dark. Once night fell, there would be no need for large beasts to discover Wen Yin. Those bandicoot mice, extremely numerous in the grass, would be the first to devour the motionless Wen Yin into pieces. If Wen Yan's talent proved useless to Lin Xu, and combined with her injured left leg, she couldn't perform work like the sea snail girl puppet, Lin Xu wouldn't keep Wen Yin as a burden. But if Wen Yin possessed an S-rank talent, everything would be completely different. In the darkness of night, Wen Yin, who had just picked up that segment of purple-spotted red mushroom, looked at the 2 pieces of pork cracklings Lin Xu offered. Her eyes stung and tears welled up uncontrollably. "Thank you. I'll only eat half this mushroom. This mushroom feels quite hard. It should keep hunger at bay. I see you have several beast hides hanging there. If you could help me grind a bone needle, I can spin some coarse hemp to sew you a beast hide blanket." Wen Yin understood well that in this precarious world where danger lurked everywhere, acquiring supplies was extremely difficult, and hunting carried significant risk. The man before her had saved her life, and she didn't wish to burden him excessively. After just a few sentences, Lin Xu already understood what kind of person Wen Yin truly was. He greatly admired her character, though such qualities would inevitably lead to hardship once the communication function was opened. "Eat. There's plenty of meat. I'll stew some meat and ribs later. Drink some bone broth. Your leg will heal faster." Saying this, Lin Xu placed an earthenware basin filled with water before Wen Yin. "Drink this water first. It's too dangerous outside the shelter at night. If you wish to bathe, you can go to the stream tomorrow morning." Lin Xu had already decided to bring Wen Yin into his squad. If the cardmaster talent truly worked, as Wen Yin described, Lin Xu could foresee what kind of wealth it might generate. For future companions, or perhaps contracted followers, Lin Xu would naturally treat them better. Then where bowl molded from yellow clay had only undergone low-temperature baking, so cracks were inevitable. Using it to hold bone broth would result in some leakage. Once the trading platform opened early tomorrow, Lin Xu would purchase some common-grade resource cards that could be used to obtain household items. The light from the oil lamp continued to flicker in the small shelter, casting long shadows against the walls. Wen Yin sat cross-legged on the ground, clutching the half-mushroom in one hand and staring at the bone broth in bewilderment. This strange, yet warm meal was something she had never experienced before. Her stomach growled loudly, and she finally tore off a piece of the mushroom, placing it into her mouth. The texture was chewy with a slightly bitter aftertaste that gradually turned sweet. It was genuinely delicious. She finished the mushroom and reached for the bone broth. The rich, savory aroma filled her nostrils, and she took a hesitant sip. The flavor was indescribably wonderful, far surpassing anything she had tasted before. Tears welled in her eyes once more. In her previous life, she had never imagined experiencing such warmth from a stranger. Lin Xu watched her quietly, noting how her shoulders gradually relaxed. This woman, despite her fragile appearance, possessed remarkable resilience. He would need to assess her usefulness carefully. An S-rank talent in a world where survival depended on strength. Such a person could not be casually discarded. The night stretched on with only the crackling of the fire breaking the silence between them. Wen Yin opened up as she sipped the pork bone soup and gnawed on the ribs. Lin Xu admired her, a mountain child who had grown up on the charity of many households, yet chose to return to teach in the mountains after being admitted to university. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Xu asked Wen Yin with a serious tone, "You are unable to move due to your leg injury and lack the ability to survive on your own. Would you be willing to abandon your own shelter and stay in mine from now on? My ability allows me to form a contract with you and enhance your talent. From now on, I will treat you as a teammate and companion." Wen Yin nodded hastily without even thinking. She knew all too well that she lacked the ability to survive on her own. Compared to starving and thirsty, freezing half to death every night in her own shelter, Lin Xu was willing to take her in where there was food and water and the room was warm. It was simply heaven. "I am willing. It has been over 2 months since I injured my leg. It should be healed soon. Moving around in your shelter won't be a problem. Leave the trivial chores to me from now on." In the deep night of the shelter, aside from the distant roars of beasts, Lin Xu could also hear Wen Yan's steady breathing. His past life experiences had made Lin Xu habitually distrustful of anyone he could not control. That night, Lin Xu slept very lightly. The slightest sound would make him open his eyes immediately. Yesterday, he had discovered that his talent, Divine Contract Enhancement, did not refresh at the stroke of midnight each day. Instead, it refreshed at the moment when the sun rose and the moon and day intersected. When the contract count refreshed, Lin Xu placed his left hand, glowing with divine luster, onto Wen Yan's body. Wen Yan, still in her sleep, immediately let out a series of pained groans. It took nearly half an hour before the groans ceased. Her furrowed brow then relaxed, returning to a peaceful, sleeping face. When contracting Wen Yan, Lin Xu confirmed that her talent was indeed Card Master. Card Master fused 4 resource cards of the same grade with a chance of producing a higher grade resource card of the same type. After being contracted, Yin also gained a new ability related to her talent Card Master. This ability was called Lucky Random. Lucky Random increases the success rate of card fusion. When successfully fusing cards, there is a very small chance to randomize the type of resource card, producing a different kind of resource card. With the talent Card Master and the new ability Lucky Random, it would not be an exaggeration to call Yin the mother of resource cards. Take a common resource card. As an example, a common resource card contains 1 unit of wood. A black iron resource card contains 10 units of wood. Each time a resource card's quality increases, the quantity of resources contained multiplies by 10. That means Yin, with the Card Master talent, could gamble 4 units of wood for a chance at 10 units of wood. Success would multiply the value by 5 times. This is only the benefit from fusing resource cards. With 4 common weapon cards, such as Rusty Iron Sword, there is a chance to fuse a black iron weapon card Tempered Iron Sword. The value of a fused weapon card far exceeds 5 times the cost. In the early stages, it could even be sold for more than 5 times the cost. Before seeing Yin use the Card Master talent to fuse cards, Lin Xu could not determine her success rate through experiments. If the success rate were low, it would greatly diminish the value of the Card Master talent. However, the Card Master talent was after all an S-grade talent. Lin Xu, who only had an A-grade talent in his past life, understood well how terrifying an S-grade talent could be. Presumably, the success rate of card fusion would not be too low, and the ability Lucky Random bestowed by Divine Contract Enhancement could not only increase Yin's success rate in fusing cards. It also gave her a chance to change the type of resource card when fusing. Using the most common resource cards, there was a chance to fuse weapon cards or rare beast cards. When fusing bronze cards, there was even a possibility of producing a silver grade resource point. When fusing silver cards, one could produce a gold grade treasure card. The ability Lucky Random fundamentally elevated the value of the Card Master talent. It brought this S-grade talent close to the level of an SS grade talent. Seeing the sky outside gradually brightening, Lin Xu did not continue resting. Instead, he quietly pushed open the shelter door to check on the night's harvest of Mother Bear and Green's family. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Xu was startled by Green, who was tearing apart a fear wolf carcass at the entrance. Yesterday, Green's body length, not counting the tail, was only about 1.2 meters. But now Green's body length had reached at least 1.4 meters, and his physique was a full circle larger than before. The other fear wolves appeared almost like cubs in front of Green. Upon seeing Lin Xu, Green immediately spat out the wolf cutlet he was holding. He came to Lin Xu and wagged his tail, joyfully frolicking around. As Lin Xu scratched his chin, Green let out a comfortable grunt. Lin Xu counted the wolf pelts left on the ground, amazed that Mother Bear and Green's family had hunted together. In one night, they had wiped out at least 2 fear wolf families, killing 13 adult fear wolves. It was by devouring these fear wolves that Green's bloodline had been elevated. This brought about such a noticeable change in his size. The aura's same source devouring not only allowed Lin Xu's contracted creatures to elevate their bloodlines by consuming their own kind. It also greatly enhanced the absorption and digestion speed of the contracted creatures. Otherwise, Green's growth would not have been so rapid. Apart from the wolf carcasses devoured by Green, there were also 5 or 6 dead yellow-spotted deer piled outside the yard. These yellow-spotted deer were covered in bloodstains with multiple wounds of varying depths. It was clear they were not killed by Mother Bear, but by the joint efforts of the fear wolf families. Mother Bear was running from the distance, carrying a fear wolf in her mouth. At this moment, Mother Bear appeared larger and more robust than the adult male human-faced bear she had eaten yesterday. Presumably more than one human-faced bear had been consumed by Mother Bear that night. The rising sunlight fell upon Mother Bear, coating her dark brown fur with a layer of purplish-red radiance. When Mother Bear approached, Lin Xu wondered if it was his imagination. He felt that her front paws had grown larger and her claws longer than before. They were like 2 rows of giant hooks. Lin Xu brought the 2 cubs out of the shelter and let Mother Bear nurse them. Lin Xu himself began to process the dead yellow-spotted deer. Although the deer meat was unpalatable, the deer hide was a good thing. Previously, Lin Xu had not kept the deer hides because he had no rack to dry them. Now the branches of this 20+ meter tall leafy oak could serve perfectly as a drying rack. As for climbing trees, it was a piece of cake for Lin Xu. At that moment, the door of the shelter was pushed open from within. Yin emerged, the dried mud and soil still clinging to her body. She saw Mother Bear nursing her 2 cubs and Jellin devouring the carcass of a fear wolf. Since they were all Lin Xu's contracted creatures, Yin felt no fear. However, the 5 fear wolves in the distance, much smaller than Jellin, actually filled Yin with a touch of trepidation. Watching Lin Xu process the hides of the yellow-spotted deer, she inexplicably found him growing ever more endearing. She walked over naturally and spoke softly to Lin Xu. "From now on, when I join your shelter, I'll call you boss." When I woke up today, I felt my leg wasn't hurting as much anymore. I'll handle flaying the deer hides. I used to help with sheep skins when slaughtering them before. You mentioned yesterday there's a stream nearby. Once I finish scraping these deer hides, I can take them to the stream to bathe and clean them properly at the same time. If you don't scrape off all the fat from the hide, the deer skin will stink even after drying, and it'll turn hard. Divine contract refinement could indeed alter the contractee's physique. Lin Xu handed Yen a whole purple-spotted red mushroom from his pocket. Eat this when you're hungry and will cook when it gets dark. This mushroom has certain healing properties and should help your leg wound. Don't push yourself too hard. When you go bathing later, I'll have one of the fear wolves accompany you. Although Yen looked rather disheveled at the moment with dirt clinging to her head and face, yet her delicate features remained hard to conceal. Her large bright eyes glistened like those of a spotted deer. She appeared no older than 25. Lin Xu was not eager to absorb Yen's shelter just yet. Instead, he tallied the stones that Mother Bear and the Fear Wolf family had laboriously gathered. These stones basically filled more than half the shelter's small courtyard. No less than 2,200 units, possibly even more. For the next 2 days, stone prices would remain high with enormous demand. Mother Bear and Jelin's family would continue their work of searching for stones. Lin Xu meanwhile planned to use these stones on the trading platform to exchange for supplies he needed, making himself one of the first transmigrators to grow wealthy. Suddenly, that cold, emotionless prompt sound rang out. Congratulations to everyone for surviving until the 3rd day. All individuals are now instructed to return to their shelters. Communication trading devices have been placed on the tables in each shelter. In 2 days, the wealth of all professionals in the Huaxia region will be ranked and evaluated with rewards distributed according to wealth ratings. Hearing this prompt, Yen quickly looked up at Lin Xu. Before she could speak, Lin Xu said as he walked toward his shelter, "I'll take you back to the shelter later to get the communication trading device. Let's strive to both receive potential rank rewards in 2 days." The previous night, Yen had already noticed something extraordinary about Lin Xu's shelter. Her own shelter consisted of just one room measuring over 40 square meters, while Lin Xu's shelter boasted 3 rooms. Yen had also heard the system prompt earlier indicating that Lin Xu's shelter had clearly been upgraded. This morning when she opened the door, she saw Mother Bear and Jelin's family. She finally understood just how powerful her boss Lin Xu truly was. Each of these yellow-spotted deer would yield at least over 100 gene of meat. They were simply tossed carelessly at the shelter's entrance. Whether through contractual obligation or genuine desire, Yen felt that following such a boss in this unfamiliar otherworld was full of promise. In her past life, there were also wealth rank standings with rewards distributed accordingly. Such events occurred roughly 1 to 2 times each month. In her past life, Lin Xu had never secured any rewards from the wealth rankings. Yet she had heard the rewards for top placements in wealth rankings were remarkably generous. If she could place in the top 10 of the Huaxia region's wealth rankings, it would certainly exceed the rewards given to those who upgraded their shelters to level 1. Lin Xu possessed a golden grade treasure, the Mist Vase, along with a silver grade resource point. Combined with these thousands of units of stones that could be exchanged for resources with advantages across the board, Lin Xu believed he could secure a position in the top 10 of the wealth rankings. It wasn't impossible to even compete for a top 3 spot. Not only would Lin Xu strive for himself, he would also help Yen compete. They would aim to secure rewards from both of them. Wealth referred to assets that an individual could completely control and manage. Mother Bear, Jelin, the Mist Vase, the Pure Water Spring, and the Lush Oak, all placed within Lin Xu's shelter, were all his assets. The unused resource cards and the stones piled in the shelter's courtyard were similarly counted as his assets. Yen had lost her shelter, but Lin Xu wanted her to achieve a good ranking. He simply needed to hand the resource cards to Yen and ensure they remained in her possession during the wealth evaluation. During these 2 days, even with the trading platform open, few would likely sell bronze-grade resource cards. Silver-grade resource cards would be even less likely to be sold. In the early-stage market, there was simply nothing valuable enough to match silver-grade resource cards. As for the top 10 professionals who upgraded their shelters to level 1, the golden resource cards they obtained from golden question mark boxes had likely already been used by each person. With the choice of 3 to pick one, basically everyone could find a resource card suited to their needs. With Yen's talent as the card master, Lin Xu could exchange these thousands of units of stones for a large quantity of common-grade material cards. He would have Yen continuously fuse these inexpensive common-grade material cards to stack them into several golden-grade material cards. Perhaps Yen, relying on her ability of lucky random, might bring Lin Xu unexpected surprises during the card fusion process. When Lin Xu bound himself to the communication trading device with his blood and logged into the Huaxia region's main channel, the channel had already become extremely lively. Wang Su Wan Shen Lingling, oh my god, it actually has communication function. Can someone save me? My hand is broken, I'm about to die. Xiao, you damn it, what's going on? I thought I was the chosen one. I transmigrated, so why are you all here to share my opportunity? Yu Moying, 28 years old, a 9 points for appearance. As long as you can provide food and drink every day, I can marry immediately with no dowry required. Later need to add 3 golds. No. 5 golds. If not added, no children. Sundi, by the way, does anyone know how to upgrade a shelter? I feel like mine won't hold much longer if I don't upgrade soon. Last night my shelter was almost torn apart by a massive gray lion. Lei Xiaofeng, collect wood and stones into the shelter. Gather more wood and fewer stones roughly at a 1:5 ratio, and the shelter will upgrade. Sun Xing, thank you big brother. I'll go collect them now. So the shelter is upgraded using wood and stone blocks. Why didn't that damn prompt inform me in advance? It didn't even issue a survival handbook. Zhao Shuichen, damn it. How come you spoke first? I was about to say that. Upgrading the shelter to level 2 will likely require a lot of stone blocks. Those who can should stock up on some. Upgrading the level 1 shelter doesn't significantly improve defense, but it does add a small courtyard for growing vegetables. Tang Yuan, does anyone have tradable food? I can exchange for stone blocks and timber. Because the number of users in the China main channel is enormous, the main channel has been divided into 1,000 subsections. Even so, each subsection has at least several 100,000 users. Lin Xu switched to the first subsection with the most users, where hundreds of thousands of messages scrolled by every minute. This immediately brought back a sense of familiarity from his past life. However, this commotion would not last long. Soon these professionals who kept posting messages would discover that each person could send no more than 3 messages per day on the China region main channel. Even in regional subchannels, the number of messages cannot exceed 5. However, if one wishes to trade, they can proactively add others as friends. After the friend request was accepted, private messaging had no quantity restrictions. Lin Xu pondered for a long time, then took a deep breath. He sent his first message on the China region main channel after his rebirth. Lin Xu, 5 units of stone blocks exchanging for 1 normal grade frost crystal card. As soon as the message was sent, hundreds of people immediately added Lin Xu as a friend. Lin Xu selected the person who submitted the friend request first. This person wasted no words and did not bargain, directly sending a trade request to Lin Xu. Lin Xu pressed the communication trading device bonded to him against the small mound of stone blocks piled up in his shelter courtyard. 5 units of stone blocks were instantly transmitted over. Lin Xu now held a white card engraved with several frost flowers, an ice crystal card. Carrying the ice crystal card, Lin Xu stepped out of the small courtyard and approached the purple spotted red mushroom that had been prepared in advance but not yet extracted. He used this normal grade ice crystal card on the purple spotted red mushroom. The temperature around the mushroom immediately dropped below 0 degrees Celsius. The crimson stem of the purple spotted red mushroom visibly turned dark red. Lin Xu took the still-breathing wild rabbit from green hunting and stuffed the dark red-stemmed mushroom into the dying rabbit's mouth. The rabbit had only bitten off a tiny piece of the mushroom. Less than a minute later, it began violently scrabbling its 4 short legs on the ground like a final burst of energy. Black blood flowed from the rabbit's mouth and nose. After 3 minutes, the rabbit had dissolved into a puddle of black water. If not for the fur being resistant to toxin corrosion, the rabbit's remains would have already disappeared before Lin Xu's eyes. Lin Xu recorded this scene with his communication trading device, then returned to the shelter. Sitting at the table, he began recording a video of himself eating the purple spotted red mushroom. While recording the video, Lin Xu provided detailed commentary. After editing the 2 video clips together, Lin Xu posted the video on the China region main channel. Each person could post 1 video on the main channel every day. This video would be simultaneously updated to their personal account's moments feed. Posting a video would not consume the 3 daily chat messages. Lin Xu did not immediately reveal that the purple spotted red mushroom was edible. This was because Lin Xu wanted to ensure that when announcing the purple spotted red mushroom was edible, he would simultaneously explain what appearance indicated deadly toxicity. Only by guaranteeing both messages were published simultaneously could he ensure that after the temperature dropped, no professionals would accidentally eat purple spotted red mushrooms with dark red stems and die from poisoning. If he had only announced that the purple spotted red mushroom was edible, Lin Xu would not have been doing a good deed. He would have been doing something evil. He had no idea how many professionals would trust him harvest purple spotted red mushrooms and lose their lives after the temperature dropped. After completing all this, Lin Xu glanced once more at the main channel messages. The main channel messages flashed too quickly, making Lin Xu slightly dizzy. He decided not to watch the main channel anymore and instead opened the regional channel. The main channel did not display specific population numbers, but the regional channel had clear figures. Within the 400 square kilometers covered by the regional channel, only 27,651 professionals were still alive. This number was almost identical to what Lin Xu had seen when he first opened the regional channel in his past life. It should be noted that 400 square kilometers equated to 400 million square meters. This was equivalent to the area of a medium-sized county with a population of over 500,000. Many people were also exchanging information in the regional channel at this time. Wuqian, we are all neighbors here. We must help each other. Can anyone give me some food? I can exchange for clean water. Fongyule, I have some berries here. I'll exchange 100 berries for 5 liters of water. Suja berries are sour and astringent. Eating them is like eating nothing. I can trade a fresh rabbit leg for water. But I need 5 liters. By the way, do you have a container for holding water? Lu Meifeng, please someone save me. My talent is a D-rank plant manipulator, allowing me to control one plant. My daughter is sick and needs medicine. Does anyone have any medicine? As long as she can be saved, I will do anything. Such desperate rescue messages always lingered without replies. Lin Xu watched these messages and sighed softly. Lin Xu remembered that during the first wealth assessment in his past life, the number of surviving professionals in his region had sharply declined to over 17,000. In just 2 days, nearly 2/5 had been eliminated. After learning the shelter upgrade conditions, the vast majority of these people had the ability to upgrade their shelters to level 1. Upgrading a shelter to level 1 only required 50 units of timber and stone, which was not difficult. The reason for such heavy losses was that many people had simply starved to death. Lin Xu, like an overly familiar elder in a family group chat, posted a message in the regional channel. Lin Xu, watch my first video on personal moments. It can fill your stomach and treat minor ailments. Lin Xu's statement immediately stirred up waves in the regional channel. Wang Ming, are you saying you are visually appetizing? Judging by your name, you don't seem like a woman. Lu Yiting, this miss is starving and dizzy. Don't come looking for scolding, you idiot. Du Kai, damn it. You big brother. You are a living deity. I have these mushrooms near my shelter. If I survive, I will definitely enshrine you and worship you every day. Most people watching the regional channel had not opened Lin Xu's Moments feed. Upon seeing Du Kai's message, the channel fell silent for a moment. Then the regional channel began rapidly flooding with messages thanking Lin Xu. After that, no one else spoke in the regional channel. All the professionals who could move had basically left the shelter and started searching for the purple-spotted crimson mushrooms. At this moment, Lin Xu's friend request list was almost bursting at the seams. Millions of people had sent him friend requests. It must be remembered that Lin Xu was the first professional to upgrade his shelter to level 1. He had already been announced by that cold, emotionless voice. Many attentive individuals had etched Lin Xu's name into their memories. Now, seeing the video Lin Xu had posted, those people were certain of his identity. Since there were far too many people adding him, Lin Xu did not approve a single friend request. The vast majority of these people were adding him to ask for help. Announcing that the purple-spotted crimson mushrooms were edible was the limit of what Lin Xu could do. He would not be morally blackmailed by anyone. After the wealth rating ends in 2 days, each person's account would receive a different border based on their rating. Then the wealth border could help Lin Xu filter out useful friends. Given the current popularity, the video he posted should quickly be seen by the vast majority of professionals in the Huaxiao region. While Lin Xu helped the professionals in the Huaxiao region temporarily solve their food problems over these few days, he also made a name for himself first. And he created the best advertisement for the purple-spotted crimson mushrooms he was about to cultivate and sell. In fact, by the time Lin Xu cultivated the purple-spotted crimson mushrooms in his shelter, the remaining professionals had already found ways to survive in this world. Because the regional channel was open, many people had to abandon their own shelters to survive. They chose to trust human nature and seek companionship in other shelters. The reason Lin Xu was confident that the purple-spotted crimson mushrooms could be sold at a good price was not their satiety, but their healing ability. Not particularly strong, yet hard to replace. Through the communication trader, one could not only post purchase messages in the main Huaxia channel and regional channels, but also open the trade channel, submit resources for trade, and set a trading list below. If someone wanted to buy resources listed by other professionals, they could do so without adding friends. They could communicate via temporary chat in the trade area. Before adding friends, the information of the trader in the trade area was invisible. This was a form of protection for traders in the chaotic environment. Compared to posting purchase messages directly in the main channel or regional channels, listing resources in the trade area was much slower. However, the base of trading groups was large enough that even niche resources could be sold within a few hours. Moreover, the resource Lin Xu used for trading was the most scarce at the moment, stone. 20 units of stone for 1 black iron resource box empty. Lin Xu posted this trade message in the trade area. At present, the vast majority of people did not know that upgrading the shelter required steel. But some attentive individuals had likely already guessed this. 20 units of stone, which was 200 kilograms of rock, in exchange for a black iron resource box weighing 50 kilograms that could be exchanged for 5 units of steel. This seemed quite exploitative. Yet many people were willing to trade. Not everyone's environment made it easy to find rocks. Moreover, some rocks were too large for professionals to carry back to their shelters. Breaking large rocks down required strength and means that they lacked. Since the shelter could not be moved, ordinary professionals could only carry small rocks weighing dozens of kilograms. Each time they collected, they had to travel farther. However, black iron resource boxes could be commonly found in all environments. Plus, many people in the main channel had already shared the benefits of upgrading the shelter. This made those professionals whose shelters had not yet been upgraded desperately eager to do so. Within less than 20 minutes of posting, Lin Xu received 7 or 8 trade requests. He ignored those who tried to haggle. Soon 360 units of stone were traded and Lin Xu obtained 12 black iron resource boxes. Adding the 2 black iron resource boxes he had opened earlier, he now had 14 in total. Lin Xu decisively exchanged 10 black iron resource boxes for 50 units of steel. He kept the remaining 4 black iron resource boxes for storage. At this moment, Lin Xu's shelter contained 50 units of steel and 500 units of stone, automatically triggering the conditions for upgrading from level 1 to level 2. Lin Xu did not hesitate to upgrade the shelter again. The interior of the shelter transformed rapidly like a cybernetic scene. Inside the shelter, Lin Xu felt no tremor at all. The level 1 shelter was entirely wooden. When upgraded to level 2, it became stone. The main area of the shelter expanded from 70 square meters to exactly 200 square meters. The structure also changed from a single story to a duplex. The ground floor was 120 square meters and the upper floor was 80 square meters. After the shelter reached level 2, the rooms could be freely merged during the 5-minute upgrade period. Lin Xu merged the 80 square meters on the second floor into 4 rooms. His own room was 40 square meters while the remaining 3 rooms were only about 14 to 15 square meters each. They could fit a wooden bed and a table. To meet insulation needs, Lin Xu merged a 30 square meter room on the ground floor. He used it to house the lava ladybug and cultivate the purple spotted crimson mushrooms as a greenhouse. The remaining 90 square meters were used entirely as a storage room. For now, Lin Xu decided to prioritize practicality. He would plan the facilities inside the shelter properly when it reached level 3. The yard outside the shelter also expanded from 50 square meters to 100 square meters. The seemingly defenseless wooden fence structure turned into stone pillars, each 5 meters tall. Each pillar was as thick as Lin Xu's thigh, connected by wooden mortise and tenon joints. The courtyard gate, though still wooden, changed from a single door to a wider double door. Congratulations, professional, for successfully upgrading your shelter to level 2. You have earned 1 opportunity to upgrade a shelter facility. Please choose which facility to upgrade. 1. Bedroom. 2. Storage room. 3. Cultivation room. 4. Courtyard. This facility upgrade option was clearly related to Lin Xu's planning for the shelter. Compared to the indoor facilities, Lin Xu valued the courtyard outside the shelter more. He decisively chose the courtyard option. After selecting the courtyard, 4 more options appeared. Please choose the method of upgrade. 1. Defense. 2. Reconnaissance. 3. Aesthetics. 4. Area. Because of his experience upgrading the shelter in his past life, Lin Xu knew exactly what these 4 options represented. Choosing defense would reinforce the courtyard walls and gate of the sanctuary. At the second level after reinforcement, the wooden structure would be completely replaced by stone. Although it would not reach the defensive standard of a third-level sanctuary's walls, it would be far superior to the original second-level sanctuary. Choosing reconnaissance would place a watchtower over 30 meters tall at the entrance of the sanctuary. Standing atop the watchtower, one could clearly see the distant situation. If aesthetics were chosen, the current simple and rough courtyard would become more exquisite than the gardens crafted by artists in a past life. Choosing area would double the current 100 square meter sanctuary courtyard to 200 square meters. This choice would affect every subsequent level upgrade of the sanctuary. In the current survival environment, even a fool would not choose the third option. Making the sanctuary courtyard exquisite truly could not fill one's stomach. Later, after acquiring various treasures and resource points, one could use those to decorate the sanctuary. The sanctuary would undoubtedly become even more refined and beautiful. In fact, options 1 and 2 were both good choices, but Lin Xu possessed the transcendent SSS grade talent Divine Contract Transformation. Every day, he could contract and transform a living being, and every 7 days, he could contract and transform a non-living entity. To enhance the sanctuary's defense, Lin Xu's contracted beings imbued with divinity could easily accomplish it. As for reconnaissance, Lin Xu only needed to contract high-intelligence birds capable of soaring in the sky. After Lin Xu's sanctuary was endowed with divinity, it gained an ability called Mobile Fortress. This sanctuary was essentially Lin Xu's mobile palace. Enlarging the sanctuary courtyard allowed Lin Xu to place more treasures and resource points, carry more contracted creatures, and accommodate more companions. In this life, Lin Xu had no intention of establishing a faction, but his divine contract transformation could contract other professionals. The professionals Lin Xu contracted with together with himself constituted a force that major powers and organizations could not ignore. However, Lin Xu's force did not follow the path of quantity, but rather the elite path. After Lin Xu made his choice, the courtyard area expanded again, and the walls continuously restructured and extended. The small courtyard, which had become somewhat cramped due to the pile of stone materials, once again became spacious. When Lin Xu finished his selection, the cold, emotionless voice echoed in the minds of every professional. Congratulations to Lin Xu for being the first to upgrade the sanctuary to level 2. After 10 professionals have upgraded their sanctuaries to level 2, the top 10 will receive rewards for the sanctuary upgrade. Since the upgrade from level 1 to level 2 took less than 48 hours, the rewards for the top 10 have been increased. Those ranked 11th to 100th will receive rewards of the next tier. Lin Xu was startled upon hearing this notification. In his past life, someone had only upgraded the sanctuary to level 2 the next morning. At that time, just like when the sanctuary was upgraded to level 1, only the top 10 could receive rewards. From this moment onward, due to the butterfly effect triggered by Lin Xu, a reincarnator, many events would deviate. Nevertheless, whether from a short-term or long-term perspective, this was a fortunate development. Not only did it elevate the reward tier Lin Xu could obtain, but it also allowed more people to receive rewards. These professionals ranked 11th to 100th could develop faster with the sanctuary upgrade rewards, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the Chinese region's professionals. This provided preparation for the earlier integration of various national and continental regions. Ultimately, for all transmigrators to develop and thrive, they would have to face the indigenous forces of the entire vast fantasy world. Hearing the system notification, nearly 99 of the professionals felt their spirits lifted. In this period of the greatest confusion and fear, such a figure emerged. It was like a shot of adrenaline for the hearts of all Chinese professionals. Lin Xu's image was not cold and ruthless. Instead, he had generously filled everyone's stomach from the very beginning. Many people began to appeal on the World Channel, hoping that Lin Xu would disclose the conditions for upgrading the sanctuary from level 1 to level 2. Consequently, more people sent friend requests to Lin Xu. Among them were professionals with extremely high talents who had been at the forefront of development. Having anticipated this, Lin Xu did not rush to reply in the main channel. Instead, he took another 300 units of stone from the remaining 1700 plus units of stone blocks to exchange for 10 more black iron resource chests. Lin Xu walked out of the main dwelling of the sanctuary only to see Mother Bear had already fed Bear 1 and Bear 2 and was preparing to go out hunting. Lin Xu did not ask Wen Yin where her own sanctuary was located. Wen Yin had difficulty walking and had never ventured far from her sanctuary. Moreover, yesterday, she had been unconscious and brought over by Mother Bear. But Mother Bear most likely knew the location of Wen Yan's sanctuary, or at least could guide Lin Xu to the place where Wen Yan had fainted, allowing Wen Yan to identify it herself. Mother Bear led the way while Lin Xu stepped forward to carry all the spotted deer that Wen Yan was skinning outside the sanctuary gate into the courtyard. Lin Xu said to Wen Yan, "I'll take you back to your sanctuary now to retrieve the communication transaction device, and then help upgrade your sanctuary." Wen Yan's sanctuary had not yet been upgraded to level 1. To upgrade her sanctuary to level 2 required 50 units of wood, 550 units of stone, and 50 units of steel. Lin Xu's sanctuary still had exactly 72 units of wood, and the steel had just been prepared. That was sufficient to directly upgrade Wen Yan's sanctuary. Using these resources in exchange for a golden question mark chest that could potentially yield treasures and resource points was already quite profitable. Moreover, this reward had been upgraded. Even if the reward was not a platinum question mark chest, it would at least be a platinum level resource card. Lin Xu would soon announce the conditions for upgrading the sanctuary to level 2. Before the wealth rank settlement, both Lin Xu and Wen Yin could obtain the rewards for upgrading the sanctuary to level 2. With each having a platinum level resource card, both had a chance to rank in the top 10 in wealth. Platinum level resource chests were only produced in certain secret realms. Every platinum level resource card was a rare and sought-after treasure. The resources in material cards increased by a factor of 10 per level. Taking material cards as an example, the least valuable material card among platinum level resource cards could be exchanged for 100 units of resources. This was an unimaginable fortune. For this reason, Lin Xu placed such great importance on Wen Yan, who possessed the talent of Card Master. After upgrading Wen Yan's sanctuary to level 2, Lin Xu would then allow his own sanctuary to devour Wen Yan's through homologous devouring. He would surely gain even more benefits. Wen Yan had been in a daze ever since Lin Xu's sanctuary had turned into a 2-story building, and the courtyard area had expanded repeatedly. Now she had just come to her senses. Looking at Lin Xu, a strong sense of security welled up within her. Without asking why Lin Xu wanted her sanctuary upgraded to level 2, she simply smiled sweetly. "Boss, I'll follow your lead." While following the guidance of Mother Bear toward Lin Xu's shelter, a muscular young man with a robust build and striking features silently disintegrated. Zhao Shuaichen simply could not comprehend how this individual named Lin Xu had managed to upgrade his shelter to level 2. Was this man an octopus like Hercules with countless hands and immense strength, possessing such an extraordinary number of limbs and the power to haul stones with ease? Or did he possess a truly unique ability, one that allowed him, after consuming a mere blade of grass, to produce 100 units of rock? Even if he could indeed produce stones, how did he come to know the conditions for upgrading the shelter to level 2? Zhao Shuaichen knew them only because he possessed the SS rank talent Deep Analysis. By touching anything with his hands, he could at the cost of a certain price obtain answers related to that object. Before his transmigration, Zhao Shuaichen had been an experienced adventurer in an outdoor expedition club. Upon arriving in this world, he immediately used Deep Analysis to discern the shelter upgrade requirements. Sacrificing a 2-day cooldown of his talent, he learned that upgrading the shelter to level 1 required 50 units of wood and stone. As soon as he knew, Zhao Shuaichen began searching for timber and stone. The area around his shelter was relatively abundant in stone, but easily obtainable wood was scarce. There were dozens of meters tall trees nearby, but without tools felling them was impossible. Consequently, despite knowing the upgrade conditions early on, he was beaten to it by Lin Xu. After the 2-day cooldown of his Deep Analysis talent ended, Zhao Shuaichen used it again. At the cost of a 10-day cooldown, he uncovered the conditions for upgrading the shelter to level 2. The good news was that wood was no longer required for the upgrade. The bad news was, where in the world was he supposed to find iron? Before the iron issue could be resolved, Zhao Shuaichen had already labored like a bull to gather 480 units of stone. He was planning to use the golden tier crossbow, a reward from upgrading his shelter to level 1, to hunt some wild boars that evening, then trade the boar meat for steel resource cards, aiming to upgrade his shelter to level 2 before nightfall. Yet this person named Lin Xu had once again beat him to upgrading his shelter to level 2, as if it were the most natural thing. It was fortunate that the rewards for shelter upgrades had improved, though otherwise such a setback would hardly justify the 10-day cooldown of his SS rank talent. He picked up the communication trading device and browsed the main channel for a while. Seeing that Lin Xu had not voluntarily disclosed the conditions for upgrading to level 2, Zhao Shuaichen also chose not to reveal them. He feared that those who had hoarded resources might immediately upgrade their shelters upon learning the conditions, thus robbing him of a top 10 ranking reward. After all, he still needed 50 units of steel to successfully upgrade his own shelter. Word had it that resource crates could be found in the environment, and some had even discovered silver tier crates. Not to mention silver or bronze crates. Zhao Shuaichen had not even found a single iron tier crate. He planned to wait until he had collected these 20 units of stone and traded wild boar meat for enough steel. Then he would reveal the conditions for upgrading to level 2. Being the first to publish such information would grant him considerable renown. He knew he could gain fame, but refrained from speaking now, not only because he feared others would snatch the upgrade and the good rewards, but also because he did not want the price of steel to skyrocket before he could exchange his boar meat. Otherwise, obtaining steel would cost him an even greater price. Damn it. The conditions for upgrading to level 1 had already been beaten to the punch by a man named Lei Xiaofeng. This time he was determined to be the first to announce it. When Lin Xu arrived at the entrance of Wen Yan's shelter, his shelter directly connected to hers. Following Lin Xu's instructions, Mother Bear and the Green family, who were running below, pushed the stones out of the courtyard and piled them at the entrance of Wen Yan's shelter. Soon 50 units of wood and stone had been placed inside Wen Yan's shelter. Lin Xu first had Wen Yan contract the communication trading device, then moved his own shelter back. This left enough space for Wen Yan's shelter to expand its courtyard. Then Wen Yan's shelter rapidly leveled up in quick succession. After successfully upgrading Wen Yan's shelter to level 2, Lin Xu took the trading communicator and glanced again at the main channel of the Huaxia region. Nearly an hour had passed, yet many were still discussing topics related to shelter upgrades. By Jia, why doesn't the great Lin Xu reveal the conditions for upgrading to level 2? Is he unwilling to share such crucial information for the survival of all humanity? Lu Haodong, are there still people moralizing at a time like this? This information is highly valuable. If I knew it, I wouldn't share it either. One piece of information for 10 units of stone. Wouldn't many people be willing to pay? Zhangbin, the great Lin Xu, is not that kind of person. If he were as selfish as you have been able to eat the purple spotted red mushroom. Fan Shumei, I saw on the regional channel that the main channel only allows 3 messages per day. Maybe the great Lin Xu has already used up his 3 messages. Chen Shou'er, Iron Arm Fairy Mutual Aid Society, is recruiting. Little fairies seeking shelter, DM me. No smelly men allowed. Li Junin, can TS join? I was bitten below by a fox, and now I'm no longer CD. As the messages scrolled on the main channel, Lin Xu's attention was drawn to a message from someone named Lu Haodong. He raised an eyebrow. Lin Xu had some recollection of Lu Haodong. In his past life, he had been a notable figure. In the early days, he exploited the trading channel's lack of fees to profiteer from resources. Later, he dedicated himself to cultivating spies and selling intelligence from various factions. His reputation was so foul that even a dung beetle would find it offensive. If Lu Haodong were the first to learn the conditions for upgrading to level 2, Lin Xu had no doubt that he would indeed sell the information. However, such intelligence deals were not sustainable. Buyers could always disclose the information publicly on the main channel. Who wouldn't be willing to exchange 10 units of stone for a reputation? Another thing that surprised Lin Xu was that the trading channel had only been open for less than 3 hours, and someone was already eager to form a faction. He had no impression of the Iron Arm Fairy Mutual Aid Society, a faction that only admitted women. But in his past life, there was another such faction that left a deep impression on him, the Crimson Rose Alliance. 1 year later, when everything began to stabilize and civilization was being rebuilt, the Crimson Rose Brigade firmly secured a seat among the top 10 factions in the entire Huaxia region. Among these 10 factions, 1 was controlled by the government, 2 by the military. Among the 7 formed by professional volunteers, the Crimson Rose Alliance ranked within the top 5. Lin Xu glanced through the comments section before composing his second message for the main channel that day. To upgrade a shelter from level 1 to level 2, you need 500 units of stone blocks and 50 units of steel. A friendly reminder: black iron resource boxes can be dismantled into 5 units of steel. After Lin Xu sent out the message, the previously sparse feed on the main channel immediately began scrolling at a furious pace. Songguan Senior: Lin Xu is incredibly generous. Is anyone selling stone blocks? I'll trade 1 purple spotted red mushroom for 10 units of stone. Gao Yuan, forget calling him Senior Lin Xu. We should just call him God Xu from now on. Sun Yan, I'm curious, what rank is God Xu's talent? How does he know so much? His shelter is upgrading so fast. Lu Haodong, I don't understand. Why publicize such a fantastic opportunity to get rich instead of keeping it to yourself and making money? Bai Tao, no way. I can't even gather 50 units of stone blocks. My shelter needs 500 units to upgrade again. Just kill me. I'm not upgrading anymore. Someone take me in. I have a level B talent, Spirit Archer. Li Kurson, a level B talent, is already looking for protection. How am I supposed to survive with my level D talent? Wang Cheng, the Scorpion Heart Legion, is recruiting. You must have a level B or higher talent. Terms are negotiable. We'll make it worthwhile. Some people had already shifted from calling Lin Xu Senior Lin Xu to God Xu. Zhao Shuichen, who had just used a golden tier bow and arrow to hunt a wild boar and was dragging it back toward his shelter, saw the messages on the main channel. His heart shattered all over again. If they weren't a bit short on water, Little Pearl would likely have fallen onto his cracked sports shoes. Lin Xu chose to reveal the upgrade requirements for a level 2 shelter and specifically noted that black iron resource boxes could be dismantled for steel. The first reason was that doing so would further drive up the price of stone materials. Shelter upgrade scrolls only appear in golden treasure boxes, making them virtually unobtainable in the short term. Even harder to obtain than shelter upgrade scrolls were the energy cores of transcendent creatures. You must understand, transcendent beings are nothing like ordinary beasts. Since he couldn't upgrade his shelter anytime soon, Lin Xu had no need to focus on gathering steel. If he wanted steel, he should find a professional with the ability to refine metal. It would be far more cost-effective to smelt iron or mine from iron deposits. Within the next few days, the price of stone materials was destined to skyrocket. Upgrading to a level 2 shelter required 500 units of stone blocks. Such a massive deficit meant that virtually everyone had become a consumer of stone materials. Now equipped with enough yellow-spotted deer meat to provide the energy his shelter needed to move, Lin Xu would continuously change his shelter's location to make it easier for Mother Bear and the Green family to assist in gathering stone blocks. After consecutively upgrading 2 shelters to level 2, the stone blocks piled in the courtyard of Lin Xu's shelter had dwindled to fewer than 900 units. Lin Xu did not rush to use these stone blocks to purchase supplies from the trading zone. Instead, he issued an order for his shelter to consume Wen Yan's newly upgraded level 2 shelter as food. As long as the shelter upgrade was successful, he would receive the final settlement rewards. Even if the shelter was destroyed and disappeared, it would not affect the distribution of rewards. As the shelter's level increased, the 3 40-meter-long wooden vines beneath the main beam of Lin Xu's shelter also underwent a transformation. When the shelter reached level 2, the 3 wooden vines completely transformed into stone vines. The front of each stone vine bore iron protrusions resembling molars. Dismantling Wen Yan's shelter was not as fast as when he had dismantled a wooden shelter at the same level, but the speed was still respectable. He estimated that by nightfall he could completely devour Wen Yan's shelter. Mother Bear and the Green family had already set out once again on their quest to gather stone blocks. Lin Xu then spoke to Wen Yan standing beside him. In a moment, go to the trading zone and check the exchange ratio between timber and stone blocks. After nightfall, use your existing stone blocks to exchange for as many standard-grade timber resource cards as possible. If you try to trade directly at the stone-to-timber ratio, they won't be willing to swap. As long as you leave them with a small profit, many people will be eager to trade. Wen Yin committed Lin Xu's words to memory, and after a moment's thought asked, "Boss, those resource cards are obtained by opening resource boxes. Even the luckiest professionals won't open many treasure chests. Each professional probably has at most 1 or 2 standard-grade timber resource cards in their possession. I checked, and the current exchange ratio between timber and stone is 4-to-1. I'll give up some profit and offer 3 standard-grade timber resource cards for 1 unit of stone blocks, conceding 1 unit of timber value. But the people trading with us may not have 3 timber resource cards on hand." Lin Xu smiled upon hearing this. "You're overthinking it. Some people are already attempting to build factions. Many are leveraging relationships from before the transmigration to gather resources. As long as we make it profitable for them, they'll find ways to acquire enough standard-grade timber resource cards to trade for our stone blocks." Lin Xu had absolutely no worry about failing to acquire standard-grade timber resource cards. In the current resource accumulation stage, even the smallest profit would send people flocking. Currently, the exchange ratio between stone blocks and timber was 1-to-4, but by the time evening arrived, and trading became most active after he had revealed the requirements for upgrading to a level 2 shelter. Given that it requires 500 units of stone blocks, the evening exchange ratio between timber and stone would likely rise to 1-to-5. In the next day or two, it might reach as high as 1-to-6. However, this outcome was not guaranteed, because timber's utility extended beyond merely upgrading shelters. Many crafting professionals, after the trading channel opened, would purchase timber to manufacture energy carbon that could burn all night without risk of poisoning, as well as various pieces of furniture. During periods of steel scarcity, wooden bowls, basins, and bottles were the most affordable and practical vessels in the early stages. Without such containers, trading potable fresh water would be impossible. Since all professionals required timber for daily use, while devoting their energy to finding stone blocks and hunting, the price of timber would not drop too low. Once 2 months passed, and professionals grew strong enough to easily quarry stone from mountains, the price of stone blocks would plummet. Between the 2-month and 6-month mark, because some professional shelters still needed upgrading, the price ratio between timber and stone would stabilize at 1-to-2. But once a year had passed and shelter upgrades no longer required stone blocks, the price of timber would exceed that of stone blocks. Moreover, timber would continue to function as a medium of exchange in the market, redeemable at set ratios for steel, bronze, and even precious metals such as silver and gold. Yet stone blocks would gradually lose their function as a basic currency after 6 months. At present, Lin Xu could exchange 1 stone block for at least 4 standard-grade timber resource cards, enough for Wen Yin to perform 1 synthesis. Even if the lucky random ability failed to trigger, the final result would still be timber resource cards. It was equally a business guaranteed to profit. Wen Yin meticulously memorized Lin Xu's words, nodding earnestly. "Boss, before evening I can have the hides of those spotted deer skinned. I hope my success rate will be higher when I synthesize cards tonight." So far, Wen Yin had not yet used her own talent. Rather than hoping for the actual effects of her talent, Wen Yin was more afraid that her low success rate would cause Lin Xu to show disappointment on his face. There were many rocks near Wen Yan's shelter. Among them, rocks weighing 300 to 400 jin could now be pushed back to the courtyard of Lin Xu's shelter by Mother Bear, using all her bear strength. Because of the homologous devouring aura, Mother Bear and Gulin, who had consumed their own kind, were visibly growing stronger. Searching for rocks and bringing them back to the shelter was also a good strength training method for Mother Bear and Gulin's family. During the process of searching for rocks near Wen Yan's shelter, Mother Bear helped Lin Xu find a bronze resource chest. The young she-wolf from Gulin's family, who had just reached adulthood, helped Lin Xu find an iron resource chest. Lin Xu was lucky. From the bronze resource chest, he drew a bronze-level rare beast card. Spring-seeking rain frog, a rain frog that can sense the location of springs within a certain range, requiring long-term immersion in clean water. The spring-seeking rain frog was practically a specially tailored rare beast for upgrading the silver tier resource point, the pure water spring. Now Lin Xu's shelter was devouring Wen Yan's shelter, which had just been upgraded to level 2. There was a stream near Lin Xu's shelter. This stream could wind its way from distant peaks through the mountain forest. There must be multiple springs constantly supplying water to the stream. If it relied solely on rainwater, the stream could never be so abundant. Yet despite knowing there were springs, they were fundamentally difficult to detect. Some springs might be somewhere in the stream, constantly gushing groundwater. But with the bronze-level rare beast spring-seeking rain frog, Lin Xu could accurately locate these springs and let the pure water spring devour them. Even if devouring a small number of springs could not elevate it to a gold-tier resource point, it would still be enough to increase the water output of the pure water spring and the spring's own capacity for holding water. Rare beast cards not only include a series of creatures such as animals, plants, and insects, but can also be classified by use into 5 major categories: combat, healing, production, support, and utility. The spring-seeking rain frog, for instance, was a utility-type rare beast. Utility-type rare beast cards were not priced high in the early market, inferior to healing and production types. Yet in the later stages they became the most sought-after type of rare beast. Even though resource cards disappear after use, as long as the spring-seeking rain frog remained in Lin Xu's shelter, it belonged to Lin Xu's personal wealth. Lin Xu immediately used the bronze-level rare beast card, the spring-seeking rain frog. A plump emerald-green frog, only 1/5 the size of Lin Xu's palm, appeared in his hand. It croaked twice in his palm and prepared to leap away. Lin Xu, quick-eyed and swift-handed, caught it and threw it into the pure water spring. Without being contracted, these rare beasts would not obey the card user's commands. If a professional recklessly used a high-level combat-type rare beast card without the strength and means to control the beast within the card, it was highly likely to be killed by the summoned rare beast. Such examples were not uncommon in the early days of the universal transmigration. Although the opening of the pure water spring was not high, the spring-seeking rain frog simply could not jump out. Moreover, compared to the outside environment, soaking in the clean, cool spring water was undoubtedly more comfortable for the spring-seeking rain frog, and it had no intention of leaving. The food problem for the spring-seeking rain frog was easily solved. It only needed to catch some insects. In this environment combining grassland and forest, the number of insects was abundant. Even on the leafy oak tree in Lin Xu's shelter, many could be found. As for utility-type rare beasts like the spring-seeking rain frog and the lava ladybug, Lin Xu would not consider contracting them in the early stage. But later Lin Xu would gradually contract and nurture these utility-type rare beasts, slowly solidifying his foundation in this vast mystical world. Another iron-tier resource card obtained from the bronze resource chest was the fine iron pickaxe. Fine iron pickaxe, a stone pickaxe made from refined steel, usable both as a weapon and for quarrying stone. This fine iron pickaxe had a certain lethality suitable for hunting or self-defense. It was also a handy tool for quarrying stone. Currently, it could fetch a high price in the trading area. Lin Xu currently had 4 unused iron-tier resource cards: the fine iron pickaxe, the quenched iron sword, the fine steel cable, and the prolific yam. He would trade them all tonight. He would exchange as many common tier wood resource cards as possible for 1 yen, and also purchase some rare beasts necessary for cultivating the purple spotted red mushroom, such as the breeze-scented squirrel, and also some tools made by professionals with life talents. That common tier resource card was a pair of chamois leather boots. Chamois leather boots, thick-soled boots sewn from chamois leather, durable and sturdy. When using this resource card, the boot size would be determined based on the user. Knowing that this universal transmigration would occur, Lin Xu had deliberately worn a pair of extremely durable hiking boots with steel plates embedded in the toes before the transmigration. Currently, Lin Xu's shoes were not heavily worn. However, many people might have been wearing slippers when they transmigrated. While picking up wood and stones everywhere, some people's shoes were probably already worn out. Although the chamois leather boots were only a common tier resource card, the price of such essential living supplies might be higher than some iron tier resource cards. However, Lin Xu did not intend to sell these chamois leather boots. Instead, he planned to leave them for 1 yen. Because 1 yen had transmigrated while lying in bed at home, recovering from injuries. She was wearing a full set of home clothes, but only a pair of white boat socks on her feet. Fortunately, 1 yen was a child who grew up in the mountains, and she could barely weave a pair of straw sandals from grass. Wearing straw sandals for these days, 1 yen's feet had bled and blistered. Because she had been granted divinity through the divine contract by Lin Xu, and the purple spotted red mushroom had a certain healing effect. 1 yen's bone injuries, which had already healed, mostly mended even faster. After a few more days of rest, 1 yen would be able to move around for short distances. This pair of chamois leather boots exactly met 1 yen's needs. If it weren't for the goal of making 1 yen and himself both reach the top 10 of the wealth rankings in one day. To obtain the highest rating and the best rewards, Lin Xu could actually already use resources to exchange for some living supplies now. As a reborn person, Lin Xu could stay ahead of others in every aspect, but he did not dare to underestimate other professionals, spreading resources out to ensure both of them obtained the first-tier rewards. A slight misstep could very likely lead to failure. Lin Xu was not privy to the final results of the previous wealth rankings. Such matters had been far beyond his reach in his past life, and he remained unaware of many specific details. It could not be ruled out that some individuals, after forming factions, might incite professionals within their groups to unite. These united professionals might temporarily pool their resources into a single person's hands in order to obtain rewards. Lin Xu did not hasten to exchange stones for the Xuanfeng squirrel. Instead, he planned to wait until the exchange ratio of wood to stone reached the short-term peak of 1:5. Then he would use stones to trade for supplies. The sun began to tilt westward, marking the end of another day. Wenyan's Tier 2 shelter had been completely devoured by Lin Xu's shelter. Lin Xu felt that the walls of his shelter had become sturdier than before. The original gray-white walls now bore some deep stone patterns. Although the area of the two-story building serving as the shelter's main body had not expanded, the trusses had grown taller. The size of the small courtyard outside the shelter remained unchanged. But when Lin Xu picked up a handful of soil from the courtyard and examined it closely, he discovered that the soil in his shelter's courtyard had become more fertile than before, more suitable for planting crops. The stone pillars forming the courtyard walls had also become thicker and taller. On the wooden mortise and tenon joints connecting the pillars, 7 to 8 centimeters of wooden spikes had grown outward. The most significant change was the stone vines growing on the main beam. The original 3 vines had become 5. Their length remained the same, but they had grown considerably thicker. The iron-like protrusions at the tips of the stone vines, resembling molar teeth, had become extremely sharp. Their appearance was somewhat like the lower jawbone of a beast with robust canine teeth. The strongest force currently in Lin Xu's grasp was not Mother Bear and the Green family, but the shelter itself. Lin Xu mused that if these 5 stone vines were swung, they should be able to reach the offensive level of a transcendent creature. However, relying on this somewhat cumbersome shelter, he could at most injure a transcendent creature. It was still impossible to kill a transcendent creature. Lin Xu formulated a plan for the next few days. Mother Bear and the Green family would focus entirely on collecting stones. Now that he had the spring-seeking rain frog, Lin Xu intended to move the shelter along the stream. Guided by the frog, he would search for springs along the way, first marking their locations. After a little more than 3 days, once Lin Xu had contracted the purified water spring, he could have it absorb and devour these pre-marked springs. During this process, he could also search for other shelters near the stream, allowing his own shelter to continue improving through devouring. As night fell, the aroma of stir-fried rabbit meat wafted from Lin Xu's shelter. Wenyan had taken the initiative to cook. In the afternoon, while searching for purple-spotted crimson mushrooms near the shelter, Lin Xu had found several plants that could serve as seasonings. With these plants substituting for scallions, ginger, and garlic as seasonings, the rabbit meat stir-fried with lard tasted much better. Boss, you said the yellow-spotted deer meat was not good and fed it all to the shelter. But I noticed that 1.5 deer were not consumed by the shelter. Should we sell this yellow-spotted deer meat in the trading zone? Even if it's terrible, as long as it can keep people alive, surely someone would be willing to buy it. Over the past 2 days, Lin Xu's shelter had barely moved. Yet the number of yellow-spotted deer fed to the shelter had exceeded 15. The shelter's current energy storage had reached its limit. The flesh and blood of these 13 deer were enough to keep Lin Xu's shelter moving continuously for 72 hours. For Mother Bear and the Green family, hunting yellow-spotted deer was easy. However, choosing to hunt them would inevitably delay the collection of stones. At present, having Mother Bear and the Green family collect stones was far more cost-effective than hunting deer. Keep this 1.5 deer for now. Once the shelter starts moving tomorrow, we can feed them directly to it. Right now, purple-spotted crimson mushrooms are circulating as the main food source. If someone buys your deer meat to improve their diet, you'll definitely get cursed at. Wenyan could sense Lin Xu's undisguised disdain for the yellow-spotted deer from his words. This made a look of doubt appear on her face. Was the deer meat really that awful? In Wenyan's impression, venison was delicious and also nourishing. If only she had some wine when she was processing those deer. She would have saved the deer penis to brew some deer penis wine for future contingencies. After dinner, Lin Xu, sitting on the ground, let out a satisfied sigh. Then he used the trading communicator to check the price of stones. Seeing that the exchange ratio of wood to stone had reached 1:5, Lin Xu began searching the trading zone for the Xuanfeng Squirrel, a bronze-grade rare beast card. In the entire China region, only 9 bronze-grade Xuanfeng Squirrel rare beast cards were listed for sale, compared to other bronze-grade resource cards which had hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of listings. This fully demonstrated how low the drop rate of the Xuanfeng Squirrel was. Among the 9 sellers, 8 demanded exchanges for other bronze-grade resource cards. The other seller wanted a suitable weapon for a warrior. Lin Xu privately messaged this seller, directly sharing the information of the black iron weapon card, the quenched sharp iron sword. At this time, everyone was basically using their useless resources to exchange for needed supplies, or browsing the main or regional channels, and chatting with new friends online for some comfort. Lin Xu's message was replied to almost immediately. Buddy, this sword is not bad, but mine is a bronze-grade resource card. You're offering a black iron grade card in exchange. That's a terrible deal for me. Lin Xu replied directly, don't be fooled by the fact that I'm trading a black iron weapon card. Go check the price of the quenched sharp iron sword. Not only for sword-wielding professionals, but even for life-class professionals, having this sword can greatly increase their safety. If you don't want to trade, I'll ask someone else. Keep your squirrel. It's only for the sake of competing in the wealth ranking that I'm willing to part with a weapon card like the quenched sharp iron sword. Since the seller replied, it meant he was tempted. A suitable weapon held immense appeal for a warrior lacking one. Lin Xu deliberately mentioned the wealth ranking to provide a reasonable excuse for exchanging the Xuanfeng squirrel. For ordinary professionals, just being able to eat their fill was already a blessing. They would never dream of the wealth ranking rewards. Almost 5 minutes after Lin Xu's message, the seller replied, "All right, I'll take the loss and trade with you. You're aiming for the wealth ranking. You must be a big shot. Do you have a lot of good stuff? I found another bronze chest this afternoon and got a bronze-grade resource card called True Vision Eye. Are you interested?" Lin Xu's heart trembled upon seeing the words True Sight Eye. The other party then immediately shared the information about this bronze-tier resource card, the True Sight Eye. True Sight Eye, when worn on the eyeball, it allows the user to see the talents of professionals with a lower rating than themselves. It can be worn around the clock without removal and has the effect of protecting and moisturizing the eyes. The True Sight Eye is a bronze-tier resource card that all high-talent professionals continue to use even in the later stages. It is irreplaceable. After 3 months, the price of a bronze-tier True Sight Eye could rival that of a gold-tier resource card. When battling professionals, if one could first understand their talents through the True Sight Eye, one could effectively respond in battle, avoiding being ambushed by professionals with special and obscure abilities. It also made it convenient for leaders who wanted to establish factions and recruit talent to directly understand the talents of professionals. This prevented being deceived by recruited professionals who deliberately inflated their talent ratings. The person who had traded the Fragrant Breeze Squirrel with Lin Xu now wanted to trade the True Sight Eye resource card. This indicated that the person's talent was not high, very likely below B rank. "Big brother, I'm a C rank talent. This resource card is of no use to me. I need 420 units of stone to upgrade my shelter. I'll sell you this bronze tier resource card for 220 stones. Is that okay?" In Lin Xu's view, this price was very reasonable. Even at the current stage, the price was somewhat low. After all, a bronze tier stone material card contained 100 units of stone. This transaction was essentially a huge bargain for Lin Xu, so he didn't deliberately haggle. "No problem, I happen to have 220 units of stone available for immediate trade." Lin Xu placed the black iron tier weapon card Quenched Iron Sword and 220 units of stone on the trade bar. The other party also put up the bronze tier True Sight Eye and the Fragrant Breeze Squirrel. At the moment of completion, 2 bronze tier resource cards appeared in Lin Xu's hands. Lin Xu immediately used the True Sight Eye resource card. A small thin contact lens appeared on Lin Xu's fingertip. He put it on his left eye, and his eyes immediately felt moist and very comfortable. It was much more comfortable than working on a computer all day and putting a few drops of eye drops before bed. Lin Xu looked down at the description of the bronze tier rare beast card Fragrant Breeze Squirrel. Fragrant Breeze Squirrel, a squirrel that moves swiftly and can release a special fragrance. The fragrance has the effect of soothing the mind. Fortunately, the card description of the Fragrant Breeze Squirrel was very mediocre. If it had mentioned that the Fragrant Breeze Squirrel could be used to cultivate purple spotted red mushrooms, Lin Xu would never have been able to trade for it. Lin Xu then conducted a search in the trading zone. He spent 5 units of stone to buy more than 20 wooden containers of various sizes. These wooden containers could perfectly replace the clay pots that Lin Xu had low temperature fired from yellow mud. In addition, Lin Xu exchanged 10 units of stone for an iron cage that was 40 centimeters high with a 5 centimeter base layer. The iron cage consumed less than 10 gene of steel. The current exchange ratio of normal steel to stone, due to stone prices having reached a high point, was about 1:5. However, the exchange ratio of the steel used in this cage to stone actually reached 1:12. After the trading market opened, apart from being unable to ensure their own safety, life-type professionals under the same talent rating, their ability to hoard resources far surpassed that of combat-type professionals. After the transaction, Lin Xu did not proactively add this seller as a friend. With such a large market, Lin Xu didn't need to find a fixed partner, because in times of material scarcity, long-term cooperation often brought not benefits and convenience, but rather the seller's shoddy work. "And you can start trading common grade wood resource cards." Wen Yin was slightly startled upon hearing Lin Xu's address to her. Compared to directly calling her name, Lin Xu's current address was undoubtedly more intimate. "Boss, I had already posted the purchase message in the trading zone this afternoon. There were many people who sent me friend requests. The most wanted to trade a full 52 common grade wood resource cards with me at once. Judging by this momentum, I should be able to use up all the stone in the yard tonight." Wen Yin had already taken a bath in the afternoon. After bathing, Wen Yin felt much more comfortable. Except for an inconspicuous mole at the corner of her eye, her face was almost flawless. Wen Yin had the appearance of a top-tier little white flower type, delicate and plain. This kind of look on an oval face would appear somewhat bland, but on Wen Yan's egg-shaped face, it looked very auspicious. While bathing, Wan Yin looked at her wounds with some worry. Her leg wounds were almost healed, but because the straw sandals were really chafing. The blood blisters on her feet occasionally sent tingling pain. Because she had eaten the purple spotted red mushroom, these blisters would be healed before she woke up in the morning. But the next day, many more would still appear. Just then Wen Yin saw Lin Xu handing her a common grade resource card. Here's a pair of boots. Wear them for now. After the wealth rating ends, I'll give you 200 stones to buy resources you're interested in. And also decorate your little hut. Taking the resource card from Lin Xu, Wen Yin smiled sweetly. Thank you, boss. After Lin Xu entered the cultivation room, Wen Yin touched the common grade resource card that still carried Lin Xu's body temperature. Gently she pressed the card against her chest. She felt that in this unfamiliar world, a drifting duckweed had found support. Then Wen Yin took off her straw sandals and put on the boots. The boot shaft was stiff and firm, providing support. It made walking much easier for Wen Yin. Wearing the boots, Wen Yin began to operate seriously in the trading zone. As the stones in the yard continued to decrease, common grade wood resource cards piled higher and higher in a black iron tier resource box. At present, the cultivation room was basically an empty room. Lin Xu had only moved the wooden long table from his original shelter into the room. Fortunately, the table was large enough, occupying nearly half of the cultivation room. Lin Xu placed the iron cage he had bought for 10 stones on top of the table. Then he used the bronze tier rare beast card, the Fragrant Breeze Squirrel. As soon as the Fragrant Breeze Squirrel appeared, Lin Xu quickly and deftly put it into the iron cage. Otherwise, Lin Xu's hand would likely have been bitten off a piece of flesh by the squirrel. The Fragrant Breeze Squirrel's body was about the size of Lin Xu's palm, but its large tail behind was twice the length of its body, fluffy and very puffy. Most of its fur was milky white, with a strand of cyan hair starting from the top of its head and extending all the way to the tip of its tail. With the Fragrant Breeze Squirrel's good looks, if it had been sold as a pet in the previous world, the price would definitely not have been cheap. From the moment the scent wind squirrel appeared, a faint fragrance began to permeate the cultivation room housing the furnace ladybugs. The scent was quite pleasing, somewhat reminiscent of a blend between sandalwood and cedar. The scent wind squirrel remained relatively calm, staying quietly in its cage without frantically gnawing at the bars. Lin Xu opened a small gap in the side door of the iron cage and tossed in 2 whole purple spotted red mushrooms. These 2 purple spotted red mushrooms would take the scent wind squirrel at least 3 to 5 days to finish consuming. However, early tomorrow morning, Lin Xu could collect a small pile of the squirrel's droppings from the bottom of the cage. He would begin cultivating purple spotted red mushrooms in soil rich with humus. Having prior experience from his past life with this particular breeding method using scent wind squirrels, Lin Xu felt confident he could handle the process without significant errors. Those dried mushrooms and medicinal herbs had all been moved to the floor of the shelter's main hall by Wen Yin. By that afternoon, the first batch of sun-dried mushrooms and herbs could be collected. Even though Wen Yan's leg hadn't fully recovered, her presence allowed Lin Xu to save considerable effort. However, Lin Xu didn't delegate all the work to her. Instead, he used a previously sharpened bone knife to slice the purple spotted red mushrooms once more. When Lin Xu emerged from the cultivation room, Wen Yin was counting ordinary grade wooden material cards filling an entire black iron resource box. Upon seeing him, she smiled and spoke. Boss, I never expected the trading fair to go so smoothly. All those stones from the courtyard have already been exchanged by me. Many people have added me as a friend, wanting to cooperate on a long-term basis. A trader directly revealed he came from the military faction and conducted a single transaction with me, exchanging 400 ordinary grade timber resource cards for 100 units of stone. He mentioned wanting to continue trading with me the following morning. Beyond, the military officials were also reaching out to establish contact. I haven't accepted any friend requests from these people yet, boss. Should I try reaching out to them? When I synthesize cards later and need to sell them, these contacts would be reliable channels. Lin Xu nodded upon hearing this, clearly seeing that Wen Yin possessed quite a sharp mind. Military personnel proactively approached Wen Yin for trading and disclosed their identities. They even presented 400 ordinary grade timber resource cards in a single transaction. This indicated that within just over half a day, both the military and official factions had already begun consolidating their personnel, based on the power distribution from his past life among the top 10 factions in the China region. The military secured 2 seats, while the official faction only claimed 1, demonstrating that the military was more effective at gathering people. This situation made achieving a good ranking in wealth assessment increasingly difficult. Even someone who hoarded resources extraordinarily well might still compete with dozens or hundreds of others. But when measured against thousands upon thousands of competitors, it became nearly impossible to stand out. Lin Xu vaguely recalled that in his previous life, among those who upgraded their shelters first, only 2 or 3 had managed to enter the top 10 on the wealth leaderboard. Fortunately, this time the rewards for upgrading from a level 1 to level 2 shelter had been enhanced. A platinum tier resource card score was worth 10 times that of a gold tier card. This gave Lin Xu some additional confidence. And over the next day and a half, we need to maximize the resources we have in hand. Make the most optimal decisions regarding selling and purchasing supplies. You've sold all the stones from the courtyard, which should give us at least over 1,000 synthesis opportunities. Tonight we'll stay up together and strive to synthesize all these resource cards. Tonight Bear Mother and the others will work hard to collect stones. By tomorrow morning the courtyard should have at least 1,500 units of stones. After pulling an all-nighter tonight, you can sleep in tomorrow. After waking up in the afternoon, we'll collectively sell the courtyard stones and exchange them for ordinary grade timber resource cards. Tomorrow morning I'll sell a portion of those other resource cards you synthesized through lucky random drops to secure more opportunities for synthesizing cards. Upon hearing this one, Yin quickly responded, "Boss, the wealth evaluation starts the day after tomorrow morning. I can wait until after the wealth evaluation to sleep. I can definitely endure for more than a day." With that said, Wen Yin activated her S-rank innate talent, Card Master. The 4 ordinary grade timber resource cards in her hand began to glow. Immediately afterward they vanished, but nothing appeared in Wen Yin's hands. Wen Yin blinked twice, visibly disappointed. She hadn't expected her first attempt at synthesizing cards with her innate ability to fail. Lin Xu offered a few words of comfort and signaled for her to continue synthesizing resource cards. The second attempt successfully produced a black iron grade timber resource card. The third and fourth attempts failed, but the fifth, sixth, and seventh all succeeded. In the end, 10 synthesis attempts yielded 5 black iron grade timber resource cards. This was equivalent to exchanging 40 units of timber for 50 units of timber. After completing these 10 syntheses, Wen Yin didn't stop. Lin Xu quietly took notes nearby, evaluating her card master talent. Judging her S-rank card master talent based on just 10 card syntheses would be too hasty. After 100 synthesis attempts, the success rate reached 57 times. Among these successes, 3 triggered lucky random drops. They respectively yielded a black iron grade weapon card, a black iron grade stone material card, and a black iron grade rare beast card. None of these 3 black iron grade resource cards served any purpose for Lin Xu. They would ultimately be exchanged for more ordinary grade timber resource cards for Wen Yin. Since lucky random drops could produce other types of resource cards, Wen Yin's actual returns significantly exceeded 20. Under normal luck conditions, it could reach around 35. The 200 syntheses were completed quickly. Among the subsequent 100 attempts, there were 61 successful outcomes. For triggered lucky random drops, an exquisite iron pickaxe, an oil-lit wall lamp, a carving tool set, and a wind-drunk iris. To secure more synthesis opportunities in the early stages, Lin Xu would sell the first 3 items. However, Lin Xu would never sell the wind-drunk iris black iron grade rare beast card under any circumstances. Wind-drunk iris: the seeds carried by the wind possess a certain numbing effect, causing affected targets to fall into a state of exhaustion until they fall asleep. After dispersing a batch of seeds, the wind-drunk iris requires half a month to regrow mature cotton pods filled with seeds. Despite the half-month cooldown period, its numbing effect is remarkably potent. For Bear Mother, currently inhaling just dozens of wind-drunk iris seeds would send her into a deep slumber. Each mature cotton pod of the wind-drunk iris contains at least tens of thousands of seeds. The seeds of wind-drunk iris affect not only ordinary beasts, but also supernatural creatures. If Lin Xu could contract it through Divine Pact modification, and then through the homogeneous devouring halo, let the deified wind-drunk iris consume other wind-drunk irises to continuously evolve, it wouldn't be impossible to use the wind-drunk iris's seeds to take down a supernatural creature. At that moment, whether Lin Xu chose to kill this transcendent creature to obtain its energy core for upgrading his sanctuary, or to form a contract with it, both would be excellent options. Just then the mournful roar of the mother bear echoed from outside the sanctuary, accompanied by the threatening howls of Lin and his pack. Alongside the bear's roars and the wolf's howls, a deeper, more menacing sound could be heard, a strange noise that was both like a bird's call and the cry of a large lizard. Lin Xu gestured for Wen Yin to continue synthesizing resource cards, while he himself picked up the black iron grade rare beast card Feng Zui Chang Pu and walked out of the main building of the sanctuary. A gigantic bizarre bird standing a full 4 meters tall was screeching as it confronted the mother bear. Its beak was drenched in blood. The blood did not belong to the giant bird, but to the mother bear. One of her ears had been brutally pecked off by the monstrous creature. On top of the giant bird's head was a keratinous horn shaped like a machete. Most of its feathers were a deep, profound dark blue. However, the feathers on its head, back, and wings displayed a brilliant peacock blue along with a bright red hue reminiscent of embers about to burn out. Its wings had completely degenerated, rendering the giant bird incapable of flight. Yet when spread, the wings still spanned 6 meters. A bright red fleshy wattle about 2 meters long dangled from the tip of its lower jaw, imbuing the massive bird with an aura of intimidation and a grotesque beauty. The Dreadclaw Cassowary, a creature that upon reaching adulthood would almost certainly ascend to the transcendent rank. Its deadliest weapon was a pair of massive 3-toed feet, each toe bearing a dagger-like claw. Even if it had not yet reached the transcendent rank, the Dreadclaw Cassowary still possessed a certain ability to manipulate metal, allowing it to coat its long legs and claws with metallic elements. If the Dreadclaw Cassowary kicked with full force, it could pierce through steel plates as easily as an ordinary person crushed tofu. This Dreadclaw Cassowary was clearly nothing more than a baby. An adult Dreadclaw Cassowary could reach a staggering height of 9 meters. When its degenerate wings were fully extended, the wingspan would be at least 13 meters. If this had been an adult Dreadclaw Cassowary, the mother bear and Gulin's pack would likely be dead by now. This juvenile Dreadclaw Cassowary, however, made Lin Xu feel both danger and opportunity. Lin Xu first used his contract to soothe the mother bear and Gulin, then released the mist from the golden tier artifact, the mist bottle, which had shrouded the sanctuary. He allowed the mist to envelop an area of 100 meters around the Dreadclaw Cassowary, minimizing its vision and perception as much as possible. The moment the mist spread, Gulin the Wolf King led his pack members around to the back of the Dreadclaw Cassowary, while the mother bear roared from the front to divert its attention. The Dreadclaw Cassowary's senses were incredibly acute. It could detect the sounds of Gulin's pack moving through the mist behind it. This forced the creature to launch an attack against the mother bear. At that moment, the mother bear was right at the entrance of the sanctuary. Facing the Dreadclaw Cassowary's charge, she did not engage, but instead retreated into the courtyard of the sanctuary, following Lin Xu's instructions. Gulin and his pack also dashed into the sanctuary grounds. The cunning Gulin struggled to close the double-leaf courtyard gate, preventing the Dreadclaw Cassowary from easily escaping Lin Xu's sanctuary. Then Lin Xu activated the ability he had gained after his sanctuary was bestowed with divinity, Mobile Fortress. At this moment, any damage inflicted by the Dreadclaw Cassowary would be borne by the sanctuary itself. The mother bear and Gulin's pack could now attack the Dreadclaw Cassowary unrestrained. No matter how swift the creature was, or how devastating its kicks, it could not possibly destroy Lin Xu's level 2 sanctuary. Soon the Dreadclaw Cassowary was defeated, with the mother bear pinning it down with a powerful bear hug. Gulin then bit the Dreadclaw Cassowary's neck. Lin Xu deliberately refrained from letting the mother bear and Gulin kill it, knowing that the creature's resilience and self-healing abilities would allow it to hold on until the next morning, when Lin Xu's divine contract transformation count would reset. To be safe, Lin Xu had the pregnant she-wolf keep watch over the Dreadclaw Cassowary, which lay on the ground, too wounded to even struggle. The other members of Gulin's pack and the mother bear once again set out to search for stone blocks. Though the mother bear had lost an ear thanks to her innate ability, residual limb regeneration, it would regrow before dawn. When Lin Xu re-entered the sanctuary, he noticed some fine cracks appearing on the walls. The sanctuary possessed a self-repairing capability. It could also recover more quickly by consuming flesh and blood. Lin Xu chose not to use the flesh of the spotted deer, since even if the spotted deer were lax in vigilance, it would still take time for the mother bear and Gulin's pack to hunt. The slight damage to the sanctuary, given its level 2 repair abilities, might heal even sooner than the mother bear's ear. Wang Yin, who had just been feeling the intense battle outside and the slight tremors of the sanctuary, was extremely worried. However, her hands never stopped working. This battle was just a minor episode, but it once again made Lin Xu realize after his rebirth how dangerous the mystical world was at night. Each card synthesis Wang Yin performed took only a dozen seconds. Yet synthesizing all the exchanged common grade wood resource cards still took over 3 hours. At present, there were 537 black iron grade wood resource cards and 35 other types of black iron grade resource cards. Among them, aside from the Feng Zui Chong Pu card Lin Xu had obtained earlier, there were unexpectedly 2 additional Feng Zui Chong Pu cards. In Lin Xu's eyes, this was an incredible stroke of luck. Rare beast cards like Feng Zui Chong Pu, which possessed anesthetic properties and could aid in capturing or killing powerful beasts, were rarely offered for sale. Even if sold, their price would likely be comparable to bronze-grade resource cards, possibly even higher than that of bronze-grade rare beast cards like the Sunfeng squirrel. Through nearly 1,000 card syntheses, Lin Xu determined that Wen Yan's success rate with her talent as a card master was around 58. And thanks to the lucky random ability, the chance of randomly transforming into another card type during synthesis accounted for 67 of the successful syntheses. Wen Yan, you finished synthesizing the common grade cards. Now let's work on these black iron grade wood resource cards. With your success rate, we should be able to produce a few silver grade resource cards from these 500 plus black iron grade wood resource cards tonight. If we're lucky, we might even get a gold grade resource card. Because when Yan's synthesis success rate exceeded half, Lin Xu deemed it worth risking 4 silver grade wood resource cards for a chance. Who knew if the lucky random would trigger? Golden tier resource cards, unless they were material cards, held immeasurable value. After 3 consecutive hours of card synthesis, when Yin felt no fatigue, instead she was unusually exhilarated. Having traded spirit stones in the exchange area, she already knew how precious resource cards were. This made Wen Yin realize her own worth. From now on, she would no longer be limited to slicing deer hide and cleaning. She could truly help the man before her in this world. Synthesizing iron tier resource cards did not consume any more time than ordinary ones. Those over 500 iron tier timber material cards were finished quickly. She obtained 69 bronze tier timber material cards. The lucky random triggers were infrequent, occurring only 3 times, which granted Lin Xu 3 bronze tier weapon cards. Neither Lin Xu nor Wen Yin were combat-oriented professionals, so these 3 bronze tier weapon cards were unusable to them. 2 of the cards were suited for warriors while 1 was designed for ranged marksmen. As for weapons like magic staves that could channel environmental elemental energy and were compatible with spellcasters, those could only be obtained when resource cards reached silver tier quality. Boss, my luck with card synthesis was not great this time. I only got 3 weapon cards. Lin Xu spoke with a smile, his expression entirely free of disappointment. The quality of these 3 weapon cards is excellent. That rapid-fire splitting bow can perform high-frequency area attacks. It should fetch at least 600 units of spirit stones. Since both military and official representatives have been in contact with you, you can directly sell that bronze tier rapid-fire splitting bow weapon card. Offer it to them at the price of 3 ordinary tier timber material cards, and see if they can afford it. As for the other 2 bronze tier weapon cards suitable for warriors, each could fetch 330 to 350 spirit stones. The 3 weapon cards you obtained are the most valuable type among bronze tier resource cards. Just these 3 bronze weapon cards alone would cover our costs. Lin Xu's words brought a brilliant smile to Wen Yan's face. It also relieved her of any remaining psychological burden. Even if the subsequent synthesis of silver tier and gold tier resource cards failed, they would at least recover their initial investment. Moreover, those dozens of iron tier resource cards just synthesized should fetch over 1,000 spirit stones. Boss, 3 ordinary tier timber material cards is quite a lot. What if they cannot afford them? Lin Xu replied with utmost certainty upon hearing this. Even if they cannot initially afford it, collecting enough ordinary tier timber material cards on the market would not be difficult for them. They will help you swap for it, which saves you the trouble. The synthesis continued. Those 69 bronze tier timber material cards could only be used for 17 card syntheses. After completing those 17 syntheses, 8 silver tier timber material cards appeared before Lin Xu. In addition, 1 silver tier item card had been synthesized. Each item card possessed unique special functions. The capabilities of item cards might be even more extraordinary than those of treasured items, though item card functions were single-use. Unlike treasured item effects that persisted long-term, this silver tier item card was named Mass Relocation. Mass Relocation transfers up to 100 designated shelters to areas near the item user. Using Mass Relocation does not affect the cooldown time for individual shelter relocations. The moment Lin Xu saw this silver tier Mass Relocation item card, he immediately realized the immense wealth it could bring him. 3 months later, once the shelter relocation function was officially opened, this Mass Relocation item card became the weakest among silver tier items. Its price would not even match that of excellent bronze tier weapon cards. Yet at present, no professionals were aware of the existence of the shelter relocation function. Moreover, many outstanding talents and pre-transmigration organizations were eager to establish their own factions. This silver tier Mass Relocation card would allow whoever obtained it first to develop at the fastest possible pace. A group of exceptional professionals gathered together could accomplish far more than any lone individual. Within 3 months, this silver tier Mass Relocation card could establish an entire small town. Those 100 relocated elite shelter holders could aggressively recruit other professionals through regional channels. Noticing Lin Xu's gaze fixed on the item card, Yin could not help but ask, "Boss, is this item card very good?" Lin Xu suppressed his excitement and responded with a serious tone. "Hey Yin, you have synthesized something remarkable. This item alone would send all factions into a frenzy. You just synthesized 8 silver tier timber material cards and have 2 more synthesis attempts remaining. Go ahead and use them all. As long as you synthesize 1 gold tier timber material card, you will have succeeded. We will net 2,000 units of timber profit." Wen Yin placed her hand upon those 8 exquisitely crafted silver tier timber material cards. This time brought no unexpected surprises. Out of 2 attempts, 1 succeeded. A radiant golden card materialized before the 2 of them. Wen Yin, looking somewhat fatigued, picked up the card and handed it to Lin Xu. "Boss, I am counting on you to sell this card." After synthesizing so many cards, I feel a bit lightheaded. Card synthesis seems to drain my spiritual energy somewhat. Wen Yan's voice grew fainter as she spoke. Before she could finish her sentence, she fell into a deep sleep. During the synthesis, Wen Yan had already noticed her head growing heavier. She had been pushing through with sheer willpower. Those 2 attempts at synthesizing silver-tier resource cards had intensified her exhaustion significantly. Lin Xu reached out and lifted Wen Yan from the ground. He carried her upstairs to the room he had prepared for her in advance. Then he brought up Xiongda and Xiong'er, one serving as a pillow for Wen Yan, the other curling beside her like a small stove to keep her warm. With the animal hides still not fully dried, Lin Xu covered Wen Yan with the tree bark he had used the night before. Then he left Wen Yan's room and placed the freshly sliced purple-spotted red mushrooms on the floor of the first-floor shelter hall to dry. Afterward, he added a little more lard to the oil lamp. Lin Xu had no intention of sleeping tonight. He needed to sell the resource cards Wen Yan had just synthesized at the highest possible price. To prepare for Wen Yan's card synthesis tomorrow, Lin Xu retrieved his communication device, which displayed the time as 0155. At this hour, the main channel was busier than during the day, partly because the message refresh limit for professionals on the main channel had been renewed, and partly because having so many people in the channel provided the best comfort against the cold, terrifying late-night hours. Ding chi sob sob sob, something is pounding on my door outside. Fortunately, I upgraded my shelter to level 1, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have survived tonight. Xiao Sang hugs. There are strange sounds outside my place too, but we must be strong and strive to survive. Sheng Xiaoyu, don't be so pessimistic, alright? Let's ignite our spirits. This is far more exhilarating than playing games. Even the best full immersion games can't compare. Xiaobo, if it weren't for my leg being bitten off, I'd agree too. Take this. Mountain-shattering, earth-splitting slash. Chui Chioju, my child is dead. I folded some paper ingots out of leaves. I want to ask everyone, how many should I burn so the child won't squander it in the afterlife? Ling Wenkong, the necro underworld, is recruiting professionals. Surrender your bodies and I shall grant you eternal life. Those interested, add me as a friend and DM with the note woof woof woof. Necro underworld. What a fusion of Eastern and Western names. This recruitment message seemed like a joke, but Lin Xu knew that this man named Ling Wenkong was serious. Before order was re-established, many chaotic and evil ideas would emerge. Most people could suppress such chaotic and evil thoughts, but some would act on them, even amplify them. Ling Wenkong, relying on his talent, could convert other professionals into undead under his control. However, converting professionals into undead was entirely different from how Lin Xu used the divine contract to modify and contract other professionals. Ling Wenkong, who possessed the S-rank ability Necro Tyrant, created undead with limited intelligence. They were mere puppets manipulated at his whim. Moreover, after conversion, the strength of the undead professionals decreased. An individual undead could no longer improve through natural means. Professionals turned into undead were said to gain eternal life, but in reality, they were little more than tools barely superior to zombies. Driven by Ling Wenkong, they performed menial labor. Yet absurd as this recruitment was, many people actually believed it. They sought eternal life to escape suffering. With the S-rank talent, Necro Tyrant Ling Wenkong could have controlled beasts. Yet he chose to control human professionals instead. After shelters became movable, he plagued nearly 1 million professionals, becoming a regional scourge. Eventually, he was eradicated by one of the 2 major military forces, the Iron Wall, in alliance with the Crimson Rose League and the Mystic Red Moon Society. The leader of the Crimson Rose League rose to fame through this. Their White Iris Spell Core and Green Bellflower Healing Core revealed the depth the League had developed in half a year. Although the Mystic Red Moon Society was not among the top 10 powers, it was a mysterious organization that could influence the decisions of various factions. It was said that the decision-makers of several top 10 powers were members of the Mystic Red Moon Society. Among them was Qin Lianyue, the leader of the Crimson Rose League. In his past life, Lin Xu was weak in the early stages, but developed well later with multiple contracted beasts. However, Lin Xu was not fortunate enough to join the Mystic Red Moon Society. This was because in his past life, he only had an A-rank talent beast taming contract. The basic requirement to join the Mystic Red Moon Society was to possess an S-rank talent. Lin Xu had a very good impression of the Mystic Red Moon Society. The name of this organization sounded peculiar, like a sinister force. But in reality, the name originated from the sun and moon sharing the sky, with the moon's radiance overpowering the sun. At the moment the moon turned red, the universal transmigration began. Whenever storms and disasters struck the Chinese region, someone from this organization would step forward. As the saying goes, in poverty one takes care of oneself, in success one benefits the world. The successful ones of the Mystic Red Moon Society shielded the entire Chinese region from many storms. If he could receive an invitation from the Mystic Red Moon Society in this life, Lin Xu would be very willing to join. However, he did not plan to build a faction, but he did intend to form a small circle centered around himself. The way to form this small circle was simple. As long as the circle Lin Xu built could bring tangible benefits to its members. Ultimately, it would be mutually beneficial. It sounded somewhat mercenary, but interests were always the best way to create initial bonds between people in this world. Yesterday, Lin Xu only posted 2 messages in the main channel of the Chinese region. The unused message count from the previous day could be carried over to the next. Each professional could accumulate up to 15 messages. Lin Xu directly publicized the information about the silver resource card group migration in the main channel. Lin Xu minimum price is 2,000 stones. Those who can afford it DM me. I'll create a group for bidding and the highest bidder wins. Lin Xu's message was extremely concise. A few words explained the base price and transaction method of this resource card. At present, unless one had already set up a faction, it was impossible to come up with more than 2,000 units of stone. This price seemed high, but in fact the base price Lin Xu set was very reasonable. 2,000 units of stone were equivalent to 2 gold-grade stone material cards. This silver-grade tool card group migration was making its debut. Lin Xu thought it would auction for at least 3,500 units of stone. If it weren't for the tight resources everyone had and the urgent need to use stones to upgrade shelters, the price of this silver-grade tool card group migration would be even higher. Lin Xu's message once again sparked heated discussion. Zhuang Huai, wow. Shelters can actually be migrated. I never knew that. Luo mating, I was planning to abandon my shelter and seek refuge with a professional. Since there's a way to migrate the shelter, I'll just upgrade it obediently. Zhang Weiping isn't selling a silver-grade resource card for 2,000 stones, a bit too expensive. I don't even have 100 units of stone right now. Huang Wending, expensive. I don't think so. This tool card allows 100 people to migrate with their shelters. On average, each person only needs to spend a little over 200 units of stone to gather together. Crowdfunding, folks, crowdfunding. Anyone want to pool resources to buy this tool card? Then we can migrate together. Guoliang, your abacus beads are bouncing right into my eyes. You're a black-hearted maggot. If we crowdfund the stones, who gets them? What if we get scammed? In this situation, being cheated out of 200 units of stone means certain death. Might as well just bang your head and die. G-Fan Brother Su is so strong. Not only was he the first to upgrade his shelter, but he also has such good stuff. Brother Su's talent must be S rank or above. Lin Xu watched the messages scrolling rapidly in the main channel and thought to himself. In fact, crowdfunding resources was the only way for factions to purchase this tool card. Previously, the military had used ordinary level wood resource cards to trade large quantities of stone with 1 yen, also employing a crowdfunding approach. Lin Xu chose to trade this silver level item card group migration not only to establish a trading group. This would facilitate the future sale of the cards synthesized by 1 yen and establish a small circle centered around himself. He also wanted to warn those professionals who had chosen to abandon their sanctuaries after the communication function was activated. In Lin Xu's view, the sanctuary was the greatest guarantee for all professionals in this transmigration. In fact, as long as one survived the most difficult initial survival phase, it was not even necessary to upgrade the sanctuary to level 3. Now, this level 2 sanctuary with a small courtyard was already larger than the houses of 99% of the transmigrants before they crossed over. This sudden transaction could also accelerate the rapid formation of various factions. Thus, the Chinese region would have a stronger voice in future competitions and confrontations with other regions. Soon, many people sent friend requests to Lin Xu. Among those who sent friend requests to Lin Xu, many were names familiar to him from his previous life. Each professional could only establish one group through their bound communication trading device. Once established, they could exercise the duties of the group owner, inviting or removing members. However, they could not dissolve the group and recreate it. Lin Xu began private chats with these people who had added him as a friend. Since it was already past midnight, Lin Xu decided to auction the silver level item card group migration at 1:00 noon today. The reason for such haste was that Lin Xu needed to have enough time to operate before the deadline of the wealth rating tomorrow morning. He would convert the stone blocks obtained from the auction back into resource cards for 1 yen to synthesize. What Lin Xu needed to do now, in simple terms, was to verify assets. Even if these people did not have 2,000 units of stone blocks at the moment, they must have at least 2,000 units in hand by the deadline of noon tomorrow. Although the silver level item card group migration could only be won by one person, these group members, each holding at least 2,000 units of stone blocks, could later purchase other resource cards sold by Lin Xu. During the asset verification, Lin Xu emphasized that the number of stone blocks would be reconfirmed before the auction started tomorrow. Those who failed to meet the requirement would be removed from the group. Those removed would be blacklisted and lose the chance to re-enter the group. Lin Xu had been the first to upgrade his sanctuary twice, and had also announced the edibility of the purple spotted red mushroom. Among the current professionals, Lin Xu's prestige and reputation ranked among the top 3. Many were unsure whether they could gather 200 units of stone blocks and temporarily gave up the opportunity to join the group. If they were blacklisted by Lin Xu for failing to gather enough resources, it would be equivalent to losing an entry ticket to the top-tier arena of power and influence. In this elite arena, trading resources was secondary. More importantly, they could exchange information and foster cooperation. Most of those who did not join the group said to Lin Xu they hoped to join the group once they had gathered 200 units of stone blocks, but Lin Xu directly refused. He stated that the group entry permission would only be reopened when he next sold important resources. By then, the asset verification standard would be revised. Currently, Lin Xu's group only had 100 slots, so he could not invite too many people. Even if he later obtained a gold-level item card for group expansion, each expansion would only add 10 slots. This forced Lin Xu to constantly raise the entry threshold. Refusing them directly now would only elevate the status of Lin Xu's trading group in their minds, making them yearn to join. Perhaps the alternative was to let everyone in wait until the group was full, and then kick out the bottom-ranked members after screening. Lin Xu would likely end up antagonizing those kicked out. Seeing Lin Xu's reply, many people gritted their teeth. Even knowing that the card allowing 100 people to migrate their sanctuaries would be auctioned, they still wanted to gather 200 units of stone blocks to secure their stay in the group as the first batch of members. However, thinking of the risk of failure, they all abandoned the idea. An hour later, only 7 people were invited into the group by Lin Xu. Lin Xu's message had just been sent, and some were still asleep. By noon tomorrow, Lin Xu estimated that the group size would grow to around 13 people. The number of those truly intending to bid would not exceed 5. On one hand, 200 units of stone blocks was indeed a large amount. On the other hand, they were currently in the midst of the wealth rating phase. Using tens of thousands of units of stone blocks to purchase a silver-level resource card would affect many people's wealth rating if done through crowdfunding. Those determined to participate in the auction were mainly officials, the military, and outstanding individuals eager to establish their own power first. Lin, hello, everyone has the ability to produce 200 units of stone blocks. Quite impressive. Let's get to know each other. My name is Lin. Before the transmigration, I was the CEO of a listed company, and 3 of the global 500 enterprises were under my management. Zhang Qingtian Lin, I know you. The 3 companies you managed have had Black Swan events every year. If it weren't for your skill in cooking the books, 2 of them would have dropped out of the global 500 long ago. Peiji, now that we're all in this godforsaken place, it's meaningless to talk about our identities before the transmigration. Why don't we each reveal our talents? Wang Shun, rather than introduce my talent, I might as well tell you that I have a heart-shaped birthmark on my left buttock, and it itches every time I scratch it. Qin Lian Yue, we are all competitors. It's not too late to get to know each other after the ownership of that card is decided tomorrow. Lin, that's not cooking the books, that's turning the tide in a desperate situation. Peiji Su Shin, you're the group owner. Aren't you going to say something? Looking at the messy messages that resembled a junior high school class group, Lin Xu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Although these people's words seemed frivolous, they had probably already added each other as friends privately and discussed potential future cooperation. Currently, every person in the group represented a faction. In an environment with multiple coexisting factions and with little understanding of one another, these people would not actively show favor toward any particular faction. Lin Xu, an itchy birthmark might be eczema. It's late, get some rest. After this silver-level item card is auctioned, I will occasionally auction some small items. Lin Xu was evaluating these people, and they were also evaluating Lin Xu. Lin Xu's reply made the 7 people in the group subconsciously perform a habitual action similar to raising their eyebrows. Su Shin seemed not so serious after all, but it seemed he had an easygoing personality. After sending the message, Lin Xu no longer paid attention to the group chat, nor did he acknowledge those who had sent him friend requests. It would not be too late to pull people into the group before tomorrow's auction began. While adding members, he could conveniently verify their qualifications. The Black Iron Tier resource cards in Lin Xu's possession would not be auctioned in the group. These Black Iron Tier resource cards simply did not qualify to be displayed in the group. Otherwise, they would only lower the group's prestige. Yet these Black Iron Tier resource cards, unworthy of display in the group, sold very well in the trading district. Soon, 1853 units of stone blocks were piled in the courtyard. Mother Bear and the Green family also kept busy. In less than 4 hours, they helped Lin Xu gather nearly 500 units of stone blocks. Lin Xu listed these stone blocks directly in the anonymous trading district. At the time, the exchange ratio between stone blocks and timber had already exceeded 1:5. However, it still fell short of 1:6. Lin Xu chose not to raise the price, continuing with 1 unit of stone block exchanged for 4 normal tier timber resource cards. As dawn broke and Lin Xu's talent divine contract refresh applied to life form contracts, more than half of the 2,300 units of stone blocks he had listed were completed transactions. The remaining stone blocks were all sold within half an hour. Lin Xu was about to head to the courtyard to contract the near-dead juvenile terror-clawed ostrich, but he heard the crisp clacking sound on the steps. Wan Yin, eyes still groggy, descended the stairs wearing leather boots. Seeing Lin Xu, she instinctively rubbed her eyes. "Boss, I'm sorry I fell asleep yesterday." Lin Xu handed Wan Yin a bronze-tier resource card he had deliberately purchased from the trading district while selling stone blocks. This was a rare accessory card among weapon cards named Wool-Tasseled Headband. Wool-Tasseled Headband, an elastic headband that assists the wearer in slowly recovering spiritual power. Wearing it makes one look like an alpaca. This fluffy headband was not particularly attractive. Wearing it resembled attaching a sheep's rear into one's forehead. Lin Xu had obtained it from a warrior-class professional by exchanging a bronze-tier weapon card worth 350 units of stone blocks. That warrior-class professional felt he had gotten a bargain. But such a special accessory suitable for mage-class and healer-class professionals was truly a rare treasure. The probability of obtaining it from resource boxes was extremely low. Most importantly, the wool-tasseled headband could help Wan Yin, allowing her to shorten the interval between card combinations. Before tomorrow's wealth settlement ended, they needed to synthesize as many cards as possible. Wan Yin looked at the cards, slightly disdainful of the hideously cute headband on the card face. Nevertheless, she immediately used the resource card and placed the wool-tasseled headband on her forehead. Looking at the two entire black iron tier resource chests stacked with normal tier timber supply cards, Wan Yin said, "Boss, then I'll stop worrying about anything else and keep combining cards. If I can't hold on, I'll just sleep right here and continue combining cards when I wake up." Lin Xu thought about when the silver tier item card mass migration was sold, which would bring tens of thousands of units of stone blocks. If he kept having Wan Yin synthesize normal tier timber cards, her spiritual energy would not be sufficient. Currently, no potion capable of directly recovering spiritual power had appeared on the market. After some consideration, Lin Xu said seriously to Wan Yin, "Yin, change the selling message you previously posted. Until tomorrow noon, we will no longer exchange for normal tier timber cards. Directly exchange for bronze tier timber cards 20 units of stone blocks for one card. A bronze tier timber card contains 100 units of timber. At present, the ratio between timber and stone blocks exceeded 1:5. Exchanging 20 units of stone blocks for a bronze tier timber card should attract many eager traders. Even selling the silver tier item card mass migration at the floor price could exchange for 1,000 bronze tier timber cards. Having Wan Yin directly synthesize using bronze tier timber cards as materials. This was the only way to ensure Lin Xu and Wan Yin achieved the best results on the wealth ranking. As for those normal tier timber cards, purchases would resume after one day. As long as Wan Yin let those military and official traders know in advance, it would not count as breaking their word. The days ahead were long. Wan Yin using normal tier timber cards to synthesize resources was the choice that maximized benefits. Wan Yin published the new purchase notice in the trading district, then began synthesizing these resource cards. Lin Xu left the room and came to the courtyard to the near-dead terror-clawed ostrich. The pregnant female wolf had been watching the terror-clawed ostrich vigilantly the entire time. Seeing Lin Xu, it let out a mournful howl, then approached the terror-clawed ostrich. Whenever the ostrich showed any sign of movement, the pregnant female wolf would bite without hesitation. Even though the other 5 members of the Green family had not yet been contracted by Lin Xu, due to Green's relationship and their several days of getting along, the female wolf had already regarded Lin Xu as a member of the family. Lin Xu pressed his left hand, shimmering with divine light, onto the terror-clawed ostrich's head. His heart was extraordinarily excited at the prospect of being able to contract a creature like the terror-clawed ostrich. If not for possessing the golden tier treasured object, the mist vase, and with his shelter being transformed by the divine contract to gain the mobile fortress ability, which could help Mother Bear and the Green share damage, Lin Xu would absolutely not have had the opportunity to contract the terror-clawed ostrich at that moment. The terror-clawed ostrich population was not large. This juvenile terror-clawed ostrich did not have the ability to kill an adult terror-clawed ostrich. Through devouring adult terror-clawed ostriches, it could promote bloodline evolution. But this terror-clawed ostrich, relying on these long legs encased in metallic tough skin and feet larger than Lin Xu's head, could gather stone blocks much faster than Mother Bear and the Green family. Moreover, with a terror-clawed ostrich capable of speeds exceeding 270 kilometers per hour, it could quickly hunt humanoid bears and terrifying wolves in the environment around the shelter. Feeding Mother Bear and the Greens through the terror-clawed ostrich would promote their rapid power enhancement. The terror-clawed ostrich's growth speed was extremely fast, with sufficient food. It could grow to maturity within a few months. After being transformed by the divine contract and endowed with divinity upon reaching maturity, the terror-clawed ostrich would have at least an 80% chance of directly advancing to the transcendent tier. Before long, the terror-clawed ostrich, transformed by Lin Xu's divine contract, was recovering its vital signs at an astonishing speed. This sudden change caused the female wolf's fur to bristle, letting out restless whines continuously. Lin Xu quickly crouched down, wrapping both hands around the female wolf's neck to soothe her. When the Fearclaw cassowary rose to its feet, Lin Xu saw that its height, originally over 4 meters, now exceeded 5 meters. Its neck had also become thicker. The bright red wattle, which originally hung down a full 2 meters, had changed from 1 to 2 strands. The wattles had also grown from 2 meters to 3 meters and were covered with dense, aberrant keratinized tissues resembling bayberries. The contracted Fearclaw cassowary came to Lin Xu's side, docilely lowering its thick neck. It rubbed against Lin Xu's shoulder, then cast a disdainful glance at the she-wolf, whose fur was bristling. It raised its head and let out a strange scream. Through his perception, Lin Xu discovered that the Fearclaw cassowary had gained an ability called Wound Harvest. Wound Harvest. During battle, by inflicting substantial damage on the opponent, it absorbs that damage and converts it into its own vitality, healing its injuries. Wound Harvest is a restorative ability similar to Mother Bear's mutilated body regeneration. However, the two methods of recovery are completely different. Mother Bear's ability allows her, as long as she does not die after combat, even if her body is mutilated, to rely on mutilated body regeneration to restore her body completely. The Fearclaw cassowary's ability, Wound Harvest, does not possess the astonishing restorative effect of Mother Bear's. However, during battle, the Fearclaw cassowary can continuously recover. The Fearclaw cassowary is inherently a creature renowned for its swiftness and lethality. Tearing enemies apart with its sharp claws is its innate instinct. Healing its wounds through slaughter turns the Fearclaw cassowary, which is not adept at defense, into a berserker with maxed-out defensive attributes. When facing a large number of enemies, it will not be brought down by the tactic of trading blows. In fact, the Wound Harvest ability makes the Fearclaw cassowary more suited for one-on-one duels. It allows the Fearclaw cassowary to cleverly employ the strategy of exchanging injuries to defeat stronger opponents. Lin Xu stroked the Fearclaw cassowary's neck a couple of times. Stroking in the direction of the feathers, it felt very smooth. However, when stroking against the grain, the sharp feather shafts almost cut Lin Xu's fingers. Lin Xu patted the Fearclaw cassowary's neck, then gave an order signaling it to help move the rocks. With one kick, the Fearclaw cassowary could send a 300-gene rock rolling dozens of meters away. The Fearclaw cassowary's beak, even harder and sharper than its claws, struck the irregular large rocks, making them rounded and easier to roll for transport. The fallen fragments could then be handed over to the Jellin family for transport, saving them the trouble of searching everywhere for rocks within 15 kilograms. At the current location where Lin Xu's shelter was parked, there were several giant boulders exposed above the ground. These boulders, as large as small hills, could yield at least tens of thousands of units of rock. With its sharp claws, pointed beak, and the casque on its head, the Fearclaw cassowary had the ability to directly quarry these small hills, greatly increasing the speed at which the entire team could obtain rocks. During the night, Mother Bear and the Jellin family found several more resource crates. The resource cards in these crates were all ordinary, and Lin Xu casually listed them on the trading area. At this moment, inside a level 2 shelter, 2 people were focusing on sending messages using communication transaction devices. Chief Wu said that he has sent a friend request to Lin Xu, but it has not been approved yet. He wants you to inform him, guaranteeing that he can join this group. Also, Chief Wu said that even if he does not participate in the auction, he can only support us with at most 300 units of rock. And he charges an interest of 2% per day. The man, who appeared to be around 40 years old, who was sitting by the stone table, heard this, took the iron cup in front of him, drank a mouthful of the long-cooled water, and said, "Wu Dada really dares to say that. 2% interest. Why doesn't he just rob us? If I ask him for 300 rocks, I'd have to repay him 600 extra each day. Even robbery isn't that fast. Tell him to support me with 500 units of rock, and I'll give him 1% interest per day. I can guarantee that before the auction tomorrow noon, as long as he has 200 units of rock, he will definitely be able to join the group." The man, who appeared to be under 30, sitting beside Wang Chun, hesitated a little after hearing this, and said, "Chief, are you really going to contact Lin Xu for such a matter? I see that many people in our system have added him as a friend, but haven't been approved. He doesn't give us any chance to contact him, and he doesn't seem easy to deal with. And even with those 500 units of rock, the rocks we can allocate before tomorrow noon are only about 300 units. I always feel that using these rocks to bid for the silver grade item card group migration is not very certain." Wang Chun lightly tapped the table twice with his fingers and said with a grave tone, "We've already confirmed 100 brothers on our side. We can't let them down. I'll find a way to borrow some more rocks. Kong Jie, you determined the coordinates of my shelter through your talent orbital teleportation and teleported here using your S-rank talent. Without bringing your shelter, you sacrificed 80 units of wood and 70 units of rock for this, and your talent has a cooldown of 6 days. If we can get the 100 talented brothers to bring their shelters and gather here, our development will be the fastest in the entire Huaxiao region. My bottom line is 500 units of rock per person for teleportation. As long as the transaction price for this silver grade item card group migration does not exceed 500 units of rock, I will definitely secure it. Sell everything except that gold grade resource point before tomorrow noon. As he said this, Wang Qin's expression showed some regret. If it weren't for the fact that he had already used the card that sealed the gold grade resource point, and after use the resource point could no longer be traded through the trading area. For this silver grade item card group migration, Wang Qin was even willing to sell this gold grade resource point, which he cherished as a treasure. As for speaking on behalf of Wu Wenbin to Lin Xu, Wang Qin actually wanted to help. However, Lin Xu didn't even acknowledge him. Since Lin Xu added him to the group, Lin Xu had not replied to a single message he sent. However, Wang Qin could discern Lin Xu's purpose in forming this group. At present, there were not many people in the entire Huaxiao region who could control 200 units of rock. Although they could pool resources, even if each person only contributed 20 units of rock, it would greatly restrict individual development. As a high-ranking military official, Wang Qin was well aware of how weak the current military and government authority was. Because during the first 3 days of survival, the military and government had not been able to participate in the survival efforts. The massive number of deaths had made many of those originally within the system unwilling to accept assignments and commands. Whether Lin Xu aimed to form a high-quality small circle, or to facilitate future sales of supplies and obtain desired resources, he would pull in people like Wu Wenbin who held resources in their hands. This was the confidence behind Wang Qin's bold promise. If in the end, before the auction started, Wu Wenbin was not invited into the group by Lin Xu, then he could simply return the 500 units of rock to Wu Wenbin, and conveniently, he wouldn't have to pay the 1% interest either. Wang Qin frowned deeply as he stared at the chat history with this person named Wan Yin. At a time when stones were most urgently needed, she was offering 1 unit of stone in exchange for 4 common grade wood resource cards. This was a crucial avenue for Wang Qin to obtain stones. Among his subordinates, 2 possessed the A-grade talent alchemy card creation. They could use wood gathered from the natural environment to craft resource cards. He had confirmed with Wen Yin yesterday that the trade could continue long-term. This gave him a stable means of acquiring stones. But just now she said she would suspend the trade for common grade wood resource cards today. It would resume only tomorrow. Now Wen Yin wanted to buy a large quantity of bronze grade wood resource cards, offering 20 units of stone each. However, Wang Qin had very few bronze grade wood resource cards on hand. Thinking this over, he turned to Kong Jie and said, "Xiao Kong, tell old Wu. Tell him we'll exchange 100 common grade wood resource cards for one of his bronze grade wood resource cards. Have him trade all his bronze grade wood resource cards to me. To express my gratitude, I can sell him the blue pattern copper from my gold grade resource point, the blue pattern copper mine, at a low price. And for 1 week, I won't limit his purchase quantity." After finishing his instructions to Kong Jie, Wang Qin counted the common grade and bronze grade wood resource cards he had on hand. Then he sent a message to Wen Yin. "Wang Qin's sister, I have 97 bronze grade wood resource cards now. Buy 11 I should have about 120. Sister, you're the best Phi. Could you save 2400 units of stone for me?" After sending the message, he received no reply for a long while, making him anxious. Those 2000 plus units of stone could very well affect the ownership of the silver grade item card collective relocation. Unable to stay still, he began pacing in his shelter. Before his transmigration, he would only fall into this state when important combat orders were issued. 20 minutes later, he saw Wen Yin's reply. "Wen Yin, sorry I was busy just now. If you confirm the trade, I'll keep the stones for you." Wen Yin's message immediately calmed Wang Qin, and he quickly replied. Wang Qin's sister heart gesture, "We must trade more in the future, moi." At noon, a second-tier shelter nestled in the forest continuously emitted wisps of cooking smoke. In less than 15 minutes, 7 or 8 female professionals had entered and exited this second-tier shelter. A stunningly beautiful woman with striking features daintily ate a bowl of crystal-clear white congee. She sipped freshly squeezed juice, looking nothing like a survivor who had only been transmigrated into this mystical world for less than 5 days. Beside her sat 8 female professionals. These 8 women ate the same food as the woman. One slightly plump professional had even more congee in her bowl than Qin Lianyu. If Lin Xu had seen this scene, he would surely marvel at Qin Lianyu's wealth. To think she could afford congee, a luxury. Rice was notoriously difficult to cultivate. Among the native crops of this mystical world, none could rival rice. The only way to enjoy kanji was to obtain the corresponding crop card. Boss, are we really not going to snatch that silver grade item card called collective relocation this time? If we could take it, we could gather all the professionals who have come to us and sweep this entire forest as quickly as possible. Lin Xu, upon hearing this, took a slow, unhurried sip of the translucent kanji. Her expression suddenly turned serious and her tone became extremely earnest. Having you all is enough for now. It's just hard on you. You couldn't bring your shelters when you came to join me. I can make you a promise: once shelters can be relocated later, I will help you retrieve your shelters and upgrade them to the same level as mine. Lin Xu's promise was no empty talk. The description of the silver grade item card collective shelter indicated that the cooldown for collective relocation would not affect the cooldown for individual relocation. This meant there must be a way to relocate a shelter individually in the future. Everyone present was deeply moved by Lin Xu's promise. Their loyalty toward her growing even stronger. Lin Xu observed the changes in their expressions as she continued. The official and military forces will definitely spare no effort to secure that silver grade item card collective relocation. I've already contacted both sides, and there's a possibility of cooperation in the future. There's no need to make them think poorly of me by being competitors this time. Besides, we don't have nearly 3,000 units of stone, so we can't bid for this card anyway. In just this one night, so many changes have occurred on our side. Gathering 100 professionals together might not be a good thing at this stage. As she spoke, Lin Xu sighed inwardly. After her transmigration, she had unexpectedly awakened the SS grade talent Garden Feast. The Garden Feast talent allowed her to bind a piece of land, linking it with her talent. Within this land, she could use 12 plant-related resource cards. When these 12 plant-related resource cards were planted in the Garden Feast area, not only did the manifested products level up once, but they also entered a mature state immediately after planting and had a shortened harvest cycle. Before the trading platform opened, Lin Xu's SS Talent Garden Feast had been greatly restricted. But once the platform opened, selling the crops harvested through the Garden Feast talent allowed her to live a life of refined abundance. She had over 2,000 units of stone in stock and could recruit people to build a faction. Lin Xu was smart. She didn't recruit directly on the main channel of the Huaxiao region. Instead, she posted recruitment messages on the regional channel. People recruited on the main channel couldn't immediately come to her side and couldn't be of real help, unlike the regional channel where she could recruit professionals near her shelter. Lin Xu had strong management skills, but the morale was still unstable. The professionals she recruited from the regional channel, those near her shelter, totaled 14, 3 men and 11 women. But on the very first night, those 3 men tried to force themselves on a female professional. There were also 2 female professionals who pilfered supplies in the dead of night. As they prepared to flee, they were apprehended by Lin Xu. The 3 male professionals who had just arrived and intended to cause trouble were killed by Lin Xu without hesitation. However, regarding the handling of the 2 female professionals who had stolen supplies, some voiced a different opinion from Lin Xu. Lin Xu had killed the 3 male professionals decisively in order to establish authority and order. Choosing to release the 2 female thieves was meant to demonstrate her mercy. In this harsh and unforgiving environment, a merciful person would find it easier to recruit allies. Now that Lin Xu had only tentatively settled on her core team, she still needed some time to work with them. This would allow her to discern who could truly be entrusted with important tasks. Having decided to build a force and make a big move, Lin Xu preferred to advance steadily and firmly rather than rushing to expand her influence. With her SS grade talent Garden Feast, she could assume the role of a benefactor during the process of building her power. Henceforth, she wouldn't need to worry about acquiring resources for the faction's development. Compared to that silver grade item card mass migration, what Lin Xu truly needed were plant-based resource cards that could complement her talent Garden Feast. Lin Xu had a premonition that she would definitely gain something from the group Lin Xu had established. At present, the attention of all factions was focused on the item card mass migration and the group created by Lin Xu. Those who had gathered 20,000 units of stone blocks but failed to join the group were nearly driven mad with anxiety. Meanwhile, those who couldn't gather enough stone blocks were constantly mobilizing their networks of connections. They tried every possible means to get special treatment from Lin Xu. Lin Xu, however, had no time to bother with them. He was steering his shelter forward while searching everywhere for purple-spotted red mushrooms. Although Lin Xu had already collected over 120 purple-spotted red mushrooms, he still felt that he should stockpile as much food as possible until the mushrooms could be cultivated. Lin Xu brought back a basket of nearly 40 purple-spotted red mushrooms to the shelter only to find one Yin had once again fallen asleep on the floor. She wore a sheep's rump forehead protector that wrapped entirely around her forehead, which combined with her sleeping face actually appeared somewhat endearing. This time Lin Xu did not carry Wen Yin upstairs to sleep. Checking the time, Lin Xu also lay down directly on the floor of the shelter. He set an alarm on the trading communicator planning to take a short nap of 1 hour. In recent days, Lin Xu's daily sleep had not exceeded 6 hours, and he still had to perform strenuous physical labor. If he didn't get at least an hour of sleep, he felt he could hardly endure any longer. The trading communicator had a wake-up service, and it came with an electric shock function. Even if Lin Xu was in a deep sleep, the wake-up service could instantly rouse him. When Lin Xu was awakened by the electric current, he found himself covered with a completely dried yellow-spotted deerskin. Wen Yin had somehow already awakened and was busy synthesizing cards beside him. Seeing Lin Xu awake, Wen Yin handed him a cup of water she had prepared earlier. Then she grabbed the pile of over 50 silver-grade wood resource cards beside her and said to Lin Xu, "Boss, I've used up all the common-grade wood resource cards and quite a few bronze-grade ones as well. Now I have 14 chances to synthesize gold-grade resource cards. After I finish these 14 syntheses, I'll probably need to sleep a bit again. Apart from the black iron-grade rare beast card Wind-Drunken Calamus, which you asked me to keep, I've synthesized 2 in total. All the other black iron-grade and bronze-grade resource cards have been sold exchanged for bronze-grade wood resource cards. During the synthesis of silver-grade resource cards, 3 different types of cards popped out sideways. Boss, take a look at these 3 cards and see if there's anything good." After drinking the water, Wen Yin handed him. Lin Xu forced himself to stay alert. 1 hour of sleep was nowhere near enough to dispel his fatigue. Lin Xu took the 3 silver-grade resource cards. At present, silver-grade resource cards could be considered the highest tier that could be obtained from treasure chests. The 3 silver-grade resource cards were Mud Puppet Wand. In a muddy environment, using the wand can summon a mud puppet, and it has a certain enhancement effect on the exertion of earth element abilities. Sugar Frost Fruit Tree, a fruit tree that bears special fruits. If the fruits are not harvested after ripening, the surface will continuously secrete snow-white sugar frost that can be used as seasoning. Energy Crystal, a crystal with stable energy that can serve as a power source for magical creations. Their value far exceeded that of bronze-grade resource cards. These 3 silver-grade item cards gave Lin Xu a feeling of pleasure and delight. The Mud Puppet Wand was a typical weapon suitable for spellcasting professionals who fought using earth elements. In battle, the puppet summoned by the wand could serve as a meat shield. It provided spellcasters with room to deal damage. If sold directly in the trading zone, it should fetch 2800 to 3300 units of stone blocks. If auctioned in the trading group, Lin Xu estimated the final price would not be lower than 340 units of stone blocks. A crop card like the Sugar Frost Fruit Tree had already transcended the realm of mere subsistence. As a seasoning, the sugar frost was a luxury that elevated people's sense of pleasure. Crop cards at the silver grade produced items that, if consumed regularly, would enhance a professional's physique. However, Lin Xu did not intend to keep this Sugar Frost Fruit Tree for cultivation himself. The cultivation cycle of such a crop was simply too long. Moreover, with Wen Yin around, silver-grade crop cards like the Sugar Frost Fruit Tree were no longer precious to Lin Xu. Wen Yin could easily synthesize such a card again in the future without much effort. As for the energy crystal, it was a rather niche material. Only professionals whose talents were related to crafting puppets would be interested in this silver-grade material card. Lin Xu chose not to keep any of these 3 silver-grade material cards for himself. He would sell all of them through auction in his small group. While Lin Xu examined the 3 silver-grade resource cards, Wen Yin began synthesizing the silver-grade wood resource cards. From 14 synthesis attempts, she produced 7 gold-grade wood resource cards. During the process, not a single other type of card was generated sideways. This made Lin Xu wonder if Wen Yan's luck-triggering effect was somewhat diminished when synthesizing high-grade resource cards. Wen Yin was clearly dissatisfied with her own synthesis results. She directly took out the gold-grade timber resource card she had synthesized previously. Gritting her teeth and adhering to the gambler's creed of never giving up, she began synthesizing once more. As Wen Yin combined the cards, Lin Xu couldn't help but hold his breath. He could tell that Wen Yin was getting carried away. With the innate talent of a card master to endlessly synthesize resource cards every time she lucked out and obtained a precious resource card, her brain rewarded her with a surge of dopamine. Under the constant stimulation of this dopamine rush, Wen Yin gradually turned into a diligent little gambler. Lin Xu at this moment was no different. 8 gold-grade timber resource cards allowed Wen Yin to perform 2 syntheses. These 2 syntheses had the chance to yield a platinum-grade resource card. Even a platinum-grade resource card containing just 100 units of timber was exceptionally precious. During the first synthesis, 4 gleaming gold-grade timber resource cards vanished instantly. But during the second synthesis, a card appeared that resembled a silver-grade resource card in color. However, it radiated a luster like glass and appeared in Wen Yan's palm. Before she could even glance at the card's information, she fell unconscious again. Lin Xu carefully picked up the card with its glassy sheen. The ability, Lucky Random, which had rarely triggered before, had activated when synthesizing a platinum-grade resource card. It had triggered, skewing the result to yield a platinum-grade Spirit Beast card. The surface of a platinum-grade resource card already displayed a 3D effect. The card presented a riot of green. Carpets of varying shades of green spread across a wilderness. This platinum-grade Spirit Beast card was a plant card, and a very rare one at that, moss. Yulin Xu. Just by the name of this moss one could tell it was a spirit beast with healing abilities. Yulin Xu choose a substance as its energy source, and the spread moss can heal the creatures dwelling upon it. It also had a certain restorative effect on mental and soul injuries. After reading the card's introduction to Yulin Xu, Lin Xu clenched his fists in excitement. Spirit beasts with healing abilities were as rare as professionals with healing talents. Yulin Xu could not only heal physical injuries. It also had a certain therapeutic effect on soul and mental damage. And despite being a delicate moss plant, its daily cultivation was surprisingly simple. The holder could freely choose an energy-rich substance to bind Yulin Xu to. Once bound, that substance could be used continuously to nurture the moss. Counting one yen, Lin Xu had only contracted 4 spirit beasts through the divine contract talent. Among them, Mother Bear and the terror-clawed cassowary, both had means to heal injuries. Yet even so, healing ability was still essential for Lin Xu. With Yulin Xu, Mother Bear could shorten the time needed for her limb regeneration ability. The terror-clawed cassowary could also recover from injuries when not in battle. It was only a small probability that future creatures Lin Xu contracted would gain healing-related abilities after being endowed with divinity. For instance, if the green family got injured in battle, just recovering would take days. If the injuries were severe, the weak healing ability of the purple-spotted red mushroom and the pollen used as an antibiotic might not be enough to pull them through. With healing ability as a guarantee, Lin Xu could boldly command his spirit beasts. He could acquire more resources through combat. There were many energy-rich substances such as timber and stones which contained energy. However, feeding timber or stones to Yulin Xu as an energy source, Yulin Xu would find it extremely difficult to absorb the energy from timber and stones. Insufficient energy would severely hinder its growth. Just like a person claiming to be not picky and able to eat anything, you wouldn't shovel a load of pig manure into their mouth. After much thought, Lin Xu decided to use blood as the energy source for Yulin Xu. In the forests and grasslands of the mystical Great World, yellow-spotted deer were everywhere. Because predators didn't like eating yellow-spotted deer, they were always overpopulated. Fortunately, once the herd reached a certain size, the does would refuse to breed and nurse their fawns. Plus, during the breeding season, adult male yellow-spotted deer fought frequently. Most fights ended in a fight to the death. Otherwise, the forests and grasslands would have long been destroyed by the rampant yellow-spotted deer. With Mother Bear, the green family, and the terror-clawed cassowary, hunting yellow-spotted deer was a simple task. Watering Yulin Xu with blood allowed it to directly digest and absorb various nutrients from the blood. It would rapidly spread a thick green carpet across every corner of Lin Xu's sanctuary courtyard. As a creature born from a platinum-grade spirit beast card, as long as a large amount of blood was supplied to Yulin Xu, it would advance to the transcendent rank in a very short time and would not encounter any significant bottleneck before reaching the fantasy rank. Yulin Xu, being a moss plant with only healing abilities and no ability to move, possessed no offensive capabilities and could not flee. Even though Lin Xu had already contracted the terror-clawed cassowary today and could not contract Yulin Xu, he still activated this platinum-grade spirit beast card. He let Yulin Xu take root in the courtyard near the entrance of the main house. A patch of moss only half a square meter in size spread over the area. Lin Xu crouched down to measure and found the moss thickness exceeded 3 centimeters. He tentatively stepped on it and discovered that Yulin Xu could perfectly support his weight. Lin Xu pressed down hard on Yulin Xu and felt that even if the terror-clawed cassowary stood on it, the moss carpet would not deform. Once Yulin Xu completely covered the courtyard of his sanctuary, it would effectively separate the ground above from the earth below into 2 independent parts. This further strengthened Lin Xu's determination to cultivate an ant queen. The ant army produced by the queen could move between Yulin Xu and the soil. They would no longer appear before Lin Xu's eyes, disrupting his construction of the sanctuary. There was still half a yellow-spotted deer carcass left in the sanctuary. Lin Xu squeezed out a basin of deer blood and poured it over Yulin Xu. The crimson blood drenched the moss surface, causing Yulin Xu to immediately bind to blood as its energy source. Lin Xu poured the blood quickly, but Yulin Xu was like a sponge. Not a single drop of blood splashed, all the blood was absorbed by the moss. Yet Yulin Xu did not change color from absorbing the blood. Lin Xu continued to observe and saw that this basin of deer blood caused the moss to expand on a small scale. The newly grown Yulin Xu was only a thin layer. To become as thick as the main body, it would need continuous watering with blood. In recent days, Bear Mother and the Green family had been moving around the vicinity, allowing Lin Xu to discover numerous ant nests. However, none of these nests contained the one he was seeking, the nest of the golden ring leafcutter ants. Among all ant species, the golden ring leafcutter ant was the smallest in individual size. The soldier ants specialized by the queen were only as large as the worker ants of other leafcutter varieties. This made it extremely difficult for the golden ring leafcutter ant to form large colonies in the wild. Yet they still persisted because the queen of this species possessed a reproductive capacity far surpassing that of other ant queens. In addition, the colony had a remarkable adaptability and the ability to cultivate specific fungal strains. The ability Lin Xu had gained after being endowed with divinity, homologous, devouring, granted this weak ant tribe infinite possibilities. But so far no trace of the golden ring leafcutter ant nest had been found. Even if he did locate one, Lin Xu had to ensure that the queen he contracted had at least 2 golden rings on her abdomen. A golden ring leafcutter ant queen with 2 golden rings on her abdomen was considered a high bloodline among her kind. She possessed the ability to control queens of the same species with lower bloodlines. Leafcutter ant colonies naturally followed a model based on a single primary queen, with multiple queens jointly building a large family. Lin Xu gazed at the healing emerald wool for a long while. At present, he was likely the only person in the entire Huaxiao region who possessed a platinum rank resource card. But soon others would also own platinum rank resource cards, because 10 people would soon successfully upgrade their sanctuaries to level 2. By then, both Lin Xu and Wen Yen would receive the sanctuary upgrade rewards. Having slept for less than 2 hours, Wen Yen slowly regained consciousness. Upon waking, Wen Yen vaguely remembered successfully merging a card. With hopeful eyes, she looked at Lin Xu and asked, "Did I fuse a platinum rank resource card that is a wood resource card?" Lin Xu smiled and shook his head. "No, you fused a beast card that is very useful to me. From now on, our sanctuary will have a versatile nurse." Hearing Lin Xu's words, Wen Yen suddenly relaxed a lot. When she first fused a gold rank wood resource card, 4 cards had been consumed. That had been a huge shock to her. 40,000 units of wood. Fortunately, the result was good. Seeing Wen Yen preparing to continue fusing those bronze rank wood resource cards, Lin Xu couldn't help but worry about her. Lin Xu could see that Wen Yan's mental state was very poor, so poor that her eye sockets were slightly sunken. She looked like a habitual degenerate who had binge-laced for 2.5 years. A Yen, take a break before fusing more cards. Before Lin Xu could finish, Wen Yen said firmly, "Boss, I can keep going. Right now I feel like I'm staying up late grading student papers under an oil lamp. But grading papers doesn't bring surprises like fusing cards does." Seeing Wen Yen so determined, Lin Xu said no more. He thought of the healing emerald wool. Even without being contracted, it could still heal the creatures resting on it. A healing type beast from a platinum rank resource card would surely possess extraordinary healing abilities. The moment Wen Yen sat on the half-square-meter plot of healing emerald wool, she let out a comfortable sigh. She felt as if a river was slowly flowing into her desert-dry spiritual energy. "Boss, with this beast's assistance, I think I can start fusing cards now. Don't worry, I'm not foolish. When I really can't hold on, I'll stop and rest." As soon as Wen Yen finished speaking, a cold, emotionless voice simultaneously echoed in the minds of every professional. Those professionals who were sleeping were all woken by this voice. 10 professionals have now successfully upgraded their sanctuaries to level 2. Rewards for ranks 1 through 10 have been distributed. Rewards for ranks 11 through 100 will be distributed when 100 professionals have upgraded their sanctuaries to level 2. After all rewards for the top 100 are distributed, different levels of mysterious realms will randomly appear in the environment. These mysterious realms contain abundant resources and treasure chests. Completing a realm can yield additional rewards based on completion degree. As soon as the cold, emotionless voice faded, 2 treasure chests appeared before Lin Xu and Wen Yen, brighter than silver with a glassy luster. They were clearly 2 platinum rank chests. Such a reward was truly generous. Lin Xu was the first to reach for the platinum rank chest, and 3 options appeared on it. They were weapon, item card, and beast. Lin Xu was not skilled in combat, so weapon was the first option he eliminated. As for item card and beast, though item cards were astonishingly effective, they could only be used once. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xu decisively chose beast. 3 options immediately appeared before Lin Xu. Temptation Demon Flower absorbs the aura of a creature and releases a special scent to attract beings of the same bloodline. The type of creature attracted can be changed daily. Serrated Rock Boar, a giant boar with 6 serrated tusks capable of manipulating earth elements to form stone armor on its body. When the stone armor is worn, it grants slight immunity to elemental damage. Plasma Dragonfly, a fly with dragon bloodline having partially activated draconic traits. The digestive fluids inside it transform into plasma when expelled, inflicting damage with a certain paralyzing effect. Combat-type beasts from Platinum rank beast cards already possessed the ability to control elements before advancing to the Transcendent rank. This was evident from the serrated rock boar and the plasma dragonfly. In fact, the young terror claw cassowary that Lin Xu had contracted also possessed some ability to control the metal element before reaching the Transcendent rank. However, the terror claw cassowary's ability to control the metal element was far inferior to the serrated rock boar's control over earth and the plasma dragonfly's control over electricity. If the terror claw cassowary were turned into a beast card, it would likely be slightly stronger than an ordinary gold rank combat type beast, falling somewhere between gold and platinum ranks. Both in his past life and this one, Lin Xu's talent was related to beast taming. When contracting beasts, he had a slight aesthetic preference. Neither the serrated rock boar nor the plasma dragonfly appealed to him. Moreover, creatures like the plasma dragonfly with dragon bloodline were difficult to nurture. If Lin Xu ever reached the stage where he could hunt other dragon-type creatures, he would not waste those precious dragon corpses on a mere fly with dragon bloodline. Compared to combat-type beasts like the serrated rock boar and the plasma dragonfly, the functional-type temptation demon flower was far more appealing to Lin Xu. Lin Xu had his reasons for valuing the temptation demon flower. Its effect was perfectly suited to him, the aura known as homologous devouring. Within a territory, there could be many yellow-spotted deer. But for high-level predators like dire wolves and human-faced bears, which possess a certain sense of territory, when you appear as prey, they are like nightmares. But when you appear as a predator, they seem to vanish. Even deliberate searching would not make them easy to find. Otherwise, Bear Mother would not have only devoured 2 human-faced bears 4 days after being contracted by Lin Xu. Gulin's family had only cleared 3 dire wolf households. After that, traces of human-faced bears and dire wolves became hard to find. With the Temptation Demon Flower, a platinum-grade rare beast, Lin Xu could more easily find suitable materials for his contracted beasts to devour. Moreover, these materials required no individual hunting. They would deliver themselves like takeout. However, choosing the Temptation Demon Flower also carried certain risks. Take the dire wolf, for example. After the Temptation Demon Flower absorbed the dire wolf's aura, the scent it released would attract creatures of the same bloodline. What was summoned might not be only dire wolves. It could also be other wolves with a similar bloodline, or even dire wolves that had already stepped into the Transcendent rank. Fortunately, in the past life, all human forces, including the Huaxiao region, had conducted a detailed analysis of the post-transmigration situation. Outside the area where human transmigrators operated, there was a huge, semi-permeable membrane, or rather a special mechanism. The energy contained in this semi-permeable membrane was constantly dissipating over time, allowing the beings that passed through it to become increasingly higher in rank. Eventually, the membrane would completely disappear, causing this region to fully merge with the entire mystical world. During the first 10 days, there was no need to worry about transcendent creatures appearing. Even after 10 days, transcendent-level creatures were rarely encountered. Since the environment was not lacking in food, these transcendent beings generally did not actively attack the shelters where transmigrators lived. On the contrary, various professionals who had already formed factions would set out to trouble those transcendent creatures in order to upgrade their shelters to level 3. Thus, for the next 5 days, Lin Xu could freely use the Temptation Demon Flower, and he did not need to rush into contracting a functional rare beast like the Temptation Demon Flower, as long as it could be put to use. Securing a good rank in the first wealth rating was the best way to gain fame and further distance oneself from others. After this wealth rating ended, there would be a full half-month until the next one. In the following time, Lin Xu would focus on enhancing the strength of Bear Mother and Gulin. He aimed to have Bear Mother and Gulin attempt to step into the transcendent level before the 10th day after transmigration, when transcendent creatures would appear, as long as there were enough human-faced bears and dire wolves for them to devour. Both could evolve without barriers through the homologous devouring aura. Even though the platinum-grade Temptation Demon Flower could attract many common-level beasts like human-faced bears and dire wolves at once. With the terror-clawed cassowary, they could easily kill these human-faced bears and dire wolves. Although opening the platinum-grade mystery box this time did not yield resource points or artifacts, but having the Temptation Demon Flower, which could assist his contracted beasts in rapidly improving their strength, Lin Xu did not feel unlucky at all. On the contrary, he felt extremely fortunate, because whether it was a resource point that could stably produce resources or a functional artifact, none were as important as enhancing hard power. In the wealth rating, any platinum-grade resource card, regardless of its type, had the same points. For the sake of the wealth rating, some people in the market should have already been buying high-grade resource cards at low prices, cards that were impractical with niche and useless functions. Wan Yin also reached into the platinum-grade mystery box. However, she did not make a choice herself, but asked Lin Xu, Boss, in this box I can choose supplies, item cards, and resource points. What do you think I should pick to be useful at? Hearing this, Lin Xu's face lit up with surprise. He hadn't expected Wen Yin to be so lucky. She had actually obtained a resource point from the platinum grade mystery box. Lin Xu quickly said the option of resource points. Boss, I chose resource points, and now 3 different resource points have appeared for me to choose from. Which one should I pick? When Wen Yin selected resources in the platinum grade mystery box, she could not share data with Lin Xu. Lin Xu could only determine the value of these resource points through her description. Yin described the details of these 3 resource points to me carefully. Wen Yin nodded heavily and introduced seriously. The first resource point is called Thunder Manganese Iron Mine. It can stably produce 200 units of Thunder Manganese Iron per natural week. The second resource point is called Healing Spring. It produces 10 liters of healing spring water daily, which has miraculous effects on physical injuries. Once contaminated with this spring water, physical injuries heal instantly. The third resource point is called Mithril Mine. It can only produce 1 unit of mithril per natural day. When introducing the third resource point, Wen Yin couldn't help complaining. Boss, although the third resource point produces silver, it only yields 1 unit per day. That's merely 30 units in a natural month. Far too few. Hearing Wen Yin mention the mithril mine, Lin Xu could hardly believe his ears. Wen Yin's luck could no longer be described merely as good. She had actually opened one of the 10 most expensive platinum grade resource points, the mithril mine. 1 unit of mithril per day compared to the first resource point, the Thunder Manganese Iron Mine, which produced 200 units per natural week. The yield seemed extremely scarce. The difference in output between the two was nearly 30-fold. The Thunder Manganese Iron process from the mine could only be used to make weapons suitable for warrior-type professionals, or applied in infrastructure construction that required high-strength metals. Although Thunder Manganese Iron could be used as steel for upgrading shelters, only a fool would do that. The materials produced from a platinum-grade resource point like Thunder Manganese Iron were far more expensive than ordinary steel. In the past life, pioneers had already conducted research using high-grade materials as upgrade materials for shelters did not make the shelter stronger. As a result, many professionals who held large amounts of resources had taken a detour. Because mithril stability was second only to adamantine, yet it was tougher and more wear-resistant than adamant. Mithril as a metal material was the most suitable metal for crafting tools for alchemists, magic chefs, and other lifestyle or support professionals. Moreover, noble magic-type professionals and healing-type professionals also needed mithril for their weapons. Compared to the laming iron or mine, the healing hot spring was undoubtedly more valuable. However, its function clashed with the platinum-grade rare beast Yulin Tsurong that Lin Xu had just acquired. Moreover, Yulin Tsurong could heal not only physical wounds, but also injuries to the spirit and soul. In terms of healing capabilities, it surpassed the healing spring water produced by the healing hot spring resource node. For every professional seeking better development rather than focusing resources on a single direction, what matters more is comprehensive growth across all areas. However, with the mithril mine option available, the laming iron ore and healing hot spring no longer held any appeal for Lin Xu. After making the selection, a platinum-grade resource card appeared in Wen Yin's palm. Wen Yin examined the exquisite card before handing it to Lin Xu. Mithril mine, a mine capable of producing the rare metal mithril, yielding 1 unit of mithril each natural day. Lin Xu activated the platinum-grade resource card for the mithril mine within the courtyard. A mine spanning less than 5 square meters appeared diagonally to the side of Lin Xu's main shelter residence. The entire shaft walls gleamed with silver luster adorned with intricate magical runes at the entrance. Positioned in the courtyard, it resembled a refined work of art. Starting tomorrow, Lin Xu could harvest and stockpile mithril. Rather than selling this rare material, directly refining it into various crafted items would yield greater returns. Or crafting wands suited for spellcasters and healers would maximize the profit. The challenge remained that Lin Xu couldn't easily find a professional with exceptional crafting skills. With only 2 hours remaining until noon, Lin Xu began reviewing the professionals who had added him as a friend. Most hadn't yet gathered the required 20,000 units of stone blocks, hoping Lin Xu would make an exception. Lin Xu ignored all of them. Before noon, he only brought in 5 more people. Including himself, the group had just 13 members. In truth, when Lin Xu was screening group members earlier, more than 5 professionals had managed to gather the 20,000 stone units. The problem was that some of them had notorious reputations from their previous life, showing no regard for other professionals' lives whatsoever. These individuals would even sell out their allies without hesitation. They operated entirely on a bandit and thug mentality. Lin Xu would never sell a silver-grade item card for mass relocation to people like this. He wouldn't give them the chance to join his inner circle either. Lin Xu's small group had been quite lively since yesterday. Now with new members joining, it had become even more bustling. Wu Wenbin finally got in. Who among you has surplus food? I can trade first for grain with you. Qin Lianyue, I have some here. Let's discuss the trading details privately. Zhang Qingtian 12 people are competing for this item card, and I can't shake the feeling that I haven't prepared enough stones. Would any of you like to team up with me to bid on this item card? We could each send 50 people to relocate the shelter. Peiji, that's a good idea, but I'm not planning to cooperate with anyone. What happens if conflicts arise once our shelters are all relocated to the same area? Who'll be the fall guy? Wang Chun read Peiji's message and secretly cursed under his breath. This old fox was truly full of contradictions. Just 3 hours ago, Wang Chun had already chosen to cooperate with Peiji. Peiji represented the official faction. There was a natural alliance between the two of them. Peiji had lent him 15,000 units of stones, and if he used those 15,000 units, he would need to repay the corresponding amount of stones to Peiji in the future. If he didn't use them, the price of this silver-grade item card for mass shelter relocation would be divided 4 ways. Peiji would cover one portion, and correspondingly he would need to provide Peiji with 25 shelter relocation spots. They would plan out the 4 directions, east, south, west, and north. Peiji would lead these 24 people sent by the official faction in one direction. As they developed, everyone would help each other, but not interfere with one another. Without securing this cooperation, Wang Chun genuinely wasn't certain he could have won this silver-grade item card. At this stage, the significance of this card was truly too great to take any chances. There was no room for even the slightest mistake. As for Wu Wenbin, he had just sent a thank you message. Wu Dada still believed he could get in because Wang Chun had put in a good word with Lin Xu. In reality, Wang Chun had indeed messaged Lin Xu recommending Wu Wenbin. But unfortunately, Lin Xu still hadn't replied to the message he sent. Lin Xu, everyone's here. The auction starts in 5 minutes. Everyone type numbers to bid in turn. After someone places a bid, if no one offers a higher price within 1 minute, the deal is confirmed. During the auction, no one is allowed to send messages unrelated to the auction. Anyone who breaks the rules will receive a warning for the first offense and will be removed from the group chat for the second. I hope everyone can follow the rules during the auction. As the group owner, Lin Xu was setting the rules for his small group. Seeing Lin Xu's message, Wang Chun's expression turned serious. He had no doubt that anyone who broke the rules twice would be kicked out by Lin Xu. Half of the people in the group were influential figures before the transmigration. People whose every move could impact all of human society. But after crossing over, Wang Chun had long since adjusted his mindset. Wang Chun had always ruled out cooperating with Wu Wenbin precisely because Wu hadn't grasped this point yet. During these 5 minutes of preparation, Lin Xu took the 3 silver-grade resource cards that Wen Yin had just crafted. These 3 silver-grade resource cards were as follows. Mist Veil Cloak, a cloak that allows the user to envelop themselves in fog for 8 seconds, temporarily entering an invisible state. Lightning Storefire Grass in thunderstorm or lightning weather conditions. This can absorb and store the energy from lightning and, through guidance, can slowly release the absorbed electrical energy. Auxiliary Mechanical Arm, a finely crafted mechanical arm that can be controlled by the holder through mental power, assisting the holder in their work. Lin Xu didn't plan to keep a single one of these newly crafted silver-grade resource cards from Wen Yin. They would be auctioned together with the 3 previously crafted silver-grade resource cards. Clay Golem, Short Staff, Sugar Frost Fruit Tree, and Energy Crystal. Boss, I just crafted several sets of silver-grade timber resource cards and accidentally pulled out a gold-grade crop card. But to plant this crop card, it requires a very large area. Do you think we should keep this crop card? This gold-grade crop card Wen Yin felt was very precious. But Lin Xu's shelter kept moving. Even after expansion, the courtyard of Lin Xu's shelter had a full 200 square meters. But for planting this kind of crop, it should still not be large enough. Wen Yin knew that Lin Xu's shelter could move, unlike others whose shelters remained fixed in one location. Once the shelter was upgraded and its courtyard expanded, crops grown outside the courtyard could be transplanted inside. But since Lin Xu's shelter was constantly on the move, planting this golden-grade crop card outside the shelter would be tantamount to returning it to nature. Moreover, Lin Xu's 200 square meter courtyard needed to be reserved for storing stone blocks and placing resource points. This made Wen Yin feel somewhat regretful. Lin Xu took the rich golden card from her hand. On its surface was drawn an exceptionally plump ear of corn. Golden hemp corn, a variety of corn that thrives even in arid conditions. Upon maturity, it grows long golden silk strands that, after being collected and boiled, can be used as coarse hemp. Each ear of corn produced would measure at least as long as an adult man's forearm. A single stalk could fill the stomachs of 4 to 5 people. Furthermore, the dense tassel growth ahead would measure no less than a meter in length. After boiling, these tassels could be utilized as material for weaving garments. This golden-grade crop card golden hemp corn was remarkably easy to cultivate and resilient to drought. Once planted, it would not only ensure basic sustenance, but skilled crafters could also use it to produce garments comparable to black iron grade with certain functional properties. Crops like golden hemp corn that yield byproducts were truly rare treasures. However, as Wen Yin had pointed out, his own shelter simply couldn't accommodate golden hemp corn. When the parent plant reached maturity, instead of consuming it, he would dry the kernels from each ear and thresh them off. Every single kernel could grow into a new golden hemp corn plant. To fully realize the maximum value of this golden grade crop card, he would need at least nearly 10,000 square meters of farmland. Alternatively, dozens of professionals could collaborate to cultivate golden hemp corn together. Since his shelter couldn't support it, he decided to auction this golden grade crop card alongside the others in the group. Those individuals had exhausted every means to gather 20,000 units of stone blocks just to join the group. As the group administrator, Lin Xu needed to demonstrate his resources and prove the value of this trading group to its members. After auctioning off the silver grade group shelter item card, he would proceed to auction 6 more silver grade resource cards and 1 golden grade crop card. This would sufficiently demonstrate Lin Xu's depth of resources. Before noon tomorrow, all the resources earned from the auction group would be entirely used to help Wen Yin combine cards. If possible, Lin Xu also wanted to use the group he had formed to help Wen Yin acquire a resource card of silver grade or higher, one capable of restoring mental energy or reducing its depletion. During these 5 minutes, the 12 members in the group, excluding Lin Xu, exhibited a notably lower chat frequency compared to before. They were all finalizing the amount of stone blocks they could mobilize and engaging in various private transactions behind the scenes. Even Wang Chun, who had already partnered with Pei Zhi, managed to borrow additional stone blocks from Wu Wenbin. Among the group members, only a small fraction had intentions of bidding on this silver-grade group migration item card. More people like Qin Lianyue and Wu Wenbin valued the small circle Lin Xu had established itself. Several of them had privately speculated about Lin Xu's talents. Although they hadn't communicated with each other, they all internally agreed that Lin Xu's talent was at least SS grade. Furthermore, his ability should be related to secret observation, and he also possessed considerable combat prowess. Otherwise, even knowing the conditions to upgrade the shelter and gaining an advantage over others, he still wouldn't have been able to collect so many stone blocks. I barely managed to gather 20,000 units of stone blocks to obtain entry into this group. I don't have the capacity to compete with all of you for this item card. I'm quite eager to see what else Master Su will auction after this silver grade item card. Fan Pingyuan, I also have no intention of competing for this card. If anything Master Su auctions later catches my interest, I'll definitely support him. Pei Zhi, time is running out, only 15 seconds left. Remember everyone, absolutely do not break the rules Master Su has set. Tang Xingro, let me advertise, you can commission me to customize functional secret puppets. The price varies depending on their functions. The base price for a fundamental secret puppet is 300 units of stone and 20 units of steel. Bulk orders can get a discount. Wu Wenbin, you're really ruthless. 300 units of stone and 20 units of steel. That's more than half the resources needed to upgrade a level 2 shelter. If you want to sell secret puppets, it would be better to post a video in your personal social circle introducing the functions and types of puppets. Lin Xu glanced through the group's chat history. When he first started inviting people into the group, only a handful of individuals would refer to him as Master Su. Now almost everyone in the group addresses him with that title. Lin Xu was well aware that this wasn't because these people truly considered him extraordinary. It was out of respect for his position as the group leader. Much like how a small business owner traveling away from home would still be respectfully addressed as manager name. The fact that Tang Xingro would proactively advertise in the group to sell her crafted secret puppets was unexpected for Lin Xu. From his past life memories, Tang Xingro had been a very reclusive and aloof person. In the early stages, she seemed to have assembled a faction, but not long after shelters gained the ability to migrate, Tang Xingro disbanded her own organization. She subsequently became a collaborator with several large factions. The secret puppets she created leveraging her SS-grade talent possessed incredibly powerful functions. Lin Xu also had the desire to order several basic secret puppets from Tang Xingro. Once purchased, the secret puppets she manufactured could be bound to professional users through spiritual energy contracts. Within a certain range around the contract holder, they would follow basic commands, working tirelessly for 20 hours straight. The reason Tang Xingro was able to accumulate 20,000 units of stone blocks and join Lin Xu's group was most likely because she had created multiple basic secret puppets, continuously having them collect supplies and transport stone blocks. If he could customize 2 secret puppets, they could handle peeling the hides from spotted deer and collecting their blood. The meat and internal organs of the spotted deer would then be fed to the shelter. The deer hides would be washed and dried, and then the deer blood would be poured onto the healing spirit vines. Otherwise, Lin Xu simply had no time for such tedious tasks in his daily routine. And Wen Yin, who needed to synthesize item cards, also lacked the energy for this kind of work. Rather than wasting the contract modification chances from his innate divine covenant talent, these secret puppets capable of working nonstop for 24 hours would perfectly satisfy Lin Xu's needs. The transaction would be conducted privately by Lin Xu. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xu was now about to begin his very first auction since establishing the group. Lin Xu announced the bidding for the silver-grade item card mass migration begins now. The starting price is 2,000 units of stone. Bidding starts now with each increment no less than 500 units. Xiecheng Lin 20500. Zhang Qingtian 21000. Lu Ming 2200. Wang Chun, can you all be more straightforward? I bid 2600 units of stone. Lin Xu, Wang Chun violated the rules during the auction. This is a warning. Xiecheng Lin 26500. The intensity of the competition was much as Lin Xu had anticipated. So far 7 people had placed bids, but now only 3 were still raising the price. The current price had reached 34500 units of stone. The bidding halted at this moment. Wang Chun, who had just been warned by Lin Xu, was accustomed to grand occasions. Yet now even his palms were beginning to sweat. Thankfully, he had cooperated with Pei Zhi and had Wu Wenbin support him with 700 units of stone in total. Otherwise, he would not even have the qualification to continue bidding now. His persistent competitors were Xiecheng Lin and Zhang Qingtian. Zhang Qingtian had abstained from bidding for 2 consecutive rounds. But Xiecheng Lin was relentlessly pressing him. Wang Chun, who had just been warned, dared not say anything else. But he raised the price by 1500 units of stone in one go. Wang Chun 36000. After Wang Chun called out this price, Xiecheng Lin did not raise the bid for a full minute. Wang Chun let out a heavy sigh. Lin Xu, congratulations to Wang Chun for winning the silver-grade item card mass migration. Lin Xu's message marked the ownership of this silver-grade item card. Before Lin Xu could initiate a trade request to Wang Chun's trade request was already sent impatiently. After completing the transaction, Wang Chun privately messaged Wu Wenbin. Wu Wenbin asked in the group, "Can we speak freely now, God Xu?" Lin Xu replied, "Yes. There will be another auction in 10 minutes featuring 7 resource cards. The worst of these resource cards are silver grade. You can look forward to it." Wang Chun said, "I finally managed to win this item card. Everyone, I appreciate your courtesy." Wang Chun had just privately messaged Wu Wenbin to ask if he could chat in the group. Having spent a fortune to win this item card, he naturally wanted to bask in the adulation of his fellow group members. But Lin Xu's preview of the upcoming auction directly diverted everyone's attention. He Tao exclaimed, "Wow, I thought this item card was the finale. But judging by God Xu's implication, this silver-grade item card is just an appetizer. The main course hasn't been served yet." Tang Xingro asked, "Does that mean there will be gold-grade resource cards up for auction?" Song Yechi said, "Joining God Xu's group was truly the right decision. I'm already getting excited." Fan Penyuan remarked, "I wonder what types these resource cards will be. The most valuable is probably still this silver-grade item card mass migration. Otherwise, God Xu would have disclosed the resource card information earlier to allow us to prepare resources." Pei Zhi said, "Old Wang, congratulations on winning this silver-grade item card. I look forward to you building the first city of our Huaxiao region in the new world." Wu Wenbin lamented, "So frustrating. If I had known God Xu would auction such good items later, I wouldn't have lent out my stones." Many others present shared Wu Wenbin's sentiment. Previously, everyone thought that after auctioning this item card, the remaining resource cards Lin Xu would sell were merely iron grade or bronze grade, serving as entertainment. To maintain good relations with Lin Xu, they would bid generously, adding a bit extra to secure these resource cards. But they never expected Lin Xu's subsequent auction to be serious. Xiecheng Lin was frustrated about failing to secure the silver-grade item card mass migration. Lin Xu's follow-up auction served as a slight consolation. With his SSS-grade talent, he had tried to compete with the military for this item card, but it was still beyond his reach. He could only blame his combat-oriented talent. If he had a resource-gathering support or utility talent, he would have definitely won this mass migration item card. Xiecheng Lin strongly suspected that Lin Xu, who seemed to be ahead of him in every way, possessed an SSS-grade support or utility talent adept at gathering resources. The 7 resource cards had not yet been auctioned, so he couldn't gauge Lin Xu's depth through them. But even if these resource cards were niche, they were still silver-grade. Auctioning 7 silver-grade resource cards at once was something Xiecheng Lin admitted he could not do. He had made up his mind to forge a strong bond with Lin Xu. From the rules Lin Xu had set for the group, it was clear that Lin Xu was a man of order and discipline, compared to befriending a reckless madman. Xiecheng Lin preferred to associate and cooperate with orderly individuals. Lin Xu announced, "Next up is the first additional item, the Mud Puppet Scepter." When Lin Xu released the auction notice, he disclosed the data of the Mud Puppet Scepter. He set the starting price at 0, with no limit on bidding increments. This auction method made those in the group who were paying attention think highly of his generosity. a weapon that could summon mud puppets as guardians in battle, and was suitable for spellcasting professions was in demand by everyone who intended to build their own forces. The final transaction price was 2175 units of stone. This price was roughly equivalent to the average market price of a silver-grade spell-type weapon card. However, given that everyone's resources were limited at the moment, silver-grade weapon cards listed on the market were rarely affordable. One of Lin Xu's purposes in creating this group was to offload resources that were inconvenient to sell on the open market. The Frost Apple was purchased by Lin Xu for 1953 units of stone. The Energy Crystal saw a fierce battle between Zhang Qingtian and Tang Xingrou, as both seemed to require it for their professions. In the end, Tang Xingrou secured the Energy Crystal for 2277 units of stone, a price far exceeding Lin Xu's expectations. The Mist Veil Cloak was bought by Wu Wenbin for 1833 units of stone. Lin Xu decided not to auction the Auxiliary Mechanical Arm, a silver-grade resource card suitable for life profession users, because Lin Xu believed that using this silver-grade resource card, the Auxiliary Mechanical Arm, as a trade with Tang Xingrou, could yield more secret puppets. Wen Yin had just synthesized a silver-grade item card, Flame Blast. This one-time use card boasted exceptionally high damage output. The card description clearly stated that it could harm supernatural creatures. Although no one had yet encountered a supernatural creature, nor knew that upgrading a shelter to level 3 required the energy core of a supernatural creature, the silver-grade item card Flame Blast was fiercely contested. Lin Xu had to admire the discernment of everyone present. In his estimation, the expected price for this silver-grade prop card Flame Strike was around 1200 units of stone coins. However, the final transaction price reached 1651 units, as Zhang Qingtian secured it once more. The Charged Storage Grass Beast card possesses the ability to harness electrical energy during thunderstorms or electrical storms. This stored energy can be channeled and released by magic-type professionals. The Charged Storage Grass Beast card would prove quite valuable in the establishment of human settlements. The competition for this beast card proved significantly fiercer than before. Ultimately, Pei Ji secured it for 3,657 units of stone coins. Lin Xu made a rough calculation and realized that just these 6 silver-grade resource cards alone had earned him approximately 1500 units of stone coins. With over 5000 units now at his disposal, Lin Xu felt his instruction for Wen Yin to continue acquiring bronze-grade timber material cards was being overly cautious. Lin Xu could purchase silver-grade timber material cards in bulk at 200 units each, making a final push before the first wealth assessment. Beyond silver-grade timber cards, Lin Xu still had numerous other cards he wanted to acquire. For instance, he intended to stockpile the bronze-grade True Sight Eye resource card, which would appreciate in value over time. Whether selling later or waiting to contract the True Sight Eye through a divine pact and evolve it by continuously consuming True Sight Eye cards, both were excellent choices. Both options were quite appealing. As Lin Xu delayed revealing the next auction item, everyone became alert. They knew this finale piece should be a golden-grade resource card. Lin Xu, the final auction piece this time, is called Golden Hemp Corn, a golden-grade crop card. It can be consumed as food, and its byproducts can be used for textile production, starting at 0 with no bidding limits. Upon sending this message, Lin Xu released the information about the golden-grade crop card Golden Hemp Corn. In that very instant, all 12 group members following the auction widened their eyes in astonishment. Lin Xu's auction golden-grade resource card turned out to be a crop card. Considering that basic food security remained a pressing concern, crop cards were undoubtedly the most precious resources. Everyone had already watched Lin Xu's published video multiple times. This video remains the most liked in the Huaxiao region to this day. While most professionals focused their attention on whether the purple spotted red mushroom was edible, visionary individuals concentrated instead on the fact that the purple spotted red mushroom would become toxic once temperatures dropped. These past few days, as professional shelters continued upgrading, the progressively upgraded shelters provided increasingly effective wind resistance and insulation. This meant most professionals had not developed a clear perception of the changing conditions. Yet the 12 group members present could all feel the steady decline in temperature. By the 4th day after crossing into this world, it had already dropped 4 to 5 degrees compared to when they first arrived. The purple spotted red mushroom would likely become inedible very soon. Against this backdrop, the value of crop cards continued to climb. Lin Xu putting this golden-grade crop card Golden Hemp Corn up for sale revealed 2 things. The first was that Lin Xu clearly had no shortage of food at hand. The second was that Lin Xu had no intention of building his own faction. If Lin Xu truly wanted to establish a faction, he would never part with a golden-grade crop card like Golden Hemp Corn, one that could sustain the livelihood of thousands of professionals. Lin Xu would certainly not cultivate it himself and then sell it. The fact that Lin Xu did not plan to form a faction was excellent news for those present who hoped to build their own forces. Because if Lin Xu developed independently, he would inevitably need to cooperate with other factions on various matters in the future. This opened up possibilities for all major forces to collaborate with him. Qin Lianyue was already overjoyed after spending 1953 units to win the Sugar Frost Fruit Tree at auction, leveraging her SS-rank Talent Garden Feast. Planting this silver-grade Sugar Frost Fruit Tree in the garden anchored by her talent would soon yield substantial amounts of sugar frost. For quite some time to come, sugar frost could serve as the signature product of her faction. Although iron-grade and bronze-grade crops could also produce sugar, products from silver-grade crops, however, offered benefits for professionals' physical development. Whether before or after transmigration, once people achieved prosperity, they would always pay for goods befitting their status. Upon seeing the golden grade resource card Golden Hemp Corn, the usually composed Qin Lianyue felt an impulse to go all in. Her desire for this crop card far exceeded her interest in the mass migration prop card, which had just been sold for 3600 units of stone coins. Once she secured Golden Hemp Corn, her faction would develop at a much faster pace and gain opportunities to cooperate with multiple forces. The bidding for this golden grade crop card Golden Hemp Corn was far more intense than the auction for the mass shelter prop card. Even Wang Shun, who had already secured the mass shelter card, placed several bids right from the start. At that moment, Lin Xu received a message from Qin Lianyue. Qin Lianyue, Lord Xu, I truly wish to bid on this crop card, but I may not have enough stone coins on hand. Could you lend me some stone coins to help me secure this golden grade Golden Hemp Corn crop card? I will pay a daily interest rate of 20% on the borrowed amount and return it as soon as possible. In the future, whether from the Golden Hemp Corn or the Sugar Frost Fruit Tree, I will give you 1/10 of every harvest. Lin Xu raised his eyebrows upon reading Qin Lianyue's message. A 20% daily interest rate. Such an interest rate far exceeded current market lending rates. Even borrowing from acquaintances would typically cost no more than 15% daily. On top of that, there was the 10% return from the Sugar Frost Fruit Tree and Golden Hemp Corn. Though this was merely a verbal agreement, Qin Lianyue should not deceive him on such matters. This deal was quite profitable, but Lin Xu did not need 10% of the Golden Hemp Corn yield. No matter how delicious Golden Hemp Corn was, it could not compare to the flesh of transcendent creatures. The meat from transcendent creatures provided far greater enhancement to professionals' physiques and abilities than any golden grade crop, like Golden Hemp Corn. Lin Xu, I will accept 10% of the Sugar Frost Fruit Tree yield, but the Golden Hemp Corn output holds no use for me. I am not doing you any great favor. The daily 20% interest and 10% of the Sugar Frost Fruit Tree yield are more than sufficient. You should simply place your bids. Once your transaction succeeds and you secure this golden grade crop card, we will calculate how many stone coins to lend you. Seeing Lin Xu's reply, Qin Lianyue's face lit up with relief. With Lin Xu the supplier backing her, she would have nothing to worry about. Ultimately, Qin Lianyue successfully secured this golden grade crop card for 28631 units of stone coins. This price seemed exorbitantly high, but the people in the group were willing to drive it up, indicating that everyone believed the Golden Hemp Corn was worth that price. Perhaps they could even recoup the 28000 units of stone. Qin Lianyue pooled her stones together and only borrowed 30 units from Lin Xu. Qin Lianyue promised to return the 30 units of stone before 8:00 a.m. the next day, ensuring it would not affect Lin Xu's wealth rating. By borrowing stones from Lin Xu this time, Qin Lianyue's primary goal was not merely to acquire the gold tier crop card Golden Hemp Corn, but also to strengthen their relationship. This interaction with Lin Xu made Qin Lianyue realize that he was not a greedy man. Otherwise, even if he had only lent her 30 units of stone, he would have demanded 10% of the Golden Hemp Corn's yield. If Lin Xu had accepted that offer when she proposed it, Qin Lianyue would have only regarded him as a profit-driven partner in the future. She would never have considered him a friend or ally. Ever since the two male professionals she recruited had acted in such a manner, Qin Lianyue had decided that her newly formed Crimson Rose Alliance would only recruit female professionals. It was not that she discriminated against men, but having only female professionals would greatly reduce management troubles. Moreover, in this perilous world, female professionals were indeed the more vulnerable side. As an independent woman who had carved out a successful career before the transmigration, Qin Lianyue was not averse to cooperating with men. However, such cooperation would never degenerate into dependency. While the other party created value for her, she must also create equal value in return, achieving a win-win cooperation. After deducting the 30 units of stone lent to Qin Lianyue, Lin Xu now had over 750 units of stone. It was a sudden windfall. On Wen Yan's side, besides purchasing bronze tier wood cards, she had also posted a notice offering 200 units of stone for each silver tier wood resource card. Although the number of silver tier wood resource cards on the market was not large, they had no demand at all. After all, upgrading a shelter from level 1 to level 2 did not require wood. Those professionals who opened silver resource boxes and obtained silver tier wood resource cards must have cursed their bad luck countless times. Now that someone was willing to buy them for 200 units of stone, these professionals holding silver tier wood resource cards could hardly believe their eyes. They thought Wen Yin was a fool, afraid that if they hesitated, Wen Yin would stop buying. The market acquisition of silver tier wood resource cards went even more smoothly than the bronze tier ones. The Huaxiao region initially had nearly 2 billion transmigrators. Even though many did not survive the first 4 days, the current population still exceeded 1 billion. Acquiring silver tier wood resource cards from 1 billion people was still quite easy. Soon Lin Xu's 7500 units of stone accumulated through the auction were transformed into 350 silver tier wood resource cards. Lin Xu had Wen Yin temporarily hold onto the remaining 500 units of stone. Although the purchase was anonymous, Wen Yin's massive acquisition of silver tier wood resource cards, and the fact that she had collected hundreds of cards in one go caused a huge stir in the Huaxiao region's main channel. Lu Yin successfully sold 2 silver tier wood resource cards. My shelter finally upgraded to level 2. He Yubing sold silver tier wood resource card 1. Wang Ning, no way, what's up with this big shot? Why did they collect so much wood? Xiao Mai had, don't overthink it, okay? Jiang Xueji, I see that in just a short while the number of successfully traded silver tier wood resource cards has exceeded 200. Zhang Mian, doesn't anyone have an S rank or above talent related to stone condensation? Shen Yijie, you're obviously not a spellcasting professional. If you were, you'd know that casting such spell-related abilities consumes mental energy. Not only was this matter hotly debated in the Huaxiao region's main channel, but the group where Lin Xu had just concluded his auction was also discussing it. Fan Pingyuan, what's going on? Is collecting silver tier wood resource cards a new trend? I don't see any use for them. He Tao, I guess the person collecting silver tier wood resource cards is planning to use them to boost the wealth ranking. Zhang Qingtian, I think the top of the list is our Lord Lin Xu. He made nearly 800 units of stone today. Qin Lianyue, I have a guess. Could the person who spent so many resources to buy wood resource cards be Lord Lin Xu? Wang Chen, it should not be. Since yesterday, I've been trading common grade wood resource cards with a person named Wen Yin. This morning, she raised the acquisition level to bronze tier. Just now I traded 9 silver tier wood resource cards with her. It was indeed her buying. Peiji, I've never heard the name Wen Yin before. But being able to spend tens of thousands of units of stone to buy silver tier wood resource cards to boost the wealth ranking, that's impressive. Should Lord Lin Xu invite her to join the group? Wu Wenbin, I think it's too much just to boost the wealth ranking. Her ability is probably related to the wood itself or the resource cards. Old Wang, since you know her, why not try to sound her out? Wang Chen, Wu Data, don't harm me. I still need to trade with her long term. Wouldn't it be rude to ask about her talent right away? What if I get blocked? Then you'll trade with me. Wu Wenbin, I told you not to call me Wu Datu. As if you didn't drink contaminated milk powder as a kid. Lin Xu had anticipated that Wen Yan's massive acquisition of silver tier wood resource cards would inevitably cause a stir. Yet he did not expect the uproar to be so great that even his own group was constantly discussing it. These people, after a little analysis, had roughly guessed the purpose of Wen Yan's purchase. However, these people absolutely could not, or dared not, imagine that Wen Yan could infinitely synthesize these cards. Lin Xu, does anyone have a resource card above silver tier that can restore mental energy or reduce mental energy consumption? Once Lin Xu sent that message, the topic in the group immediately shifted. Everyone assumed that Lin Xu was purchasing resource cards for himself. Since it required spiritual energy, it meant he was not a melee-type warrior class. Xie Lin, currently treasure chests do not produce gold-grade resource cards. The gold-grade resource cards everyone holds are mostly obtained from shelter upgrade rankings. I don't have any gold-grade resource cards related to spiritual energy, but I do have 2 silver-grade ones of that type. As soon as the message was sent, Xie Lin publicly shared the details of these 2 silver-grade resource cards. Mind-refreshing nectar after consumption, it greatly enhances the recovery rate of spiritual energy for 8 hours. The less spiritual energy a professional has left, the faster the recovery speed. Horror-patterned earrings, a gray crystal encases the nerve of a horror-patterned cavity dragon. When the wearer consumes spiritual energy, each expenditure is halved twice. These 2 silver-grade resource cards. One is a potion card similar to an item card. The mind-refreshing nectar disappears after consumption and is effective for only 8 hours. These 8 hours are just enough for Wen Yan to synthesize more resource cards before the wealth ranking. At present, Wen Yan's spiritual energy is exhausted, so she drinks the mind-refreshing nectar. Wen Yan can restore her spiritual energy at the fastest speed. If this silver-grade potion card, the mind-refreshing nectar, were sold on the market, its price would be around 1600 units of stone. The horror-pattern earrings, however, are not ordinary silver-grade weapon cards. Not only are they a rare jewelry card among weapon cards, but they also explicitly state the crafting material in their description. Lin Xu knew that the horror-patterned cavity dragon was a supernatural creature, highly skilled in spiritual attacks. The most exceptional individuals among the horror-patterned cavity dragons have the chance to ascend to the fantasy rank and become a fantasy creature. Such talent is comparable to combat-type rare beasts among platinum-grade pet cards. If this horror-pattern earrings had used not just a small piece of the dragon's nerve, but instead its eyes, heart, teeth, and other materials, this pendant would at least be a gold-grade piece of jewelry. Exempting 2 spiritual energy expenditures per day seems trivial, but if Wen Yin uses it to synthesize gold-grade resource cards, the spiritual energy cost for synthesizing 2 platinum-grade resource cards would allow her to synthesize 4 cards. That is equivalent to gaining 2 extra chances to synthesize platinum-grade resource cards each day. Both of these silver-grade resource cards are very suitable for Wen Yin. Since Xie Qinglin had shared these 2 resource cards, he likely intended to sell them. Since Xie Qinglin hadn't messaged him privately, Lin Xu directly asked in the group, "Lin Xu, if I buy these 2 silver-grade item cards as a bundle, what price do you want to sell them for?" Seeing Lin Xu's message, Xie Qinglin quickly replied, "Xie Qinglin, these 2 cards are both related to spiritual energy, which is of little use to me. Brother Xu, I really want to get to know you and make a friend. If you fancy these 2 silver-grade resource cards related to spiritual energy, just take them. In the future, if you come across resource cards suitable for warriors, just give me any 2 silver-grade ones, and we'll call it even." Xie Qinglin was a straightforward person. Wanting to befriend Lin Xu, he went straight to the point. Xie Qinglin didn't feel he was sucking up to Lin Xu, as he was also very confident in his own talent. The other 11 people in the group silently complained upon seeing Xie Qinglin's message. Xie Qinglin was indeed generous, directly offering 2 silver-grade resource cards to befriend Lin Xu. Qin Lianyue, who had just exchanged words with Lin Xu, knew very well that Lin Xu would never accept Xie Qinglin's 2 resource cards for free. In Qin Lianyue's view, these 2 resource cards were worth at least 600 units of stone. This time Lin Xu did not reply to Xie Qinglin in the group. Wen Yin had synthesized a few silver-grade stone cards, each containing 100 units of stone. After using these silver-grade stone cards, Lin Xu managed to gather a total of 6382 units of stone. This amount was just enough to pay for these 2 resource cards. Lin Xu submitted a trade request to Xie Qinglin. As soon as the trade request was approved, Xie Qinglin immediately listed the 2 silver-grade resource cards, Mind-Refreshing Nectar and Horror Pattern Pendant. Lin Xu then listed all 6382 units of stone. Xie Qinglin had originally intended to befriend Lin Xu, but when he saw Lin Xu submit the stone, he realized the price matched his expected price. Still, he wondered why the stone amount was so odd. In Xie Qinglin's view, if someone had taken the initiative to befriend him like this, he would have accepted the 2 resource cards first and returned the favor later when suitable cards came up. Could it be that Lin Xu had no intention of befriending him? Or perhaps Lin Xu didn't like owing favors. As he was thinking this, he saw Lin Xu send a message. "Lin Xu, after the wealth ranking ends, if there are any gold-grade resource cards suitable for warriors, I will prioritize trading with you. Thanks for this." Upon seeing Lin Xu's message, Xie Qinglin couldn't help but smirk. After this brief interaction, he had figured out Lin Xu's personality. Lin Xu disliked owing favors and was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Such a person was the perfect ally. "Xie Qinglin, Brother Xu, if I ever come across gold-grade resource cards related to spiritual energy, I'll contact you first." Lin Xu went to the courtyard and gave both silver-grade resource cards he had traded from Xie Qinglin to Wen Yin. "A yen, how many wood resource cards do you have now?" Wen Yin took the 2 cards from Lin Xu, speaking with a somewhat dazed look. "Currently, I have 736 bronze-grade wood resource cards, 652 silver-grade wood resource cards, and I've also saved 14 gold-grade wood resource cards." Lin Xu was surprised by Wen Yan's efficiency. "A yen, get some good sleep first. Sleep for a few hours, and when you wake up, put on the horror-patterned earrings. When your spiritual energy is almost depleted, drink the mind-refreshing nectar. With the support of these 2 silver-grade resource cards, your efficiency will be much higher. This bottle of mind-refreshing nectar will also prevent you from feeling so drowsy." Wen Yin looked at the card description and immediately perked up. She first took out the horror-patterned earrings and put them on. The gray-brown earrings made Wen Yan's skin appear even fairer. Then she picked up the mind-refreshing nectar and uncorked it. "Boss, don't worry about me. Now is the best time for me to use the mind-refreshing nectar. Once I get through the 8-hour effect period, I'll sleep for 3 hours. Then I'll get up and continue synthesizing cards. After the wealth ranking ends, I'll apply for a 24-hour sleep." With that, Wen Yin downed the mind-refreshing nectar in one gulp and continued her intense work. Lin Xu no longer insisted on sending Bear Mother Jelin's family and Kongjua Hala to continue searching for stones outside. By noon tomorrow, Wen Yin would most likely not be able to synthesize all these resource cards. Even with the awakening nectar, the shocking pattern earrings, and the previously obtained ram's buttock headband, Wen Yin could at most finish synthesizing all the bronze-level resource cards and a large portion of the silver-level ones. Continuing to search for and transport stones had lost its significance. Lin Xu took out the resource card that shimmered with a glazed luster. He summoned the Temptation Demon Flower, which looked eerily enchanting with its entire stem and leaves ink black. The flower body was red-based with a gradient from light pink to rose pink. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the gorgeous Temptation Demon Flower bloomed wantonly. The moment this platinum-level Temptation Demon Flower appeared, a rich fragrance filled the entire courtyard. Lin Xu placed a piece of human face bear fur he had collected earlier onto the bowl-sized blossom of the Temptation Demon Flower. To his surprise, the flower's petals closed around the fur like a hand. The acid secreted from the stamen corroded and digested the tough fur of the human face bear. Then a very peculiar, somewhat fishy and sweet-scented odor emanated from the flower. Before long, the trace of a male human face bear appeared in the distance. Judging from its physique, it was an old bear in its twilight years. Upon seeing this human face bear, Bear Mother immediately let out an excited roar. Every living being has an instinct to continuously grow stronger and evolve. Ever since experiencing the feeling of evolution through the cannibalistic aura of same origin by devouring the corpses of her own kind, Bear Mother became greedy and frenzied whenever she saw a conspecific. Between Bear Mother and Jelen, Lin Xu decided to enhance Bear Mother's strength first. Because of her talent, mutilated body regeneration, Bear Mother had become the best tank under Lin Xu's command. Moreover, Bear Mother herself possessed considerable combat power. As for Jelen, he had the talent Moonlight Absorption, allowing him to absorb moonlight at night to enhance his strength. Human face bears are solitary animals. The Temptation Demon Flower attracted them one by one. If it were to attract direwolves, each time it would lure an entire direwolf family. Currently, Lin Xu could not contract the other members of Jelen's family. This placed Jelen's enhancement after Bear Mother's. Lin Xu did not let Jelen's family and Kongjua Halo help Bear Mother hunt down this aged male bear. Instead, he let Bear Mother engage in battle with the old bear. Through intense combat, Bear Mother's fighting skills would be subtly improved. Combat techniques and experience would be transformed into battle instincts. Battle instincts are crucial for a beast tamer's pet. A powerful beast never relies solely on resources to surpass opponents of the same rank. In less than half an hour, 3 human face bears had been lured over. Bear Mother fought 1 against 3 and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Fortunately, one of the prime males also had a grudge against the old bear, causing the 4 human face bears to engage in a chaotic melee. This prevented Bear Mother from being too overwhelmed by the encirclement. However, Bear Mother was clearly the strongest among the 4 human face bears. If she were to fight recklessly, the 3 human face bears combined would not be a match for Bear Mother. However, the trace of another human face bear appeared in the distance. Lin Xu signaled Kongjua Hala that if more than 5 human face bears besieged Bear Mother and inflicted serious injuries on her, Kongjua Haloa would step in and eliminate all the human face bears. The Temptation Demon Flower attracted human face bears within a certain range. This range was extremely far, and the scent would continuously drift outward. Human face bears have excellent olfactory senses, so more bears from far away would keep tracing the scent and coming. To ensure a steady supply of human face bears, Lin Xu decided to let his shelter roam freely along the stream tonight. The cost of the shelter's free movement was not significant. He only needed to replenish a few fresh yellow-spotted deer the next day. As night deepened, the battle outside continued. Lin Xu specifically instructed Bear Mother to drag all the human face bears to the soul-nourishing verdant fluff to devour them. In this way, the spilled bear blood could nourish the soul-nourishing verdant fluff without being wasted. Lin Xu was looking forward to seeing what changes Bear Mother would undergo after this night. The fact that so many human face bears actively approached Lin Xu's shelter had already proven the value of the platinum-level functional rare beast, the Temptation Demon Flower. At night, Wen Yin would sit on the soul-nourishing verdant fluff to synthesize resource cards. With Bear Mother and Kongjua Hala around, there was no need to worry about Wen Yan's safety. However, Bear Mother's voracious eating would affect Wen Yan's mood. Even though she had witnessed Bear Mother's feeding many times, Wen Yan would still turn pale with fright. But it was already much better than the day before. In Lin Xu's view, this was an extra training for Wen Yan, enabling her to face the battlefield environment more calmly in the future. Lin Xu dealt with the resource cards that Wen Yan had randomly produced through her ability Lucky Randomness and listed them for sale in the trading zone. At the same time, he private chatted Tang Xingro. By then, Tang Xingro had followed the advice of her group friends and deliberately recorded a video about secret puppets. She gave a detailed introduction to the 4 types of secret puppets: basic, enhanced combat, and logistics. Among them, Tang Xingro set the price for the combat type secret puppet at 1,000 units of stone and 150 units of steel. The video posted on her personal homepage was visible to all professionals in the Huaxiao region. The price was ridiculously high, drawing criticism from many professionals. However, after seeing the combat-type secret puppet effortlessly kill 3-meter-long split-toothed giant lizards, no one complained about its price anymore. They would only jokingly comment that they were not worthy. Tang Xingruo did not reveal her talent level in the video, but this video made all viewers clearly realize the power of high-level talents. Lin Xu did not need a combat-type secret puppet. For handling the corpses of yellow-spotted deer on a daily basis, 2 basic-type puppets were sufficient. Lin Xu felt that he also needed to buy a logistics-type secret puppet priced at 500 units of stone and 80 units of steel. The logistics-type secret puppet could cook and clean the room. With medicine provided, it could assist in simple medical bandaging. It was like a thoughtful housekeeper working 247 without rest. Although a logistics-type secret puppet was not as outstanding in logistics as the Conch Girl puppet, nor could it withstand lethal damage like the Conch Girl puppet. But a logistics-type secret puppet was enough to soothe Lin Xu's obsession with not choosing the Conch music box treasure. Lin Xu, I wonder how many of your secret puppets these 2 auxiliary mechanical arms can exchange for. The auction in Lin Xu's group at noon gave Tang Xingruo great shock and inspiration. With her talent for creating secret puppets, she had already thrived since the beginning of her transmigration. Compared to the combat-type secret puppets sold in the market, Tang Xingruo's own 2 life-bound secret puppets were even stronger. Lately, on the main channel of the China region, many people had posted messages seeking to recruit members and form factions. Tang Xingruo also harbored the intention to build her own faction. Seeing how well Lin Xu had developed independently and amassed such considerable resources, she felt inspired. However, Tang Xingruo reflected on her poor communication skills and her aversion to trouble. She decided to abandon her ambition of forming a faction. Instead, she resolved to advance solo, relying on the secret puppets she had created. In the future, she could cooperate with other factions as an honored guest. She would never have to worry about recruiting talent or raising funds for faction development. That afternoon, Tang Xingruo carefully recorded an introduction video for her secret puppets. She explained the functions of different types of puppets with great clarity. Many people left comments below the video saying that her secret puppets were priced too high. However, Tang Xingruo believed that a puppet that would never betray and could work 24 hours a day was worth every penny. For each secret puppet sold, Tang Xingruo spent several hours on its creation, although the production cost was only 1/3 of the selling price. But if she did not set the prices high, she feared receiving too many orders and becoming overwhelmed. Already many people had expressed their intention to trade with her in the future. Several people in the group had commissioned basic-type secret puppets from her. However, they had scheduled their transactions for afternoon tomorrow in order to improve their wealth ratings. Tang Xingruo was eager to release the ordering information for her secret puppets and sell them quickly. This was precisely so that she could achieve a good ranking in the wealth assessment. Even if she could not secure a top 10 position, she would strive to reach the top 100. Yet at that moment, Tang Xingruo felt increasingly insecure, because secret puppets could not stray too far from their user. Once the distance became too great, the spiritual link would be severed. The resources near Tang Xingruo's shelter had almost been completely depleted. Holding the energy crystal she had acquired through the group auction for 2277 stone units, Tang Xingruo prepared to use it. She intended to use it to enhance one of her life-bound secret puppets. At night, she would rely on this life-bound puppet for protection. During the day, she would lead her puppet forces beyond the shelter to mine resources in more distant areas. Just as Tang Xingruo was about to enhance her life-bound secret puppet, she received a message from Lin Xu. At the same time as sending this message, he simultaneously transmitted the information for a silver-tier resource card, Auxiliary Mechanical Arm. Auxiliary Mechanical Arm, a finely crafted mechanical arm that can be controlled through the user's mental energy, assisting them in their work. Upon seeing the introduction to the Auxiliary Mechanical Arm, Tang Xingruo's heart trembled. Each Auxiliary Mechanical Arm was equivalent to giving her an additional arm. If she could obtain both Auxiliary Mechanical Arms, it would be as if she had 4 hands. She could significantly increase her speed in creating secret puppets. Before actually using them, Tang Xingruo was uncertain whether the precision of the Auxiliary Mechanical Arms would allow her to craft enhanced-type or combat-type secret puppets. But even if she could only manufacture basic-type secret puppets, that would be enough, because the number of people ordering basic-type puppets was the largest. As long as they could be used to produce basic-type puppets, they would save Tang Xingruo a tremendous amount of time. Tang Xingruo, Master Su, you actually have such a treasure. This kind of Auxiliary Mechanical Arm is practically an extension of ourselves crafters. If you want to trade these 2 Auxiliary Mechanical Arms, I can craft 4 enhanced-type secret puppets and 2 logistics-type secret puppets for you. I am not sure whether you need combat-type secret puppets. If you do, I can also create 2 for you. After sending this message, Tang Xingruo sent another one a dozen seconds later. Tang Xingro, actually apart from these 4 types of secret puppets, I am also capable of crafting small reconnaissance-type secret puppets. Unlike the other 4 types which are all humanoid. The reconnaissance-type secret puppets can be crafted into any animal shape no larger than a palm. They can conceal themselves in the environment and scout the surroundings within a 1 square kilometer radius. Reconnaissance-type secret puppets are relatively difficult to craft, so I do not plan to sell them externally. If you need one, Master Su, I can gift it to you. According to Tang Xingro's pricing for her secret puppets, the 8 secret puppets she offered to Lin Xu alone, for enhanced 2 logistics type and 2 combat type, would cost no less than 500 stone units. It must be noted that in addition to stone materials, she would also need to spend steel, whose price remained equally high at present. Moreover, Tang Xingro was preparing to gift Lin Xu a reconnaissance-type secret puppet as well. When trading with Tang Xingro, Lin Xu could sense her complete sincerity. Lin Xu, I do not need the combat type or reconnaissance type secret puppets. Based on your introduction, enhanced type secret puppets have a longer service cycle than basic type ones. Please craft 6 enhanced type secret puppets and 2 logistics type secret puppets for me. If you are willing, I can send you these 2 silver tier item cards now. We are currently in the final sprint of the wealth assessment. You can craft the secret puppets for me after the assessment concludes. After receiving Tang Xingro's reply, Lin Xu sent a trade request to her, delivering the 2 auxiliary mechanical arms to Tang Xingro ahead of schedule. Lin Xu was very clear about the specific value of the auxiliary mechanical arms. At the current stage, 2 auxiliary mechanical arms were worth about 400 stone units on the market. Having sensed Tang Xingro's friendly gesture, Lin Xu saw no reason to take advantage of her. In fact, when calculated properly, the 8 secret puppets Lin Xu had commissioned had already cost 400 stone units. Finalizing this trade also meant Tang Xingro would spend several hundred additional units of steel. However, in Lin Xu's view, Tang Xingro's external pricing was somewhat high. Even if Lin Xu truly intended to trade with Tang Xingro, he would have negotiated the price downward. The combat-type secret puppets that others considered formidable and the reconnaissance-type secret puppets capable of scouting a 1 square kilometer area. Lin Xu could completely replace them with beast contractors bound through his divine contract in the future. Earlier that day, Mother Bear's combat power was roughly equivalent to that of a single combat-type secret puppet. The only difference was that Mother Bear possessed the ability to regenerate from mortal wounds, allowing her to barely shatter a combat-type secret puppet at the cost of severe injuries. But once tonight passed, Tang Xingro's combat-type secret puppets would no longer be comparable to Mother Bear, who had devoured humanoid-faced bears throughout the entire night. Lin Xu had not yet contracted a flying unit because he currently had no need to gather intelligence over a large area. Moreover, small flying units would hardly be able to help Lin Xu collect stone units. Once Lin Xu contracted a flying unit capable of soaring freely at high altitudes. A single flying unit would be sufficient to provide Lin Xu with intelligence within a 10-kilometer radius. Lin Xu highly valued Tang Xingro's abilities. When exploring high-difficulty secret realms in the future, puppets that possessed a certain level of durability and were not easily damaged would serve as excellent scouts. From now on, Lin Xu would inevitably continue to trade and even cooperate with Tang Xingro. As Tang Xingro continued to develop her talent, she would be able to create even stronger and more diverse puppets. Lin Xu was not one to casually bestow favors during transactions. However, there was a crucial reason why he chose to act this way. It was because in his past life, Lin Xu had indirectly received a favor from Tang Xingro. In the early days of his previous life, he had subsisted on spotted deer meat for a long time. Much of that spotted deer meat had been donated by the Full Belly Fund, an organization founded by Tang Xingro and several other leaders. The Full Belly Fund was a charity fund that collected donations. It only accepted the most basic foodstuffs that could sustain a person's life. These provisions were used to provide a safety net for professionals whose development had stalled or who had recently suffered setbacks. It also gave these professionals a chance to turn things around. In this perilous new world, rules and order had vanished. Yet kindness and compassion had not completely disappeared. Instead, they were passed between people from a dimension higher than civilization itself. Looking at the 2 glittering silver resource cards before her, Tang Xingro felt immense gratitude toward Lin Xu. Tang Xingro, Su Xin, thank you for considering my wealth rating. When I craft the enhanced puppets, I will add more steel to them. This will further improve their durability and longevity. Could you tell me the specific purpose you intend for these puppets? I can customize them for specialized modifications. The work efficiency of specialized enhanced puppets is far higher than that of handheld tools. If in the future you no longer need these enhanced puppets for such tasks, simply send them back to me, and I will modify them before returning them to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xu conveyed his requirements for the 6 enhanced puppets to Tang Xingro. Of the 6 enhanced puppets, 1 would be for bleeding, 1 for skinning, and 1 for deboning. The remaining 3 would maintain their standard form. When a terror cassowary ran at full speed, it could hunt down an entire herd of spotted deer in 10 minutes. Once Lin Xu's shelter moved to the area where the deer had been killed, he could directly dispatch these puppets to dismember the entire herd. Lin Xu felt that 6 puppets could barely meet his current needs. If he needed more in the future, he could simply custom order from Tangxingro. Wan Yin was sitting on the healing emerald fluff, working tirelessly against the clock. With the aid of the refreshing nectar and the earrings of dreadful patterns, Wan Yan's condition had indeed improved significantly. When Mother Bear devoured the man-faced bears, the blood would be absorbed by the healing emerald fluff as soon as it flowed out. The energy contained in the blood of man-faced bears was far greater than that of spotted deer blood. Within 2 hours, the man-faced bear's blood had caused the healing emerald fluff to expand by nearly 30 square centimeters. Watching Mother Bear fight, tear, and feed for over 2 hours, Wan Yin had become completely desensitized to blood. Before Tangxingro could send the logistics puppets to Lin Xu, all the miscellaneous chores inside the shelter still needed to be done. Lin Xu spent 20 units of stone in the trading zone to purchase some salt. This salt was gathered from natural environments by professionals in certain special areas. After simple processing, it was listed in the trading zone. Once an item was listed in the trading zone, it would have a specific description. Although the salt was not pure white in color, it was non-toxic and harmless. Lin Xu took out the leftover rabbit meat from yesterday, heated the pot with black-backed boar lard, and added several types of spices he had gathered near the shelter during the day. These spices differed in appearance from the green onions, chili peppers, and ginger of the pre-transmigration world, but they bore some resemblance in flavor. With these spices and salt, Lin Xu stir-fried a generous plate of rabbit meat. For the staple food, he still used purple spotted red mushrooms. This time, however, he boiled the mushrooms using water from the pure water spring. The boiled purple spotted red mushrooms had a firmer texture than when raw. Lin Xu brought the entire plate of stir-fried rabbit meat and 2 whole boiled purple spotted red mushrooms to Wan Yin. They had dinner together. Previously, they had not been particularly particular about their meals. The cooking was done by Wan Yin, whose culinary skills were probably superior to Lin Xu's. But without salt and spices, relying solely on pig blood for seasoning, it was hard to swallow unless one was very hungry. This meal was not only the best Wan Yin had eaten since the transmigration, but also the best Lin Xu had eaten. Dipping the purple spotted red mushrooms in the broth on the wooden plate gave a very satisfying feeling. The plate of rabbit meat and the 2 whole boiled mushrooms were soon finished. Wan Yin suddenly felt that the scene of dining with Lin Xu by the campfire reminded her of the atmosphere at a night market food stall in her past life. Although she was exhausted from continuously synthesizing resource cards during the meal, her mood was relaxed and grounded. In this world, she and Lin Xu were partners who had each other's backs. They were the closest people to each other. "Boss, you can just leave this plate anywhere. I'll wash it before I go to bed after I finish synthesizing the cards." Lin Xu casually picked up some dark green leaves from a rattan basket placed at the entrance of the shelter and began scrubbing the wooden plate. The effect of these plant leaves was very similar to soap berries, capable of removing grease. After wiping the wooden plate with these leaves, it only needed a little water to be cleaned thoroughly. Having barely slept since yesterday morning, Lin Xu, who had just finished dinner, could barely stay awake any longer. He sat on the steps at the entrance of the shelter and dozed off. Wan Yin watched Lin Xu sitting there sleeping with his cheek resting on his wrist. Listening to his steady breathing, even though the roars of the man-faced bears echoed outside the shelter, she still felt an inexplicable sense of security. Time passed minute by minute. The night grew deeper, and the dew became heavier. Wan Yin got up, took 2 spotted deer hides, and draped them over Lin Xu. Her movements were gentle, not waking Lin Xu. After ensuring that the deer hides were wrapped around him to keep him warm, Wan Yin also took a spotted deer hide and wrapped it around herself. The deer hides, scraped of fat and dried in the sun, became extremely soft after being kneaded. Spotted deer were utterly useless, but their hides were indeed good items. Wan Yin had noticed in the trading zone that many professionals were complaining that spotted deer meat tasted worse than excrement. However, relatively intact deer hides could sell for 40 to 50 units of stone per piece. Wan Yin was well aware that she and Lin Xu no longer lacked resources. Rather than selling these spotted deer hides, she would rather cut them into pieces, sew them into a carpet, and spread it inside the shelter. While synthesizing cards, Wan Yin couldn't help but feel drowsy. During this time, she happened to produce a few more gold-tier resource cards. Just as Wan Yin was thinking about whether she should synthesize those gold-tier wood resource cards to try and produce other types of platinum-tier resource cards, 6 warning howls of wolves pierced the long night. The 6 warning howls of wolves directly startled Lin Xu, who had been dozing at the entrance of the shelter. They also gave Wan Yin a great fright, causing her to instinctively raise her hand to her chest. Then came the roar of Mother Bear, the sound Wan Yin knew best. This time, Mother Bear's roar was utterly different from before. Previously, Mother Bear's cries had been battle roars or playful whimpers. But this time they were filled with bluster, as if she were trying to scare off a powerful enemy. The moment the strange, deep roar of the terrible clawed cassowary sounded, 3 bear roars echoed from afar. From the sound alone one could tell that the roars came from 3 different human-faced bears. Lin Xu dashed to Wen Yan's side in a single bound, signaling her not to be afraid. The mist from the golden artifact mist bottle had been shrouding Lin Xu's shelter all along. From the outside, nothing inside could be seen clearly. Otherwise Lin Xu would not have lit a bonfire in the courtyard of his shelter at night. For Mother Bear to emit such roars, and for the terrible clawed cassowary to feel such pressure, these 3 human-faced bears were likely not far from the transcendent rank. It is not easy for a beast like the human-faced bear to advance to the transcendent rank. Among hundreds of human-faced bears, perhaps only one would succeed. Before advancing to transcendence, beasts continuously strengthen their intellect. For 3 human-faced bears of similar strength to gather together, it was highly likely that they were huddling together to resist a powerful enemy. If it were merely for cooperative hunting, without external threats, even with increased intellect, instinct would not allow human-faced bears to cooperate with each other. Among the 3 human-faced bears in the distance, the largest one exceeded 5 meters in length. From afar it looked like a moving hill. Compared to Mother Bear, whose body length barely reached 4 meters, it was a full size larger. The remaining 2 human-faced bears were not as massive as the leading one, but they too seemed to be around 5 meters in length. If Mother Bear could devour these 3 human-faced bears, she would surely gain tremendous enhancement. Faced with these 3 human-faced bears, Mother Bear no longer had the strength to fight alone. This battle would have to rely on the terrible clawed cassowary as the main attacker. The appearance of these 3 human-faced bears did not put much pressure on Lin Xu. Instead, it excited him greatly. To kill them, the terrible clawed cassowary's lethality was sufficient. If only these 3 human-faced bears could be lured into the shelter. With the mobile fortress ability of Lin Xu's shelter, the shelter itself could absorb the damage inflicted by the bears. Within just 1.5 to 2 minutes, the terrible clawed cassowary would be able to finish hunting all 3 human-faced bears. The advantages of a blood-thin, strength-heavy, agile attack-type spirit beast were evident at this moment. These 3 human-faced bears were clearly wary of the mist-shrouded shelter, especially after sensing the presence of the terrible clawed cassowary. Previously, the terrible clawed cassowary had dared to enter Lin Xu's shelter directly, mainly because it did not consider Mother Bear and Gulin's family a threat. If a powerful enemy lurked in the mist, fleeing would be the best option. Lin Xu thought to himself, in order to lure these 3 human-faced bears, which were already showing signs of advancing to transcendent creatures, into the shelter, the terrible clawed cassowary would inevitably be injured. Fortunately, Lin Xu planned to contract a platinum-grade healing-type rare beast jade healing fluff at dawn. Even if the terrible clawed cassowary was injured, it would not matter. With its innate ability Wound Plunder and the healing of jade healing fluff, no matter how severe the injuries, as long as it did not lose limbs or become crippled, it would recover perfectly. Lin Xu could issue commands through his spiritual power to the spirit beasts he had contracted and transformed via the divine contract. Lin Xu instructed Gulin to lead his family members, tucking their tails between their legs. They silently slipped into the mist and fled into the courtyard of the shelter. In this battle, Gulin's family had no chance to participate. If one of these 3 human-faced bears swung a paw, even Gulin, if struck, would be severely injured if not killed. The other members of Gulin's family would likely have their spines snapped directly. What Lin Xu needed to do now was to anger these 3 human-faced bears. Once a battle began and blood was drawn, it would greatly reduce the bear's ability to think. Knowing full well that Mother Bear was no match for the 3 human-faced bears, Lin Xu still had Mother Bear initiate a provocation, charging at the leading bear first. A pair of bear paws swung fiercely at the head of the leading human-faced bear. The leading bear clearly did not expect Mother Bear to dare to strike first, given such a disparity in size. Mother Bear's assault cut open the head of that human-faced bear, but Mother Bear's right paw was also viciously bitten by the bear. As the bear's head shook violently, Mother Bear let out a pitiful scream. Blood splattered from the mangled right paw. The 2 human-faced bears behind had already regarded Mother Bear as prey. In the wild, even when food sources were not scarce, human-faced bears had the habit of eating their own kind to compete for living space. The moment Mother Bear was bitten on the right paw, the terrible clawed cassowary suddenly launched a fierce attack. Its wings could not fly, but they could provide temporary acceleration during an assault. The terrible clawed cassowary leaped up from the ground. Its 2 iron claws embedded directly into the head of the human-faced bear that was biting Mother Bear's right paw, leaving a wound deep enough to see bone on the bear's head. If not for the bear's skull being hard enough, the bear's head would likely have been crushed by the iron claws carrying the weight of the terrible clawed cassowary. Instead, only the claws had embedded into the skull. After pouncing and injuring the leading human-faced bear with its iron claws, the terrible clawed cassowary then drove its sharp beak, capable of chiseling rock, into the bear's left eye socket. From a distance, Lin Xu could hear a sound like a bubble bursting. These three human-faced bears had clearly been together for quite some time. When the terrible clawed cassowary attacked the leading bear, the other two human-faced bears charged simultaneously. Their paws struck the pair of wings the cassowary had not yet retracted. The terrible clawed cassowary's defense was weak, and its wings were clearly injured from the attack. One of the wings hung limply. Injured, the terrible clawed cassowary became more ferocious. It was about to fight to the death with the three human-faced bears when it heard Lin Xu's clear command to flee into the shelter. Lin Xu, watching the battle between the terrible clawed cassowary and the three human-faced bears from the courtyard, thought to himself that he had slightly misjudged their combat strength. Or perhaps he had overestimated the terrible clawed cassowary's defensive capabilities. If he allowed the cassowary to fight these three bears to the death. Even though the terrible clawed cassowary had the ability wound plunder to recover by trading wounds, these three bears would not give it the space to use that ability. The terrible clawed cassowary was still a young one, not yet fully grown. If it were an adult, that strike might have killed the leading human-faced bear instantly. Now let Mother Bear and the clawed cassowary escape into the shelter. There is a high probability that these three human-faced bears will charge in. After all, both the clawed cassowary and Mother Bear are injured. Moreover, the leading human-faced bear not only had several holes gouged in its head by the clawed cassowary's sharp claws, but also had one eye pecked out. In the wild, beasts habitually pursue those who have injured them, but are weaker than themselves. If these three human-faced bears had not chosen to follow, Lin Xu would have had to give up. He would not send out the injured clawed cassowary again to lure the three human-faced bears. It would be too costly to sacrifice the clawed cassowary for the sake of improving Mother Bear's strength. Fortunately, the leading human-faced bear rushed in without hesitation. The other two were slightly hesitant, but also did not stop. In the courtyard, the clawed cassowary and Mother Bear kept roaring to attract the attention of the three human-faced bears. Lin Xu pulled Wen Yin into the shelter and tightly closed the door. He then activated the shelter's ability, known as the moving castle. At that moment, the clawed cassowary and Mother Bear received Lin Xu's order to counterattack. Seeing Wen Yan's worried look, Lin Xu signaled her to rest assured. Inside the shelter, Lin Xu could feel the main building of his shelter gently shaking. It was like experiencing an earthquake of magnitude 4 or 5. Some inconspicuous cracks appeared on the walls, and these cracks were increasing enough to show how fierce the battle outside was. How ferocious the attacks of these three human-faced bears were. However, the shaking of the main building ended within a few minutes, and there was no more sound from outside the shelter. Lin Xu opened the door of the shelter. He saw Mother Bear, whose right paw was chewed to pieces, completely ignoring her own injuries, laboriously dragging the three dead human-faced bears to the side of the healing spirit verdant fluff. She could hardly hide her excitement and began to feast. Lin Xu did not care about Mother Bear's injuries, but went to check on the clawed cassowary's condition. The clawed cassowary's right wing only had a muscle tear, and the bone could not be felt directly through the muscle. However, the left wing was completely broken at the front, exposing a clear bone fracture. The clawed cassowary still had considerable strength. Through the night, Lin Xu saw several more human-faced bears appearing outside the shelter. Lin Xu signaled the clawed cassowary to start its hunting game before dawn, utilizing the effect of wound healing plunder to recover its injuries as much as possible through killing. Lin Xu could just test how strong the effect of wound healing plunder was, whether it could heal such a fracture. As for the Gulin family, Lin Xu also arranged for them to go out. They helped drag the human-faced bears killed by the clawed cassowary back to the courtyard. After tonight's battle, Lin Xu urgently wanted to improve his strength. If he had failed to kill these three human-faced bears tonight, they would have been targeted by these three bears that were advancing toward transcendence. Before Lin Xu could kill these three human-faced bears, the outgoing Mother Bear, clawed cassowary, and Gulin family could all be ambushed by them. More importantly, Lin Xu did not know the reason why these three human-faced bears had grouped together. If there really was something threatening their safety that made them feel fear, then that thing was probably not far from Lin Xu's shelter. Wen Yin looked at Mother Bear's injured paw with some distress. She reached out and rubbed Mother Bear's huge head twice, then sat on the healing spirit verdant fluff to continue synthesizing cards. Wen Yin was not new to this kind of night attack. She was not a combat-type professional and could only rely entirely on Lin Xu for safety. And Lin Xu had always made Wen Yin feel very secure. In Wen Yan's heart, there was no safety issue at all when she was with Lin Xu. If Lin Xu, who was always leading in the entire Huaxia region, could not guarantee safety, then other professionals would have no way to survive. The 8-hour effective period of the awakening nectar quickly ended. Wen Yin handed 2 gold resource cards and a resource card with a glazed luster to Lin Xu. Half closing her eyes, she said in a somewhat dazed tone, "Boss, I found that my luck in synthesizing gold resource cards is very poor. After so many attempts tonight, I only got 2 other types of gold grade cards. But my luck in synthesizing platinum grade resource cards is very good." In 8 attempts, I not only got 4 platinum grade wood resource cards, but also successfully got a. Before Wen Yin finished speaking, her vision went black and she fainted. Using the awakening nectar had severely overdrawn Wen Yan's mental energy. However, the awakening nectar, a one-time potion, was also nourishing Wen Yan's spirit during its use. Sleeping for 4 or 5 hours like this, Wen Yin should be able to wake up. Even if Wen Yin didn't wake up for the final sprint to the wealth rating, Lin Xu would wake her up. After waking her, Lin Xu would have Wen Yin use the twice daily mental energy, having opportunity of the horror pattern earrings, to attempt to synthesize a diamond grade resource card from a platinum grade wood resource card. Lin Xu didn't expect Wen Yin to synthesize other types of cards. As long as she could synthesize a diamond grade wood resource card at this stage, the appearance of a diamond grade resource card would be equivalent to declaring the game over. The 2 gold grade resource cards that Wen Yin got were 1 weapon card and 1 armor card. The armor card was called Ghost Lizard Leather Armor, a general purpose armor. Ghost Lizard Leather Armor made from the skin of multiple ghost-faced chameleons, granting a certain degree of immunity to elemental damage. In natural environments, it can change its color according to the surroundings, helping the wearer blend in. Armor made from ghost-faced chameleon skin, when worn by a professional, makes it easier for them to sneak in natural environments. Moreover, this gold-grade leather armor itself can provide a certain degree of immunity to elemental damage. The effect of elemental damage immunity only appears in gold-grade armor. Although it is a general-purpose armor, warriors and assassins would undoubtedly benefit more from it. The other gold-grade weapon card is called Lion Skull Hammer. Lion Skull Hammer, a heavy hammer made from the skull of a saber-toothed blood lion. When attacking targets with hard armor, it has a considerable armor-piercing effect and can enhance the user's strength. The Lion Skull Hammer is a weapon forged from the skulls of a pair of transcendent, saber-toothed blood lions. When used, it not only enhances the professional's strength, but also carries a powerful armor-piercing effect. Weapons with such armor-piercing effects are not rare among gold-grade weapons, but they are usually long-range, arrow-type weapons. It is truly rare to find melee weapons with armor-piercing effects. Xie Qinglin provided him with mind-refreshing nectar and horrific pattern earrings. Lin Xu was deeply grateful for Xie Qinglin's kindness. After the wealth rating concludes, Lin Xu will ask Xie Qinglin if he has any need for the lion head heavy hammer and the ghost lizard leather armor. If there is a need, Lin Xu will not raise the price. Instead, he will trade them to Xie Qinglin at the actual market price. Another platinum rank resource card was a beast card. However, this platinum rank beast was the same as the alluring demon flower, a functional or production type beast named Sparkfire Phoenix Goldfish. Sparkfire Phoenix Goldfish, a type of goldfish that can absorb and refine fire elements. It draws fire elemental energy from the surrounding environment into the water body of its own habitat, producing each day an amount of fire element solution equal to its own body volume. The card illustration of the Sparkfire Phoenix Goldfish was exceedingly beautiful. It depicted a goldfish with a body entirely of orange-red. This goldfish had no dorsal fin, but its pectoral and tail fins were extremely developed. The tail fin was even longer than the body by a few points. The goldfish swam freely and gracefully in the water. Its orange-red body bore distinct, vivid red, flame-like patterns. When swimming, its spread butterfly tail resembled a gorgeous, magnificent peony. This platinum-rank Sparkfire Phoenix Goldfish could cause fire elements to form a solution within the water. The concentration of fire elements within the solution would reach at least 90. This solution, imbued with pure elemental energy, had extremely wide-ranging uses. It was compatible with any profession related to flame abilities, aiding these professionals in manifesting their powers. Moreover, some high-tier special artifacts also required elemental solution as fuel to activate them. At the present early stage of the nationwide transmigration, the main avenues for professionals to grow their talents were: first, practice makes perfect; second, consuming food produced by high-tier crop cards to enhance their physical constitution. Thus, their talent abilities would improve subtly. Once a profession related to flame abilities ascended to the transcendent rank, the fire element solution produced by the Sparkfire Phoenix Goldfish could not only assist these professionals in performing their abilities, but also serve as a daily consumable for them to strengthen their power. By the time the Transmigrators had established a foothold in this world, and platinum rank resource cards gradually became widespread. This Sparkfire Phoenix Goldfish card, a production type platinum rank beast card akin to a small resource point, could be exchanged for 2 to 3 other platinum rank beast cards. For this Sparkfire Phoenix Goldfish, Lin Xu specifically logged into the trading zone late at night, spending 43 units of stone to purchase an extremely exquisite green jade round basin. Near the shelter of this life-type professional who traded with Lin Xu, there was a jade mine. This professional happened to have the ability to process vessels. He used the largest piece of green jade he had found to create a round basin capable of holding at least 20 liters of water. He had initially thought to make a fortune through this. Before the transmigration, this round basin hollowed out from a single piece of green jade and carved could have sold for at least 6 figures. If it went to auction and encountered a truly appreciative buyer, a 7-figure high price was not impossible. However, after listing the green jade basin, no one bought it. Moreover, in this green jade mine, there were many exposed rough jade stones. This professional kept lowering the price, finally selling it for 43 units of stone, and instead felt as if he had made a profit. With these 43 units of stone, he was one step closer to upgrading his shelter to level 2. Lin Xu carefully scrubbed and cleaned the green jade round basin. Then he poured into the basin 2/3 of the spring water produced by the pure water spring. Immediately after, he used this platinum rank beast card. A phoenix goldfish about 15 centimeters in length, including its tail, appeared in the basin. The Sparkfire Phoenix goldfish was very satisfied with the water quality and began to swim freely. The natural environment of this world itself contained multiple elemental energies. Without Lin Xu having to do anything deliberately, the fire elemental energy in the surroundings spontaneously converged toward the Sparkfire Phoenix goldfish in the green jade basin. Given the size of the Sparkfire Phoenix goldfish, it would take a long time to turn all the water in the basin into fire element solution. After all, the Sparkfire Phoenix goldfish was not particularly large. The amount of fire element solution it could produce each day was only between 80 and 100 milliliters. However, the elemental solution was much lighter than water. Like oil, it would float on the water surface, making it very convenient for Lin Xu to collect. After finishing all this, Lin Xu carried Wenyin, who was breathing evenly, back to the room. After going downstairs, Lin Xu did not hurry to deal with the already dried, purple-spotted red mushrooms. Instead, he sorted through all the resources he currently had on hand. He thought about how to allocate these resource cards before 9:00 a.m. the next day. Because the shelter belonged to Lin Xu, everything inside the shelter was Lin Xu's asset. Currently, Lin Xu had 3 platinum rank beasts and 1 platinum rank resource point. Compared to platinum rank resources, Lin Xu's gold rank resources were somewhat scarce. He only had the mist bottle, a gold rank artifact, and the 2 gold rank weapon and armor cards that Wenyin had just synthesized. As for silver rank resource points like the pure water spring, which other professionals considered extremely precious, Lin Xu no longer deliberately counted them. Aside from these, there were currently 7 platinum rank wood resource cards, 31 gold rank wood resource cards, and 72 silver rank wood resource cards. The other wood resource cards had all been synthesized by Wenyin during these 8 hours. After Wenyin wakes up, Lin Xu will have her synthesize all the wood resource cards up to platinum rank. Then he would use the platinum rank wood resource cards to gamble on the chance of synthesizing a diamond rank resource card. If he could synthesize a diamond rank resource card, Lin Xu would take that diamond rank card along with the resources in the shelter and put all the remaining platinum rank resource cards into Wenyin's hands. If all the attempts to synthesize a diamond rank resource card failed, and his luck was truly that bad, then Lin Xu had no way around it. At daybreak, Lin Xu was about to open the shelter door to go contract the healing spirit green velvet, then go upstairs to wake Wenyin, when he found Wenyin already staggering down from upstairs. Seeing Lin Xu, Wenyin forced herself to perk up and waved at him. "Boss, last night, I deliberately used the communication transactor to set a wake-up service. After this wealth rating is over, we really need to buy more daily necessities. Brushing my teeth with grass stems feels like I can never get them clean. I saw in the trading zone yesterday that many life-type professionals produce very exquisite daily utensils." Lin Xu nodded with a smile upon hearing this, and said in a serious tone, "You've been through a lot these days. Didn't you say you'd sleep for 24 hours after the wealth rating? When you wake up, you can treat the trading zone like an online shopping mall and browse. Buy any daily necessities you like." Although it had only been 5 days since the nationwide transmigration, not yet a full 5 days, products crafted by life professionals with exceptional talents had already surpassed the quality of pre-transmigration goods. The pre-transmigration world had followed the path of technology, which prioritized mass production. But after the transmigration, the world abruptly shifted to the path of mysticism and magic. Though this path could not keep up in terms of output, every magical item had opened Lin Xu's eyes in his past life. If life professionals with D rank and C rank talents were likened to small family workshops, then those with B rank and A rank talents were exquisite ateliers. And those with S rank talents or above were each equivalent to a national treasure representing the foundation of the Huaxia region. Every item produced by these professionals bore the label of its creator. The secret puppets crafted by Tang Xingro belonged to this level of product. Pushing open the door, Lin Xu watched the mother bear still feasting heartily. Even though he knew that the mother bear would undergo a significant transformation after devouring the 3 human-faced bears on the verge of surpassing the mortal realm, he was still astonished by the changes. The most dramatic change was in her size. After a night of eating, thanks to the aura of same source devouring, not only had the 3 human-faced bears on the verge of surpassing the mortal realm been consumed, But the mother bear had also devoured many other human-faced bears killed by the Kongjiao. Now there was no need to deliberately measure the mother bear's size. With the naked eye one could see that her size was nearly identical to that of the leading human-faced bear. In just one night her body length had exceeded 1 meter. She had become more robust and sturdy, and her black-brown fur had taken on a faint purple tinge due to bloodline evolution. Apart from the changes in size and fur color, when Lin Xu approached, he noticed that the mother bear's pupils were no longer the black-brown of a normal human-faced bear. Instead, they had lightened to an amber-like golden brown. Her paws were nearly twice as large as before, and her claws had grown longer and sharper. Bear-like creatures usually rely on strength, and their teeth are not particularly long. But now the mother bear's teeth had specialized with prominent canines. The rest of her teeth had also become thicker and sharper. The aura emanating from the mother bear was even more ferocious and savage than that of the Kongjiao. If this trend continued, it would only take a few days for the mother bear to touch the threshold of the transcendent realm and then step across it. Lin Xu carried Xiongda and Xiong out of the shelter. Since the mother bear had been contracted by Lin Xu, she had never gone hungry, so her milk supply was abundant. The two little ones were growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. The mother bear's bloodline had undergone a remarkable change, and the milk she now produced was extremely beneficial for their development. Even if Lin Xu did not contract Xiongda and Xiong, and they could not gain the influence of the aura of same-source devouring, they would still grow far stronger than ordinary human-faced bears. Lin Xu had not yet contracted Xiong or the other members of Galin's family, but he intended to do so in the future. At this moment, Galin's family was still dragging the human-faced bears killed by the Kongjiao toward the slowly moving shelter. Because the temptation magic flower had absorbed the human-faced bear hide yesterday evening, its attraction to human-faced bears would last until this evening. Lin Xu signaled Galin to call back the Kongjiao. He noticed that after a night of hunting, the Kongjiao's injuries had mostly healed. One wing, which had been lightly injured, had fully recovered, while the other wing, with a fractured bone, was also mostly healed. However, relying solely on the ability of wound plunder to fully heal bone injuries was still somewhat difficult. The healing emerald moss had absorbed bear blood all night, expanding from an initial area of half a square meter to 3 square meters. Although the moss at the edges was still thin, the areas that had spread for a while continued to thicken. Lin Xu pressed his left hand, radiating a divine luster onto the healing emerald moss. Soon a contract was established between Lin Xu and the healing emerald moss. The speed of modifying contracts in plants using the divine contract talent was much faster than with animals. In less than 5 minutes, the healing emerald moss gained an ability called fertile soil transformation. Fertile soil transformation: when the energy absorbed by the moss exceeds its capacity, it uses the excess energy to transform the soil beneath it, making it more fertile. The transformed soil has a significant restorative effect on withered and dying plants. When every professional upgrades their shelter and obtains a courtyard, the soil in the courtyard is extremely ordinary brown earth. This soil is far from being as nutrient-rich as black soil, making it unsuitable for planting crops. This is why many professionals did not plant their crop cards in the courtyard but outside the shelter. To change the soil quality of the courtyard, one could either remove the top layer and replace it with nutrient-rich soil obtained from the natural environment. This is the simplest method, but it only treats the symptoms, not the root cause, because the soil beneath the entire shelter courtyard is nutrient-poor thick earth. Once the roots of crops grow deep, they can no longer absorb nutrients. Another method is to use byproducts like bird droppings and fallen leaves to gradually change the soil quality. Alternatively, one could seek item cards or beast cards that help improve the soil of the shelter courtyard. Lin Xu was very satisfied with the fertile soil transformation ability that the healing emerald moss had gained after receiving divinity. The healing emerald moss only needed to absorb blood to gain energy. It was simple to make the moss have excess energy and start transforming the soil. Once the healing emerald moss covered the entire courtyard of Lin Xu's shelter, he would restrict its growth. Then when he fed it blood, the energy in the blood would be converted by the moss. It would be used to transform the soil beneath the entire shelter courtyard, making it increasingly fertile and suitable for growing various crops. Lin Xu had been looking for a gold ring leafcutter ant queen with at least 2 golden rings on its abdomen. He wanted to contract such a queen to raise his own ant army. Gold ring leafcutter ants cut leaves into pieces and bring them into their caves, not because they feed on leaves, but because they use the leaves to feed their symbiotic fungus. The ant colony feeds on the fungus, and the growth state of the fungus directly affects the scale of the entire colony. The fertile soil transformed by the healing emerald moss would also benefit the growth of the gold ring leafcutter ant's symbiotic fungus. More crucially, the fertile soil transformed by the soothing jade velvet possessed remarkable restorative effects for withered and dying plants. Due to improper cultivation methods, it was common for crop cards or some plant-type rare beasts to wither. Many professionals, once certain they could not keep these crops or plant-type rare beasts alive, would list them in the trading zone before they died. They would sell them at very low prices. Lin Xu could simply have Wen Yin keep an eye out for such crops and plant-type rare beasts in the future, purchasing these dying ones and planting them in the courtyard. Lin Xu would keep those he could use, and the rest could be relisted for sale in the trading zone. In this vast fantasy world, there were countless spiritual medicines worthy of being called celestial treasures. Once transplanted, these items were hard to keep alive. However, with the restorative effect of the soothing jade velvet on the soil, these celestial treasures could be transplanted into the courtyard of Lin Xu's sanctuary. They could gradually recover and take root in the courtyard. Despite Lin Xu having chosen to increase the courtyard size, the courtyard of his second-tier sanctuary was only 200 square meters. But once the sanctuary advanced to the third tier, the courtyard area would expand fivefold, reaching a full 100 square meters for Lin Xu to freely arrange and utilize. The two-story building of the sanctuary would also become 3 stories, expanding to 350 square meters. Moreover, after advancing to the third tier, entirely new functions would appear. By then, the sanctuary would completely transform into a magical creation intimately connected to this vast fantasy world. Lin Xu saw that the mother bear had finished nursing, so he had the mother bear stand outside the sanctuary to hunt the faceless bears attracted by the alluring demon flower. The terror-claw cassowary was lying on the soothing jade velvet to heal its injuries. Ever since Lin Xu noticed that the 3 faceless bears, which had shown signs of advancing to the transcendent realm last night, were huddling together for warmth, a sense of crisis had arisen within him. If his speculation was correct, these 3 faceless bears were huddling together to fend off a powerful enemy. Lin Xu had to keep the terror-claw cassowary at its peak combat strength at all times. With Wen Yan's talent and sufficient resources as capital, Lin Xu no longer needed to rely on collecting stones from nature to obtain resources. While combining cards, Wen Yan couldn't help tapping the terror-claw cassowary's sturdy legs. The tough hide covering the bones of the terror-claw cassowary's legs emitted a sound like steel when struck. "Boss, you said it's still just a baby," she said. "What will it look like when it grows up?" If someone captured a terror-claw cassowary and cut off its legs to cook in a pot. Even with the best teeth, I'm afraid they couldn't take a bite. The terror-claw cassowary, having been endowed with divinity, became greatly intelligent. Moreover, being both contracted to Lin Xu, it could understand Wen Yan's words. Immediately, it let out a dissatisfied growl at Wen Yan. Then it curled up its legs, crouched down, and hid its weapon-like claws beneath its body, as if afraid that Wen Yan might actually stew its legs. In his past life, Lin Xu had never eaten the claws of a terror-claw cassowary. However, Lin Xu had eaten the liver of a terror-claw cassowary. He had also fried chicken strips from its breast meat. High-level creatures were delicious as ingredients, and Lin Xu couldn't help feeling nostalgic for the taste of transcendent beasts. Wen Yan noticed the terror-claw cassowary's actions and felt a bit embarrassed. Both she and the terror-claw cassowary were on the soothing jade velvet. Being interested in the taste of a co-worker on the same workstation did seem inappropriate. "Boss, I've finished combining the silver grade and gold grade wood resource cards. Now I have a total of 13 platinum grade wood resource cards. My card combination success rate was pretty good, but I didn't get any other types of resource cards." With that, Wen Yan paused, then continued with anticipation. "Boss, should I try combining a diamond grade resource card? The current platinum grade wood resource cards are just enough for 3 attempts." Lin Xu had already decided last night to let Wen Yan combine diamond grade resource cards. During his conversation with Xie Qinglin last night, he learned that, under the circumstances where the sanctuary could not be relocated, Xie Qinglin had gathered over 800 professionals under his command. With only these platinum-grade resource cards, Lin Xu could not guarantee he would finish first. Even if he could achieve first place, he couldn't guarantee that Wen Yan would rank in the top 10. Xie Qinglin did not hide anything from Lin Xu and directly stated that he held over 150 silver-grade resource cards. There were nearly 10,000 bronze-grade resource cards. The number of black iron-grade resource cards was so large that Xie Qinglin hadn't even bothered to count them. In order to compete for a good ranking, all these resource cards were concentrated in Xie Qinglin's hands. With such a massive base of low-tier resource cards, it would be really hard to dominate without diamond-grade resource cards. For instance, the military represented by Wang Chun and Wu Wenbin and the official side represented by Pei Zhi had to balance development, so they couldn't produce too many stones. But the number of resource cards in their hands would definitely be greater than Xie Qinglin's. Lin Xu had never been competing against just one person, he was competing against a group. Again, you have the frightening pattern earrings with the buff that has mental energy consumption for 2 card combinations. That should allow you to complete these 3 attempts. Before combining one, Yin deliberately washed her hands. Then she walked around the fragrant wind squirrel in the cultivation room to let the fragrance cling to her. After a simplified version of bathing and incense fumigation, Wen Yin activated her spiritual energy and began combining cards. The first attempt succeeded. In her palm appeared a dazzling bright blue card. The card depicted an endless expanse of wood. This was a diamond-grade wood resource card containing a full 1 million units of wood. The moment he saw that diamond-grade wood resource card, Lin Xu's heart was completely at ease. In the next 2 attempts, one more succeeded. After gazing at the 2 bright blue diamond-grade resource cards for a while, Lin Xu gave one of them to Wen Yin. Wen Yin in turn gave the remaining platinum-grade wood resource card to Lin Xu. Boss, this 1 diamond-grade resource card should be enough for me to get a good ranking. Take this last platinum-grade wood resource card. We've worked so hard for so long, so let's see if we can compete for first place. This is a matter of making the rankings, which feels like the ancient imperial examinations for the top scholar. Lin Xu didn't stand on ceremony with Wen Yin because he wanted to see what ranking Wen Yin could achieve with just 1 diamond-grade resource card. There were less than 30 minutes left until the wealth rating. The drowsy Wen Yin forced herself to stay alert, waiting with Lin Xu for the final result. The consumption of synthetic diamond tier resource cards was extremely high. If not for Wen Yin propping herself up with a single breath for the wealth rating, she would have long since fallen into a deep sleep. At this moment, those who had initially formed factions were frantically cutting deals. Wang Shen, Old Wu, let's discuss. You should first trade all your resource cards to me, helping me contend for first place in the wealth ranking. If I take first place, it will be like advertising for our military. It can restore the military's prestige and influence. The final reward will be considered jointly owned by us. After the wealth rating ends, I will return all the resource cards you gave me. And within 3 days, I will give you a gold tier resource card as compensation. Wang Shen had discussed this matter with Wu Wenbin many times throughout the day. Each time Wu Wenbin refused without hesitation. At the final moment, Wang Chun prepared to try again. Wu Wenbin, when you were bidding for that silver tier tool card mass relocation earlier, it was I who lent you resources. I let you go ahead and bid for yours. Why can't we each help the other once? Now you should give me all your resource cards so I can go for the top ranking. I can also offer the same conditions as you. After the wealth rating ends, I will give you a gold tier resource card. I can guarantee that the market price of this gold tier resource card will not be less than 200 units of stone. Wang Chun read the message from Wu Wenbin and let out a deep sigh. Wu Wenbin had learned about his cooperation with Pei Ji. Last night, he came angrily to confront him. Wang Chun spent a lot of words to pacify Wu Wenbin, but he did not agree to sell 10 shelter relocation slots at the price of 600 units of stone. Wu Wenbin simply couldn't tell the priorities. Back then, when he asked Wu Wenbin to borrow stone to bid for the silver tier tool card mass relocation, it was because Wu Wenbin's stone was far too insufficient and he had no chance of winning the bid. He also lacked the courage to borrow resources, take on debt, and bid for the card. But in Wu Wenbin's words, it turned into a story of how he was sacrificing to help Wang Chun. The reason he was acting as the main party this time and asking Wu Wenbin for help was also because his own resource cards were at least 1.5 times more than what Wu Wenbin held. In an alliance, it should naturally be led by the stronger party. Wang Chun, forget it then, good luck. When there's a chance later, let's cooperate more. The backroom deal between Wang Chun and Wu Wenbin did not succeed. But the deal between Xie Qinglin and Zhang Qingtian succeeded. Before the wealth rating settlement, Zhang Qingtian supported Xie Qinglin with 500 silver tier resource cards. In return, Xie Qinglin was to return 520 silver tier resource cards to Zhang Qingtian after the rating ended. Moreover, among these 20 silver tier resource cards, there were to be no wood material cards. Just as Wen Yin could no longer hold on, and her eyelids were about to close, that cold and ruthless voice echoed in the minds of every transmigrator. The wealth rating settlement time stops. Rewards will be distributed according to the rankings. The rewards are related to the professionals' ranks and the quantity and level of resources they hold. First place, Lin Xu. Second place, Pei Ji. Third place, Wang Chun. Fourth place, Xie Qinglin. Fifth place, Zhong Zhe. Sixth place, Lu Ming. Seventh place, Wen Yin. Eighth place, Qin Lianyue. Ninth place, Song Zijian. 10th place, Chao Xianbing. Besides item rewards, wealth borders of different levels will be issued as personal identifiers based on rankings. The wealth borders will be reissued before the next wealth rating ends. Please, all professionals, check your wealth rewards. The Mystic Realms have been opened in random environments. Professionals are to explore the Mystic Realms on their own. The top 10 professionals who open golden chests in the Mystic Realms will receive a guaranteed gold tier tool card shelter upgrade card. Professionals who obtain the shelter upgrade card will automatically unlock the information for upgrading the shelter to level 3. This time the cold and ruthless prompt tone was no longer as sparing with words as before. Instead, it released a series of information all at once, pointing the way for all professionals. The next step was to explore the Mystic Realms and opened the golden chests within. Obtain the gold tier tool card shelter upgrade card. However, Lin Xu was well aware that these mystic realms randomly opened in wild environments were not easy to explore. Once they entered the mystic realm through the entrance, 9 out of 10 professionals would be scared out. Fortunately, they could exit at any time after entering, and the creatures inside would not chase them out through the entrance. Otherwise, the number of professionals in the Huaxia region would suffer another massive reduction. Among the top 10 professionals in the first wealth ranking of the Huaxia region, including Wen Yin 7, were in his small group. Although this wealth ranking on the 5th day didn't mean much in the overall development path, it did mark that the top professionals had taken a big lead over others. His group had 13 members, and the lowest ranked He Tao was still at 47th. This wealth rating not only made Lin Xu realize the value of the other members in the group, it also made the group members more aware of the importance of this group. In truth, as a reincarnator, Lin Xu had already forgotten most of the information about the first wealth ranking. Lin Xu's brain was not a computer USB drive that could remember everything. In his previous life, Lin Xu was ranked over 654 million in the first wealth ranking. He was just a small fry. At that time, all he could think about was how to avoid starving to death. Therefore, Lin Xu didn't pay much attention to who the top professionals were. However, he could be sure that among the top 10, Lu Ming and Song Zijian were two people Lin Xu had no recollection of. This indicated that they had likely fallen before Lin Xu could rise. Otherwise, Lin Xu would have heard of them in the Huaxia region. As for the 5th-ranked Zhongzhe, although he was not in Lin Xu's group, Lin Xu had a deep impression of Zhongzhe. When the professionals of the Huaxia region first came into contact with the native forces of the Xuanhuan Great World War broke out, the professionals suffered heavy casualties and were pushed back step by step. It was at that moment that Zhongzhe stepped forward with his SSS tier talent. In just over half a year, he had already crossed the threshold of transcendence and advanced to the fantasy tier. This wealth rating, even the last-ranked professional could receive a reward. In his previous life, Lin Xu was ranked over 654 million and received an Iron Tier Beast card. It was imaginable that the rewards of this wealth rating were a huge surprise for all professionals. Wen Yin had broken into the top 10 solely with a Diamond-grade Timber Supply card ranking 7th. It was indeed an unexpected delight. One took first place, the other 7th. Those hard days and nights of toil had not been in vain for Lin Xu and Wen Yin. For all practitioners, the most significant meaning of this wealth ranking lay in serving as a form of identity certification for each practitioner. Without knowing a practitioner's innate talent, this certification was sufficient to demonstrate their capabilities. To various factions, the 100,000 practitioners ranked in the wealth evaluation bearing dynamic borders would become the most coveted targets among all major powers. A luminous bright blue orb radiating brilliant splendor materialized before Lin Xu. In front of Wen Yin appeared a question mark box shimmering with glaze-like luster. The disparity between the rewards for 1st and 7th place was staggering. Within the glowing orb before Lin Xu resided a diamond-grade resource card. Wen Yan's platinum-grade question mark box could only yield platinum-tier resource cards. However, the card within Lin Xu's orb was predetermined, leaving no room for selection. Unlike Wen Yin, who could first select a card category from her platinum-grade question mark box, then choose 1 out of 3 from within that category, Lin Xu reached toward the brilliant bright blue orb before him with mounting anticipation. The moment he sensed the information of the diamond-grade resource card within, a most peculiar and complicated expression crossed Lin Xu's face. Wen Yin, standing beside him, had never witnessed such an extraordinary array of emotions on his countenance. "Boss, what diamond-grade resource card did you obtain?" Any diamond tier card, even a supply card, represents a substantial gain. Upon hearing this, Lin Xu's lips twitched involuntarily. The good news was that he had drawn a resource node. The bad news was that this diamond-grade resource node proved to be a beautiful waste. Lin Xu extended the resource card he had drawn from the brilliant orb toward Wen Yin. Studying the card's description, Wen Yan's reaction could not have been more different from his. Twin wardrobe. A wardrobe guarded and operated by twin spirits opening directly into an ultra-luxury garment factory. It can craft one set of illusory attire daily according to the contract holder's specifications. Garments impervious to wear, but offering no actual defensive capability. This illusory garment may be worn over all armor, concealing the level of equipment beneath. Wow, you don't like such an amazing resource node, boss. It produces a complete outfit every day and it never wears out. Others would be incredibly envious if they knew you obtained such an exceptional resource node. Lin Xu eyed Wen Yin suspiciously at her words. He couldn't shake the feeling that she was merely trying to console him. Yet her gaze was undeniably sincere. Lin Xu could see genuine delight in Wen Yan's eyes, along with an unmistakable longing for this diamond-grade resource node, the twin wardrobe. Lin Xu reckoned the greatest utility of this resource node lay in using its produced illusory garments to conceal whatever armor, he wore beneath. A spellcaster, no matter how much magical equipment they carried, would not appear as an easy mark upon donning the illusory attire. Aside from this, did the twin wardrobe possess any other functions? Wen Yin responded with visible awkwardness. Boss, you're right. I hadn't considered that myself. Saying this, she regarded Lin Xu as though he were hopelessly dense. Boss, you need to broaden your perspective, expand your horizons, and rethink your approach. Think about it. With the twin wardrobe, you've essentially acquired an infinite version of a miracle dress-up system. Boss, did you play games before transmigrating? This twin wardrobe can craft any garment you imagine based on your requirements. In massive online games like Ni Shui Han, where you'd spend hundreds of thousands to purchase cosmetics, that's something you could produce entirely through this resource node. Those garments would look absolutely stunning on anyone, right? Many people are forming factions these days. As the saying goes, a person is judged by their attire just as a horse is valued by its saddle. Those leading factions would surely be willing to spend money commissioning custom attire from you. Boss, your clothes are torn and your pants have several rips. Make me the first outfit. After I finish drawing from my platinum ? Box, I'll go to sleep. When I wake up, you must make the second outfit for me. Pretty please, boss. Overcome with excitement, Wen Yin unconsciously began pouting at Lin Xu. Regardless of how he looked at it, Lin Xu remained somewhat dissatisfied with the twin wardrobe. If only it had been a different diamond-grade resource node. What treasures might it have yielded? As Wen Yin suggested, producing garments for faction leaders could indeed generate some income. However, the illusory garments crafted by the twin wardrobe were purely aesthetic, offering no defensive value whatsoever. Resources were scarce across the board. Those building factions led large followings and would naturally spend their resources far more cautiously. Otherwise, how could he expect his brothers to follow while he shone extravagantly, adorned with multiple pairs of dazzling wings upon his back? What would his struggling brothers think upon witnessing such display? Moreover, the twin wardrobe was merely a diamond-grade resource node. Diamond-grade resource cards did not possess rule-based power. Only products emanating from starlight-grade resource nodes above diamond, imbued with light element rules, could grant the radiant whole-body glow effect. Such windless movement and swirling cloud phenomena would also require wind and water element rules to manifest. Should Wen Yin harbor such expectations, she would ultimately be disappointed. Nevertheless, as a diamond-grade resource node, the quality, craftsmanship, and design of its produced illusory garments would undoubtedly surpass anything from before transmigrating. Furthermore, within this twin wardrobe resided a pair of twin spirits. Lin Xu would convey his custom clothing requirements to these twin spirits. How they executed his vision depended entirely on their understanding. As for selling the garments produced daily by the twin wardrobe, Lin Xu had no intention of doing so. Lin Xu believed that rather than selling them, it would be better to distribute them as perks to his close circle of friends. Since the garments never wore out, one set per person would suffice. At this moment, Wen Yin had already plunged her hand into the platinum-grade ? Box. Boss, the options this time are mythical beasts, item cards, and treasure relics. Which do you think we should choose? Lin Xu couldn't fathom whether Wen Yin possessed some innate lucky randomization ability. He simply felt that her fortune far exceeded his own. Previously, when she had drawn from a platinum-grade ? Box, she had obtained a resource node and discovered a mithril mine. This time she had drawn both an item card and a treasure relic. The effects of a platinum-tier item card are truly astonishing. If it is an attack-type card, once activated, it delivers a strike equivalent to that of an entity at the peak of the transcendent realm. Hoarding such item cards never felt like too much. However, now that she had a treasure artifact, item cards meant for single use would have to take a back seat. Wen Yan's mind was entirely consumed by how to design her first outfit through the Shuangzi wardrobe. She was noticeably absent-minded. On top of that, she was extremely sleepy, so drowsy that her mind barely functioned. She had first selected the treasure artifact option according to Lin Xu's instructions, then spoke. Boss, the bonfire in the courtyard has already gone out, and there is ready-made charcoal ash. I'll write the introductions for these 3 treasure artifacts directly to you. The card descriptions for these 3 treasure artifacts are quite lengthy, and my head is spinning. I'm afraid I won't be able to explain them clearly. Picking up a piece of charcoal, Wen Yin quickly began writing on a stone slab. Before transmigrating, Wen Yin had been a teacher volunteering in the mountains, and her calligraphy had been well practiced, neat, and precise. Soon the information about the 3 platinum-tier treasure artifacts unfolded before Lin Xu's eyes. Poison slave cauldron: capture poisonous insects and place them into the cauldron. Through furnace refining, the insects are transformed into slave goo. Slave goo possesses the ability to control other living beings. When controlled beings fail to obey commands, a wisp of whiter, fainter mist drifted from the dead bear's body and merged into Silent Hermit. The slave goo will inflict torment upon the parasitized being across 4 levels: physical, mental, spiritual, and psychological. Silent Hermit, a soul entity that never makes a sound, and is difficult to detect. After killing other living beings, it can absorb the souls of the deceased to strengthen and enhance its own soul entity. Replica Tarot, a tarot card capable of replicating any treasure artifact not exceeding its own tier. After use, the tarot card transforms into a replica treasure artifact card. The first artifact is named Poison Slave Cauldron. The slave goo refined from various poisonous insects inside the cauldron has effects comparable to the silver tier item card enslavement letter. However, it is far more insidious than the enslavement letter. If a target parasitized by slave goo refuses to yield, the slave goo will torment the host across the 4 realms of body, mind, soul, and spirit. Even the most resolute and principled person would struggle to withstand the relentless torment of slave goo day and night. Lin Xu had no doubt about the control effect of this platinum tier artifact, the Poison Slave Cauldron. It was merely a crude method, forcing submission through sheer suffering. Quite low level. Once unstable factors emerged, the controlled target might rebel. Moreover, relying solely on slave goo, one could never know what the controlled target was truly thinking. Even if they appeared willing to serve, they might practice double dealing, gaining personal advantage in the process. With his innate divine contract modification, Lin Xu did not need to consider any treasure artifacts or item cards with enslavement functions. Not even Starlight tier cards imbued with rules-based power were an exception. The second artifact was named Silent Hermit. This artifact was a soul entity that could grow stronger by continuously absorbing departed souls. This soul entity also possessed excellent breath concealing and hiding abilities. It was a treasure artifact very similar to a Precious Beast card. However, ordinary platinum tier Precious Beasts lacked soul-level attack capabilities. Because Silent Hermit could continuously absorb the souls of the dead to evolve and strengthen, once this platinum tier treasure artifact matured, its value would be comparable to diamond tier cards. As for comparing it with Starlight tier artifacts above diamond rank, since it lacked power at the rules level, it did not qualify for comparison. The third treasure artifact card was named Replica Tarot. Replica Tarot was easy to understand. It could replicate any platinum tier or lower treasure artifact. It was essentially a universal replication card. The value of Replica Tarot was determined by the value of the artifact it copied. Currently, Lin Xu did not possess any other platinum tier artifacts in hand. No matter how high the ceiling of this Replica Tarot was, if it could not be used while in hand, it could not create any value. With Wen Yan's current spiritual energy before she reached the transcendent tier, Lin Xu could not allow Wen Yan to continuously overdraw herself to synthesize diamond tier resource cards. Otherwise, the sustained drain on her spiritual energy would cause tremendous harm to her body. It didn't take much. Within at most a month, Wen Yan would become a dummy from continuous spiritual energy overdraw. Lin Xu had contracted Wen Yan not to enslave a tool, but to recruit a companion to develop alongside him in this fantasy world. Therefore, in the process of producing resources, Lin Xu would prioritize Wen Yan's physical well-being. In the short term, it would be difficult for Lin Xu to obtain other platinum tier artifact cards. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xu had Wen Yan choose the Silent Hermit. He instructed Wen Yan to drip her blood onto the Silent Hermit artifact card. This platinum tier artifact, because it could continuously absorb souls to evolve and enhance its power, overlapped somewhat with Lin Xu's innate devouring halo ability. Since Lin Xu did not plan to use divine contract modification to contract Silent Hermit, it was better to have Wen Yan a non-combat professional contract and use it. This would give Wen Yan a means of self-defense as well. Wen Yan was Lin Xu's contracted beast, but in truth, Wen Yan's contract and Lin Xu's own contract were not significantly different. The Silent Hermit artifact card could synergize excellently with the Mist Vessel. Silent Hermit itself possessed considerable breath-concealing abilities, making it like a life-reaping phantom roaming through the mist. When someone attempted to invade Lin Xu's sanctuary, Wen Yan could control Silent Hermit, which would also relieve Lin Xu of a burden. Lin Xu could contract 1 beast per day through divine contract modification, and afterward the number of beasts would only grow. When controlling multiple beasts, it would be difficult to also divert attention to commanding the Silent Hermit artifact. After Wen Yan completed the contract with Silent Hermit using her blood and activated the artifact card, a formless, faintly visible mist-like entity materialized before her. Silent Hermit, already in mist form, naturally blended into the environment within the mist. At this moment, Mother Bear was engaged in fierce combat with 3 human-faced bears. Wen Yan directed Silent Hermit to launch an attack on one of the human-faced bears. A vague gray shadow appeared close to one of the bears. Without making a sound, the human-faced bear began convulsing without warning and collapsed to the ground. Its eyes gradually lost their luster. Whether it was Lin Xu's illusion or not, he felt that after consecutively absorbing the souls of these 3 human-faced bears, the Silent Hermit's soul entity had become slightly more substantial. Boss, this artifact card is so powerful. If it weren't limited to absorbing souls only from units it kills, this card should be able to grow rapidly. Hearing this, Lin Xu smiled and said, "Don't be too greedy. This ability to continuously improve your strength is already powerful enough. Try sensing how far this silent hermit can move away from you." Wan Yin closed her eyes to sense attempting to guide silent hermit to drift further away, leaving Mother Bear alone and bewildered in the courtyard, puzzled as to how the fierce human-faced bears had suddenly died. Were they so eager to become part of her body? Oh no, it was her food. After sensing for a while, Wan Yin spoke. "Boss, the silent hermit operates within a 5-kilometer radius centered on me, moving freely within that range. When I sleep, I'll have it hunt freely within this area. Spotted deer, fearsome wolves, or human-faced bears. Let's see how much it can grow in a single day. Boss, I think you should contract a beast that can help carry heavy loads within a certain range. Otherwise, the beasts killed by the silent hermit will go to waste." Hearing this, Lin Xu nodded. In fact, in Lin Xu's heart, the best choice for carrying heavy objects would still be the colony produced by the golden ring leafcutter ant queen. Although the golden ring leafcutter ants are quite small, if the golden ring leafcutter ant queen eats several more ant queens of the same or different species and undergoes multiple evolutions, these golden ring leafcutter ants may still lack combat power in the short term and won't be able to carry bulky creatures like human-faced bears weighing several hundred catties. But carrying fearsome wolves and spotted deer of over 100 catties should be possible. Since Lin Xu couldn't find a golden ring leafcutter ant with 2 golden rings on its abdomen, Lin Xu figured it would be better to post a purchase request on the main channel of the China region. Once he receives a golden ring leafcutter ant with 2 or more golden rings on its abdomen, Lin Xu could continue purchasing various species of ant queens as materials for the evolution of the golden ring leafcutter ant queen. Lin Xu now had the capital for such endeavors. Rather than searching for everything himself, it was more convenient to spend money to acquire them. "Hey Yin, I've already made breakfast. Go eat before you sleep." While rubbing her hands, Wan Yin looked at the diamond tier card twin wardrobe that Lin Xu was holding. "Boss, I've never seen a diamond tier resource point before. I'd love to see how extraordinary this twin wardrobe is. Just thinking about the twin wardrobe has made me less sleepy." Lin Xu replied helplessly upon hearing this. "Since it belongs to us, we can take a look anytime." Saying that, he led Wan Yin into the main mansion. In the corner of the spacious first floor, he activated the twin wardrobe resource card. A wooden wardrobe over 3 meters tall, extremely exquisite in appearance, appeared before Lin Xu. The entire wardrobe was of a fantastical style. Every carved hollow on the wardrobe showed great ingenuity. Looking at the patterns on this wardrobe was like flipping through a fantasy fairy tale book. If each carved scene on this wardrobe were cut out individually, each one could have been an award-winning piece at the Heavenly Craft Award back in his previous life. This magical style wardrobe was inlaid with many sparkling gems. So many colorful gems as decorations did not appear messy at all. Instead, they served as the finishing touch in each scene. Lin Xu stepped forward and opened the wardrobe, from which flew 2 twin elves no larger than a palm each, with 2 pairs of wings on their backs. These twin elves looked almost identical. The only differences were their hairstyles and the colors of their dresses. One wore a pale milky pink dress, while the other wore a milky blue dress, even lighter than the sky itself. After the 2 twin elves appeared, they politely greeted Lin Xu and Wan Yin. "Hello, we are twin elves here to serve you. Whenever you wish to create any clothing, just share your ideas with us. We will help refine the designs to ensure the results exceed your expectations. For our first meeting, you may give us sisters' names." The twin wardrobe was merely a resource point, not a contracted beast. The names of these twin elves did not matter to Lin Xu at all. Just as Lin Xu was about to randomly name the 2 twin elves, Wan Yin spoke up. "Boss, can I name them?" Lin Xu nodded upon hearing this. Wan Yin, like a cheerful young lady, said to the twin elves, "The little one in pink can be called Pinru. The one in blue can be called Ailey. You 2 are the best of sisters. Boss, you've used today's allowance. Get the clothes customized first. Let me see what kind of clothes they make before I go to sleep." At this moment, Wan Yin resembled a severe insomniac. After staying awake too long, the sleepiness passed, making her less and less inclined to sleep. But once she did sleep, she needed more than 10 hours to wake up. Lin Xu had been very careful these past few days, yet his clothes still tore. He really ought to get himself some proper attire. It wouldn't be appropriate to live with Wan Yin while wearing torn clothes. Even without obtaining the twin wardrobe resource point after the wealth evaluation ended, Lin Xu would have bought a few sets of clothes he was interested in at the trading zone. Even though the twin wardrobe allowed custom clothing designs, Lin Xu had no intention of making anything too flamboyant. Comfort and simplicity came first. Lin Xu wanted to make a tracksuit with white and light blue as the primary color scheme. As for shoes, since they wouldn't wear out easily, there was no need to choose steel-toed combat boots. Lin Xu asked the twin elves to simply make a pair of athletic shoes suitable for off-road conditions. The twin elves were most delighted upon hearing Lin Xu's request. Your requirements are so minimal. They've given us a great deal of creative freedom. Might I add some small embellishments while ensuring comfort and meeting your requirements? Seeing the expectant gaze of the twin elves, Lin Xu did not refuse. He had expected the twin elves to require some time to craft the clothing. But unexpectedly, less than 3 minutes after they flew back into the wardrobe door opened again. The twin elves struggled to carry the freshly completed garments and approached Lin Xu. Before Lin Xu could speak, Wen Yin couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss Pinru and Ailey's craftsmanship is simply amazing. With such simple requirements, they've turned your sportswear into haute couture." Even though Lin Xu didn't care much about what he wore, he couldn't help but be impressed in his heart. Everyone is drawn to beautiful things. His sportswear was indeed primarily blue and white, but it employed 2 different fabrics. The glossy fabric portions had absolutely no decorations. But on the velvet fabric portions with white as the base, a large lily of the valley pattern was embroidered using blue silk thread. At the center of each lily of the valley flower, half-grain-sized cornflower blue sapphires were embedded using a rhinestone setting technique. Lin Xu reached out to touch the sewn-in gems and felt nothing protruding. The sides of these gems were all tucked beneath the embroidered threads. The highest points of the gems were flush with the embroidery. The pants design echoed the clothing's design. And those athletic shoes had a strong sense of technological futurism. When Lin Xu put on this outfit and walked, he discovered that the soles adjusted their elasticity based on the terrain. When he came downstairs in his new attire, Wen Yin looked at Lin Xu with stars in her eyes. "Boss, you look incredibly handsome. Much handsomer than the male models I see on Douyin. Women with thick wallets at the bar probably wouldn't even dare to order you a drink." Lin Xu wondered if Wen Yin had become addled from sleep deprivation. Such a young girl saying all sorts of things. Why did he look like a male model? Even if he were to become a male model, Lin Xu couldn't do it. Because Lin Xu couldn't handle alcohol well. His old friends used to say that when he drank too much, he became quite different from his usual self. Lin Xu cleared his throat and said with a serious tone, "All right, Yin, you should go rest now. Pinru, Ailey, thank you both for your hard work." After Wen Yin went to sleep, Lin Xu also returned to his room to catch up on sleep. When Lin Xu woke up, it was already deep in the night. Lin Xu had a simple dinner of purple-spotted red mushrooms. Sensing the outdoor temperature late at night, he estimated that from the day after tomorrow, any further harvested purple-spotted red mushrooms would become toxic. At that time, the prices of various crops that had been suppressed by the purple-spotted red mushrooms would skyrocket. Meanwhile, Lin Xu had cultivated purple-spotted red mushrooms in the training room using the droppings of the scented wind squirrel. A few extremely shallow mycelial threads had already grown on the surface of the humus-rich soil. This indicated that Lin Xu's cultivation of the purple-spotted red mushrooms was successful. The alluring magic flower had exhausted the absorbed piece of human-faced bear fur and no longer released the scent that attracted human-faced bears. Lin Xu arrived at the courtyard and found over a dozen carcasses of human-faced bears piled up. Even with the mother bear's homologous devouring aura, her absorption speed was still clearly insufficient to consume them all. When the mother bear reached a body length of 5 meters, her growth rate slowed significantly. After eating human-faced bears all day, her current body length was only about 5 meters and 30 centimeters. Lin Xu recalled that when a human-faced bear advanced to the transcendent rank, its body length would generally reach over 7 meters. The mother bear still had a long way to go before reaching transcendent rank. The number of human-faced bears near this area had become extremely scarce. From the Terraclaw cassowary, Lin Xu learned that starting from 3 o'clock in the afternoon until 6 o'clock, when the alluring magic flower lost its effect, during those 3 hours, the Terraclaw cassowary had only killed 4 human-faced bears. In that case, Lin Xu decided to go ahead and enhance Jelin's strength tonight. The density of dire wolves in this forest area was very high. With the mother bear and the Terraclaw cassowary helping Jelin jointly hunt down the dire wolf families attracted by the alluring magic flower, they should be able to barely exterminate these dire wolf families. Even if Jelin couldn't eat all these dire wolves at once, the nighttime temperature was only 6 or 7 degrees Celsius, and the dire wolf carcasses piled in the shelter would not rot within 5 days. Letting Jelin slowly devour these dire wolf remains would be fine. If the number of dire wolves was sufficient, it was possible that Jelin might step into the transcendent rank even earlier than the mother bear. When a piece of dire wolf flesh touched the petal of the alluring magic flower, the stamen immediately curled up around the flesh and completely digested it in less than 2 minutes. Immediately afterward, a scent completely different from the one that attracted human-faced bears yesterday emanated from the alluring magic flower. Before long, the howls of wolves came from afar. Even the other members of Jelin's family were affected. After finishing all this, Lin Xu returned to the main residence. In his past life in this vast fantasy world, Lin Xu had basically endured all possible hardships. This made him unrefined in his daily life. Leaning back on his wooden bed that was completely mismatched with his clothes, Lin Xu reached out to stop Xiongda and Xiong who were roughhousing on the bed. Making the two little ones lie obediently by his side, Lin Xu patted their soft, chubby bellies and took out the communication trader that he had barely used all day. Lin Xu found that his communication trader had an overwhelming number of friend requests. People he had previously added as friends also sent him many messages. Almost every member of his small group had privately messaged him congratulating him on achieving first place in the wealth ranking. Besides congratulations, some people also sent other messages. Tangxingro Shushin, I'm crafting the secret puppets for you now. I will deliver all 8 secret puppets to you before tomorrow afternoon. I feel that I've gained some new insights in the crafting of secret puppets. I added an extra pair of arms to these enhanced secret puppets. They might look a bit odd, but their work efficiency will definitely be much higher than before. Qin Lianyue, I've been collecting various crop cards. There are many kinds of grains, vegetables, and fruits here. I feel the weather is getting colder, and the purple spotted red mushrooms will soon be inedible. Shushin, I used the mailing function to send you some fruits, vegetables, a few staple grains, and some cooking spices. Through the communication trader, friends could send each other mail. Each person had 5 opportunities to send mail per day. Even when the other party was not using the communication trader, one could still mail supplies to them. However, this method of mailing was generally only used with close friends, because sending supplies via mail, unlike a direct trade between two parties, did not yield any return. Lin Xu accepted the mail from Qin Lianyue and privately messaged her a thank you. Lin Xu had received 2 mails from Qin Lianyue in total. The previous mail was sent before the wealth ranking began. Qin Lianyue had returned the 3,000 units of stone blocks along with 600 units of interest to him. As soon as Lin Xu sent the message to Qin Lianyue, she immediately replied. Qin Lianyue, no need to be polite, Shushin. If you have any extra shelter upgrade cards, I hope you could consider me first. Lin Xu saw Qin Lianyue's message, raised an eyebrow, and replied. Lin Xu, if I can obtain extra shelter upgrade cards, I will auction them in the trading group. I will not privately trade them to you alone. However, I can allow you to borrow from me. Next time you borrow, if you can return the borrowed supplies within 3 days, I will only charge you 10 interest per day. On the other end of the communication trader, Qin Lianyue saw Lin Xu's message. A smile appeared on her face. As long as she was willing to pay the price and borrow from Lin Xu, this benefactor, she would surely be able to bid for a gold-grade shelter upgrade card. Zhang Qingtian Shushin, I was a bit overconfident this time. I thought with so many resources in hand, I would definitely rank in the top 10. So I lent out some resource cards, but ended up ranking only 29th. If you can get another silver-grade item card mass migration, could you sell it to me at 1.5 times the last transaction price? Previously, that silver-grade item card mass migration was auctioned by Wang Chun for 3600 units of stone blocks. That price seemed high, but in reality, it wasn't too high. No one knew when the shelter migration function would be opened. Before the migration function was opened in the 3rd month after the mass transmigration, the price of the silver-grade mass migration card remained high. As the strength of jobbers grew, obtaining stone blocks became easier. The prices of many resource cards were skyrocketing. However, offering 1.5 times the last transaction price demonstrated Zhang Qingtian's sincerity and boldness. In Lin Xu's view, Zhang Qingtian was indeed a bit overconfident. Even Lin Xu would not dare to engage in such business of lending out resource cards before the wealth ranking ended. Under Zhang Qingtian's command, there was also a group of professionals. Zhang Qingtian was in such a hurry to obtain the silver tier item card group migration. He wanted to gather his subordinates together as soon as possible. In the early stages of the transmigration, it was not only the leaders who wanted to build factions that were choosing their subordinates. Those professionals with excellent talents were also choosing which faction to join. At this time, Zhang Qingtian should be very afraid of his subordinates being poached by other factions. Previously, the scarcity of silver tier resource cards was because the highest level of treasure chests was only silver tier. Once golden tier chests appear, the quantity of silver tier resource cards will gradually increase. The item card group migration will always be obtained and sold by someone. Lin Xu, instead of buying it on the market, you might as well assess whether the combat power in your hands is sufficient to open golden tier resource chests in the secret realm. As a member of his own group, Zhang Qingtian had also purchased several silver tier resource cards from him. Lin Xu was willing to point a direction for Zhang Qingtian. As for whether Zhang Qingtian would do so, it was no longer Lin Xu's concern. Lin Xu remembered that in his past life, the drop rate of the group migration item card from golden tier resource chests was quite high. In order to inflate the price of this item card, the selling price listed on the market was extremely high. But in private transactions, the price of this item card would be much lower. Xie Qinglin also sent a message to Lin Xu. Xie Qinglin, I suggest you do not attempt the secret realm lightly. I just entered the secret realm and suffered heavy losses. The monsters in the secret realm are much more powerful than the beasts near those shelters. Moreover, the density of monsters in the secret realm is very high. Once you make too much noise, it will attract more monsters to besiege you. Lin Xu checked the time when Lin sent him the message, which was at 1907 in the evening. It had been more than 4 hours since then. This kind of information obtained from the secret realm was of high value. Lin, despite suffering heavy losses, would immediately tell him the news. It was obvious that he was afraid Lin Xu would suffer the same losses. Lin Xu was quite touched by this. Lin Xu, how is your situation now? Are you alright? Have you been injured? If you need it, I have some good healing medicines here. The spirit sooth moss that Lin Xu had contracted could not only heal the creatures inhabiting it. The spirit sooth moss itself was also a good medicine for treating injuries. If Lin's injuries were really severe, Lin Xu could tear off a piece of spirit sooth moss and send it to him. After all, tearing off a piece of spirit sooth moss was not a big deal. A few basins of blood would be enough to replenish it. It just needed some time. At this moment, Lin, who was holding a communication trade device to purchase medical supplies, saw the message from Lin Xu. He felt warm inside. Lin originally wanted to put on a brave front and say he did not need healing medicine. Medical supplies were extremely expensive and very scarce in the market. If Lin Xu was not a medical-type professional, there would not be many medical supplies at his place either. But Lin's injuries were really too severe. His left leg had a large chunk of flesh bitten off by monsters in the secret realm. Several ribs were also broken, and the entire abdominal cavity felt fiery and burning. It was estimated that his internal organs were also injured. If he had not run fast enough, might have died in the secret realm. Lin, I do need some medical supplies. If you have plenty of medical supplies, please support me with some. After saying this, Lin used the photography function of the communication trade device to take a picture of his injuries. Then he sent this photo to Lin Xu. Upon seeing the photo of Lin's injuries, Lin Xu hurried to the courtyard. He tore off about 30 square centimeters of spirit sooth moss and mailed it to Lin. Lin Xu, half of the herbs I mailed you should be taken orally, and the other half should be crushed and applied to the wound. It should take effect immediately. Now, many resource cards have emergent tier descriptions on their surfaces. I think if you want to explore the secret realm and be able to open golden tier resource chests in it, even if you do not reach emergent tier, you should at least touch the threshold of emergent tier. You should have also built a faction. You can wait for item cards or treasures that can migrate shelters to appear. Use these things to gather several capable professionals and form a team to explore the secret realm. Lin Xu could not conveniently tell Lin too much information that he knew. Otherwise, it would likely make Lin overthink. Indeed, forming a team to explore the secret realm was currently the best way to open golden tier resource chests in the secret realm. It was even the best way to clear the secret realm. However, the secret realm actually has a player limit. No more than 5 professionals can enter a secret realm. This made those who planned to use a human wave tactic to clear the secret realm destined to be disappointed. It was precisely because high-tier resource cards were difficult to obtain and the market was large enough. That is why resource cards of all kinds could always maintain high prices. And it was precisely for this reason that when Lin Xu first heard about Wen Yan's talent as a reincarnator, he was so surprised that he lost his composure. Lin took out a large piece of spirit sooth moss that Lin Xu had mailed from his mailbox. As soon as he breathed in the aura released by the spirit sooth moss, Lin felt that the burning and dull pain in his abdominal cavity had greatly relieved. Following what Lin Xu had just said, Lin threw half of the spirit sooth moss into his mouth and chewed it up. He covered the portion missing from his flesh on his thigh with this chewed grass paste. Then he swallowed the other half of the spirit sooth moss. The pain in his body still existed. However, the wound on his leg that had been bleeding uncontrollably stopped bleeding immediately after this grass paste was applied. This effect was indeed as Lin Xu had described. It was really effective immediately. When lying in bed, Lin had already thought about it. Would such severe injuries cost him his life? Just now, Lin had spent resources to buy many medical supplies, but the effects were not good. It was presumed that the medical supplies Lin Xu gave him were at least golden tier, even platinum tier. Lin, God Xu, thank you so much. After using this herb you gave me, my injuries have improved greatly. For such a great kindness, words of thanks are insufficient. Just speak if you need me in the future. Lin Xu always felt that even if the spirit sooth moss was a platinum tier healing type precious beast, it should not be able to heal Lin's injuries in a short period of time. After all, there was a chunk of flesh missing from his leg. Lin Xu, tomorrow morning take another photo of your leg wound and send it to me. If it is still severe, I will give you another piece of this herb. By the way, I have 2 golden tier resource cards suitable for warriors here. One is a weapon card and the other is an armor card. Take a look and see if you need them. After saying this, Lin Xu synchronized the information of the lion skull heavy hammer and the ghost lizard leather armor. Lin had never expected that Lin Xu would already possess 2 golden tier resource cards suitable for warriors. One was armor and the other was a weapon, both of which he could make use of. When entering the secret realm, Lin had been using silver tier weapons, and if he had possessed golden tier gear, even venturing a bit deeper. He would never have suffered such severe injuries. Lin, thank you, good brother. You're practically my lifesaver. I know someone who has a golden tier resource card that amplifies spiritual power. I'll find a way to swap for that card and trade it with one of my own golden tier resource points in exchange for yours. Given my current injuries, this armor and weapon won't be of much use to me just yet. Let me finish acquiring that resource card first, and then we'll complete the trade. Lin was fully aware that resource points were far more precious than weapons and armor. Even though he considered Lin Xu a friend, he was no philanthropist. The reason he was willing to do this was to compensate Lin Xu for the high-level medical resources provided free of charge. His brother had saved his life, and he certainly wouldn't let his brother suffer a loss. Lin Xu had already completed a transaction with Lin. Earlier, those 2 silver-tier resource cards Lin had said he would let Lin Xu use them first. So Lin Xu simply mailed the Lion Skull Warhammer and the Ghost Lizard Leather Armor to Lin through the postal system. In his past life, Lin Xu hadn't used this mail feature much. Using it now, he found it far more convenient than the trading function. Seeing the thanks message from Lin Xu did not reply further. Instead, he opened the main channel of the Chinese region. Wu so happy I can't sleep. I've got a silver-tier resource card now too. Jiao Xingxing saluting the big shot. I only got a bronze-tier resource card. But it's a crop card, so at least I won't go hungry. Yibing, how could we starve? Is it that purple spot red mushrooms aren't delicious enough? I sliced my arm, and after eating 2 purple spot red mushrooms within a day, it was completely healed. Lin, is the temperature where you are that high? In my area, the stems of the purple spot red mushrooms had already turned dark red yesterday. I refused to believe it, and fed a mushroom with a discolored stem to a silly roe deer. That deer turned into black water right in front of me in less than 2 minutes. Absolutely terrifying. Everyone be careful not to lose your lives eating toxic purple spot red mushrooms. When Zhou narrator God's video explanation made it very clear. I'm smarter. I kept a fire burning in my shelter around the clock. I stored dozens of purple spot red mushrooms. Enough for over a month of eating. Chao Luo burning a fire 24 hours a day in a shelter. That's rich. Wouldn't that waste firewood? You might as well trade that firewood for other crops. When Zhou, you know nothing. Do other crops have the healing properties of purple spot red mushrooms? Why do you think I'm storing them as food? I'm using them as a universal herb for treating external wounds. Ding Xiangkue, by the way, aren't you curious what rewards the top 10 ranked people received? I ranked 995th and got a golden tier resource card. Fei Kaju and big shots up front. Respect. Please take me along. My girlfriend sings beautifully, and I can play the flute. Fu Miaoing Azure Pavilion is recruiting healing-type professionals with potential talent B or higher. Healing-type professionals, please send a private message. Non-healing-type professionals, do not disturb. It was already late at night, yet the main channel remained lively. The vast majority of professionals were still discussing the rewards related to their wealth rankings. Since everyone had transmigrated to different zones with varying temperatures, the conditions they faced were quite different. Some places had already rendered purple spot red mushrooms inedible. However, it had only been 5 days since transmigration. The wealth ranking rewards had provided every professional with certain resources. Even if the purple spot red mushrooms became inedible, no one would starve to death immediately. But once the mushrooms were no longer edible, medical supplies would face an immediate shortage. Lin Xu had opened the Chinese region's main channel with a specific purpose. Lin Xu seeking golden ring leafcutter ant queens. The abdomen must bear 2 or more golden rings. Reward 1 bronze tier weapon card, Lungren Hengdao. In this message, Lin Xu not only disclosed information about the Lungren Hengdao, but also uploaded the photos of the golden ring leafcutter ant queens that he had deliberately captured during the daytime. As soon as Lin Xu posted his message, the scroll speed on the main channel increased at least 3-fold. Tang Hui front row. Want to take a photo with narrator God? I'll screenshot it for my moments. Duan Jixing narrator God wants to collect this kind of ant queen. Does that mean it's highly valuable? Guorue, why would narrator God collect something like this? I've seen these ant queens before. A few freshly mated and nest-building specimens have appeared near my shelter. They have no combat power whatsoever. When I was starving, I ate one. It tasted sour like a small berry. Could narrator God have a taste for this? By Buffon, tomorrow I'm doing nothing else but searching for these ant queens. Offering a bronze tier weapon card as a reward. Narrator God is extremely generous. After posting his message, Lin Xu simply waited for someone to find a qualifying golden ring leafcutter ant queen and message him privately. The trading communicator was highly intelligent. Lin Xu had configured conditions for adding himself as a friend. As long as someone could find a golden ring leafcutter ant queen with 2 or more rings. During the friend verification process, the system would automatically synchronize the message and approve the request directly without requiring Lin Xu to review it manually. Golden ring leafcutter ant queens with 2 golden rings on their abdomens should not be too rare. With the sufficiently generous reward Lin Xu had offered, he should receive results by tomorrow. Lin Xu planned to save the divine contract modification chances that would refresh in a few hours for the evening. If no suitable golden ring leafcutter ant queen arrived by dusk, he would then choose to contract another creature as a beast tamer. Lin Xu checked his friend requests. He approved those who had proactively added him and had a wealth ranking within the top 100. Each professional's bonded communication trader could only accept a maximum of 500 friends. Just like the fixed limit for joining groups, it was a rigid number. Increasing the friend limit required special item cards. Therefore, every friend slot Lin Xu had was extremely precious. Wen Yin ranked 7th in the wealth rankings. Once she woke up, she would surely discover that her communicator was about to be flooded with friend requests. Since he had caught up on sleep in the afternoon, Lin Xu, who had only recently woken, had absolutely no drowsiness. It was the dead of night, and there was nothing urgent to do. Lin Xu lay leisurely on his small wooden bed, browsing the videos updated by various professionals in the video section. Before transmigration, he had happened to live in the era of influencer and fan economy. Many professionals had already treated the video section as their past life equivalent of Douyin, uploading all kinds of content: singing videos, dance videos, novelty clips, challenge videos, pity-seeking videos, and suggestive content. There was plenty of everything. Because the communicators had no moderation system whatsoever, any content could be posted. This allowed the video section to truly reflect all facets of human society. In Lin Xu's view, the food streaming section had the most antics. He scrolled through several food streaming videos. What nonsense about waking up in the middle of the night from the shelter, craving vegetables. The young woman with a calf-like face but deliberately groomed began eating various leafy greens placed on the wooden table in the shelter. Among them, Lin Xu also spotted purple-spotted red mushrooms and several other varieties of fungi. Did she really think she was the reincarnation of Shenong? In a strange environment, she could eat all kinds of herbs. One of the vegetables, resembling lettuce, tasted slightly sweet but contained a potent neurotoxin. Compared to the blue-staining mushroom would have to call it master. Purple-spotted red mushrooms could heal external injuries but could not detoxify. This professional's video had been updated a day ago. If she didn't have a B rank or above detoxification or toxin immunity talent, she would never be able to update videos again. For someone who treated the plants of this mystical world like roadside greens, Lin Xu could only offer a moment of silent mourning for 0.01 seconds. Those videos using leaves to make makeshift urine filters, self-deceptively drinking holy water, and the appreciation-style videos tasting different beast droppings, though disgusting, at least posed no life-threatening danger. If it weren't for the rule that each person could only post one video per day in the video section, limiting many people's creativity, who knows how many antics would have been produced. However, compared to those professionals posting videos for traffic, more were diligently managing their social circles. The former singers, movie stars, dancers, and influencers from the past life, if they could survive the third day, gradually attempted to leverage their pre-transmigration fame and popularity to re-enter the fan economy. Some deliberately cultivated their idol persona, posting videos to reassure fans or showcase talents, bringing comfort from the bustling pre-transmigration world to professionals struggling in desolate shelters. Many well-known figures also posted videos encouraging everyone to persevere. But more people posted videos for friendship or dating. Some male professionals who were doing well, perhaps too stifled, held up their resource cards and filmed marriage-seeking videos. Tens of thousands immediately called them husband in the comments. Among them were not a few cunning male professionals. But compared to the video area from Lin Xu's past life impression, the current one was still too tame. The reason for this was that the shelter migration function had not been opened, restricting the development of many industries. Even if someone found a compatible partner online, they could only engage in a long-distance relationship. Online friends could only be distant friends. Once the shelter migration function was enabled, not only would reality become chaotic, but the video area would also descend into utter chaos. Yet this chaos also allowed human nature to be fully displayed in this mystical world. Liberated human nature was like a rose blooming from rotting flesh. Vibrant and tempting, but touching it would prick one's fingers. Yet peeling back the petals revealed carefully wrapped nectar and the protected stamen. If Lin Xu hadn't been reborn with a talent like divine contract transformation, he might have also posted some common-sense video content to gain a following and later obtain resources through them. But now clearly there was no need for that. While Lin Xu was scrolling through videos, a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes sat in his shelter, which had just been upgraded to level 2. It had shattered again and again. To be precise, it shattered at 9:00 a.m., just when the wealth rating settlement was made. Zhao Shuaichen never expected that with his SS rank talent deep analysis, his final wealth ranking would be 2047563 RD. He didn't even make it into the top 2 million. From observing the chat messages on the main channel, Zhao Shuaichen had learned that The vast majority of professionals had only D rank and C rank talents. D rank and C rank professionals accounted for over 90 of the total. The remaining 999 were B rank and A rank professionals. Those above S rank were without exception extremely rare. He was probably the most miserable SS rank talent professional in the entire Huaxiao region. To be honest, Zhao Shuaichen was unlucky. He had used his auxiliary talent deep analysis twice to investigate the conditions for upgrading his shelter. But each time Lin Xu beat him to it. He had missed both opportunities, leaving Zhao Shuaichen somewhat ordinary now. If it weren't for the ranking reward from the shelter upgrade, a gold rank weapon card, Zhao Shuaichen couldn't even protect himself. Zhao Shuaichen noticed that many forces were actively recruiting talent. As a professional with an SS rank talent, he was undoubtedly a talent. However, Zhao Shuaichen did not actively reveal his talent. If he had to rely on others for protection rather than joining those recruiting forces, it would be better to seek Lin Xu's protection. Zhao Shuaichen had a feeling that following Lin Xu was the right decision. But he had added Lin Xu as a friend many times without being accepted. This made Zhao Shuaichen somewhat discouraged. Remembering that Lin Xu said he wanted to collect an ant queen with a golden ring on its abdomen, Zhao Shuaichen decided to dig up all the ant nests near his shelter tomorrow, hoping to strike up a conversation with Lin Xu through this transaction. Lin Xu didn't scroll through videos for long before getting up and heading to the cultivation room to check on the growth of the purple-spotted red mushrooms. He scattered the droppings from the zephyr squirrel, which had eaten purple-spotted red mushrooms, onto the previously laid rotten bark. Then he covered the rotten bark with a thick layer of humus-rich soil. Over the past few days, the zephyr squirrel had seen Lin Xu many times and was no longer overly wary. When Lin Xu placed a small stone trough filled with water into the cage, the zephyr squirrel would lean in to drink before Lin Xu even moved his hand away. The two furnace beetles were easy to care for and remained docile inside the bronze rank resource box. But Lin Xu hadn't noticed any signs of them breeding. After finishing the cultivation of the purple-spotted red mushrooms, Lin Xu gathered the dried mushroom slices. Tomorrow Tang Xingro would deliver the 2 logistics-type puppets and 6 enhanced-type puppets to him. After that, Lin Xu would no longer need to do these chores. Qin Lianyue had given him many fruits, vegetables, various grains, and a large bag of spices. With 2 logistics-type puppets, Lin Xu could finally restore the dietary standards of his past life. With the issues of food and taste resolved, he only needed to find high-grade crops to continuously strengthen his physique. From the vegetables Qin Lianyue had given him, Lin Xu found a reddish-purple tomato as large as 2 fists. After a simple rinse, he took a bite. The skin was thin, the flesh succulent. Sweet and sour juice flowed between his teeth, carrying the fragrance of gardenia. Lin Xu couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. This large tomato was also sandy-fleshed. It was far more delicious than any tomato he had eaten in his past life. His eyes had been constantly veiled with the Zhen Shitong Yan. The Zhen Shitong Yan not only allowed high-talent professionals to inspect the talents of those with lower aptitudes, but also enabled him to perceive the basic information of many things. The tomato he had just eaten was called the Zhixiang tomato, a silver-grade crop. Long-term consumption of silver-grade crops would significantly enhance one's physique before advancing to the transcendent realm. None of the food Qin Lianyue had given him was below bronze grade, reflecting considerable thought. After devouring an entire Zhixiang tomato, Lin Xu felt fully satiated. He could no longer eat anything else. After checking the output of fire element potions produced by the Huahua Danfeng over the course of an entire day, Lin Xu, for the first time since the wealth assessment, carefully evaluated his own strength and resources. His current spirit beasts included Bear Mother, Gelantera Claw Crane, Healing Green Velvet, and Wen Yin, a human professional. He also possessed a mobile shelter. At present, his strength was barely sufficient to deal with a single true transcendent creature. However, if he could lure a transcendent creature into the courtyard of his shelter, it might not be impossible to wear it down. Because now the Terror Claw Crane and Bear Mother had the ability to break through the defenses of a transcendent creature. A creature that had just advanced to transcendent would not be able to destroy his second-grade shelter. At most, it would severely damage it. It must be noted that Lin Xu's second-grade shelter had previously devoured another second-grade shelter. It was far stronger than an ordinary second-grade shelter. If a transcendent creature actively attacked the shelter, triggering its self-defense mechanism, those 5 stone vines would be enough to kill a mid-rank transcendent creature. In terms of wealth, diamond-grade resources included a twin wardrobe. Platinum-grade resources included Healing Green Velvet, Alluring Demon Flower Silent, Hermit Huahua Danfeng, and a Mithril Mine. As for gold-grade and silver-grade resources, aside from the Mist Bottle and the Pure Water Spring, there were the Breeze Squirrel and the Furnace Ladybug, essential for cultivating the purple-spotted crimson mushroom. Also included were the Rain-Seeking Frog, needed to upgrade the Pure Water Spring in the future, and the Wind-Drunk Calamus, which had always been a candidate for a Spirit Beast contract. Lin Xu cared little about the other gold-grade and lower resources. As far as he was concerned, any gold-grade resource he didn't need could be freely traded away. Apart from these tangible resources, he did not count the wood resource cards that served as synthesis materials for Wen Yin. Furthermore, Lin Xu still had over 1600 units of stone at his disposal. He opened the trading zone and searched for the Zhen Shitong Yen. He found several dozen Zhen Shitong Yen for sale. The drop rate of this bronze-grade resource card was not much higher than that of the group migration prop card in gold treasure chests after the secret realm opened. At present, many people had not yet recognized the value of the Zhen Shitong Yen or were simply unaware of its existence. Consequently, its market average price hovered around 350 units of stone. The price of stone was still skyrocketing. Since virtually all professionals who were not incapacitated had upgraded their shelters to grade 1, most were now striving to reach grade 2. Lin Xu did not proactively add those selling Zhen Shitong Yen as friends, nor did he message them privately. He silently purchased all Zhen Shitong Yen listed at prices below 320 units of stone. He bought a total of 21 cards costing 6720 units of stone. He left 500 units for Wen Yin to purchase ordinary grade wood resource cards in the morning as synthesis materials. The current value ratio of stone to wood had reached 1:6. 1 unit of stone could be exchanged for 6 units of wood. This was the peak of stone's value. With 500 units of stone, he could obtain 2500 ordinary grade wood resource cards. The remaining stone over 500 units Lin Xu planned to use for decorating his shelter. The cultivation room in particular needed proper arrangement. Otherwise, with only a single-layer workbench, the efficiency of cultivating purple-spotted crimson mushrooms would be far too low. As Lin Xu was thinking this, footsteps came from upstairs. Wen Yin came bouncing down the stairs. Though her clothes were now quite tattered, her delicate features remained undeniable. After sleeping for 15 or 16 hours, Wen Yin felt refreshed, all her previous fatigue gone. Seeing Lin Xu, she said eagerly, "Boss, can I browse the trading zone to find some supplies and decorate our shelter? With the twin wardrobe, I won't need to buy clothes anymore. We can spend more resources on upgrading the shelter." Hearing Wen Yan's words, Lin Xu raised an eyebrow. Buying external items to embellish the shelter now could only be considered decoration. It was akin to soft furnishing after a house renovation. To truly upgrade the shelter, one would need a shelter renovation card, which could only be found in platinum-grade resource boxes. With a shelter renovation card, one could use rare resources to transform the shelter, granting it transcendent or even fantasy-grade properties. This required materials produced by transcendent and fantasy creatures, as well as precious metals and gems. Each use of the shelter renovation card would consume enormous resources. Yet the benefits of spending these resources were evident. If among platinum-grade resource points the mithril mine ranked among the top, there were still many resource points of comparable value. But the shelter renovation card as a prop card commanded a price far above all other platinum-grade prop cards. Each shelter renovation card was worth about 3 to 4 other platinum-grade resource cards. For a shelter, the card could be used indefinitely. This meant that even shelters of the same grade could differ vastly. Of course, this was all in the future. Unless Wen Yin was lucky enough to accidentally synthesize a platinum-grade shelter renovation card while combining gold-grade resource cards, there would be no way to obtain one in the short term. Lin Xu first explained to Wen Yin his requirements for the layout of the cultivation room. Then he generously allowed her to use 500 units of stone to purchase supplies as she wished. Since Wen Yin was willing to take on this task, Lin Xu had no desire to bother with it himself. Lin Xu retrieved a fragrant tomato from the silver resource box, which served as his storage container, and tossed it to Wen Yin. As she caught the enormous tomato, Wen Yin could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Wow, boss, we're really living the high life now. We can even eat fruit." Taking a bite, her eyes instantly narrowed into crescent shapes. It was as if 2 amber gems were nestled within her eyelids. Lin Xu explained his requirements for the cultivation chamber in meticulous detail to Wen Yin. While savoring the fragrant tomato, she recorded his instructions on a slate with a charcoal stick. Throughout their conversation, the howling of wolves served as an unceasing backdrop that night. As dawn began to break, Wen Yin set out to procure supplies and arrange the shelter. Lin Xu pushed open the shelter's door and saw that in his 200-square-meter courtyard, nearly a quarter of the area was piled high with the corpses of dead dire wolves. As a contracted owner, Lin Xu sensed that Jelen was feasting voraciously behind that heap of dire wolf carcasses. The other 5 members of Jelen's pack were constantly dragging freshly killed dire wolves into the courtyard. The Terror Claw cassowary and the mother bear took turns resting. If both had fought simultaneously, they would have long since exhausted themselves. During their respective rest shifts, they stacked the dire wolf carcasses dragged into the courtyard by the other pack members into towering piles. Lin Xu was somewhat surprised by the sheer number of dire wolves in this area. At least 50 dire wolf families had been wiped out by the Terror Claw cassowary and the mother bear in a single night. Yet Lin Xu felt no particular stirring in his heart. This world followed the law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak. He had killed those dire wolves to strengthen Jelen and ensure his own survival. If a lone professional encountered a dire wolf pack in the wild, those wolf families would not spare the tender-skinned adventurers either. Lin Xu signaled Jelen to stop eating and come over from the pile of dire wolf carcasses. The moment he laid eyes on Jelen, he stared in astonishment, his eyes wide. He had not expected Jelen to have undergone such a dramatic transformation overnight. Originally about 1.5 meters in length, Jelen had been like a small potato next to the mother bear, who was 5.5 meters long. In just a single night, his length had surged to nearly 2.5 meters. His body had become more lithe and powerful, and his original gray-blue, for 7 or 8 centimeters long, had turned into a silver-blue coat measuring 13 to 14 centimeters. This fur did not lie flat against his body. Instead, each strand stood erect, distinct, and separate. When Lin Xu touched it, it felt like a layer of soft steel needles. If he was not careful, the tips of the fur would instantly prick his skin, drawing blood. Jelen's teeth, originally 3 to 4 centimeters long, had grown to 7 or 8 centimeters. As the teeth lengthened, they also became denser and more suited for cutting. The current Jelen would be more than a match for the mother bear as she was 2 days ago, when she was only 4 meters long. But even now, with Jelen having grown to 2.5 meters, a single swipe from the mother bear, now 5.5 meters long, would take half his life. However, at this moment, the mother bear and the terror claw cassowary were still hunting dire wolves for Jelen. By tonight, when the seductive demon flower no longer released the scent that attracted the wolves, the dire wolf carcasses would likely fill half the courtyard. After all, wolves have an exceptionally keen sense of smell, and the howling served as a guide for other dire wolf families. Once Jelen devoured all these dire wolf remains, he might well advance directly to the transcendent rank. The fact that nearly 1,000 dire wolves could nurture a single transcendent dire wolf aligned with the laws of energy preservation and dissipation. Seeing Lin Xu watching him, Jelen walked over to the healing emerald fluff. He lowered his head and pointed a front paw at a trench dug into the ground. Then he let out a few whines, as if explaining to Lin Xu. Beside the healing emerald fluff lay a dozen or so human-faced bear carcasses. Jelen simply could not feed near the healing emerald fluff. Therefore, he had commanded his pack members to dig a drainage trench in the courtyard leading from the wolf carcasses toward the plant. The blood flowing from the piled dire wolf bodies would run through the trench directly to the healing emerald fluff. This was why the area of the healing emerald fluff had expanded from 3 square meters to nearly 10 square meters overnight. After finishing his explanation to Lin Xu, Jelen seemed to remember something. He suddenly lifted his head and let out a howl, and in the next instant ripples arose around him, as if from nowhere. The wind began to flow rapidly, attaching itself to Jelen's foreclaws and fangs. Once the wild wind element adhered to his claws. Every time Jelen swung his front paws, the air exploded with a sharp crack. When he opened his mouth and bit down on empty air, a sonic boom followed. Lin Xu was somewhat surprised that Jelen possessed such remarkable talent. Even as an ordinary beast, he could already command the wind element to this degree. This was likely due to Jelen's continuous consumption of dire wolves, which had activated and evolved the dire wolf bloodline within him. Compared to Jelen, the other pack members appeared pitifully small. Now when Jelen stood beside the pregnant alpha female, it looked like a father walking with his daughter. The other pack members, including the alpha female, gazed at Jelen with adoration. In the alpha female's eyes there was an infinite tenderness. Counting it up, the only creatures in his shelter that were not single were one being Jelen, and the other being the furnace ladybugs locked inside the bronze resource box. No, those 2 furnace ladybugs were even worse off than single dogs. Their relationship was like that of a couple living in separate rooms under the same roof, going through a divorce cooling-off period as bitter enemies. They simply did not engage in hatred. Lin Xu nudged Jelen's front leg with his foot, signaling him to continue devouring the dire wolf carcasses. Lin Xu no longer dared to touch Jelen casually. Being pricked by Jelen's fur would be extremely painful. At a little past 7, Xie sent Lin Xu another photo of his wound. After applying healing emerald fluff all night, the injury on his leg had grown a great deal of new flesh. But the wound had not fully healed. Lin Xu casually tore off another 30 square centimeters of healing emerald fluff and mailed it to Xie. He received a string of thanks from Xie. Lin Xu was always generous in reciprocating those who had proactively helped him, especially when developing in a grand fantasy world, whether for internal growth or external defense. Allies were always necessary. Xie, who had ranked among the top 5 in the first wealth assessment, was an excellent candidate for an ally. In Lin Xu's view, building good relations with private professionals like Xie Tang Xingro and Qin Lianyue was more useful than doing so with official or military forces. This was not to say that official and military forces were undesirable. On the contrary, they had been striving in the grand direction to help the professionals of the China region survive better. In this regard, no other region could compare. However, the nominal leaders of these two forces were Pei Zhi Wang, Chun, and Wu Wenbin. But in reality, too many people behind them could participate in decision-making. These two forces could not act entirely according to the will of Pei Zhi Wang, Chun, and Wu Wenbin. Yet the forces built by Xie Qinglin Tang Xingro and Qin Lianyue could act entirely on their own volition. The sanctuary continued to drift along the stream without pause. During these days of movement, Lin Xu discovered many vacant sanctuaries. Among these empty sanctuaries, many had long lost any trace of life. Lin Xu's own sanctuary devoured all such shelters. As for those that still retained a hint of habitation, Lin Xu chose not to consume them. For if he did, the professionals who returned from their expeditions would find their homes gone. Once night fell, they would have no chance of survival. Lin Xu was no saint, and he would not engage in doing good deeds without asking about the future. Yet he would not deliberately cut off someone's path to survival. Besides devouring over a dozen level 0 and level 1 sanctuaries, he also followed the guidance of the spring-seeking rain frog and found 7 or 8 spring heads. When passing these springs, Lin Xu had Mother Bear mark them with her urine. By tomorrow, the 7-day cooldown period would end. Lin Xu could then use the divine contract to bind another non-living object. Even though he now possessed a platinum-grade resource node like the Mithril Mine and a diamond-grade resource node, the Twin Wardrobe, Lin Xu still intended to contract a pure water spring. For any life to survive must have water. Within Lin Xu's sanctuary, a water source was essential. The pure water spring had the ability to create a favorable environment for fish and prevent them from falling ill. This function was extremely valuable to Lin Xu. Without the spring water from the pure water spring, if he directly took water from the stream, or used boiled and cooled plain water to raise the spark phoenix Danfeng, these delicate little creatures would very likely fall sick. After contracting a silver-grade resource node, the lower the node's level, the easier it was to upgrade. Lin Xu also wanted to see whether the pure water spring, after absorbing these 7 or 8 springs, could ascend to gold grade, or at least show a tendency toward it. Once 9:00 a.m. passed, when Yin eagerly opened the twin wardrobe. Together with Pin Yu and Ali, she discussed the clothing styles she wanted to customize. Wen Yan's favorite color was pink. She designed a dress for herself predominantly white with pink and goose yellow accents. The dress was embroidered with many purely decorative pale pink aurora, celestial pearls, each over 1.6 centimeters in diameter. Wearing it, Wen Yan appeared more serene and lovely than before. While customizing the outfit, she also ordered a single-sided gold-rimmed glasses as an accessory. With the glasses, she added a touch of intellectual charm to her serene and cute demeanor. One could not fathom what thoughts crossed Wen Yan's mind. On this dress, she also embroidered the same Lily of the Valley pattern as on Lin Xu's clothes. Only the Lily of the Valley on Lin Xu's sportswear was blue, while the one on Wen Yan's dress was pink. She was extremely satisfied with her new attire. After changing, she immersed herself prettily in arranging the sanctuary. At noon, Lin Xu received 8 mystic puppets from Tang Xingro. The 2 logistics-type puppets upon arrival immediately cleaned the sanctuary inside and out. Wen Yan had bought many large pieces of furniture. With the 2 logistics puppets and the 3 reinforced puppets that retained their hands, all those large pieces of furniture were placed in their designated spots. The 3 specialized puppets were in the courtyard sorting through the mountain of dire wolf carcasses. When devouring dire wolves, green normally would eat the entire wolf, including the fur. But because the carcasses were so numerous, even though these carcasses could last for 5 days, it was difficult for Green to consume them all within that time. Thus, Green abandoned the fur during feeding, as hair had the lowest energy conversion rate and was hardest to digest. Lin Xu simply had the 3 reinforced puppets specialized in their arms use their 4 limbs to skin the dire wolves. Even without drying, as long as the layer of fat was removed, a single pelt could sell for 25 to 35 units of stone. The exact price depended on the skin's integrity. Dire wolf pelts were excellent material for life-type professionals to craft black iron-grade armor. These several hundred pelts could generate at least 1400 units of stone for Lin Xu. Once one had sufficient strength, acquiring stone became increasingly cheap. Meanwhile, high-grade resource cards, if exchanged for stone, would command ever higher prices. Currently in the market, resource cards above silver grade were generally traded through barter. Everyone exchanged for the resources they needed. Few were like Lin Xu, who directly converted high-grade resource cards into stone. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Lin Xu checked his mailbox. He checked his friend messages. 14 people had found golden ring leafcutter ant queens with 2 or more golden rings on their abdomens. Among them, 10 had queens with only 2 rings. 3 had queens with 3 rings. And 1 ant queen had a full 4 golden rings. Lin Xu had never seen a queen with 4 rings in his past life. However, the golden ring leafcutter ant, being a small insect with no practical effect, was indeed ignored by everyone in the past. Lin Xu decided to buy all 14 of these queens. Because the ant kingdom built by such queens was usually dominated by one queen with the others as attendants forming a united colony. The more golden rings a queen had, the stronger her control over other queens. A powerful ant kingdom typically consisted of about 15 such queens. Lin Xu would choose to contract the queen with 4 golden rings. The remaining 13 queens would serve as the foundation for building an ant kingdom within his sanctuary. This reinforced queen by constantly devouring other types of ant queens would strengthen herself and her offspring, which would help Lin Xu with transportation tasks. The offspring of the other queens would be responsible for collecting leaves from the century-old lush oak tree. In the soil transformed by the heel emerald velvet, they would cultivate fungal strains for the entire colony's consumption. The offspring of the queen contracted by Lin Xu would be larger and stronger. As a result, these offspring required more food daily. The logistics ant group formed by the 13 queens should be able to support the entire ant kingdom's consumption. Lin Xu only had one bronze-grade weapon card, the Rippling Blade, as previously promised for compensation. Not all the professionals he traded with were warrior type. Lin Xu selected a warrior type professional and traded the Rippling Blade. Then he privately messaged the other traders based on their professional types. He chose suitable weapon cards for the trades. Additionally, he gave an extra 100 units of stone as a reward to the 3 professionals who found queen ants with 3 golden rings on their abdomens. To the professional who found a queen ant with 4 golden rings, he rewarded 300 units of stone. After the transactions, Lin Xu posted a message in the main channel of the Huaxia district. Lin Xu, this transaction is complete. The previous rewards are void. I will continue to purchase various types of queen ants and will maintain a purchase link in the trading area for a long time. Only 50 per day, 10 units of stone each. After contracting the golden ring leafcutter queen ant, Lin Xu found that with the homologous devour halo, it could only consume 50 queen ants per day at most. Lin Xu chose to contract the golden ring leafcutter queen ant for its unparalleled reproductive ability. However, when it came to nurturing it, he preferred to enrich its ant gene pool to create an ultimate chimera with multiple ant genes. In fact, there were many ant nests in this forest, but collecting them himself would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. Moreover, digging open an ant nest and finding the queen ant would take at least half an hour. The price Lin Xu offered was very low, only 10 units of stone equivalent to 100 kilograms of rock. Such a price was not enough to motivate other professionals to deliberately search for ant nests. However, if a professional shelter happened to be near an ant nest, they could capture the queen ant and trade it to Lin Xu while gathering supplies. Moreover, by now the resources near each shelter were mostly depleted. To find a stone of suitable weight that they could carry, they might have to travel a long distance. Lin Xu set the transaction time at 7:00 a.m. every day. Lin Xu estimated that within the first 3 minutes of each day's trade, he would have prepared the resources to feed the golden ring leafcutter queen ant. The professionals who had just traded with Lin Xu began showing off in the main channel of the Huaxia district. Guozheng brother Xu is just too kind. Because the queen ant I found had 3 golden rings, he gave me an extra 100 units of stone. Woo 2 more days of hard work, and my shelter will upgrade to level 2. Ding Wenheng, I'm warmed by brother Xu. He spoke to me without any airs. Knowing I was a magic-type professional, he bought me a bronze-grade defensive item. Tenzonghan no way brother Xu is so generous. Changing the reward from the Rippling Blade to a bronze-grade defensive item would cost at least 50 units of stone more than the weapon. Ning Xu, the queen ant I found, had faint 4 golden rings on its abdomen, and brother Xu rewarded me with 300 units of stone. If brother Xu had issued this task before the wealth assessment, my ranking would have risen by tens of millions. Luo Qi, so frustrating. I searched all day and couldn't find a queen ant with 2 golden rings. I also want to add brother Xu as a friend. Yangmu brother Xu keeps buying queen ants. Could his talent be related to these ants? Have I discovered the truth? Zhao Shuaichen, who had just been bitten painfully by a swarm of bullet ants after digging up the wrong nest, saw the message in the world channel and couldn't help but shed tears again. This golden ring leafcutter queen ant with 2 golden rings on its abdomen was too hard to find. He had dug up over a dozen ant nests today, yet he hadn't found a single queen ant with 2 golden rings. There were still 3 days until the cooldown of his SS grade talent deep analysis ended. After 3 days, Zhao Shuaichen planned to use deep analysis directly on the communication trading device. He would use his talent to analyze how to add Lin Xu as a friend and successfully converse with him. Last night, through the window, Zhao Shuaichen saw a huge creature over 10 meters long outside his shelter. The darkness was too deep for him to make out what it was. But with such a massive size, that creature must be extraordinary. Although his talent was highly rated, it had no combat capability. Zhao Shuaichen had begun to worry about his safety. Just as dusk was falling and he was about to return to his shelter, he discovered a silver-grade resource box in the grass. He dashed forward with a single step and opened the resource box. To his surprise, the silver-grade resource box contained 2 silver-grade resource cards. Among these 2 silver-grade resource cards, one was the group migration item card that had caused a huge uproar in the main channel. Zhao Shuaichen swallowed his saliva and thought to himself that his ancestors must have been blessed. He had struck it rich. The first thought that popped into his mind upon seeing the silver-grade group migration card was, too bad Lin Xu didn't need this card. He had previously sold a group migration card. If not for that, Zhao Shuaichen would have really wanted to use this card to seek refuge with Lin Xu. Fortunately, his shelter had been upgraded to level 2, which was fairly sturdy. The huge creature he saw last night lingered near his shelter for a while before leaving. If his shelter were still level 1, Zhao Shuaichen had no doubt that the massive thing would tear through the wooden walls. Even though he weighed over 150 pounds, that creature wouldn't even get a snack. That huge creature was too lazy to eat him. But once the shelter was destroyed, the wild beasts roaming at night would not spare him. Now the sky was getting darker, and with the faint roars of beasts in his ears, Zhao Shuaichen hurried back to his shelter. The other silver-grade resource card was a wood resource card. Zhao Shuaichen couldn't help but sigh that the saying, "blessings never come in pairs," was indeed true. After much deliberation, Zhao Shuaichen posted a message in the main channel of the Huaxia district. Zhao Shuaichen used this silver-grade resource card in exchange for a gold-grade resource card. Those with gold-grade resource cards, add me as a friend to discuss. When posting this message, Zhao Shuaichen attached the information of the group migration item card. The professionals who were casually browsing the channel were about to start criticizing when they saw Zhao Shuaichen's message. The price of a silver-grade resource card was vastly different from a gold-grade one. For the same type of resource card, the value difference was at least tenfold. Those who currently held gold-grade resource cards were all top-tier figures in the wealth rankings. This guy is really something, trying to fish for fools online. When sharing a resource card in the main channel of the Huaxia district, only the card's grade was displayed. One had to click in to see the type and details of the card. This differed from private chats and group chats where the card's information was directly shown. When those about to criticize Zhao Shuaichen clicked on the message, the main channel of the Huaxia district instantly exploded. That night, Zhao Shuaichen received countless friend requests, including those from Wang Chunpei, Zhi Zhang, Qing Tianxia, Qinglin Lianyue, and other members who had joined Lin Xu's small group. Those ranked within the top 10,000 in wealth had received rewards following the conclusion of the previous wealth assessment, each holding golden tier resource cards in their hands. Although the resource cards held by professionals ranked between 1,001 and 10,000 were drawn directly from the golden light sphere, they could not choose their own type, yet this had instantly diversified the variety of golden tier resource cards. Professionals ranked in the top 1,000 possessed even more than a single golden tier material card. Trading a golden tier resource card for an opportunity that could draw together factions and enable 100 professionals to develop in concert was undeniably both highly advantageous and profoundly significant. With the wealth assessment just concluded and no clear timeline for the next one, leaders of various factions were now far more willing to expend the resources at their disposal than they had been a day before. Lin Xu, who was currently forming a contract with the Golden Ring Leaf-Cutting Ant Queen, and Wen Yin, who was arranging the shelter, remained unaware of this. Lin Xu gazed at the Golden Ring Leaf-Cutting Ant Queen resting in his palm, no larger than a red bean. A satisfied smile spread across his face. There were 2 key reasons for his satisfaction. First, this Golden Ring Leaf-Cutting Ant Queen bore 4 golden rings on her abdomen. The greater the number of golden rings, the stronger the individual's control over queen ants of the same species. This implied that more golden rings indicated a higher bloodline level in this Golden Ring Leaf-Cutting Ant Queen, the greater her potential for evolution. Second, this Golden Ring Leaf-Cutting Ant Queen had acquired a capability that greatly delighted Lin Xu, known as Ant Offspring Fusion. Ant Offspring Fusion: the golden rings secrete a specialized gene ant adhesive, allowing offspring sharing the same maternal lineage and genetic source to fuse and recombine through this substance. The strength, power, and speed of the recombined ant offspring will all see improvement. Lin Xu held numerous hopes for this Golden Ring Leaf-Cutting Ant Queen. Yet before the Golden Ring Leaf-Cutting Ant Queen ascended beyond the ordinary, Lin Xu's sole expectation was that her produced offspring would serve as tireless porters, working alongside the alluring demon flower to transport targets lured and slain back to the shelter and within Silent Hermit's operational range to retrieve beasts killed by it. The Golden Ring Leaf-Cutting Ant Queen was still smaller than a red bean, and the worker ants hatched from her would only grow to the size of a grain of millet. Even if Lin Xu provided 50 different species of queen ants daily as evolutionary materials for the Golden Ring Leaf-Cutting Ant Queen, achieving this would require considerable time. However, with the ant offspring fusion ability, the Golden Ring Leaf-Cutting Ant Queen could leverage its unparalleled reproductive speed among all ant clans. She could cause the massive number of offspring she produced to combine with one another, rapidly specializing certain workers capable of handling transport duties. With these worker ants, it was like activating the auto pickup feature in a game, allowing Lin Xu's mobile shelter to achieve fully automated resource cycling. The only regrettable aspect was that as an insect, the golden ring leaf-cutting ant queen operated entirely on instinct, possessing virtually no intelligence. Fortunately, as a beast contracted through divine modification, she could flawlessly execute Lin Xu's commands. Lin Xu instructed the golden ring leaf-cutting ant queen under his contract to control the other 12 golden ring leaf-cutting ant queens, each possessing 2 or more golden rings on their abdomens. These pheromone-controlled queens, following instructions, burrowed into the soil beneath the lush oak tree and began their work of breeding ant offspring. Meanwhile, the golden ring leaf-cutting ant queen contracted by Lin Xu was left behind. He personally walked to the area beneath the lush oak and dug a small pit large enough to fit an entire fist. He placed the golden ring leaf-cutting ant queen inside, then crushed the other species of queens and cast them into the pit. Without such measures, any one of these other queens would have been sufficient to kill the weak golden ring leaf-cutting ant queen. The area where the lush oak stood fell squarely within the influence of the homologous devouring halo. The golden ring leaf-cutting ant queen could simultaneously devour these queens' bodies for evolution while laying eggs. Given the current spreading pace of the healing spirit emerald velvet across the shelter's courtyard, the area where the lush oak was planted would be covered by it before dawn tomorrow. Lin Xu deliberately marked the ant nest area, ensuring the healing spirit emerald velvet would leave an opening when covering it, facilitating his future feeding of the queen ants. The rudiments of Lin Xu's underground army within the shelter had been assembled. All that remained was to wait patiently for them to develop. Just as darkness fully settled, an intense downpour began without warning. For professionals in this area, this was excellent news. Collecting rainwater offered an ideal method for obtaining fresh water. Simply boiling the collected rainwater would ensure drinking safety to the greatest extent. Yet Lin Xu recalled that once this drum-like sudden rain began, it would fall continuously for nearly a week. From the second day the rain fell, floods would emerge. All shelters that hadn't reached the second level and areas through which the floodwaters flowed would gradually be washed away. Second-level shelters, however, would remain largely unaffected. Logically speaking, even with such heavy rainfall and the mountainous terrain's abundance of soil and vegetation. Even if flooding occurred, it should take 4 to 5 days. Floods shouldn't arrive this quickly. Such a scenario indicated that this region possessed extraordinarily abundant groundwater. There must be an enormous number of spring outlets. Starting yesterday, Lin Xu had noticed the spring-seeking rain frogs constantly calling loudly in one direction. Lin Xu also adjusted the shelter's direction at the appropriate time. Just as he was about to turn back toward the shelter when Yin stood at the entrance of the main residence, holding a carefully woven towel with striped patterns. "Boss, the rain is getting heavier. Come back inside quickly. Otherwise you'll get completely soaked." Lin Xu was about to take the towel when Yin offered to dry his rain-dampened hair. Yin spontaneously rose onto her toes, using the towel to wipe the raindrops from his hair and cheeks. Lin Xu felt a faint, elegant fragrance drift toward his nose. For the first time, a sense of warmth welled up in him. After Yin finished drying Lin Xu's hair, she instructed the 3 enhanced secret puppets. "The interior has been fully arranged. Take these 3 large steel barrels outside to collect rainwater. Then follow the other 3 secret puppets to handle those horror wolf carcasses." After giving these instructions to the 3 puppets, Yin turned to speak with Lin Xu. "Boss, once it starts raining, the water in the stream turns muddy. By collecting more rainwater in these containers, both bathing and daily use will become much more convenient. I'll go buy some cowhide paper now, rub tree oil on it to make oil paper, and cover those horror wolves with it. Otherwise, once they get wet from the rain, the skinned wolf meat will rot quickly." With that, Yin led the 2 logistical puppets to prepare the oil paper. Thanks to Yin and these puppets, Lin Xu found himself in a rare state of idleness during the evening. Having grown up in the mountains, Yin possessed many life skills unknown to city dwellers. She was exceptionally adept at adapting to the current environment and conditions. Covering the corpses of the dire wolves with oil paper did indeed slow down the decay process. Otherwise, if they were drenched by rain, the meat would not last until the 5th day. The wolf meat would turn foul after just 3 days. Lin Xu briefly considered having the 3 puppets build a rain shelter in his 200-square-meter courtyard using a large amount of timber. No sooner had the idea crossed his mind than Lin Xu abandoned it. Because constructing a rain shelter with timber, even with 3 reinforced puppets capable of working around the clock, would require at least 3 to 4 days to complete. Moreover, the 3 puppets with specialized arms were unfit for the task of building a shelter. The rain was to last only 7 days in total, making such a laborious effort utterly unnecessary. After this downpour, there would be no rain for nearly half a year. 2 months later, a prolonged drought would set in. By making do with oil paper stitched together, the 7 days would pass quickly. Healing jade velvet, a type of moss, inherently possessed the ability to repel rain. It could drain the rainwater that fell on the courtyard of the shelter through the soil beneath. By now, Lin Xu's shelter had been transformed under Wen Yan's arrangement. Although the overall layout of the first floor had not changed significantly, nearly half of the floor was covered with sewn deer hide rugs. In the central area of the first floor stood a stone table at least 4 meters long and 2 meters wide. This long table could serve both as a dining surface and a place for storing items, since Lin Xu had not partitioned the first floor into additional rooms. The kitchen area was set up next to one of the windows on the first floor. This area was sectioned off by a beautifully carved wooden screen. Lin Xu arrived at the kitchen and found that the bronze-tier resource boxes containing ingredients were neatly stacked on shelves. The various seasonings sent by Qin Lianyue were sorted and stored in iron jars, placed on a solid wood cabinet in the kitchen. On the edge of the stove sat 2 black iron-tier breeze lilies. Besides emitting a sweet fragrance, breeze lilies could produce a gentle breeze akin to a 3-speed fan. Positioned on the stove at diagonal corners of the window, the breeze from the breeze lilies perfectly carried cooking fumes out of the main shelter through the window. Not only that, but the second-floor room where Lin Xu stayed had also been meticulously arranged by Wen Yan. The small wooden bed and small wooden table had been sold off by Wen Yan. In their place stood a large solid wood bed in a natural wood color. The wood used to make the bed was a special type of namu. It not only emitted a pleasant fragrance, but also contained abundant oils, feeling smooth and glossy after polishing. The large bed was covered with a soft mattress on which lay cotton linen blended bedding. Besides this bed, Lin Xu's 40-square-meter bedroom now had 2 additional cabinets for storage. A wooden table made from the same timber as the bed and a 4-door solid wood wardrobe. Evidently, Wen Yan had purchased all these furniture items from a life-class professional with carpentry skills. Otherwise, the styles would not be so similar. The green jade cylinder jar housing the platinum-tier treasure beast Huahua Danfeng was placed on top of one of the cabinets. Such living conditions were even better than what Lin Xu had experienced 4 months after his rebirth in his previous life. For the first time, Lin Xu felt a sense of being cared for in his daily life. Upon entering the cultivation room, Lin Xu's eyes lit up. On the 4 walls of the cultivation room, 6 stone shelves made of stone were placed. Each shelf was designed with drawer-like structures. With an interval of 40 centimeters between each layer, every shelf could be used to cultivate purple-spotted red mushrooms, maximizing space utilization. However, even with the addition of pulley mechanisms, pulling out the stone drawers required some effort. But this was nothing for Lin Xu, who had already begun consuming silver-tier crops. Every time he consumed a silver-tier crop, Lin Xu could feel his physical fitness improving at a visible rate. The small iron cage housing the Xuanfeng squirrels had also been upgraded. It was now a large iron cage, occupying 1 square meter of floor space and standing 2.5 meters tall. The cage contained 20 slots, each of which Wen Yan had stocked with 1 Xuanfeng squirrel. In each slot, she had placed a purple-spotted red mushroom. Beneath each slot, a tray was thoughtfully placed to catch the droppings of the Xuanfeng squirrels. Wen Yan had not been told by Lin Xu to purchase the Xuanfeng squirrels or build the cage. Instead, after learning about the Xuanfeng squirrel's function, she had made the decision on her own. The silver-tier resource box containing the furnace ladybugs was placed by Wen Yan in the center of the cultivation room. This allowed the heat to dissipate evenly throughout the room. To purchase 14 bronze-tier Xuanfeng squirrels, 5,000 units of stone blocks were clearly insufficient. Wen Yan likely sold a few useless silver-tier resource cards. Lin Xu had authorized Wen Yan to use resource cards below platinum tier. Apart from the resource cards that Lin Xu deliberately set aside, Wen Yan could sell the rest on her own. When Wen Yan was arranging the cultivation room in the afternoon, she thought of customizing an iron cage for the Xuanfeng squirrels and purchasing additional ones. This was a genuine consideration for the development of the shelter. If earlier, when inspecting the bedroom layout, Lin Xu had felt a sense of being cared for, now Lin Xu sensed Wen Yan's thoughtfulness. In the training room, Lin Xu spent over an hour. He filled the 6 stone drawer shelves, each over 3 meters tall, with rotten bark. Subsequently, he only needed to wait for the Xuanfeng squirrels to eat the purple-spotted red mushrooms daily and excrete their droppings. These droppings would be sprinkled on the rotten bark to cultivate more purple-spotted red mushrooms. That evening's dinner was exceptionally sumptuous. The culinary skills of the 2 logistical puppets, though not on par with national banquet chefs, were no worse than those of renowned restaurant chefs. Moreover, the flavor of high-grade ingredients themselves was far superior to the ingredients before the crossing. Because resource boxes had preservation properties, and the higher the grade, the better the preservation effect. The logistical puppets used the tenderloin of the black-backed mountain boar and bronze-tier fresh bamboo shoots to stir-fry a dish of tenderloin with bamboo shoots. They minced the meat from the belly, chopped it into a paste, added vegetable dices, and fried a plate of pork meatballs. Purple-spotted red mushrooms were sliced, thinly stir-fried with lean meat and a plant root that tasted very much like young ginger. The silver-tier crispy lotus root was stir-fried with small shrimp caught in the stream, creating a small dish. There was also a large bowl of spare rib soup simmered with silver-tier fragrant gardenia tomatoes. Lin Xu did not know how many people Lin Xu had on his side. When preparing ingredients for Lin Xu, she deliberately prepared an abundance of extra provisions. Inside Lin Xu's shelter there were only himself and Wen Yin. These ingredients were more than enough for 2 people. Lin Xu would not allow Lin Xu to keep sending him expensive high-grade ingredients. Afterwards, Lin Xu could purchase ingredients from Lin Xu that were produced from silver-grade and gold-grade crop cards. Spending a bit more resources on food was not a big deal, because these high-grade ingredients could better enhance one's physique. Everyone's development time in this world was the same. The faster the physique improved, the more one could surpass other professionals. If one constantly ate bronze and silver-grade ingredients, a life-type professional after 3 months could easily lift 1,000 gene of weight. In his past life, Lin Xu consumed those high-grade ingredients every day. As a beast tamer with only A-rank talent, his physical strength could already rival that of fantasy-rank creatures. At present, Lin Xu and Wen Yin were living a life of 4 dishes and 1 soup. This dinner left the 2 of them feeling extremely satisfied. After dinner, the 2 logistical-type secret puppets immediately cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks. Then they began a new round of cleaning within the shelter. Wen Yin went to synthesize resource cards. Lin Xu instructed Wen Yin to stop card synthesis before she felt her consciousness blur and her mind dull with pain, and to only perform 1 session of synthesis per day. As a mental-type professional, one could sense whether one's mental energy was overextended, with the continuous consumption of high-grade ingredients and sustained use of mental energy. Wen Yin's mental energy was improving every moment. In terms of card synthesis, as long as Wen Yin could maintain a proper balance, it would be fine. Lin Xu had explained to Wen Yin the dangers of overextending mental energy, and Wen Yin had clearly taken his words to heart. While Wen Yin went to synthesize cards, Lin Xu sent a piece of healing spirit verdant fur to Xie. After using the healing spirit verdant fur for another day or 2, Xie injuries would fully recover. Lin Xu had not paid much attention to the group chat all day. It was from Xie that Lin Xu learned that someone so fortunate had obtained another silver-grade item card mass migration, and that person was even willing to sell the silver-grade item card mass migration. However, what they wanted was not supplies, but to exchange it for a gold-grade resource card. In Lin Xu's view, this was a very smart choice. Obtaining a weapon treasure resource point, or even a rare beast that matched one's own profession's attributes, could allow one to be a step ahead of others in every aspect. Lin Xu did not need the mass migration card, so he did not pay further attention to this matter. Since the person selling the mass migration card only wanted to exchange for gold-grade resource cards, no one in the group came to Lin Xu to borrow funds. Lin Xu, considering the current situation, decided to release his second video. Now, in the vast majority of areas where Chinese region professionals were located, the purple spotted red mushrooms had become inedible. The coverage of this rain was extremely large, and the weather was gradually turning cold. It was not enough to directly freeze the professionals to death, but before they obtained high-grade ingredients to strengthen their physiques. Coupled with the fact that most professionals had been unable to eat their fill and keep warm, resulting in extremely poor physical condition, the heavy rain lasting at least a week also made it difficult for them to go out and search for resources during the day. Scarce resources combined with cold and dampness easily led to illness. Lin Xu decided to release information about a plant whose pollen had antibiotic properties. This information, he thought, could at least help the Chinese region preserve nearly 30 million sparks, perhaps even more. Because this plant was difficult to cultivate and making it bloom required a long cultivation cycle, Lin Xu simply could not do business with this plant. Moreover, now that he had Wen Yin, a money-making prodigy, there was much money Lin Xu no longer needed to earn. This plant was not rare in the Xuanhuan Great World. Many animals, after being injured, would instinctively seek out the flowers of this plant, chew them, and swallow them. If they were observant, many professionals could discover this very obvious secret. However, until now, no one had made this information public. Braving the rain, Lin Xu casually picked 2 of these plants from outside the shelter. Then, beside a long table on the first floor, he began filming his second video. After uploading the video to his Moments, Lin Xu sent a message in the main channel of the Chinese region. Lin Xu, check out the second video in my Moments. At that moment, most professionals in the main channel were praising the rainstorm. Many professionals were in the courtyards of their shelters looking up to the sky and using the rain to wash away the dirt from their bodies. They had not yet realized that this rainstorm would become a life-taking demon. Lin Xu was now a celebrity in the Chinese region. That cold, emotionless voice had mentioned Lin Xu's name 4 times. Lin Xu had even increased the rewards for the entire Chinese region's shelter level up once, allowing an additional 90 people in the Chinese region to receive awards. Now in the Chinese region, no one's prestige could match Lin Xu's. Not even Wang Qin, the military representative who had announced the establishment of the Chinese region's first base city, could compare to Lin Xu in terms of fame. However, Lin Xu was usually too low-key, not even sending 3 messages per day in the main channel. This made Lin Xu's presence in the main channel relatively low, and those who wanted to build their own factions deliberately had the professionals who joined their forces create topics in the main channel hoping to increase their visibility. As soon as Lin Xu's message was sent, someone replied below, "Xiaoping God Su, didn't you go out to collect rainwater? This water on my body almost feels like the showerhead in my old bathroom." Liang Shui, could it be that God Su's world is also lonely and wants to seek a spouse? Lu Yingying, really? I want to sign up. God Su, look at me, my tongue can curl into a lotus flower. Not long after, the tone of the main channel suddenly changed. Zhengtang Lin Xu, you are my only god. Baoqing God Su, you are righteous, thank you, my little girl's illness can be saved. Cheng Jinxing, so awesome. Is God Su's talent related to deciphering? How does he know so much information? Zhao Shuichen, God Su's talent absolutely cannot be related to deciphering, otherwise relying solely on a deciphering talent, he could not possibly be ahead in every way. God Su, look at me, I beg for a friend slot. Cheng Jinxing, you say it's not, then it's not. Could it be that you have a high-level deciphering talent? You definitely don't have it. If you did, you wouldn't have such a low-grade wealth border. You don't have it yourself, yet you speculate wildly. You're delusional again. Ding Zhuoi, so the pollen of this little yellow flower has such an effect. I was wondering why earlier I saw a little beast that looked like a honey badger limping around looking for this flower to eat. This suddenly mutated style quickly deviated again. Louis Fei Sushin, where did you get that outfit? Dressed so handsome, as if you don't care about your life. Zhang Ningyi, my shirt and pants are all torn. If not for wrapping myself in a fox fur using the foxtail to cover my vital parts, I would have become a savage. Zhang Wei, is it possible that even if you use the foxtail to cover your vital parts, you still look like a savage? If someone sees you, you'll be in for at least 3 months. Daishuang Sushin's clothes in this video are completely different from last time. They're clearly not from before the crossing. Probably drawn from a resource card. I bet it's at least a platinum grade resource card. Holingy, I bet this outfit is a platinum grade armor. Could it be the reward for Su Shan's wealth ranking first? Hudai, I feel like this outfit has no defensive power. What kind of armor is so thin? Huang Jia, why are you only paying attention to the clothes? No one is paying attention to the environment inside Su Shan's shelter. I saw a sheepskin carpet almost covering the floor, and also a wardrobe studded with gems. Zhang Fansen, the carving of this wardrobe is simply amazing. I feel like there's something special about this wardrobe. Could it also be drawn from a platinum grade resource card? I saw earlier that the big shot ranked 9th in wealth said his reward was a platinum grade resource card. On the other side, Zhao Shuichen saw the message from a person named Cheng Jinxing. He was so angry that his teeth itched. Huh, you are the one without talent related to deciphering. My talent is an SS level deciphering talent, but what good is it? I'm still ranked so low in wealth rating. If Lin Xu had a talent related to deciphering, Zhao Shuichen would be willing to stand on his head and eat. In the past few hours, Zhao Shuichen had looked at many gold grade resource cards. He still hadn't found a card suitable for him to take and go to seek refuge with Lin Xu. Zhao Shuichen thought to himself, was he being too impulsive in wanting to seek refuge with Lin Xu? Wasn't that too reckless? After all, he hadn't even added Lin Xu as a friend, and he knew almost nothing about Lin Xu. He only knew that Lin Xu was definitely not a bad person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have announced the news that the purple spotted crimson mushroom was edible. He even deliberately and considerately repeated that once the mushroom's stem changed color, it would no longer be edible. He even used a wild rabbit to demonstrate the toxicity of the purple spotted crimson mushroom. He was afraid that someone might not understand the danger and continue to eat the stem-discolored mushrooms as food. Seeing that Lin Xu had announced the news that the pollen of this unknown wildflower could be used as an antibiotic, Zhao Shuichen suddenly felt that Lin Xu was a person worthy of great admiration. If it were him who knew this news, he definitely would not have directly revealed it. Instead, he would have silently collected this pollen and sold it as an antibiotic. Other professionals would never suspect that the powder he traded was related to the ubiquitous wildflowers. Now, many professionals are injured every day. If he wanted to be even more discreet, he could simply mix this pollen into water and sell it. As long as it was effective, even if the amount mixed in was very small. 500 milliliters of water mixed with this pollen could sell for at least 30 units of stone. Somehow, watching these 2 videos Lin Xu posted on his social feed, Zhao Shuichen suddenly felt that this rainy night didn't seem so cold anymore. There was a feeling that no matter where he was, or whether he was alone, there was always a support behind him. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the night sky, illuminating the forest outside the shelter. Zhao Shuichen discovered a huge creature outside the courtyard of his shelter, silently peering inside. This lightning bolt allowed Zhao Shuichen to see clearly what kind of creature the massive thing outside the window was. It was a huge lizard that could stand on its hind legs. Its body had brown and dark red interwoven patterns 5/10 similar to a Komodo dragon. Or rather, this creature was more like the dinosaurs that had gone extinct on Earth hundreds of millions of years ago. Lightning flashed twice in succession. Zhao Shuaichen wasn't sure if the huge creature could see him through the shelter's window, but he locked eyes with the creature's golden brown eye, which was about the size of his own head. This made all the hair on Zhao Shuaichen's body stand on end. For the next half hour, Zhao Shuaichen was as if under a freezing spell. The raised hair never settled down. When lightning again split the night sky outside his shelter, there was nothing. That huge lizard or dinosaur had silently left at some unknown time. Seeing this huge creature again today indicated that the behemoth had passed by his shelter that day. It was not merely a passerby. Either this behemoth was very interested in his shelter and had returned tonight, or his shelter itself was located within the territory of this behemoth. Thinking that he had been out all day and hadn't encountered this behemoth, Zhao Shuaichen felt immensely fortunate. He forced himself to calm down his fearful emotions. He picked up the communication trader, wanting to find some solace in the main channel of the Huaxia region, and asked if anyone had encountered such a huge creature. He saw that Zhang Qingtian, who had been urgently wanting to trade the item card, Group Migration, had sent him a dozen messages in succession. Each message was synchronizing information about a gold-grade resource card. Zhang Qingtian, I showed you 7 gold-grade resource cards before, and you were not satisfied with any of them. I went and found some more gold-grade resource cards for you. Brother, take a look at these gold-grade resource cards. Is there any that can satisfy you? If you can pick one from these gold-grade resource cards, I can also throw in 5 silver-grade resource cards. I can guarantee that none of these 5 silver cards are material cards. Because he had obtained the item card Group Migration, people who added him as a friend and wanted to trade this item card with him were all very polite to him. Brother Boss Zhao, Little Brother Male God, and even titles like God Chun were used. Zhao Shuaichen had always been very interested in gold-grade resource cards. He really liked these exquisitely crafted and fantastical cards. These cards were far better than the anime cards he had collected in his previous life. But at this moment, fear still lingered in his heart, making him somewhat uninterested. After another 5 minutes, feeling his heartbeat, which was like a drum, gradually calmed down. After the palpitations caused by the violent heartbeat subsided, he then began to examine these gold-grade resource cards one by one. Among these resource cards, there were actually resource points and treasures. This guy named Zhang Qingtian truly didn't hold anything back. When he saw one of the treasure cards, Zhao Shuaichen's heart began to beat violently again. Only this time Zhao Shuaichen didn't feel palpitations, but an inexplicable surprise. This golden grade artifact card is called the Mobile Mother-Child Compass. Mobile Mother-Child Compass placed the mother disc and child disc in different shelters respectively. The child disc can be activated once per day. Move the shelter where the child disc is located to the position of the shelter where the mother disc is located. Once the child and mother discs are bound, the bound shelters cannot be changed again. This artifact, the Mobile Mother-Child Compass, made Zhao Shuaichen feel that he saw a chance to survive. With this golden grade artifact card, the Mobile Mother-Child Compass, he could leave this area. Moreover, if Lin Xu was willing to accept the mother disc and place it in his shelter, his own shelter could be directly teleported to near Lin Xu's shelter. This allowed him to seek refuge with Lin Xu without abandoning his shelter. Zhao Shuaichen did not conceal his desire for the Mobile Mother-Child Compass because he knew that Zhang Qingtian coveted the silver-grade item card Mass Migration even more. Otherwise, after being rejected by him, Zhang Qingtian wouldn't have brought over a dozen gold-grade resource cards for his inspection within less than an hour. It was not easy to find so many gold-grade resource cards now. Zhao Shuaichen, brother Zhang, I want the Mobile Mother-Child Compass. The 5 silver-grade cards you promised me earlier, I want them all to be resource cards, but I specifically want steel resource cards. I'm not greedy, I know steel is expensive. I only need 3 silver-grade steel resource cards. Zhang Qingtian saw Zhao Shuaichen's message and breathed a huge sigh of relief. At the same time, he developed some goodwill toward Zhao Shuaichen. Currently, a decent silver-grade weapon card costs between 2,200 and 2,600 units of stone. Each silver-grade steel resource card contains 1,000 units of steel. Converted to stone according to market prices, it can be exchanged for about 5,000 units of stone. Zhao Shuaichen only asked for 3 silver-grade steel resource cards, which is equivalent to 15,000 units of stone. This is comparable to the price of 5 silver-grade weapon cards. Even if it's higher, it's not by much. Among silver-grade resource cards, the most expensive one now is definitely this item card Mass Migration. This Mass Migration card in Zhang Qingtian's mind was worth 6,000 units of stone. As long as the difference wasn't too large, Zhang Qingtian could accept it. Because earlier he had been a bit overconfident in his wealth assessment and failed to rank in the top 10. This caused some discord within his newly formed faction. Zhang Qingtian had just traversed into this fantasy world, and having only just unlocked the communication function, he was able to gather so many people around him. It was mainly due to his pre-transmigration connections. Within the faction he established, Zhang Qingtian had 3 partners. One of them was extremely dissatisfied with Zhang Qingtian's act of lending out resource cards. If he couldn't do something to stabilize morale, Zhang Qingtian had no doubt that the dissatisfied partner would leave. Once that partner left, it would bring a very bad influence within the faction. Everyone was now holding back a burst of energy, wanting to make a name for themselves in this brand new fantasy world. If that energy dissipated, everything would be lost. And Zhao Shuaichen's silver grade item card mass migration was the best opportunity. If he could become the second person after the military to build a base city, not only would the previous impact of the wealth ranking disappear, but he could also gather a great deal of prestige. Zhang Qingtian was very clear about how sought after this silver grade item card mass migration was. The number of forces contacting Zhao Shuaichen would certainly be no less than 30. Fortunately, Zhao Shuaichen was interested in the artifact card mobile mother-child compass that he had offered. In fact, if Zhao Shuaichen had made a huge demand asking for 5 silver grade resource points, after some hesitation Zhang Qingtian would probably have given it. Although 600 units of stone was Zhang Qingtian's mental price, bottom lines were meant to be broken. Each person had only 500 friend slots. Now within the faction Zhang Qingtian had built, he had gathered over 500 professionals with B rank or above talents. Although these people were unwilling to hand over resources to Zhang Qingtian for the faction's development, they all considered themselves members of Blazing Sky City. Among these people, Zhang Qingtian could only add some important ones as friends. Originally, after the transaction ended, Zhang Qingtian did not plan to keep Zhao Shuaichen's friend slot. But now Zhang Qingtian felt that he could tentatively keep a friend slot for Zhao Shuaichen for the time being. Perhaps this lucky guy would bring out precious resources to trade with him in the future. As the second professional in the entire China region to obtain a silver grade item card mass migration, he must be blessed with great fortune. Zhao Shuaichen's mind was full of this golden grade artifact card, the mobile mother-child compass. After Zhang Qingtian sent the information about 3 silver grade steel resource cards, he voluntarily chose to trade with Zhang Qingtian. If Zhao Shuaichen knew what Zhang Qingtian was thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes and then block Zhang Qingtian. If you're the lucky one, would a truly lucky person's shelter be targeted by a monster over 10 meters long? If this big monster stood upright, it would be taller than his 2-story shelter. Zhao Shuaichen was truly afraid that this creature, which looked like a mix of lizard and dinosaur, would demolish his shelter at any moment, and then casually bite him, this little nobody, to death. The reason he chose to ask Zhang Qingtian for 3 silver grade steel resource cards was because Zhao Shuaichen thought that upgrading a shelter initially required only wood and stone, then stone and steel. When upgrading the shelter from level 1 to level 2, the amount of stone required increased directly from 50 units to 500 units. Even though he hadn't used his talent deep analysis to investigate the conditions for upgrading to level 3, he figured that upgrading to level 3 would require a large amount of steel. Looking at the golden grade artifact card, the mobile mother-child compass that appeared in his hand, Zhao Shuaichen immediately chose to use it. A large and a small archaic multi-prism shaped compass engraved with patterns of stars, mountains, and rivers appeared in Zhao Shuaichen's hand. The mother disc had a double-layer structure while the child disc was single-layered. The child disc would spontaneously rotate with the rotation of the mother disc's upper layer, which was truly marvelous. This artifact, the mobile mother-child compass, gave Zhao Shuaichen a sense of security, even if he couldn't add Lin Xu as a friend or communicate with Lin Xu. With the mobile mother-child compass, when that big monster attacked his shelter, he could publicly announce his talent level in the main channel of the China region, and forces would surely scramble to recruit him. He only needed to send the mother disc over, then activate the child disc to move his shelter away from this area. However, after much thought, Zhao Shuaichen felt that if he were to put himself under someone else's command, Zhao Shuaichen was 1,000 times unwilling. His talent had no combat power at all, but it had high value. For one thing, only truly powerful people could protect him. Secondly, Zhao Shuaichen had to ensure that the person who accepted him was a good person. Zhao Shuaichen did not want to be transported to the shelter only to be raised like a pig. When deciphering was needed, they would coerce him. If he complied and received good treatment, that would be tolerable. But he feared that even if he obeyed, the beatings he deserved would still come. Zhao Chuanchu was not paranoid. Rather, before his transmigration, his cousin had been lured into a trafficking compound. The man was rescued half a year later, but he had developed a habit of trembling at the sight of others. Moreover, 2 days ago, he had personally witnessed a professional hunting another professional. If not for the golden grade arrow-type long-range weapon in his hand, he would have been killed by the professional who discovered him and intended to attack him. He would have been dead by now. Perhaps he would have shared the same fate as Bo Yikao, being turned into a meat pie. However, due to the lack of tools at the moment, even if he were turned into minced meat, it would certainly not be as finely chopped as Bo Yikao's. Gazing at Zhang Qingtian's resplendent wealth border, Zhao Shuaichen suddenly thought. This was the second tier, the wealth border attainable only by professionals ranked 11th to 100th in wealth. Though he didn't know Zhang Qingtian's exact rank, he assumed Zhang Qingtian was qualified to add Lin Xu as a friend. He had just completed a transaction with Zhang Qingtian. Asking Zhang Qingtian for a favor should not be refused, right? With this thought, Zhao Shuaichen sent a message to Zhang Qingtian. Zhao Shuaichen, brother Zhang, I wonder if you know God Su, or could you help me add him as a friend? I have something to discuss with God Su. The moment Zhang Qingtian obtained the silver grade group migration card, he did not announce it in the main channel of the Huaxiao region, nor did he show it to the core members of the Blazing Sky City in his group. Instead, he shared it in Lin Xu's trading group. Zhang Qingtian, haha, thanks to everyone for letting me have this. Appreciate it. Fan Pingyu and old Zhang Yu actually managed to trade for this card. Are you considering selling it? I can offer 5,000 units of stone for it. Peiji, what golden grade resource card did you trade for? I sent over 20 golden grade resource cards, but none were chosen. The golden grade resource cards I sent were carefully selected, including 5 resource points. One of them produces copper, or which should be a key resource for upgrading the shelter later. Qin Lianyue, the resource cards I sent weren't chosen either. I even relented and let him pick 2 golden resource cards, but he still refused. Seeing the replies from others in the group, Zhang Qingtian felt a mix of smugness and lingering fear. Peiji's resource cards were manageable. The cards he traded with Zhao Shuaichen also contained resource points. But Qin Lianyue, without a word, had doubled the trading requirement. Offering 2 golden grade resource cards, she was trying to steal the deal. That woman had more nerve than him. She was a bold one. Just as Zhang Qingtian was about to savor his victory by replying in the group, he saw Zhao Shuaichen's message. He certainly knew Lin Xu. If he couldn't even get Lin Xu's friend slot, by now he would be a failure. But Zhang Qingtian didn't know what Zhao Shuaichen wanted with Lin Xu. If he recommended Zhao Shuaichen and the conversation displeased Lin Xu, Lin Xu might hold a grudge against him as the introducer. What if Zhao Shuaichen suddenly lost his mind and cursed Lin Xu after adding him? Zhang Qingtian was afraid of being kicked out of the group by Lin Xu. The transaction was over, and while he owed Zhao Shuaichen a favor, he was reluctant to help. Besides, Zhao Shuaichen's wealth rating was far too low. Even if not dead last, it was beyond the top 10 million. With such a wealth rating, if Zhao Shuaichen hadn't possessed the group migration card, he wanted Zhang Qingtian wouldn't have accepted his friend request either. Zhang Qingtian, I do know God Su, but whether he adds someone is beyond my control. Sorry, I can't help you with this. Seeing Zhang Qingtian's reply, Zhao Shuaichen was not disappointed. Instead, his eyes lit up. If Zhang Qingtian knew Lin Xu, that was good. What Zhao Shuaichen feared was that Zhang Qingtian had no connection to Lin Xu. If that were the case, there would be no point in continuing. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Shuaichen shared the details of a silver-grade steel resource card with Zhang Qingtian. Zhao Shuaichen, brother Zhang, I don't need you to push God Su's contact to me. Just help me pass a message to God Su. Whether God Su is willing to add me as a friend has nothing to do with you. Even if God Su refuses to communicate, this resource card is yours. A silver-grade steel resource card worth 5,000 units of stone was hard for Zhang Qingtian to refuse. For those building a faction, while they could muster many resources, they were often in greater need. Zhang Qingtian, first tell me what message you want me to pass to God Su. Then I'll decide whether to relay it. Zhao Shuaichen, seeing Zhang Qingtian relent, carefully considered his words. Zhao Shuaichen, tell God Su that I know the conditions for upgrading the shelter to level 3. And I have a golden grade weapon I wish to offer to God Su. Zhang Qingtian was stunned for a moment upon reading Zhao Shuaichen's message. Was Zhao Shuaichen a private fan of God Su, willing to offer even a golden grade weapon? Zhang Qingtian deeply doubted that Zhao Shuaichen knew the conditions for upgrading the shelter to level 3. But he doubted even more that Zhao Shuaichen actually possessed a golden grade weapon. Zhang Qingtian had sent people to scout the mystical realm. 2 brothers entered, but only one escaped. It was impossible for anyone to have opened a golden chest in the realm. Moreover, with Zhao Shuaichen's wealth level, he couldn't have obtained a golden grade resource card as a reward. The only way to get a golden grade weapon card now was to receive an award from a voice like the systems. Zhang Qingtian, show me your golden grade weapon card first. If you have it, I can pass the message to God Su. Zhang Qingtian thought to himself that since it was not a reward from wealth rating, the only way to obtain a golden grade weapon card was through shelter upgrade rewards. Whichever of the 2 times he had received the reward, it was enough to prove Zhao Shuaichen's extraordinary nature. He himself had not received those rewards even once. The moment Zhang Qingtian replied, he saw Zhao Shuaichen share the details of the golden grade weapon named Energy Crossbow. Lin Xu was holding his communication and trading device, browsing the messages in the group chat. The day before, Zhang Qingtian had come to him with a request, hoping that when Lin Xu obtained another silver tier group migration card, he would prioritize trading it to him. Unexpectedly, by today, Zhang Qingtian had already acquired a group migration card. In Lin Xu's memory, this was the first time such a card had ever appeared. It had indeed been shortly after the wealth rating concluded. The group migration card he had previously auctioned off had been accidentally produced by Wen Yin during a card merging attempt. All because of Lin Xu's own ability divine contract refinement. On top of Wen Yan's card master talent, he had appended the lucky random attribute. The methods Wen Yin currently possessed should never have existed in this world. As the group owner, Lin Xu was just about to send congratulations to Zhang Qingtian in the group when he saw a message arrive from Zhang Qingtian. Shushan, I can now establish a base city, just like Wang Chun. Our 100-odd brothers from Qitian City will gather together. Where there are many people, there is great strength. From now on, Shushan, if you ever need anything from us brothers, just say the word. I heard you said you want to acquire Queen Ants. Since we brothers intend to build a base city, we'll definitely need to reclaim the areas surrounding our sanctuary. At that time, I'll make sure they pay special attention to preserving any queen ants they find and mail them to you. Lin Xu did not refuse Zhang Qingtian's goodwill. In his past life, Lin Xu had a very favorable impression of the Qitian City faction. Someday it was quite possible he would need to cooperate with Zhang Qingtian, or call upon the power of Qitian City. After exchanging congratulations with Zhang Qingtian, Lin Xu replied, you professionals gathering together will certainly need to explore secret realms. If someone is unfortunately gravely injured, I can sell you some platinum tier medical resources. As long as they haven't died outright, they can be saved. Lin Xu's message sent Zhang Qingtian into a sudden shock. Platinum tier medical resources. Zhang Qingtian had never imagined Lin Xu possessed such profound reserves. Here was something that could literally save lives, and Lin Xu was willing to part with some for him. Even before receiving those promised platinum tier supplies, Zhang Qingtian was already filled with gratitude toward Lin Xu in his heart. Platinum tier medical resources. Lin Xu surely didn't have many of them himself. Even though Zhang Qingtian was a man who placed profit above all else at this moment, he found himself uncommonly moved. After chatting with Lin Xu for a few words, Zhang Qingtian did not forget his main business. He relayed the message Zhao Shuaichen had asked him to deliver. Shushan, I know someone who should be your fan. He says he knows the conditions required to upgrade a sanctuary to level 3, and he wishes to present you with a gold tier weapon. Haha, I didn't expect young people today to be so crazy about chasing idols. The fact that he can obtain a gold tier weapon at this point shows he has real ability. Lin Xu read Zhang Qingtian's message. He was somewhat surprised that someone would willingly give away a hard-level weapon they had obtained to another person. Even Lin Xu, with Wen Yin by his side, would never be so generous. This person knew the conditions for upgrading a sanctuary to level 3. Could he possess a talent related to decryption? Only a standard decryption talent would not be enough to unravel issues that had already touched upon the rule-level fabric of this world. Indeed, Lin Xu's ranks were in dire need of a professional with a decryption-related talent. As a reborn individual, it was true that Lin Xu knew much information. But he was not omnipotent. He did not know everything. This professional with a decryption talent would need to be at least S rank. Even professionals with A-rank decryption talents could not receive guidance through their abilities for many issues that brushed against the world's underlying rules. In the first few days after transmigration, professionals possessing such decryption talents must have lived very harshly. Lacking any real combat capability, they would, once communication functions were unlocked, typically choose to attach themselves to a faction for protection. These professionals would shine brilliantly 3 months later when the sanctuary migration ability was unlocked. After human society was rebuilt, many such talented individuals received the title of doctor. Know that this doctor title signified respect and reverence for the profoundly learned, not merely an academic degree earned through study. There were many decryptors of exceptional ability whose names Lin Xu knew. What is his name? Seeing Lin Xu actively inquire about Zhao Shuaichen's matter, Zhang Qingtian hurriedly sent the name over. He added below that this person was the one who had just traded the group migration card to him. As for Zhao Shuaichen, Lin Xu truly knew who he was. Among the dozen or so doctors in the China region, 3 had been granted the title of Regressor, a state scholar. Know that the title of Regressor, both before the transmigration and after arriving in this fantastical great world, was an absolutely majestic symbol. Only those who had made enormous contributions to human society would be granted such a title. Although bestowed by the official authorities, it was equally recognized and honored by all factions and professionals alike. Zhao Shuaichen was one of them. Beyond the Regressor title, Zhao Shuaichen carried another epithet, the Omniscient One. How arrogant such a title was. As a mortal living within this world, who would dare call themselves omniscient? Yet this title was not self-proclaimed by Zhao Shuaichen. It had originated from within the official powers themselves. In his past life, Lin Xu had never dealt with Zhao Shuaichen directly, but he had heard from those who had. Zhao Shuaichen was a person who acted with extreme caution and care. Even after joining the official authority, those within its ranks still did not know Zhao Shuaichen's talent rank. The reason Lin Xu never had the opportunity to interact with him was partly because Zhao Shuaichen always kept a very low profile. He rarely appeared at major occasions, acting exactly like someone suffering from persecution delusions. Push his contact info to me. Upon seeing the message, Zhang Qingtian immediately shared Zhao Shuaichen's contact card with Lin Xu. He secretly thought that now he could finally accept that silver tier steel resource card with a clear conscience. If he had failed to get things done, Zhang Qingtian truly would have felt quite embarrassed accepting that silver tier steel resource card from Zhao Shuaichen. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuaichen was holding his communication trading device, waiting anxiously. Nearly half an hour had passed since he sent his last message to Zhang Qingtian. Zhang Qingtian had not replied once during that time. Just as Zhao Shuaichen was growing restless and about to proactively ask Zhang Qingtian for the result. Arriving before Zhang Qingtian's message was a friend request initiated by Lin Xu himself. Zhao Shuaichen clicked through it in a flash. Facing this hard-won opportunity to communicate with Lin Xu, he was pondering how best to break the ice. Just then Lin Xu's message appeared. Lin Xu, I heard you know the conditions for upgrading the shelter to level 3. Facing Lin Xu's message, Zhao Shuaichen's face flushed with embarrassment. In truth, he could indeed ascertain the conditions for upgrading the shelter to level 3. However, his talent deep analysis was currently in its cooldown period. He had said that merely to seize an opportunity to add Lin Xu as a friend. Now confronted by Lin Xu's inquiry, Zhao Shuaichen could only reply honestly. Zhao Shuaichen, brother Xu, if you wish to know, I can discern it through my talent in 3 days. I apologize, but I previously used my talent to investigate the conditions for upgrading the shelter to level 2. The talent is still cooling down. Lin Xu raised an eyebrow. So Zhao Shuaichen had already probed the conditions for upgrading to level 2. This reincarnator seemed to have inadvertently stolen Zhao Shuaichen's opportunity. Lin Xu, you sought me out through Zhang Qingtian. Was there something you needed? Since your talent is of the deciphering type, you likely lack combat prowess. Keep that gold-grade weapon for yourself, for self-defense. The moment he read this message, Zhao Shuaichen suddenly understood what those veterans always meant by vision. Even without the 2 videos Lin Xu had previously released, this single sentence alone was enough to reveal Lin Xu's true character to Zhao Shuaichen. Faced with Lin Xu's direct inquiry, Zhao Shuaichen spoke plainly. Zhao Shuaichen, brother Xu, I possess an artifact called the mobile mother-child compass. I wish to follow you and develop together. Even if you have already sold the group migration card and don't plan to build a faction, to thrive in this world you will still need your own team. I am willing to serve as an encyclopedia to help you unravel the mysteries of this world. That message was indeed a bit cringeworthy, yet it was the truest sentiment in Zhao Shuaichen's heart. When sending it, he also attached the information of the mobile mother-child compass. Lin Xu was somewhat surprised. A person like Zhao Shuaichen who suffered from persecution paranoia would actually take the initiative to join a force other than the government. Naturally, Lin Xu was willing to accept such a talented individual. In his past life, Zhao Shuaichen had achieved remarkable success, suggesting his talent was likely more than just S rank. Lin Xu prepared to reserve a room for Zhao Shuaichen. After reading the artifact card's details, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. With the mobile mother-child compass, Zhao Shuaichen's shelter could migrate toward his own shelter once per day. This meant that even if his shelter kept moving, Zhao Shuaichen's could follow. This effectively gave Lin Xu's shelter a branch base. In the future, if more professionals joined his ranks, Lin Xu could assign some of them to reside in Zhao Shuaichen's shelter. Once the shelter reached level 3, housing a dozen or so people would be quite comfortable. Lin Xu, since you want to join me, send the mother compass to me. Are there any resources near your shelter you still need to collect? If not, you can teleport over any time tomorrow or the day after. Zhao Shuaichen had just read Lin Xu's message and was about to reply, when he heard a violent screeching of birds outside. Ever since he discovered that dinosaur-like creature outside his shelter, he had deliberately lured carrion crows with corpses. After capturing them, he locked them in cages placed outside the main building. Whenever there was unusual activity, the crows would emit harsh cries, giving him an early warning. The screeching came so suddenly and fiercely that Zhao Shuaichen quickly extinguished the lights inside his shelter, plunging the interior into darkness deeper than the outside. Just as he was about to look out the window, the crow's cacophony abruptly ceased. Then his shelter began to shake violently. That massive creature which had been lingering outside his courtyard actually stepped into his shelter. Though only a few hours had passed, 2 enormous bulges had swelled on the creature's back at the shoulder blades. Now the creature hugged his shelter like a Godzilla clutching a skyscraper, furiously attacking the walls. Zhao Shuaichen quickly activated the recording function of his communication trading device, captured a short video of the creature outside, and sent it to Lin Xu. Zhao Shuaichen, brother Xu, you should have a level 2 shelter now, right? My shelter is under attack. I might not be able to bring it to you. At this moment, the monster stood in his courtyard. If he teleported using the mobile mother-child compass, the monster would directly follow his shelter. It seemed the monster was fully capable of demolishing his shelter. The shelter's windows were now completely shattered. The monster's amber-golden eyes locked onto him through the broken windows. Zhao Shuaichen, pressed against the innermost wall, could smell the foul reek from the monster's mouth. The stench carried a pungent, sulphurous note. For Lin Xu, taking Zhao Shuaichen under his wing was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Yet unexpectedly, Zhao Shuaichen soon brought him another surprise. The video Zhao Shuaichen sent was not clear, but Lin Xu instantly recognized the creature attacking the shelter as a juvenile cinder dragon. Judging by its size, it had only hatched a few days ago. Though its strength had not yet reached the transcendent stage, it was infinitely close. Otherwise, it would not have dared to attack a level 2 shelter protected by the rules. In his past life, Lin Xu had managed to contract a swordhorn stegosaurus, a mere earth dragon with partial dragon bloodline. But the cinder dragon was a dragon of extremely pure lineage. In this vast mystical world, high bloodline dragons were divided into complex categories. However, based on appearance, they could be roughly grouped into 3 types. The first were terrain dragon beasts. The second were the Jiao dragons from Eastern mythology. The third were the evil dragons from Western mythology. The cinder dragon belonged to the evil dragon branch. Once it ascended to the transcendent stage, it would grow a pair of wings capable of carrying its massive body through the skies. The juvenile cinder dragon already showed signs of wings sprouting on its back. Upon reaching the transcendent stage, it could not only grow wings, but also awaken its elemental affinity by absorbing elemental energy for the first time, harnessing that power. It was a type of evil dragon that could freely choose its elemental attack methods. If it grew to adulthood without hidden injuries, it would generally become a fantastical being. In the early days of the nationwide transmigration, barriers existed outside the zones of various districts' class holders, preventing beings that had already attained the transcendent level from entering. Yet they did not interfere with beings below the transcendent level who sought to ascend within these zones. Encountering an ember dragon was far more arduous than stumbling upon a random silver-tier resource chest in the wild and opening a mass migration item card. High-ranking dragons with pure bloodlines were exceedingly rare and difficult to encounter even in the world beyond the barriers. Even if their strength was lacking, such dragons could emit a draconic aura that exerted immense intimidation over non-pure-blooded dragons. Lin Xu assessed the combat power at his disposal, concluding that if he could lure this ember dragon, still not yet ascended to transcendence, into his sanctuary, enduring severe damage to the sanctuary, he could subdue it. Faced with such a heaven-sent opportunity, Lin Xu saw no reason to let it slip. If he could contract this ember dragon, Lin Xu would soon be able to venture into secret realms for exploration. After all, his sanctuary had devoured over a dozen others, including a second tier one. It was far sturdier than Zhao Shuaichen's sanctuary. It could withstand at least 7 or 8 minutes of the juvenile ember dragon's assault. The terror-clawed cassowary mama bear and the present Jellin all possessed the ability to breach the dragon's defenses. No need for 7 or 8 minutes. 3 minutes of full-force assault would bring the ember dragon down. Once damaged, the sanctuary could regenerate on its own. Using materials would accelerate the recovery. However, only when the sanctuary's damage exceeded 60% could materials be consumed to hasten the process. Zhao Shuaichen's first reaction upon encountering the crisis was not to call for help. Instead, after assessing the enemy's strength, he chose not to burden Lin Xu. Lin Xu silently awarded Zhao Shuaichen a little red flower in his heart. Lin Xu, send me the master disc right now. Oh, I can handle it. Before sending it, don't forget to drip your blood onto the treasure. Otherwise, you won't be able to use the mobile compass. Hurry to the larger first floor of the sanctuary and hide where it can't see you. This thing has ranged attack capabilities. Zhao Shuaichen, who had been preparing for death, felt a surge of hope when he saw Lin Xu's message. A feeling of escaping doom by a hair's breadth. Zhao Shuaichen first pierced his palm with his fingernail, letting blood flow onto the master disc of the mobile compass. Then he transmitted the master disc to Lin Xu. Suddenly, Zhao Shuaichen sensed a gust of wind rushing from afar and instinctively rolled sideways toward the stairs. A deafening crash followed as the massive creature forced something from its throat. In the next instant, half his body felt as if splashed with powerful acid. The searing pain was accompanied by a sizzling, corrosive sound. If not for Lin Xu's warning that had put him on guard, he would have been drenched by the monster's gastric juices, mixed with bones and fur, spewed from its mouth. The injury ignited Zhao Shuaichen's ferocity. The gold-tier weapon energy bow could gather energy from the natural environment through mental power to form arrows. Zhao Shuaichen dashed downstairs. As he ran, he fired energy arrows at the massive creature that was wantonly demolishing his sanctuary. Attacks from a gold-tier weapon were sufficient to break through the defenses of transcendent beings. And this ember dragon had not yet succeeded in its ascension to transcendence. Yet Zhao Shuaichen's attacks only made the juvenile dragon tear down the sanctuary faster, not stop. The notification of the sanctuary's damage exceeding 60% echoed in Zhao Shuaichen's ears. All functions of the sanctuary were paralyzed. It asked whether he wished to repair the sanctuary by consuming resources. Zhao Shuaichen immediately confirmed and then activated the slave disk. A feeling of weightlessness washed over him, and the sanctuary arrived in a completely new area. When the master and slave disks of the mobile compass were in the same region, they could sense each other's positions. Lin Xu immediately activated his sanctuary and moved it through the torrential rain toward Zhao Shuaichen's. The distance between their sanctuaries was extremely close. Even though Lin Xu's sanctuary moved slowly, it would take only 3 minutes to arrive. Before growing wings, the Ember Dragon was not as fast as the terror-clawed cassowary raptor. During the sanctuary's movement, Lin Xu sent the terror-clawed cassowary ahead to Zhao Shuaichen's sanctuary to divert the juvenile Ember Dragon's attention and prevent it from completely destroying the sanctuary. The slave disk of the mobile compass was already bound to Zhao Shuaichen's current sanctuary. If it were destroyed, even if Zhao Shuaichen could find another unoccupied sanctuary in the wild to rebind, the slave disk of the mobile compass could no longer be rebound to a different sanctuary. By now the temptation demon flower had ceased releasing its aura to attract dread wolves. Lin Xu's sanctuary advanced without obstruction. An adult terror-clawed cassowary could dash hundreds of meters in a single sprint, reaching a full-speed velocity exceeding 450 kilometers per hour. If it engaged in a short-distance acceleration without regard for cost, its speed could surpass 600 kilometers per hour, far faster than the fastest supercars before the transmigration. Even though the terror-clawed cassowary Lin Xu had contracted was not yet adult, its speed was still over 300 kilometers per hour. By now it had successfully diverted the attention of the juvenile Ember Dragon. The Ember Dragon's massive golden-brown eyes revealed contempt for the terror-clawed cassowary. The latter was a creature that even as an adult might face a threshold when ascending to transcendence, and it was naturally on the Ember Dragon's menu. As Lin Xu's contracted beast, the terror-clawed cassowary would resolutely execute his commands, showing no fear of the dragon radiating its draconic aura. It kept emitting low growls to provoke the Ember Dragon, greatly relieving Zhao Shuaichen, whose sanctuary had already lost an entire wall. This raptor, standing over 6 meters tall, was clearly no match for the dinosaur-like behemoth, yet its frequent provocations were likely orchestrated by Lin Xu. The night was too deep for Zhao Shuaichen to see far, and he failed to notice a patch of mist moving toward his sanctuary. But the Ember Dragon, possessing night vision, spotted the mist. Creatures of the dragon lineage were inherently cruel, and the Ember Dragon with its pure dragon blood was even more so. Yet beyond cruelty, perhaps because of their extraordinarily long lifespans, dragonkind were born with intense curiosity. Scholars of the past had determined through research that dragonkind's curiosity surpassed that of felines. Compared to the nearly demolished sanctuary, and the odd bipedal food inside, the juvenile Ember Dragon was clearly more intrigued by the moving patch of mist. And the Ember Dragon, or most dragonkind, expressed their interest through possession and destruction. The juvenile ignored the terror-clawed cassowary, which was on its menu, and charged toward Lin Xu's sanctuary. This drew a faint smile from Lin Xu, who stood in his sanctuary's courtyard drenched by the downpour. Wen Yin was seated by the stone table, synthesizing resource cards. Seeing Lin Xu suddenly leave the main residence in the heavy rain and enter the courtyard, she could not help but follow to the doorway and ask, "Boss, has something happened? Is there anything I can help with?" Lin Xu lowered his voice and said to Wen Yin, "Take the few little wolves of the Gulin family and hide in the sanctuary. No matter what happens, do not come out. Prepare some cloth strips and boil some hot water. We'll be receiving a companion soon. He should be injured." Seeing Lin Xu adopt such a stance, Wen Yin knew a fierce battle was likely about to unfold. Previously, Wen Yin had witnessed Lin Xu lure 3 human-faced bears, each over 5 meters long and resembling small mountains of flesh, into the courtyard of the sanctuary. He then killed them. But compared to that time, Lin Xu's demeanor was far more grave now. Wen Yin knew she could not help in battle. All she could do was wait in the sanctuary for Lin Xu to return safely. "I bought plenty of cloth strips for bandages this afternoon. I'll boil water right now." Lin Xu had already issued a command to Gulin. Gulin let out a very low whimper. The pregnant wolf queen and the other 4 dire wolves obediently entered the sanctuary. Before entering, they shook off the rainwater clinging to their fur. As Lin Xu's lips curled into a smile, he felt both trepidation and excitement. Pure-blooded dragonkind creatures were extremely intelligent. If this Ember Dragon refused to enter the courtyard of his sanctuary, Lin Xu had considered whether to risk injuring the Terrorclaw crane camel to obtain some flesh and blood from the Ember Dragon, feeding it to the temptation demon flower. This would prompt the temptation demon flower to release a scent that attracted the Ember Dragon, thereby enhancing the allure of his sanctuary courtyard to the dragon. Lin Xu's considerations went beyond merely rescuing Zhao Shuaichen. He intended to severely wound this juvenile ember dragon, then wait for his divine contract talent to cool down in a few hours and contract it. He also had to ensure the ember dragon had no chance to escape. If it fled his sanctuary courtyard, Lin Xu would find it difficult to track this juvenile dragon again. And once the ember dragon successfully advanced to the transcendent level, it would inevitably return to take revenge. Facing a fantastical creature like the ember dragon, which possessed bloodline inheritance, one could not treat it as an ordinary beast or animal. Instead, the ember dragon should be regarded as a cruel, sinister, and cunning person. Just as the ember dragon drew parallel to the crane camel's head position, Lin Xu ordered the terror claw crane camel to quietly slip back into the sanctuary. At the same time, he dispersed the mist released by the mist vial into the distance. The mist also enveloped Zhao Shuaiqian's distant sanctuary. Lin Xu sent a message to Zhao Shuaiqian inquiring about his injuries. Upon confirming the injuries were not severe, Lin Xu did not instruct Zhao Shuaiqian to sneak into his sanctuary. Instead, he told him to stay hidden in his current position. In the upcoming battle, Zhao Shuaiqian, armed only with a gold-tier weapon, could not participate. The reason Lin Xu released a large amount of mist from the mist vial to the maximum range of the mist vial was to allow the ember dragon to clearly see the scene inside his sanctuary. Otherwise, the ember dragon, unable to see through the mist, would not dare to enter. However, after seeing a secondary sanctuary very similar to his own and Zhao Shuaiqian's, the ember dragon, having already demolished one sanctuary, would not consider his sanctuary a threat. As for Mother Bear and Galin, due to their recent constant devouring, their strength had become comparable to the terror claw crane camel. But the crane camel was beneath the ember dragon's notice. Mother Bear and Galin, being beasts inferior to the crane camel in bloodline, were naturally even less of a concern to this juvenile ember dragon. If they encountered in the wild, the ember dragon could kill them in a single exchange, before advancing to transcendent, growing dragon wings and strengthening its dragon hide. The ember dragon, despite its large size, was a creature of high offense and low defense. As Lin Xu had predicted, the ember dragon, upon seeing the scene inside the sanctuary, especially the two-legged creature Lin Xu, who closely resembled Zhao Shuaiqian, first lashed its tail at the sanctuary gate, then raised its head and let out a dragon roar. The roar left Lin Xu's ears numb. Had it not been for consuming silver-tier ingredients over the past few days, the roar might have ruptured his eardrums. The moment the ember dragon's foot crossed the sanctuary gate, Lin Xu began to retract the mist released by the mist vial. Lin Xu had expected Mother Bear and Galin to be intimidated by the dragon's might. If he had contracted beasts using his A-grade talent beast taming contract in his past life, they would likely have wet themselves upon sensing the dragon's might. But perhaps because they had been imbued with divinity, Mother Bear and Galin, like the terror claw crane camel, before showed no fear. Instead, they flanked Lin Xu, one on each side, and frantically provoked the ember dragon, which was at least 14 meters long and had two growths over a meter in diameter on its back. The provocation from Mother Bear and Galin ignited the ember dragon's fury. The terror claw crane camel also leaped over the wall and returned to the courtyard. However, the ember dragon's roar was followed by another low growl from the crane camel, which also provoked the juvenile dragon. Just before the ember dragon went berserk, Lin Xu swiftly opened the sanctuary door. He slipped inside and activated the sanctuary's ability, Mobile Fortress. A second after activating Mobile Fortress, the ember dragon opened its massive jaws and lunged at Mother Bear's head. Had Mobile Fortress not been activated, the ember dragon's bite would have caused Mother Bear's head to explode. But the juvenile ember dragon did not get to savor the warm, fragrant taste of bear brain. The ember dragon was certain it had bitten into the she-bear's head, yet it felt as if it had struck a wall, jarring its teeth painfully. This sensation was very similar to when it had demolished the other sanctuary. Before the ember dragon could react, Galin lunged forward. It bit into the ember dragon's neck. The wolf fangs, wrapped in high-speed wind element, pierced the dragon hide, and with the force of its descent, Galin tore off a large chunk of flesh from the dragon's neck. Facing the dragon claw swinging toward it, Galin offered no resistance, choosing instead to continue its relentless assault. The terror claw cassowary also spread its wings, flapping with full force as it landed on the back of this cinder dragon. Its claws, like iron pincers, pierced the cinder dragon's skin, gripping tightly onto the resilient sinews. Thus, the terror claw cassowary secured itself onto the cinder dragon's body. Then it rapidly swung its head, much like a farmer brandishing a hoe, continually inflicting wounds upon this juvenile cinder dragon. Although pure-blooded dragonkind, like the cinder dragon, possessed bloodline inheritance, combat experience, however, needed to be accumulated bit by bit. Since hatching from its egg, this cinder dragon had never suffered such severe injuries. Though it retaliated furiously time and again, every strike seemed to land against an unyielding stone wall. It failed to inflict any effective damage upon these low-tier creatures that ceaselessly attacked it. Meanwhile, Lin Xu and Wang Yin, who stayed inside the sanctuary, felt as though they were at a demolition site, or perhaps in the epicenter of a magnitude 6 earthquake, struggling even to keep their footing. Barely 30 seconds had passed when Lin Xu, as the sanctuary's owner, sensed that part of the second floor had already begun to leak. The sanctuary's damage level reached 16 and continued to rise. It was clear that the Cinder Dragon had not been using its full strength inside Zhao Shuaichen's sanctuary earlier. Instead, it was savoring the cat-and-mouse game. From the earlier exchange with Zhao Shuaichen, Lin Xu learned that this juvenile Cinder Dragon had already vomited stomach acid once. If the Cinder Dragon were to spew its stomach acid onto Mother Bear, the Terraclaw cassowary, or Gulin, and the sanctuary were to bear the damage, the sanctuary's damage level would skyrocket at an alarming rate. The recovery and endurance of a pure-blooded dragon were simply too formidable. Even a transcendent creature under the combined assault of Mother Bear, the Terraclaw cassowary, and Gulin would have lost its resistance within 2 minutes. Yet this juvenile Cinder Dragon continued to resist fiercely. Lin Xu's sanctuary damage level had reached 44, with visible cracks appearing on the walls. Once the sanctuary's damage level hit 60, its functions would completely fail. Lin Xu muttered to himself that his trump cards were still far too few. If only he had acquired a gold-grade single-target offensive item card earlier. Suddenly, another violent tremor shook the sanctuary. Wang Yin, who was manipulating the Silent Hermit to attack the Cinder Dragon's soul, collapsed to the ground. But this time it was not the sanctuary's mobile fortress ability absorbing the damage. Instead, the Cinder Dragon, trying to shake off the Terraclaw cassowary, rammed into the wall of Lin Xu's sanctuary. The impact directly raised the damage level by 5, but it also triggered the sanctuary's self-defense mechanism. 5 stone vines that had been buried underground suddenly pulled out. The vines, each over 50 meters long, lashed out at the juvenile Cinder Dragon. The Terraclaw cassowary, following Lin Xu's command, retreated in time. Mother Bear and Gulin also quickly withdrew, moving out of the stone vine's attack range. The Cinder Dragon, already severely wounded, failed to dodge and was struck by 3 of the vines. A sound like clashing steel rang out, followed by several sharp cracks accompanied by sonic booms. Under the assault of the sanctuary's mobile stone vines, multiple bones in the Cinder Dragon's body were likely broken. As the sanctuary's owner, Lin Xu, sensed the Cinder Dragon's condition in the courtyard. Pure-blooded dragon species possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities and were extremely difficult to kill. Therefore, Lin Xu did not hold back the stone vines. Dozens of strikes reduced the juvenile Cinder Dragon to a mere breath of life. Lin Xu then had Mother Bear, the Terraclaw cassowary, and Gulin deliver finishing blows, leaving even more wounds on the Cinder Dragon's body. The spirit-healing verdant fluff, which had absorbed so much dire wolf blood and spread over dozens of square meters, was severely damaged in this great battle. However, the spirit-healing verdant fluff had only been torn into many pieces, not killed. Moreover, nourished by the dragon's blood, it would soon recover and spread over an even larger area than before. Confirming that the Cinder Dragon was on the verge of death, Lin Xu purchased 10 steel cables, each 30 meters long, from the trading zone. These steel cables were not products from resource cards, but were forged by professionals with the ability to shape steel. The cables had many buckles, allowing them to be connected to one another. At that time, the exchange rate between steel and stone was 1:5. 1 unit of material weighed 10 kilograms. Lin Xu bought the steel cables at a ratio of 1:5 with stone based on weight. A processing fee of 1 unit of stone for every 2 units of steel shaped was quite reasonable. Lin Xu looked at Wang Yin, whose face clearly showed panic, and said, "It's all right now. Take those 2 logistics-type puppets and tidy up the sanctuary a bit. The second floor is leaking so badly it's like a water curtain cave, uninhabitable. We'll have to make do on the first floor tonight." In the end, the sanctuary's damage level did not reach 60, so the forced recovery command was not activated. Still, with the sanctuary's recovery capability, the second floor would be livable again after a day. Full restoration would take 3 days. Lin Xu sent Mother Bear, who was still raring for more action after the battle, to fetch the injured Zhao Shuaichen. While Mother Bear headed to Zhao Shuaichen's sanctuary, Lin Xu deliberately informed Zhao Shuaichen through the communication trader to prevent him from mistaking Mother Bear for a passing wild beast, and in a panic shooting the gentle and lovely Mother Bear with that gold-grade energy bow. Lin Xu directed the enhanced puppets that had retreated to the side to take the steel cables and bind the severely wounded, collapsed juvenile Cinder Dragon. The Terraclaw cassowary watched the dragon closely. Should there be any movement, the cassowary's sharp beak would immediately embed itself deep into the dragon's body. 10 30-meter-long steel cables bound the Cinder Dragon like a zongzi. Unless the Cinder Dragon recovered to its peak state, it would be difficult to break free. For safety, Lin Xu bought another 5 cables to reinforce the bindings. Zhao Shuaichen limped and holding his energy arrow, following Mother Bear into Lin Xu's sanctuary courtyard. Seeing the Cinder Dragon bound in steel cables, and Lin Xu whose clothes were not even slightly soiled. Even with his strong mental fortitude, Zhao Shuaichen couldn't help but gape. Lin Xu was damn powerful. Just now, because the mist had shrouded Lin Xu's sanctuary, Zhao Shuaichen couldn't see what was happening inside. But he could hear all sorts of roars coming from Lin Xu's sanctuary. Less than 5 minutes had passed since the Cinder Dragon charged toward the sanctuary. The battle was over. How was that possible? Could it really be just these 3 beasts? It must be more than that. Zhao Shuaichen had never seen a terror-clawed ostrich standing 6 meters tall before. However, Zhao Shuaichen had already hunted several humanoid-faced bears and fearsome wolves using his golden-grade weapon, the energy bow, and arrows. Though the humanoid-faced bears and fearsome wolves he had hunted were nowhere near as massive as the 2 controlled by Lin Xu. But no matter how large, they were still merely humanoid-faced bears and fearsome wolves. They appeared far less intimidating than that creature lying bound on the ground. Previously, Zhao Shuaichen had been speculating about Lin Xu's talent. Now it seemed Lin Xu's ability was most likely related to beast taming. Beyond that, there must certainly be other combat methods at his disposal. Zhao Shuaichen had purchased True Vision eyes and worn them on his left eye. He discovered that even with the True Vision eyes, he could not pierce through Lin Xu's talent. This meant Lin Xu's talent was either SS rank like his own, or an SSS rank combat type talent surpassing him. Compared to the former, Zhao Shuaichen felt the latter was far more likely. Seeing Lin Xu approach, Zhao Shuaichen quickly took the initiative to speak. God Xu, I thank you for saving my life. From now on, I am your soldier. Lin Xu examined Zhao Shuaichen's injuries, then picked up a piece of healing spirit moss from the ground. He brushed off the soil and said to Zhao Shuaichen, "This still counts as not serious. Your arm is corroded to the point where bone is almost visible. Your wound needs debridement. Chew this first and swallow it to relieve the pain. After cleaning the wound, I'll apply medicine to it. If you're left disabled and lose the use of your right arm, everything will be inconvenient from now on. Come with me to the shelter first to wash the wound. I've already had someone prepare the items needed for bandaging in advance." Lin Xu's immediate concern for Zhao Shuaichen's condition warmed his heart. Previously facing this juvenile Ember Dragon's attack, his adrenaline had surged. His left forearm plus nearly a tenth of the skin on his right side had been speckled with corrosion. Zhao Shuaichen genuinely hadn't felt much pain. But after communicating with Lin Xu through the communication trading device, and learning that everything had already been settled when the bear mother brought him to Lin Xu's shelter, he suddenly realized the flesh at his wound sites had been completely dissolved by that liquid. The pain was so intense that Zhao Shuaichen's legs trembled with each step. Fortunately, the Ember Dragon's digestive fluid had the effect of stopping blood flow during corrosion. Otherwise, such wounds would have already killed Zhao Shuaichen from excessive blood loss. Hearing Lin Xu say he had someone prepare bandaging supplies in advance, this indicated there were other people living in Lin Xu's shelter who had such good judgment, throwing themselves under God Xu's banner even before him. He chewed and swallowed the healing spirit moss Lin Xu offered in large mouthfuls. The healing spirit moss tasted slightly bitter when chewed. More notably, it had a sour and refreshing flavor with extremely rich juice. Only after swallowing the healing spirit moss did Zhao Shuaichen immediately feel that his increasingly weak physical condition caused by the injury had improved significantly. His spirits were also lifted somewhat. But after his spirits strengthened, the pain became more pronounced. Zhao Shuaichen clenched his teeth, not making a sound, even as cold sweats poured from his body. Although Lin Xu's shelter had been severely damaged, the interior furnishings were unaffected. The faint fragrance of breeze lilies and the deerskin carpet laid on the ground filled the shelter with a strong sense of daily life. It gave one a warm and comfortable feeling. At this moment, Wen Yin walked out from the kitchen area accompanied by 2 logistics-type secret puppets. These 2 logistics-type secret puppets each carried an iron bucket filled with hot water. Wen Yin held a wooden basin in her arms. Inside the clean wooden basin were 3 full rolls of white gauze and a striped towel. Seeing Zhao Shuaichen, Wen Yin proactively nodded at him. She then instructed the 2 logistics-type secret puppets to help treat Zhao Shuaichen's injuries. Wen Yin took the dried striped towel and began wiping Lin Xu's wet hair. Then she retrieved a bottle of antibiotic pollen from the cabinet. She sprinkled it onto Zhao Shuaichen's wounds that had just been cleaned by these 2 secret puppets. These 2 logistics-type secret puppets inherently possessed certain medical capabilities. They could serve not only as cooks, but also as external wound nurses. During debridement, these 2 secret puppets inserted their fingers into Zhao Shuaichen's wounds. They removed all the necrotic flesh and blood caused by corrosion. This process was exceptionally painful, making Zhao Shuaichen unable to bear it any longer. He howled in agony, without maintaining any dignity. Lin Xu actually had precious beasts on hand that could produce anesthetic effects. The seed pods of wind-drunk iris could help Zhao Shuaichen fall into a deep sleep. However, the anesthetic effect of wind-drunk iris caused significant damage to the brain. Lin Xu was unfamiliar with Zhao Shuaichen's physical constitution and didn't know whether Zhao Shuaichen had consumed bronze-grade food. A body not strengthened by high-grade ingredients found it difficult to withstand the side effects of wind-drunk iris. Fortunately, the debridement by these two logistics-type secret puppets took no more than 6 minutes in total. As a ability user with an SS-rank talent, Zhao Shuaichen relied on spiritual power to probe the essence of things and obtain answers. His inherent spiritual power was already strong, so he did not faint during those 6 minutes of debridement. After Wen Yin finished sprinkling pollen on all the wound sites, Lin Xu applied the pounded healing spirit moss from the stone mortar to the wounds using a pressing method. He then tightly wrapped the wounds with gauze. The juice in the stone mortar was not wasted either. Lin Xu had Zhao Shuaichen use his uninjured left hand to hold the mortar and drink the residual juice. After thoroughly bandaging Zhao Shuaichen's wounds, Lin Xu had one of the secret puppets prepare 2 dishes for him using silver-grade ingredients. With platinum-grade medical resources supplemented by high-quality ingredients, it would help Zhao Shuaichen recover faster. Healing spirit moss was not a panacea. The Ember Dragon's digestive fluid was too fierce. Lin Xu was somewhat worried that healing spirit moss alone could not completely cure Zhao Shuaichen's arm, because what was corroded was not only flesh and blood, but also the tendons and blood vessels in the arm. Even if conditions were harsh, Lin Xu would make Zhao Shuaichen a tent barely large enough for one person using oiled paper. He would have Zhao Shuaichen sleep on healing spirit moss to receive its excellent therapeutic effects. Seeing Zhao Shuaichen in so much pain, he could not stand. Lin Xu reached out to help him up from the ground. He introduced to Zhao Shuaichen, "Her name is Wen Yin. From now on, like me, she is also your companion." No sooner had they met than Zhao Shuaichen had used his true vision eyes to probe Wen Yin's talent. He already knew the woman before him was extraordinary. Card Master was a talent that could continuously create resources. Since he could only see the talent itself, he could not see the special abilities Lin Xu had endowed Wen Yin with through divine contract modification. This made Zhao Shuaichen not too surprised by Wen Yin's talent. It was like how Wen Yin could take 4 golden-grade resource points to synthesize 1 platinum-grade resource point. Not only was there a chance of failure during the synthesis process, but even if it succeeded, who could guarantee that the synthesized platinum-grade resource point would necessarily be useful? Zhao Shuaichen, during his transaction of the silver-grade item card, Mass Migration, had seen many gold-grade resource points. Among them, some gold-grade resource points, in Zhao Shuaichen's view, whether in terms of necessity or functionality, were inferior to water source and mineral-type silver-grade resource points. Zhao Shuaichen remembered a gold-grade resource point called the roly-poly shoe cabinet. This resource point would refresh every 2 days, producing a pair of shoes with random size and style. Once a person with the right foot size wore these shoes, they would gain the trait of never falling. This gold-grade resource point, the roly-poly shoe cabinet, Zhao Shuaichen could not think of any use. Could he possibly establish a Zuli Jian brand in the other world using this artifact? Become the king of Zuli Jian. It produces only 1 pair of shoes in 2 days, and the size is random. This artifact is simply flawed. Upon hearing the name Wen Yin, Zhao Shuaichen was startled. The name Wen Yin was very familiar to him. Wasn't she the big shot ranked 7th in the wealth rating? Among the top 10 of the wealth rating, 2 people had actually gathered together. Suddenly, Zhao Shuaichen felt that his joining seemed to tarnish this combination. The 3 chatted at the table for a while and quickly became acquainted. The logistics-type secret puppet that had gone to cook also brought 2 dishes and a soup to Zhao Shuaichen. While chatting at the table just now, Zhao Shuaichen's stomach had growled several times. Due to wearing the true vision eye, he could see the grade of the ingredients used in the 2 dishes and the soup. Moved with gratitude, he said to Lin Xu and Wen Yin, "Brother Su's sister, Yin, please have some with me. You've made so much I can't finish it all alone." Wen Yin shook her head upon hearing this. "The boss and I have already eaten. You should eat more to recover faster." In these few days of interacting with Lin Xu, Wen Yin knew that Lin Xu was a very self-disciplined person. He had no habit of eating late-night snacks. The white rice with 2 stir-fried dishes and a bowl of pork liver soup far exceeded Zhao Shuaichen's usual meal portion. But the delicacies made from high-grade ingredients were simply too delicious. This made Zhao Shuaichen unable to stop once he started eating. At first he was restrained and reserved, but soon his chopsticks moved so fast that they almost left afterimages. Not only did he finish the 2 dishes and the soup, but he also ate 3 full bowls of rice and still felt unsatisfied. Ever since meeting Lin Xu, Zhao Shuaichen had been in a state of surprise and gratitude. While eating, he knew that the gem-encrusted cabinet placed in the corner was the diamond-grade resource point, the twin wardrobe. Instead, he was not that surprised. As the number 1 in the wealth ranking, it was only natural for Lin Xu to obtain a diamond-grade artifact. Though the 1st and 10th places both had the same wealth border, if the rewards were the same, what was the point of striving for 1st place? Brother Su, may I ask what arrangements you have for me? The day after tomorrow my talent's cooldown will end. Do you need me to investigate the conditions for upgrading the shelter to level 3? Lin Xu smiled and said, you don't have to call me Brother Su all the time. Just call me boss like Yin does. When your talent's cooldown ends, I'll tell you what information I need you to investigate. At this point Lin Xu paused, his expression turning serious. My ability can contract not only animals, but also professional practitioners. If you wish to follow me in the future, I need to contract you. After being contracted by me, your talent will undergo an enhancement. I wonder if you are willing. Before Lin Xu could finish, Zhao Shuaichen replied without hesitation. Boss, I am willing. As he said this, Zhao Shuaichen himself felt relieved. Although everyone had transmigrated to this fantasy world, it was not accurate to describe the current environment as an apocalypse. But the gap between the two was not significant. In such an environment, it was hard for people to develop genuine trust. He was not a beautiful woman, making it even harder to form a good relationship with Lin Xu. When Zhao Shuaichen came to seek refuge with Lin Xu, his greatest fear was that he would not be trusted by Lin Xu, that he would not become his true subordinate or partner. And Lin Xu's ability would allow him to gain trust completely. This meant that he would no longer need to be so cautious in his words and actions. Although he could see that Lin Xu was not a bad-tempered person, Zhao Shuaichen still feared that a wrong word might upset Lin Xu. Your clothes are so damaged that they are unwearable. Tomorrow morning, open the twin wardrobe and tell the two twin spirits your requirements. You will receive a set of indestructible clothes. Tonight you need to stay on my platinum grade healing type divine beast. Since it's outdoors, it will be a bit harsh. But this plant type rare beast can absorb and divert the rainwater falling on it. As long as there is something covering above, you need not worry about dampness. Covering with 2 quilts should keep you from getting too cold. Zhao Shuaichen lay on the healing spirit green velvet, feeling it was just the right firmness, as if lying on a giant broccoli. Although the sound of rain hitting the oil paper umbrella was noisy, Zhao Shuaichen, who had been frightened all day and experienced this turmoil, soon closed his eyes. The sound of rain on the oil paper became an excellent sleep aid. Perhaps because he had someone to rely on, he was no longer fighting alone. That night, Zhao Shuaichen slept exceptionally peacefully. After falling asleep, he didn't even hear the occasional struggles of the juvenile ember dragon, tied up with steel cables. Zhang Qingtian sent several messages to Zhao Shuaichen. Seeing that Zhao Shuaichen had not replied, he didn't think much of it, and began to hastily select 100 core members for Blazing Sky City. That very night, all members completed the shelter migration. He planned to build a base city centered on these 100 professional practitioners with talents of B grade or above. He began recruiting on the regional channel professional practitioners, whose numbers had been halved since the beginning of the transmigration. For the professional practitioners struggling to survive in this area alone and helpless, Zhang Qingtian's base city construction was a tremendous blessing. After Zhang Qingtian announced the coordinates of the base city on the regional channel, many professional practitioners from nearby areas developed the intention to seek refuge. For those from farther areas who had this intention, Zhang Qingtian had his subordinates register them. He promised that once this area was developed, he would send people to bring all those professional practitioners who wanted to join Blazing Sky City. For professional practitioners who wanted to form elite teams, the most important factor in selecting members was talent. Only those with sufficiently strong talents could join the team as comrades. But for those who wanted to build large-scale forces, talent was not important. The professional practitioners themselves, or rather the population, was the most important. In a large human city, it was impossible for everyone to be an outstanding producer or combat unit. There was also a need for a substantial number of service workers. The C-class and D-class professionals whose talent abilities were of little use were best suited for service-related work. After making this decision, Zhang Qingtian felt an overwhelming burden of responsibility. The idea of gathering the professionals in the area together was sound. However, merely addressing basic needs of food and clothing required massive resources. Fortunately, Qitian City had abundant management talent. Solutions were quickly listed, dozens in number. It had only been 7 days since the mass transmigration. Thus, the outlines of 2 base cities were successively established. The people who facilitated these opportunities were now all fast asleep within Lin Xu's sanctuary. Lin Xu opened his eyes as dawn first broke. After washing up, he made his way toward the courtyard. Rather than using the divine contract modification to contract Zhao Shuaichen, Lin Xu would prioritize contracting this juvenile ember dragon. If this ember dragon remained bound by steel cables for another day, given the temperament of pure-blooded dragon lineage creatures, only 2 outcomes were possible. Either this ember dragon would perish from the binding of the ropes, or this ember dragon would break free from the ropes and escape. With the pride inherent in pure-blooded dragons, once it recovered some strength and healed its injuries through its powerful regeneration, it would not cease its struggles. Moreover, this ember dragon, having hatched only recently, had remained in a critical state of injury for too long, which was gradually depleting its vital essence. This would inevitably diminish its potential for future growth. At this moment, the ember dragon weakly opened its enormous amber gold eyes, wriggling across the ground like a colossal worm. With its mouth stuffed full of wooden blocks, the dragon's throat was held open so it could not make a sound. When it thrashed harder, the cassowary with clawed feet would swing its head directly into the dragon's body. This created a gash at least half a meter deep on the ember dragon. Lin Xu activated his innate divine contract modification ability, pressing his left hand, glowing with divine radiance, against the dragon's back. In that instant, despite the ember dragon being incapable of roaring, Lin Xu's soul seemed to resonate with the dragon's furious cries. Facing his contract, Lin Xu could sense the ember dragon's resistance. Yet this resistance did not pose significant trouble for Lin Xu. As a reborn individual, Lin Xu possessed an extremely resilient soul. This strength had been tempered through his past life's experience using the Tier 8 beast taming contract ability to domesticate spirit beasts. Professionals with beast taming abilities always faced resistance when contracting spirit beasts. In his previous life, whenever Lin Xu had contracted numerous spirit beasts, the backlash from their resistance had injured his soul, causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices. Lin Xu had already prepared himself for the possibility that using divine contract modification to tame this ember dragon might result in him falling unconscious from the counterattack. He expected it would take multiple attempts to successfully contract this ember dragon, yet to his surprise the process went remarkably smoothly. This was partly due to Lin Xu's resilient and powerful soul. It was also inseparable from the power of Lin Xu's innate divine contract modification ability. Immediately after the ember dragon was successfully contracted by Lin Xu, it ceased all movement. Lin Xu issued commands to the 2 reinforced secret puppets, still stripping the fearsome wolf pelts beneath the rain curtain, ordering them to untie the steel cables binding his newly contracted ember dragon. They removed all the wooden blocks from the dragon's mouth. The ember dragon remained in a deep slumber for a full 2 hours after the contract modification process. Though its fresh and old wounds no longer bled, Lin Xu couldn't shake the impression that the 2 protrusions on the dragon's back had grown noticeably larger. When Lin Xu pressed his hand against the bulge, he could faintly feel the rigid dragon bones supporting the wings within. Zhao Shuaichen and Wen Yin, upon waking, witnessed Lin Xu unbinding the ember dragon. And the dragon's injuries had nearly healed. Both were initially tense, but only relaxed once they learned Lin Xu had successfully contracted the ember dragon. After a night's rest, Zhao Shuaichen noticed his wounds had improved considerably. All of them carried an intense, itching sensation. Zhao Shuaichen understood this meant new flesh was growing in his wounds. The Platinum Tier healing beast truly proved its worth. Boss, you mentioned yesterday that large creature was called an ember dragon. Its power should have reached the transcendent level by now. Facing Zhao Shuaichen's question, Lin Xu shook his head. He casually picked up a gardenia-scented tomato and tossed it to Zhao Shuaichen as he spoke. This ember dragon hasn't yet reached the transcendent tier. It won't truly enter that realm until its dragon wings fully emerge from its back and its skin thickens. Your sanctuary has been continuously consuming resources to repair itself. For now, leave your sanctuary here and stay within my protection. Once you have healed, I will have the cassowary with claws bring you back to retrieve your sanctuary. I will send those 2 secret puppets over shortly to change your dressing and examine the wounds. If recovery progresses well, there is no need to sleep outside tonight. The morning meal consisted of plain rice congee accompanied by some steamed dim sum. These pastries somewhat resembled the Cantonese tea dim sum from his previous life. However, due to the limited variety of ingredients available, although the 6 small pastries were crafted with exquisite appearance, their flavors were not as rich. While eating, Zhao Shuaichen reflected within himself. His value existing within Lin Xu's circle could not rely solely on his talent, helping Lin Xu solve problems. If that were truly the case during the cool-down phase of his talent, would he not essentially become useless? After much consideration, Zhao Shuaichen said to Lin Xu after finishing breakfast, Boss, you previously sold the silver tier group migration item card, so you likely have no plans to build a large faction. However, the current development trend in the China region is for various forces to rely on the group migration card, establishing one base city after another across different regions, serving as the headquarters for future faction development. My silver tier group migration item card was discovered when opening a silver resource box. As the number of such item cards appearing in the world increases in the future, the number of base cities will also multiply. After our transmigration, we gained all sorts of talents. Human creativity has become stronger than before the transmigration. Eventually, we will surely restore the technological civilization that existed before. Seeing Lin Xu quietly listening to his grandiose speech, Zhao Shuaichen felt somewhat embarrassed. Lin Xu simply signaled for Zhao Shua continue speaking. What Zhao Shuaichen had just said almost perfectly aligned with the development trajectory from his previous life after the mass transmigration. However, one thing caught all of humanity off guard. Those mass-produced thermal weapons could only deal with ordinary beasts. They posed only partial threats to transcendent creatures. Some transcendent peak beings had already developed immunity to the attacks of most firearms. Only large-caliber armor-piercing rounds could endanger the lives of transcendent peak beings. And creatures that had ascended to the fantasy tier feared only various standardized large missiles. Many beings with powerful bloodlines upon reaching the fantasy peak could resist missile attacks through elemental means. Only strategic nuclear weapons could kill these fantasy peak creatures. As for those myth-tier colossal beings exceeding a kilometer in size, as long as they were not directly hit by a nuclear bomb, they could survive within the strike range thanks to their astonishing defensive and regenerative capabilities. For all of this, the transmigrated humans remained completely unaware. Restoring the technological civilization that existed before the mass transmigration was not without its uses. However, the primary role of firearms remained in maintaining social order among humanity. They also served to repel ordinary beasts that threatened the base cities. Though the underground of this world was rich in magical minerals, many elements essential for manufacturing strategic weapons were scarce. When this world finally regained its pre-transmigration level of civilization and nuclear bombs were tested against mythical tier creatures, humanity would abruptly realize that the only path forward was to rely on their innate talents. They must advance step by step along the path of transcendence, fantasy, and myth. The Starlight-grade resource cards, imbued with the power of laws, far surpassed even the most formidable nuclear weapons of the pre-transmigration era. Zhao Shuaichen wished to discuss the grand development of humanity with Lin Xu. But talking about such lofty matters on his own seemed too abstract and impractical. His true intention was to convey to Lin Xu that the most urgent direction for development was still to build large-scale organizations. Even if Lin Xu had no desire to establish one himself, he could, as an investor and guardian, take control of one or two major factions. And Zhao Shuaichen was precisely the right person to help Lin Xu achieve this. Hearing these words, Lin Xu nodded in agreement. He had no doubt about the capabilities of a man who in his past life had been honored with the title National Scholar. Lin Xu was not adept at forming and developing large organizations. But now he could entrust his weakness to someone who excelled in it. After being bound by the divine contract, Zhao Shuaichen was completely trustworthy. Suddenly a name came to Lin Xu's mind: Su Yuqing. In his past life, the only organization Lin Xu had ever joined was the one founded by Su Yuqing. It was with her help that he had obtained the dragon egg of the sword-horned iguanodon. Thinking of Su Yuqing's fate in his past life, Lin Xu felt both regret and pity. On a grand scale, she was not a top-tier leader. Compared to Wang Qinpei, Zhiqin Lianyue, and Zhang Qingtian, she was undoubtedly far inferior. Yet Su Yuqing was absolutely an exceptional talent in internal affairs. If one were to grade internal governance talent like levels of aptitude, Su Yuqing's ability would be at least SS grade, if not SSS grade. Su Yuqing was one of Lin Xu's earliest friends in his past life. However, her talent was only A grade. The A-grade talent, Secret Herb Gardener, was considered quite excellent among its peers, but it was not a combat-type talent. Lacking sufficient strength, Su Yuqing could not command respect as the leader of a large organization. In many situations, she simply couldn't hold her ground. Moreover, Su Yuqing's luck was exceptionally poor. In order to open a platinum-grade resource chest, she entered an advanced secret realm 3 times. That secret realm was what people called a dimensional rift world. On her third entry into such a world, she met her end in the monster paradise, a peculiar dimensional rift. Although Su Yuqing's luck had always been terrible, had she not died back then the organization she founded, the Qingguang Alliance, would not have disbanded. If it had continued to develop, even if it never became one of the top-tier factions, with Su Yuqing's outstanding internal governance, it would have had little difficulty securing a place among the mid-tier second-class forces. Recalling events from his past life, a look of nostalgia flickered across Lin Xu's face. But he quickly collected himself and said to Zhao Shuaichen, "Awaken, since you have such ideas, go to the regional channel and contact a person named Su Yuqing. She should be just starting to form her organization now." Zhao Shuaichen was slightly taken aback. From the moment Lin Xu had called out the name Jin Long, he had felt as if Lin Xu knew everything. As if Lin Xu himself was a professional with a decryption talent, one that required no cooldown. And now, just as he was bringing up future development directions, Lin Xu directly mentioned a specific person and told him to go make contact, as if Lin Xu had already planned everything out. Boss, contacting others is no problem. But when dealing with those organizations, what are our bottom lines? Lin Xu replied without hesitation, "We choose an organization to be its investor and guardian. We will fulfill our duties to that organization wholeheartedly. In return, the organization must obey and support our decisions 100%. That is the bottom line. As Lin Xu finished speaking, the roar of Jin Long echoed through the courtyard. Since they were all bound by Lin Xu's contract, the roar did not startle Mother Bear, the Terror Crane, Cassowary, or Grim. But the few dire wolves from Grimm's pack that were not contracted to Lin Xu cowered in fear, tucking their tails and lying flat on the ground. Without even stepping into the courtyard to see the juvenile Jin Long, Lin Xu already knew what ability his divine contract modification had bestowed upon the creature. Elemental dualism, the ability to simultaneously master two different types of elemental energy and greatly enhance resistance to those elements. Among the pure-blooded evil dragons, Jin Long was an elemental dragon of the dragon species. The reason elemental dragons were powerful lay in their immense capacity to control and manipulate elemental energy. In the previous battle, the juvenile Jin Long had instinctively spat out undigested fur, bones, and digestive fluids from its stomach. It was not intentionally trying to harm its enemies in that way. Compared to the fur and bones mixed with digestive fluids, the claws and teeth, driven by immense force, were far more lethal. The reason it behaved this way was that this was a combat instinct deeply ingrained in the bloodline of an elemental dragon. Once it stepped into transcendence and mastered an elemental energy, its instinctive spitting of digestive fluids would transform into an elemental torrent. This torrent was also known as the unique dragon breath of an elemental dragon. Under normal circumstances, Jin Long could only master one type of elemental energy and fight with that single element. But the juvenile Jin Long, modified by the divine contract and bestowed with divinity, could now simultaneously master two elemental energies thanks to its elemental dualism ability. Elemental dualism did not merely allow the Jin Long to use an extra element in combat. When two complementary elements were chosen, their combined effect far exceeded the sum of their parts, achieving an effect greater than 1 + 1. For instance, fire and water could trigger a vaporization effect, while fire and ice could trigger a melting effect. Both could amplify fire-based damage. To enhance the Jin Long's future growth, it would be necessary to use elemental solutions. At present, Lin Xu had a spirit beast that could continuously produce fire elemental solutions, the Spark Phoenix. Apart from fire elemental solution, Lin Xu had no other elemental solutions. During the early stages of the universal transmigration, elemental solutions were an extremely rare and difficult resource to obtain. To ensure the steady growth of the Jin Long's strength, Lin Xu would definitely choose fire as one of its two elements. However, compared to the vaporization and melting effects triggered by pairing fire with water or ice, Lin Xu valued the overload effect triggered by fire and lightning more. Under the overload effect, not only was the lightning element's armor-piercing ability enhanced, but fire and lightning would also react to form a fiery explosion, dealing bonus damage. This greatly increased the Jin Long's lethality and raised its potential ceiling. This was far superior to the diffusion effect triggered by fire and wind. Moreover, elemental dualism also enhanced the Jin Long's resistance to the two elements it mastered, due to the dual elemental affinity of his abilities. The Ember Dragon contracted by Lin Xu had greatly enhanced resistance to fire and lightning elements. When the Chinese region eventually merges with other regions, large-scale battles of true significance will emerge. From the perspective of elements, the thermal weapons created by human technology are essentially composed of metal, fire, and lightning elements. The Ember Dragon, having chosen fire and lightning, would be immune to damage from technological weapons. The moment Lin Xu reached the entrance of the main residence, the Ember Dragon could not resist thrusting its massive head through the doorway, letting out a series of whimpers. Its eyes were filled with attachment to Lin Xu, devoid of any trace of ferocity. When Lin Xu reached out to touch its head, the Ember Dragon immediately squinted its eyes in comfort. A series of contented purrs rumbled from its throat. The vibrations from the purrs made Lin Xu's palm tingle. It was just like back in school, when he couldn't memorize English vocabulary, and the teacher struck his palms a dozen times with a steel ruler. Having no masochistic tendencies, Lin Xu quickly withdrew his hand. From now on, I'll call you Lei Yan. You still have injuries, you can rest more on the healing verdant velvet. When hungry, you can forage freely or eat the skinned direwolves in the yard. Originally, these direwolf carcasses were reserved for Jelen, but the thunderstorm had accelerated the spoilage of the corpses. After taming the Ember Dragon last night, Lin Xu also fed a piece of direwolf flesh to the Yohomahua. The direwolves in this area were still coming to Lin Xu's shelter in an endless stream. However, since the Yohomahua had already attracted most of the nearby direwolves on the first day, its second use drew far fewer direwolves than the previous day. But even so, it could still attract 700 or 800 direwolves each day. Jelen alone could not possibly consume them all. Now Jelen's body exceeded 3 meters, with more and more wind element gathering on its teeth and claws. Jelen's control over the wind element had clearly been enhanced through bloodline evolution. When devouring direwolf carcasses, the wind element easily helped Jelen shred the flesh near its mouth. allowing Jellin to suck the direwolf flesh into its stomach. If Jellin were to fight Mother Bear now, the outcome would be about 50-50. But even if one side won, the victor would likely be left with only a breath of life. Mother Bear had already devoured all the human-faced bears in the courtyard. Yet Jellin could still continue to enhance its strength through the homologous devouring aura. In a given environment, there were far fewer human-faced bears than direwolves. After an interval of 1 or 2 days, when Lin Xu's shelter moved to a new environment, using the Yohua Mahua to attract human-faced bears would be effective. Otherwise, it would waste the usage time of the Yohua Mahua. But this did not mean Lin Xu had to contract the beasts that were abundant in the environment. Different creatures had disparities in bloodline and potential. For instance, when both were beasts, a human-faced bear could easily kill a direwolf. Even a single male bear could stand against an entire direwolf family. The moment Jellin and Mother Bear both stepped into Transcendence, Jellin could not defeat Mother Bear. Just as this juvenile Ember Dragon, upon stepping into Transcendence and mastering elemental energy, could easily kill dozens of human-faced bears and direwolves that had just achieved Transcendence. Lei Yin had long coveted the skinned direwolves. The fresh, bloody scent and rich fat of the direwolf carcasses made Lei Yan's stomach growl. While being stroked by Lin Xu, Lei Yan almost failed to hold back its drool. Lei Yan's powerful healing ability required consuming its own energy. It had been ravenous since last night. With Lin Xu's permission, Lei Yan immediately plunged its head into the direwolf body stored under the oil paper. Squinting its eyes, it chewed with pleasure. Soon Lei Yan's belly swelled. Nearly a third of the direwolf carcasses under the oil paper were cleared. Lei Yan was in sheer bliss at that moment. Pure-blooded dragons were always extremely picky, never liking the fur of their prey. If conditions allowed, they would not even want to eat meat or bones, preferring only the organs of the prey. Eating these skinned direwolves gave Lei Yan the sensation of enjoying wolf crunchy, smooth, tender, and full of texture. It made the entire dragon tail wag with joy, producing a series of sonic booms. Like a high-speed spinning propeller, Lin Xu hurriedly reminded Lei Yan not to whip its tail against the newly grown healing verdant velvet. Otherwise, a few tail lashes would shatter the tender velvet. The healing verdant velvet's flexibility could bear Lei Yan's weight, but it lacked strong impact resistance. Lin Xu bought a roll of calibrated measuring tape in the trading zone. He had 2 reinforced puppets measure Lei Yan's size. Lei Yan's body length reached an astonishing 15.1 meters. A creature as massive as Lei Yan was not like Mother Bear or Jellin. It could not easily stay in the courtyard of Lin Xu's shelter. Lin Xu felt that the century-old leafy oak in his yard, though over 20 meters tall, was not suitable as Lei Yan's dragon nest. If Lei Yan climbed onto it, the slender branches would snap immediately. Losing the oak leaves would also hinder the development of the golden ring leafcutter ant queen. Lin Xu thought he should find a way to arrange a dragon nest for Lei Yan in the air above the shelter. There were 2 methods to set up a dragon nest high above the shelter. First, find a high-grade, high-quality plant-type treasure beast that could bear Lei Yan's weight. Second, build a watchtower dozens of meters high using a large amount of metal. Let Lei Yan live on the watchtower, using it as a dragon nest. Compared to the former, the latter was undoubtedly easier to achieve. And even if a suitable plant-type treasure beast for Lei Yan's nest were found later, the watchtower could be recycled as steel. Building a watchtower dozens of meters high with steel would require at least 500 units of steel. That is 5,000 kilograms of steel, 50 tons of steel. If too little steel were used as Lei Yan advanced to Transcendence and its body grew larger, it might collapse the watchtower serving as its nest. Lei Yan currently looked somewhat slender. This was because it had only recently hatched. Once it stepped into Transcendence and grew dragon wings, Lei Yan's muscles would rapidly increase in mass. At the same body length, it would weigh at least 2.5 times its current weight. Such a large order could not be fulfilled by a single professional with the ability to condense steel. Even if they could barely manage, it would take a very long time to deliver to Lin Xu. After much thought, Lin Xu decided to post the order in his trading group. It seemed that everyone in his group except Tang Xingrou had established some form of power, especially Wang Chun and Zhang Qingtian, who had already founded base cities. They had plenty of talents under their command. In Lin Xu's small group, there were only a dozen people, yet the messages were plentiful. A single moment away from checking the group would result in over 99 unread messages. Lin Xu first sketched a simple watchtower design with charcoal. Both the upper platform and the lower support iron columns were marked with specific dimensions. After photographing the design, Lin Xu posted a message in the group. Lin Xu, can anyone make a watchtower? The material requirement is between 5,000 and 5,500 units of iron ore. Settlement can be made in either iron ore or stone. The exchange rate for iron ore was 1 to 1.2, while stone was 1 to 6. If the work was done exceptionally well, an additional silver tier weapon card would be provided as a bonus. Lin Xu rarely posted in the group. No one in the group expected that when he did post, it would be for such a massive order. Just the iron ore requirement alone was between 5,000 and 5,500 units. Over 5,000 units of iron ore equated to more than 26,000 units of stone. Even at present, this was no small amount. Although Lin Xu's offered price matched the market rate, the exchange ratio for other processed iron products to raw iron ore was typically between 1.15 and 1.2. However, constructing a watchtower from iron ore was not like crafting small tools. It required far more effort and time to complete. Moreover, if done well, one could also receive a silver tier weapon. Any silver tier weapon was worth at least over 2,000 units of stone. Fan Pingyuan, Lord Xu, may I ask how long it will take to deliver this watchtower? Upon seeing Fan Pingyuan's message, Lin Xu replied, Lin Xu, ideally it should be delivered today at the latest by tomorrow morning. After seeing Lin Xu's message, Fan Pingyuan abandoned his intention to take on this order. The latest delivery time was only 24 hours away. Currently, he only had 4 professionals with the ability to shape iron ore under his command. Finishing the watchtower within 2 days was already a stretch. Furthermore, he didn't have enough iron ore on hand. He would need to advance his own funds to purchase the iron ore used for constructing the watchtower beforehand. It was unthinkable to ask Lin Xu to pay in advance before the goods were delivered. Not only Fan Pingyuan, but many others in the group also dismissed the idea. Wang Chun, Lord Xu, I'll take your order. I guarantee to build this watchtower to military-grade standards. After sending the message, Wang Chun also shared information about a gold-tier iron ore resource card. Each gold-tier iron ore resource card contained 10,000 units of iron ore. Having spent several days in the group together, everyone had come to understand each other's personalities. Wang Chun did tend to show off. He would share everything he had. While this behavior might seem somewhat exaggerated and childish, everyone in their hearts knew that Wang Chun was actually quite shrewd. Only by continuously demonstrating one's strength could one secure more cooperation opportunities. Additionally, Wang Chun was one of the representatives of the military faction. Even in this fantasy world, cooperating with military forces still provided tremendous security. Zhang Qingtian's message had only been half written and wasn't sent yet. Unexpectedly, Wang Chun had snatched the opportunity first. After a brief consideration, Zhang Qingtian did not delete his half-written message. Instead, he made some modifications and sent it out again. Zhang Qingtian, I can also take this order. I can give up on that silver tier weapon. Lord Xu, I absolutely can deliver this watchtower to you before tomorrow morning. Zhang Qingtian ran the numbers in his head. As more people joined in building the base city together, what was still most lacking was stone. Without the ability for long-distance transportation, stone from afar was difficult to obtain. Only after manufacturing transportation tools would the price of stone plummet. Zhang Qingtian planned to exchange for stone. Completing this order would earn him over 5,000 units of stone. In one day, 8 professionals with the ability to shape iron were earning such a large amount of stone. That was already sufficient. Moreover, reaching this agreement with Lin Xu would undoubtedly strengthen their relationship and provide more opportunities for communication with him. Other members in the group felt somewhat regretful that they could not take on this business from Lin Xu. If they had pushed harder earlier to secure the silver tier prop card group migration, then there would have been a possibility of handling this order. After all, whoever selected these 100 talents would definitely choose at least 20 construction-type talents. Now watching Zhang Qingtian and Wang Chun competing, with Zhang Qingtian voluntarily giving up part of the benefit, it seemed like a bit of malicious competition. Everyone became interested. Wu Wenbin, Zhang Qingtian, that's too unrefined of you. And can your craftsmanship in making this watchtower really reach military-grade standards? Wang Chun saw Wu Wenbin showing up and thought to himself, oh no. Wu Wenbin's nickname, Wu De Tu, was not given for nothing. In previous meetings, once he got heated and his mind went blank, his head would turn into a cannon barrel firing in all directions. Wang Chun, Lord Xu, we definitely have the advantage in craftsmanship and technology. Moreover, I have 23 professionals here who possess the ability to shape iron ore. Some of them I've gathered from nearby settlements. Working together, they can deliver the watchtower to you by 2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon. Wang Chun did not lower his compensation like Zhang Qingtian did. Since this compensation was originally proposed by Lin Xu, malicious bidding would disrupt the group's atmosphere. It was clear this was not what Lin Xu would want to see. Since Lin Xu had expressed wanting to get the watchtower as soon as possible, Wang Chun would deliver it to him as early as possible based on Lin Xu's needs. Lin Xu, brother Wang, do you want iron ore or stone? I'll have the resources ready before afternoon. Lin Xu's statement made it clear he intended to give this order to Wang Chun. Hearing this, Zhang Qingtian had nothing to say, because the people under his command could not possibly complete the watchtower today. Wang Chun's words just now made Zhang Qingtian even more aware that he must gather as many professionals from the area as possible, if it were not for those professionals recruited from this region. Even if Wang Chun could finish today, it would likely not be until evening before delivery could be made. Wang Chun, Lord Xu, I want stone. As for the weapon, give me whatever you see fit. I won't be picky. Lu Ming, it's been a while since the last auction in the group. Lord Xu, when is the next auction scheduled? Xie Qinglin, I think the last auction was only about 3 days ago. Tang Xingro, rather than when the auction will be, I'm more concerned about when new members will join the group. So many people have been asking me to pull strings to get them in. Lord Xu, our group is becoming a legend. Lin Xu replied to his group members' messages. Lin Xu, currently apart from the prop card group migration, other silver tier resource cards are no longer considered rare. Going forward, the minimum standard for auctions in this group will be gold tier resource cards. The next auction will take place within a week, though the exact time is not yet set. Additionally, if any of you have gold tier or higher resource cards, you can list them during the auction as well. A 3% fee will be charged for each resource card transaction. Lin Xu's message once again sent shockwaves through the group chat. The upcoming auction would no longer feature silver tier resource cards. The lowest tier of items up for auction were all gold tier. This was simply too impressive. With the wealth assessment now concluded, everyone had been feeling somewhat relaxed. However, Lin Xu's upcoming trade fair within a week once again instilled a sense of urgency and pressure in everyone. They resolved to earn as much resources as possible within this week, so they could bid for the gold tier resource cards Lin Xu would be offering. Moreover, this announcement from Lin Xu once again revealed his vision and magnitude. Nowadays, many people had formed their own groups, creating small circles centered around themselves. Among Lin Xu's group members, over half had private groups that regularly held auctions and similar activities, allowing members to auction resources or resource cards under their own banners. However, borrowing a group to auction materials or resource cards typically incurred a minimum handling fee of 5, with some pushing it as high as 8 to 10. Yet with such steep fees came the obligation and responsibility of providing guarantees. Despite the high rates, people still preferred selling resources in these groups. This was because members of certain high-end groups possessed considerable purchasing power. On one hand, it became easier to sell niche high-end resources. On the other hand, hot items often fetch prices higher than market value. Given Lin Xu's status and his group members' purchasing power, even a 10 fee wouldn't deter people from offering resource cards for auction. Unexpectedly, Lin Xu had only charged a token 3 fee. This led even those in the group who had formed their own circles to make silent decisions. Henceforth, if anyone wanted to sell high-end resource cards from their inventory, they would bring them to Lin Xu's group for auction. Lin Xu was well aware that his handling fee was exceptionally low. Lin Xu's approach wasn't about turning down profit. Rather, he sought to acquire resources through an alternative method. By setting a lower commission rate, he could attract more group members to auction their high-level resource cards within his group. With more resources being auctioned, Lin Xu's handling fees would naturally increase as well. Moreover, this approach could positively guide the group's atmosphere. Each of these new members represented a powerful faction. Currently, in the early stages of development, group members didn't yet possess excessive high-end resources. But once their factions grew, each person's organization would encompass hundreds of thousands, even millions of professionals. At that point, these individuals would hold diverse high-end resource cards. Having them all auctioned within his own group would also provide Lin Xu with another avenue to obtain various types of resource cards. Although Wen Yin no longer synthesized resource cards by overdraining her spiritual power as before, Wen Yan's daily synthesis count remained substantial. This was because she consistently consumed ingredients above bronze tier while continuously honing her spiritual power through her talent. Wen Yan's card synthesis attempts were steadily increasing each day. The previous day, she had inadvertently produced 1 silver tier weapon card and 1 silver tier crop card among her attempts, along with a gold tier armor card, the light spirit brocade skirt. This piece of gold tier armor could accelerate the wearer's movement speed and enhance their jumping ability. It also allowed the wearer to better sense wind elements in their surroundings and slightly improve their control over wind elements. This armor was well suited for wind attribute range professionals. For range professionals, beyond steadily unleashing skills and dealing damage, they also needed exceptional positioning and evasion capabilities. Due to the light spirit brocade skirt's design, this gold tier armor was more suitable for female professionals to wear. Of course, male professionals with a cross-dressing fetish would likely also be keen on donning this skirt. For resource cards like these that Lin Xu, Wen Yin, and Zhao Shuichen had no use for, it would be better to quickly exchange them for universally accepted currencies, such as stone blocks or steel, in order to acquire other necessary supplies. In addition to her daily normal resource card synthesis, Wen Yin would also utilize the opportunity provided by the pirated rune earrings to have her spiritual power consumption twice. She would use gold tier wood material cards to synthesize platinum tier resource cards. Once she accumulated 8 platinum tier wood material cards, Wen Yin would shorten her card synthesis time by 3 hours that day. Using both opportunities to have her spiritual power consumption, she would synthesize diamond tier resource cards. She was betting on the roughly 7 random luck trigger probability. Over the past few days, various factions should have already set their sights on the secret realms. After discovering how difficult the secret realms were to explore, the prices of gold tier weapons and armor would inevitably rise. In order to obtain gold tier treasure chests over the coming 1 to 2 months, the prices of gold tier weapons and armor would exceed those of some ordinary magical treasures and resource points. Song Yechi. Besides resource cards, can other materials with excellent effects also be auctioned in the group? Lin Xu saw Song Yechi's message and replied, Lin Xu, ordinary materials are difficult to classify into tiers. If you wish to sell them, you can find professionals who have the A-tier card sealing master talent. Have them help convert the resources into resource cards. As long as the converted resource card reaches gold tier or above, it can be auctioned in the group. Hitao. I originally thought I had accumulated quite a lot of resources. But upon hearing that Su Shun was going to sell gold tier resource cards, I suddenly felt poor. I'm really looking forward to the next auction. Lu Ming. Su Shun, you should give us advance notice of the auction time in the group, right? I'm afraid if I go explore secret realms, I'll miss the auction time. Xiecheng. Su Shun, when we auction resource cards in the group, you only charge a 3 handling fee. Isn't that a bit too little? From what I understand, the handling fee for auctioning resources has generally reached over 5 now. Xiecheng knew that sending this message might cause dissatisfaction among some group members. But he was worried Lin Xu didn't understand the situation regarding this matter and might suffer a loss. Qin Lianyue. I built a group myself to sell various high-grade crops. Currently, there are over 200 people in the group. When others sell high-grade crops in my group, I charge an 8 handling fee. Tang Xingro. Today, I discovered someone was reselling the secret puppets I manufactured. This middleman marked up the price by 15 and sold them all. Auctioning gold tier resource cards for only a 3 handling fee is indeed a bit too low. After Xie Qinglin, Qin Lianyue, and Tang Xingro finished speaking, Pei Ji and others also voiced their opinions. Lin Xu could feel the goodwill the three were showing him. However, Lin Xu had no intention of increasing the handling fee commission rate. Lin Xu. Everyone can simply auction more high-tier resource cards in the group from now on. It just means earning a bit less, not actually losing money out of pocket. 3% it is. Just a reminder, without transcendent tier combat power, you can at most explore the edge areas of secret realms. If you venture more than 2,000 meters deep from the entrance, there's a high probability you could die. Rather than allowing the elites of the Huaxiao region to pay the price of exploring the mysterious realm and perish within it, Lin Xu felt it necessary to issue a warning first. After his warning, although the others would still enter the mysterious realm to explore as usual, at least they would be mentally prepared. Once Lin Xu had shared the information about the mysterious realm, Wang Chun also took the initiative to speak. Wang Chun, I will also publish some military investigation findings on the mysterious realm in the group chat. A single mysterious realm can accommodate at most 5 people entering simultaneously. Near the gold tier resource chests, there are usually 1 or 2 transcendent rank creatures guarding them. Without transcendent rank strength, it is indeed very difficult to open a gold tier resource chest. Moreover, experiments have shown that creatures in the mysterious realm cannot be tamed or contracted by professionals. However, many plants and materials produced by the mysterious realm's creatures hold great value. After Lin Xu and Wang Chun respectively shared information about the mysterious realm, the topic shifted to the mysterious realm itself. When Lin Xu returned to the main residence, he discovered that Zhao Shuaichen had already changed into the clothes made in the twin wardrobe. Compared to the outfits of Lin Xu and Wan Yin, Zhao Shuaichen's custom-made attire appeared somewhat flamboyant. The entire garment was pure white, embodying the quintessential New Wasteland artistic style. It was adorned with numerous white fabric strips full of artistic flair. The tip of each white fabric strip was embellished with a row of 4 to 5 centimeter yellow crystal tassels. Over this outfit, he wore a wide cloak with a large hood. What made Lin Xu almost unable to bear looking was that the cloak was embroidered with golden silk threads forming the 4 characters, Su Shun is awesome. Wan Yin, who was sorting resource cards on the stone table, watched Lin Xu's expression as he stared at the cloak, cracking up. She couldn't help but stifle a laugh with her hand. Zhao Shuaichen, on the other hand, didn't see anything wrong with the cloak. Compared to the outfit he wore, Zhao Shuaichen actually preferred this cloak. Lin Xu couldn't help but clear his throat and said to Zhao Shuaichen, "Don't wear this cloak anymore. If you insist on wearing it, have the twin elves change the embroidered words on the back." Zhao Shuaichen, if he wore this cloak, Lin Xu dared not imagine the scene when he took Zhao Shuaichen out in the future. This scene bore a strong resemblance to those in past life films where a group of lackeys surrounded Ding Chuanxiu shouting, "The star-sucking old monster's power is boundless." Zhao Shuaichen pondered for a long time, but couldn't find anything wrong with the cloak. "I really like this cloak, Su Shun. I'll just keep it in my room and use it as a blanket. Otherwise, wearing this cloak out would make me look a bit bulky." I'll go to the regional channel now and contact Su Yuqing whom you mentioned yesterday. By the afternoon, Wang Chun promptly sent the watchtower to Lin Xu. However, it was not the watchtower itself that was transmitted, but the watchtower sealed within a resource card. The watchtower, made from 5430 units of steel, was transformed into a silver-tier resource card named Exquisite Watchtower. Wang Chun had a professional with the A-rank talent card sealing master under his command, which made transporting large items much more convenient. If he encountered a professional with the card sealing master talent in the future, Lin Xu had the idea of recruiting one. Many A-rank talents had no superior alternative. Card sealing master was precisely an A-rank talent without a superior alternative. Lin Xu used the resource card containing the watchtower within his shelter's courtyard. The watchtower, with its sharp-angled bottom, pierced vertically into the soil of the shelter's courtyard. Lin Xu shouted for Lei Yin. Although Lei Yin couldn't fly at the moment, he had excellent climbing abilities. Agile Lei Yin scurried up to the top of the 40-meter-high watchtower in just a few bounds. On the platform, he jumped vigorously twice. The tip of the watchtower had been driven 5 meters deep into the ground beneath the shelter. Lei Yin stood upright on the top platform and let out a high-pitched dragon roar. The roar traveled far and wide, startling the birds hiding from the rain in the distant treetops, causing them to take flight and circle in the sky, unwilling to land for a long time. A hidden dragon surging from the abyss, its scales and claws soaring. A truly imposing sight. If before, Lin Xu as a reincarnator had always been one step ahead of others in resource acquisition, now having contracted Lei Yin, a cinder dragon, Lin Xu had finally taken a major lead in strength as well. Having just devoured the corpses of those dire wolves, the two large bumps on Lei Yin's shoulders had grown even larger. Lin Xu heard from Zhao Shuaichen that when they first discovered Lei Yin, it was nighttime and they couldn't see his appearance clearly. Therefore, they didn't know if there were bumps on Lei Yin's back. A juvenile cinder dragon's wing-spreading period lasts about a month. Judging by the size of the bumps on Lei Yin's back, it seemed that he could spread his wings at any moment within a day or two. By then, Lin Xu would truly wield transcendent rank combat power. Once Lei Yin's strength ascended to transcendent rank, and he mastered fire elemental energy through fire element potions, Lin Xu could use the alluring demon flower to attract the Kongzhao crane camel, thereby enhancing the strength of his contracted Kongzhao crane camel. Seeing Lei Yin roaring endlessly on the watchtower, Lin Xu couldn't help but shout, "Lei Yin, stop roaring. Pull down the 3 handles on the watchtower." Lei Yin, being very intelligent, easily pulled down the first 2 handles with his dragon claws. After pulling down the first handle, a tall, lightning rod rose from the watchtower. After pulling down the second handle at a position 4 to 5 meters above the ground, several horizontal poles extended out to assist the watchtower in maintaining an upright stance. The third handle was difficult even for Lei Yin to pull. Lei Yin let out a dragon roar and completely pulled down the handle. Then the sharp tip of the watchtower that had been driven into the ground extended many wedge-shaped long spikes, helping the watchtower firmly anchor itself into the soil. This was the exquisite craftsmanship Wang Chun had mentioned, achievable using only steel as a forging material. If they had sought an ordinary professional with the ability to shape steel to build the watchtower, they probably wouldn't even know how to make a lightning rod. Lei Yin would autonomously search for materials in the natural environment to build his own dragon nest. Lin Xu stopped paying attention to Lei Yin and instead, through the pre-drilled hole beneath the lush oak tree, fed the newly received ant queens to his contracted golden leafcutter ant queen. At this moment, Lin Xu had not yet seen the offspring of this golden ring leafcutter ant queen. However, given the excellent reproductive ability of the golden ring leafcutter ant queen, there should already be many ant offspring hatching underground. By tomorrow or the day after, a team of fused ants produced through the ability of the golden ring leafcutter ant queen's offspring fusion would be able to go out and help transport supplies. By evening, the cooldown time for contracting non-living entities ended. Lin Xu directly used the divine contract modification to contract the pure water spring. After Lin Xu used the divine contract to transform the purified water spring, the shallow wellhead became increasingly deep. Originally, the depth of the purified water spring was less than 1 meter. Lin Xu could bend down and reach the bottom of the well. But now the well seemed to have become a bottomless pit. When Lin Xu leaned over the wellhead to look down, he suddenly sensed a spiritual fluctuation emanating from the purified water spring that he had contracted and transformed. The moment Lin Xu's spiritual energy connected with this fluctuation, he saw a vast underground world. This underground world was exceptionally wide, roughly the size of a football field. In terms of depth, it was about 10 meters. This underground space was clearly related to the spring realm, an ability gained after the purified water spring was endowed with divinity. Spring realm opens a spring space within the spring, which possesses a certain water purification function. It can gradually transform water introduced from natural sources to match the purity of its own produced water and imbue it with effects. Objects with spatial abilities are extremely rare. For example, the golden question mark chest that Lin Xu opened at the beginning, which offered a 3-choice selection that included the ant nest pendant. That was a treasure with spatial abilities. However, compared to the spring space of the purified water spring, the space inside the ant nest pendant was undoubtedly much smaller. The accumulated spring water from before had not even fully moistened the bottom of this spring space. However, the spring realm ability could purify introduced natural water bodies. Lin Xu didn't need to do anything at the moment. The continuous rain that had fallen for a week alone would be enough to fill the spring space. Although the entrance to the spring space was small and the amount of rainwater coming in was not large, once the healing spirit velvet climbed onto the wall of the purified water spring. The healing spirit velvet could channel all the rainwater falling in the shelter's courtyard into the spring space. Then it would only be necessary to rely on the purified water spring's purification ability to cleanse that rainwater. Generally, spatial abilities improve in tandem with the quality of the item or resource point. Lin Xu was curious if he could upgrade the purified water spring from silver to gold level. Would the area of the spring space expand as the purified water spring's rank increased? Following the guidance of the spring-seeking rain frog, Lin Xu directed his shelter toward a nearby spring. The rain grew heavier, and the professionals had shifted from initial delight to some concern. Especially in the area where Lin Xu was located, many places had already shown signs of flooding. Fortunately, a large portion of professionals had already upgraded their shelters to level 2. Those with level 1 shelters could barely survive as long as they weren't in the path of the flood. If they were on the flood's path, those level 1 shelters would be directly washed away. In recent days, the calls of the spring-seeking rain frog had grown louder. It chirped almost non-stop. Soon Lin Xu's shelter arrived at a spring location. After arriving above the spring, Lin Xu retracted the stone vine and descended directly. The purified water spring, using its homologous devouring aura, immediately absorbed this spring. After about an hour, the absorbed spring disappeared directly from this world. Inside the spring space of the purified water spring, not only had a lot of water appeared, but the daily output of spring water also increased from the original 100 liters to 175 liters. The water output had nearly doubled. Lin Xu remembered that in his past life this area had suffered the most severe flooding. Coupled with the continuous chirping of the spring-seeking rain frog, it indicated that there must be a large concentration of springs nearby. Back in the main house, Lin Xu dried the rain with a towel and said to Zhao Shuaichen, "I can use your ability to help me investigate which area has the most springs." Zhao Shuaichen quickly replied, "Boss, to investigate the spring, I need to have my hand touch the spring itself. I estimate that with my talent, the cooldown for investigating this kind of issue won't exceed 2 days." The shelter moved for less than half an hour before arriving at another spring location. Lin Xu bought 2 umbrellas from the trading area, and holding them went with Zhao Shuaichen to the newly discovered spring. Zhao Shuaichen dipped his uninjured hand into the spring and activated his talent deep analysis. After a moment, Zhao Shuaichen raised his head, pointed to the left front, and said, "Boss, about 50 kilometers away there are hundreds of springs converging." Lin Xu's face lit up with joy. With so many springs gathered together, no wonder the 7-day continuous rainstorm had triggered such a massive flood. A distance of 50 kilometers was not far. With the shelter's current speed at full throttle, they could arrive in just over 2 hours. Then, by using these springs, not only could the purified water spring's level be raised, but eliminating these springs could also reduce the strength of the flood. "Awaken, how long is the cooldown?" Zhao Shuaichen replied somewhat awkwardly, "Boss, the cooldown is 2 days, 7 hours, and 43 minutes. He had just said the cooldown wouldn't exceed 2 days. Talk about being proven wrong instantly. Lin Xu reached out and patted Zhao Shuaichen's shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. Having a highly talented deciphering-type professional by his side was immensely beneficial. If not for Zhao Shuaichen's help in locating the spring convergence, Lin Xu would have found it difficult to locate this place with only the spring-seeking rain frog. Unless he was willing to use the divine contract to modify and contract a non-combat spring-seeking rain frog. After the shelter was upgraded to level 2, although it didn't develop sentience, it could follow Lin Xu's instructions and perform semi-automated actions. Finding a spring, stopping to wait for the purified water spring to absorb the discovered spring, and then resuming travel. This was something it could do. After dinner, Zhao Shuaichen said to Lin Xu, "Boss, in this area there is more than one professional named Su Yuqing. According to the age you mentioned, only one Su Yuqing fits the criteria. She has established a faction called the Qingguang Alliance, which now has 215 members. Nearly half of them are professionals with children. I talked with her a lot today. What the Qingguang Alliance needs most right now is food. With the continuous rain these days, most of their professionals have lost the ability to go out and gather. The food they had stored is basically all gone. Su Yuqing proposed that as long as we provide food, she would be willing to bring the Qingguang Alliance to join us. I didn't reveal any information about you, boss, during our conversation. Would you like to talk to her yourself? Lin Xu was well aware of how bitterly difficult the early days of the Qin-Guang alliance had been. In his past life, it was only after this relentless downpour that he had joined the alliance. Lin Xu had once heard Su Yuqing recount how the seven-day deluge had claimed nearly half of the Qin-Guang alliance's members who perished from starvation. When Su Yuqing discovered several female professional hunters who had died of hunger. These women had either bitten through their own wrists or severed their fingers pressing their wounds against their children's mouths. With their last breaths, they fulfilled the duty of sustaining life. Lin Xu had witnessed such scenes numerous times in his past life. When it came to food, Lin Xu was unlike Qin Lianyue, who could produce various high-end ingredients. The best food for survival was the meat of the spotted deer. Though unpalatable, the meat was no less nutritious. In his past life, Lin Xu had eaten nothing but spotted deer meat for over a month. Despite feeling nauseous with every bite, his body grew steadily stronger. Shaking off the wistful expression in his eyes, Lin Xu said to Zhao Shuaichen, "Chen, send me her contact. I'll talk to her." Rain fell like pearls hammering against the waterlogged courtyard, producing a sound like distant drums. A woman clad in a tattered dark blue Chanel-style suit gazed out at the rain, lost in thought. Periodically, a rumbling sound echoed from her hollow belly. She possessed classic striking features, her facial proportions bold and commanding. Yet dark circles and a furrowed brow of despair made her once vivid beauty appear gaunt and haggard. Just then a voice whispered beside her ear, "Sister Qing, this rain shows no signs of stopping anytime soon. The floodwater at the courtyard entrance has already reached our calves." Brother He and the others were ambushed by a crocodile-like monster while scouting for food. Fortunately, the monster wasn't large enough to cause any casualties. Unfortunately, we failed to take it down either. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing drew a deep breath and spoke in a low tone. "Last night we distributed only a third of our stored grain. Today, distribute another half of what remains. Even if we can't fill every stomach, we must at least stave off starvation." Standing beside Su Yuqing, a short-haired woman weighed her words carefully. "Sister Qing, the grain we've been distributing is essentially all we had saved. Judging by this weather, clear skies are impossible tomorrow. If we keep distributing, we'll run out the day after. Don't you think we should make alternative arrangements?" With that, the short-haired woman couldn't help but sigh. If the temperature hadn't dropped so severely, those purple-spotted mushrooms would still be edible. We wouldn't be facing such desperation for basic sustenance. Su Yuqing responded with unwavering resolve. "Awaken, since they were willing to abandon their shelters and trek so far to follow us. Out of nothing but trust, we cannot abandon them. If we withhold the stored grain, those dozens of sisters still nursing their infants will struggle to produce milk. Tomorrow, I will organize a team to venture out and gather resources. Even if all we can find are berries and tree bark, we will endure. Once this rain clears, everything will be all right." Thanks to Savior Su making that anti-inflammatory pollen public, Han Zai's thigh wound, where he had been soaking in rain for over an hour after being bitten, hasn't progressed beyond a fever. Seeing Su Yuqing's resolute expression, Zhu Qing gritted his teeth and said, "Sister Qing, I'll distribute half of our remaining grain as you've ordered. Fortunately, none of those who joined us are troublemakers. If there were those unable to fight, would likely be rounded up and treated as emergency rations." At this, Zhu Qin shivered involuntarily. Su Yuqing remained silent, but deeply agreed with Zhu Qin's words. Indeed, the people who had gathered under her banner generally possessed good character. Including Han Zai and the other combat-capable professionals, they were willing to take on the responsibility of scouting for supplies. Yet Su Yuqing never trusted human nature blindly. If the food crisis dragged on, someone starved into desperation. Even a kind-hearted person might cross the line within their heart, breaking every moral boundary in pursuit of survival. Su Yuqing couldn't help but think of the person who had been contacting her throughout the afternoon. According to Zhao Shuaichen's wealth tier border, his wealth ranking fell between the 1 millionth and 100 millionth positions. Zhao Shuaichen's wealth ranking was comparable to her own. Yet she herself was barely surviving, unable to sustain even a faction of over 200 people. In such a devastating storm, Su Yuqing did not believe Zhao Shuaichen could provide her with grain. Firstly, she doubted he had such abundant reserves. Secondly, she felt there was no such thing as unprovoked help in this world. When the Qin-Guang Alliance recruited members, it placed no emphasis on strength or talent. There were very few elderly people among them. Those over 60 with pre-existing conditions rarely survived the first 5 days. Yet nearly half of the Qin-Guang Alliance consisted of fathers or mothers who had come seeking survival with their children. A group as weak, sick, and disabled as the Qin-Guang Alliance could hardly be expected to demonstrate any valuable potential. Even if Zhao Shuaichen had grain, the Qin-Guang Alliance was hardly worth his investment. Though Su Yuqing suspected with high probability that Zhao Shuaichen was simply messaging her out of boredom during this storm, seeking amusement. A sliver of hope still lingered in Su Yuqing's heart. What if it were all true? Just as Zhu can prepare to distribute the grain Su Yuqing had stockpiled. Within a second-tier shelter not far from Su Yuqing's refuge, over a dozen bloodied men were tending to their wounds while conversing. Brother, you're the strongest among us with an A-grade talent. Why should the resources we barely manage to scavenge from the outside be distributed to others, eh? Exactly, brother. We're all injured, and our bellies remain empty. Even with that anti-inflammatory pollen treating our wounds, many of us won't survive without energy from proper food. Leaning against the table, the man standing at a towering 1.85 m, his expression profoundly composed, struck the tabletop twice with his hand upon hearing this. Dongzi, keep your mouth shut at a time like this. What good does complaining do? You were cursing under your breath last night too. I know perfectly well what happened. You gave half of the grain Sister Qing allotted to you over to those professional hunters with little combat ability. We've all been transported to this fantasy world, separated from our families. We don't even know if our families are alive or dead. We who are left have become brothers and sisters upon whom we can rely. If Sister Qing hadn't saved me back then, I would be dead already. My talent allows my injuries to heal quickly. Tomorrow morning, I'll lead those still able to move and scout outside. I'll see if I can use this bronze tier bow to bring down 2 spotted deer. Such dumb deer aren't particularly alert. If we succeed, it will resolve a tremendous crisis. Han Zish's eyes gleamed as he spoke these words. Before his transmigration, he had been a border guard who retired due to injuries. One arm and one leg had been severely wounded by shrapnel during an operation. After transmigrating, thanks to his awakened talent, the injuries on his hand and leg healed completely. Han Zish always felt that now that he had regained his health, he ought to do something. Just then he received an email from Zhu Kan. A pile of supplies appeared before Han Zish. Among them were 2 haunches of yellow-spotted deer. When they first ate yellow-spotted deer, everyone had gone days without any meat. Though the meat of the yellow-spotted deer was foul and tough, making one want to vomit after eating it, both their stomachs and bodies felt surprisingly comfortable. Perhaps because they could no longer eat the purple-spotted red mushrooms, and over the past 2 days they had consumed too many of those sour bitterberries and tree bark. Now seeing these 2 haunches of yellow-spotted deer, over half of the dozen or so men in the room had their stomachs growling loudly. Almost simultaneously they began swallowing their overflowing saliva frantically. We're all injured. Sister Qing brought these 2 deer legs today to reward us. Tomorrow we must strive to hunt down 2 yellow-spotted deer. Dongzi, you're the least injured among us. Tonight's meal is on you. Soon a pot of venison soup was cooked. Given the appetites of the dozen men in the room, the food Su Yuqing had distributed could barely fill their stomachs. Yet after everyone had finished eating, half of the venison soup remained. Many chunks of meat in the pot remained untouched. Han Zish couldn't help but say, "Aren't you all starving? Why are you eating so little? You're the most severely injured. Eat more meat to replenish the blood you lost today." The taciturn man, named Ada, upon hearing this reached up and scratched his head. "Brother, I'm full. My kid was nursed by Sister Ping. I want to leave a piece of venison for her." Han Zish then turned to Wang Dong and asked, "Dongzi, weren't you complaining about not having enough to eat? Now you're not eating much either." Wang Dong finished the last spoonful of soup in his bowl, then reluctantly tore his gaze away from the pot of venison. "L8. Eating too much isn't good. Brothers, those who aren't full eat quickly. If everyone is full, then share this pot of soup with the others in the alliance. I put several kinds of spices in the soup today. Let them taste my craftsmanship." Su Yuqing knew very well that in recent days the search for supplies outside had mainly relied on the group of combat-talented professionals led by Han Zish. She felt that communicating with Han Zish through the communication trader was not formal enough. It was also to appease the group's emotions. As dusk fell, Su Yuqing braved the rain and walked through the night to Han Zish's shelter. Hearing the conversation from outside the door, Su Yuqing felt a warm current surge in her eyes. A weary smile bloomed on her face like a ginseng flower. With such a group of people, the Qingguang Alliance had no reason to fail to persevere. Hearing these words, Su Yuqing felt she no longer needed to appear. Her presence would only disrupt the atmosphere inside. She had just returned to her own shelter and hadn't even dried off the rain. Su Yuqing received a message from Zhao Shuaichen. "Zhao Shuaichen, I'm working for someone. My boss wants to talk to you. I've shared your contact with my boss." Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing, not caring whether Zhao Shuaichen was joking, quickly opened her friend request list. She had always been meticulous about checking her friend requests. At the moment, there were only 2 unread requests. When she saw the top name, Su Yuqing almost thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. Lin Xu. God Su. Was the boss Zhao Shuaichen mentioned really God Su? The dazzling border of light and shadow left no room for doubt. The border of the top 10 wealthiest in the Chinese region. Every time it appeared in the World Channel, it stirred awe. Now such a border actually appeared in her friend request list. If Lin Xu was going to protect the Qingguang Alliance, the Qingguang Alliance would surely survive this storm. As she accepted Lin Xu's friend request, Su Yuqing felt not only joy and excitement. At the same time she pondered while Lin Xu sheltered the Qingguang alliance what could her alliance do for Lin Xu in return. Right after accepting the friend request, Su Yuqing proactively sent Lin Xu a message. Su Yuqing, hello God Su. My name is Su Yuqing. I am immensely grateful that you chose the Qingguang alliance. After sending the message, Su Yuqing thought to herself, did sending that message make me look foolish? All professionals in the Chinese region were real name verified on the communication channel. Lin Xu had added her himself, of course he knew who Su Yuqing was. Holding the communication trader, Su Yuqing stared at the interface with Lin Xu, agonizing deeply. She typed and retyped, deleted and rewrote. But she still didn't know what else to say to Lin Xu. She couldn't possibly ask for food directly, even though she desperately wanted to. Lin Xu, upon seeing Su Yuqing's message, couldn't help but think of his past life. Su Yuqing had been one of the few friends he had. He figured that by now Han Zish, Su Kan Wang Dong, and Li Wendy should still be alive and well. Seeing the words, the other party is typing on the chat interface with Su Yuqing, Lin Xu smiled knowingly. Lin Xu, how many people are in the Qingguang alliance now? Su Yuqing was still agonizing over what to send. Seeing Lin Xu's message, she quickly replied. Su Yuqing, God Su, our Qingguang alliance currently has 283 people. If you hadn't revealed the news about the pollen that can be used as an antibiotic, the alliance would now have only about 240 people. After learning the current situation of the Qingguang alliance, Lin Xu didn't beat around the bush. Lin Xu, in this weather, feeding 283 people must be a huge challenge. Tomorrow morning I'll provide you with a large batch of food. Don't worry about sustenance any longer. You need to gather as many professionals from the area as possible. Given the weather conditions, floods should come soon. Try to get the professionals to take shelter in level 2 shelters to ensure their safety. Su Yuqing had never known how to bring up the most critical issue, food. If she mentioned it, it would be like asking for supplies directly. But she never expected Lin Xu to steer the conversation there himself. Without her having to ask, he promised that she need not worry about their basic needs. He even told her to gather more people. This meant that the food Lin Xu would provide was enough, not only to feed the current 283 members of the Qingguang alliance, but also to allow the alliance to recruit more members. Since transmigrating to this world, she had saved many people and struggled to support an alliance that, while not strong, offered a place of refuge. She would rather go hungry herself than let anyone in the alliance starve. Su Yuqing, who had always been strong, read Lin Xu's message. For some reason her eyes reddened, and a few hot tears rolled down. Fortunately, Zhu Kan wasn't around to see her in such a disheveled state. Su Yuqing wiped her tears, forcefully sniffled. She replied with utmost seriousness. Su Yuqing, God Su, 1,000 thanks. I had previously told Zhao Shuaichen that as long as you can provide food for the Qingguang alliance, I am willing to lead the Qingguang alliance to submit and pledge allegiance. I wonder what you need the Qingguang alliance to do. The tasks you assign our Qingguang alliance will certainly not let you down. Su Yuqing's words truly caught Lin Xu's attention. At present, the Qingguang alliance could not do much for Lin Xu. It would have to wait until the Qingguang alliance truly developed before it could bring him some benefits. However, in this life, not everything one does must be for profit. After rebirth, his close friends under his protection were able to survive in this vast fantasy world. This just happened to make up for some of Lin Xu's regrets from his past life. Lin Xu, now you don't need to worry about that much, just focus on developing the Qingguang alliance. Zhao Shuaichen will join the Qingguang alliance and act on my behalf to coordinate with you. If the Qingguang alliance has any needs, you can find him or me. Su Yuqing saw the message from Lin Xu and felt a sense of unreality. What Lin Xu asked her to do was simply to try her best to develop the Qingguang alliance. It was equivalent to giving her food for nothing. At the moment, Su Yuqing had not yet received the food provided by Lin Xu, but she already felt unworthy of it. Su Yuqing, God Su, can I tell the others in the alliance that you are protecting the Qingguang alliance? After a while, Su Yuqing received Lin Xu's reply. Lin Xu, of course. Sister Qing, you are the leader, so naturally you must give confidence to the others in the alliance. Lin Xu's reply greatly boosted Su Yuqing's spirits. At the same time, Lin Xu's address to her gave Su Yuqing a strange feeling. Everyone in the Qingguang alliance called her Sister Qing. Su Yuqing didn't find anything wrong with that. But the top-ranked God Su calling her Sister Qing, was that appropriate? This form of address gave Su Yuqing a feeling that even though she had never met Lin Xu in person, it seemed as if Lin Xu was already very familiar with her. As soon as the communication with Lin Xu ended, Zhu Kan came to Su Yuqing's room. Sister Qing, I have distributed all the food. I heard that the food given to brother He and the others, they only ate half of it. At this rate, tomorrow they won't have the strength to go out and search for supplies. Moreover, several elderly people have already refused the food I distributed. What do you think we should do? Hearing this, Su Yuqing looked at Zhu Kan with bright eyes. Zhu Kan, seeing the sparkle in Su Yuqing's eyes, couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. I can distribute all the food tonight and let everyone have a full meal. After dinner assemble everyone in the group chat. I have something to say. Hearing this, Zhu Kan's heart instinctively tightened, and he couldn't help saying, Sister Qing, this isn't the last supper, is it? Everyone will start dividing the luggage after eating. Su Yuqing gave Zhu Kan an exasperated glare. Nonsense, I've already solved the food problem. Later, after everyone has eaten and gathered in the group, I will announce it. In truth, being able to obtain more food was a good thing for everyone in the Qingguang Alliance. However, after receiving the food, the members of the Qingguang Alliance were all somewhat uneasy. They did not choose to eat the food immediately. Instead, they waited early in the group, eager to know what Su Yuqing was going to say. Su Yuqing, everyone do a roll call. I want to see if everyone is here. Su Yuqing 1. Wang Dong 2. Han Zai 3. The roll call of 283 people was quickly completed. Even the few female professionals responsible for taking care of the children were constantly paying attention to the messages in the Qingguang Alliance group. After everyone finished reporting, Su Yuqing said, Su Yuqing, the reason I distributed all the stored food today is that I have found a way to solve the food and clothing problem. As soon as Su Yuqing's message was sent, Wang Dong couldn't help but say in the group, Wang Dong's sister Qing, now it's hard for us to catch prey outside during the day. The berries have been soaked by the rain and rotted. The outer bark is waterlogged, making it even harder to peel than before. Tomorrow, brother, he and I will go out and try our best to catch a few yellow-spotted deer. Everyone can hold on, maybe the rain will stop tomorrow. Han Zai saw the message from Su Yuqing but did not reply in the group. He instinctively felt that Su Yuqing might think the burden of supporting the Qingguang Alliance was too heavy and had come up with the idea of disbanding the alliance. Otherwise, Han Zai really couldn't think of how Su Yuqing, who lacked combat abilities, could obtain a large amount of resources. Previously, Han Zai had secretly sought help from the forces formed by the military and government. But no matter which force, they were all too busy dealing with their own problems. They simply didn't have the ability to spare more resources for other factions. If this was Su Yuqing's choice, Han Zai was willing to respect her decision. Because even his own ability to withstand pressure might not be stronger than Su Yuqing's. Looking at the messages from the group, Su Yuqing didn't expect so many people to react to her words. They instinctively had the same thought as Zhu Kan. Su Yuqing did not let this emotion spread in the group. Su Yuqing, you all must know that God Su is in our area. God Su contacted me voluntarily and said he will provide us with food tomorrow morning. After sending this message, Su Yuqing directly posted part of her chat record with Lin Xu in the group. The communication device did not have a Photoshop function. Moreover, the wealth border of the person chatting with Su Yuqing could not be faked. The group immediately erupted in cheers. All negative emotions vanished at that moment. They were replaced by boundless hope. Wu Chunping, God Su is so kind, he actually took the initiative to provide us with food. Li Wendy, we are so lucky to have been transported to the same region as God Su. Han Zai, it looks like this rain will last at least a few more days. God Su has saved our lives. Han Zai rarely sent messages in the group. Previously, whenever someone mentioned the heavy rain, Han Zai would always say it would stop soon to reassure everyone. Now that the food problem was solved, Han Zai for the first time expressed his true view on the rain. Wang Dong, I won't say much more. God Su is awesome. Thank God Su. After Wang Dong's words, the group immediately started a chain of replies, almost like the roll call earlier. After the members of the Qingguang Alliance had vented their joy of surviving, Su Yuqing said. Su Yuqing, God Su said this rain is very likely to cause a great flood. He suggested that the professionals in level 1 shelters should try to take shelter in level 2 shelters. The 17 shelters we kept have all been upgraded to level 2. Starting tomorrow, we will recruit many new members in the regional channel to expand the Qingguang Alliance's numbers. The shelters we abandoned in the outer areas must be retaken and upgraded to level 2 to accommodate the newcomers. Tomorrow, once God Su sends the food, I will distribute it according to the quantity. Many of you are injured. Starting tomorrow, focus on recovering quickly. Everyone in the Qingguang Alliance was revitalized in this rainy night, turning the cold rain into a warm one. The female professionals nursing their children no longer wore worried and fearful expressions. Looking at the children in their arms, their faces were full of tenderness and hope. Lin Xu in the shelter was examining with Zhao Shuaichen the 2 gold-level resource cards that Wen Yin had newly acquired that night. The 2 gold-tier resource cards Wen Yin had drawn were a weapon card and a resource point card. Since she began combining cards, this was the first time she had successfully drawn a resource point. This gold-tier resource point was called the Glowing Sand Iron Mine. Glowing Sand Iron Mine, a microvein that continuously produces glowing sand iron, yielding a stable output of 50 units of glowing sand iron per day. The Glowing Sand Iron Mine was a resource point that could stably produce 50 units of glowing sand iron daily. Glowing sand iron was a special type of steel that could be used directly as steel when upgrading the shelter. However, in the market, glowing sand iron used for forging weapons was far more expensive than ordinary steel. 1 unit of glowing sand iron could easily be exchanged for 5 units of steel. In other words, this gold-tier resource point, the glowing sand iron mine, produced an equivalent of 250 units of steel per day. Converted into stone blocks, it was currently worth 1250 units of stone. With such stable daily output, that meant 7500 units of steel, or 37500 units of stone blocks per month. From a long-term perspective, this was a substantial amount of resources. A resource point like the glowing sand iron mine would greatly benefit Lin Xu in the next wealth ranking. The other gold-tier weapon card was called the Obsidian Chainmail. Obsidian chainmail armor forged from dark obsidian and interlocking iron chains, offering a certain resistance to curse-type abilities and slightly enhancing the wearer's strength. From the name alone, it was clear this was a piece of protective gear suited for close combat strength-type professionals. Not only did it provide resistance against curse-type abilities, but it also boosted the wearer's strength. Both the Obsidian Chainmail, a gold-tier defensive item, and the Lion-Headed Heavy Hammer, a gold-tier weapon Lin Xu had previously given to Xiecheng Lin, had the effect of amplifying strength. This Obsidian Chainmail was clearly more suitable for Xiecheng Lin than armor, like the Ghost Lizard leather armor, which was designed for assassins and scouts. Wen Yin had long grown accustomed to the fact that her card combinations would sometimes produce cards of other types. But Zhao Shuaichen, standing by, was greatly astonished. He had witnessed the entire process as Wen Yin produced these two different types of gold resource cards. Zhao Shuaichen rubbed his left eye more than once, repeatedly using the true sight eye to examine Wen Yan's talent. From the description of Wen Yan's talent provided by the true sight eye, there was no indication that she had the ability to combine cards of different types. Could it be that the true sight eye, a bronze-tier artifact, was simply too low level? Just as Zhao Shuaichen was questioning his own existence, Wen Yin spoke to him. "You're not mistaken about my talent. The boss also equipped me with the true sight eye. After being contracted by the boss, I gained a new ability. This ability gives me pleasant surprises when combining cards. Once you're contracted by the boss too, you'll understand how it works." Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhao looked at Lin Xu with hopeful eyes. "Boss, you contracted the Ember Dragon today. Tomorrow it should be my turn, right?" Lin Xu nodded. "That's right. But if you're not in a hurry, I could consider contracting Wind-Drunken Calamus first." Lin Xu had long been interested in contracting Wind-Drunken Calamus, a plant with special effects. Previously, when Wen Yin combined cards, she had produced 4 Wind-Drunken Calamus cards. Recently, Lin Xu had also purchased several dozen Wind-Drunken Calamus cards from the trading zone. At the moment, a black iron-tier rare beast like Wind-Drunken Calamus could be bought for as little as 70 or 80 stone blocks. Zhao Shuaichen quickly interjected, "Boss, how could I not be in a hurry? Every day you don't contract me, I feel uneasy. You promised to contract me tomorrow for sure. Boss, I've noticed you wake up very early every day. I'll change my medicine and go to sleep right away. I'll report to you at dawn tomorrow." Lin Xu gave Zhao Shuaichen a resigned look, while Wen Yin covered her mouth and giggled. Lin Xu glanced at the time and said to Wen Yin, "Keep laughing and you'll get wrinkles. It's late, you should rest too." Wen Yin stuck out her tongue and said softly, "Boss, I'll go rest then. I've already had the 2 logistics-type secret puppets feed the breeze squirrels in the cultivation room. I also spread the breeze squirrels' droppings on the wood shavings as you instructed and covered them with soil. The earliest purple-spotted red mushrooms you planted are growing well. They've already reached 3 to 4 centimeters." With that, Wen Yin took the communication transaction device and returned to her room on the 2nd floor. Thanks to the shelter's self-repair, the 2nd floor no longer leaked. She no longer had to sleep on the floor on the 1st floor like yesterday. To speed up his recovery, Zhao Shuaichen didn't sleep inside the shelter. He held an umbrella and crawled under the oil paper tent placed on the healing jade velvet. Although sleeping in the courtyard of the shelter meant strange beast roars echoed from all around. The watchtower housed the Ember Dragon Lei Yin, whose presence filled Zhao Shuaichen with a sense of security. After Lin Xu made the temptress flower stop, releasing the scent that attracted the dread wolves. He dragged over a yellow-spotted deer that had been recently hunted by Mother Bear, cut a piece of meat from its leg, and tossed it into the stamen of the temptress flower. The stamen of the temptress flower, like the fingers of an infant wrapped around the venison, then emitted an extremely unpleasant odor. The smell was very similar to that of stewed yellow-spotted deer meat. Fortunately, the wind was blowing from the northwest, so the scent wouldn't reach Zhao Shuaichen, who was lying upwind. Otherwise, Zhao Shuaichen would probably vomit the bronze-tier and silver-tier ingredients he had eaten for dinner right onto the healing jade velvet. Soon the sound of deer calls rang out one after another. Lin Xu arranged for Green to devour the carcasses of the dread wolves throughout the night. Mother Bear, the Dreadclaw Cassowary, and Lei Yin were tasked with hunting these yellow-spotted deer. Lei Yin, receiving his first hunting mission from Lin Xu, was extremely excited. When Mother Bear and the Dreadclaw Cassowary killed the foolish yellow-spotted deer that came running in, they didn't use their mouths to bite them. Instead, they killed the deer with their sharp claws, careful not to let the deer blood splash into their mouths. After another day of feasting on dread wolf carcasses, Green's body had broken through the 4-meter limit. His fur became even fluffier and sharper than before. Although his body length had only increased by 0.5 meters compared to yesterday, Green's weight had at least doubled. He had become extraordinarily robust, exuding the aura of a wolf king. If Green were to fight Mother Bear now, although he couldn't kill her immediately, he could easily push her back step by step. In his past life, Lin Xu rarely saw a transcendent tier-dread wolves. However, if Green continued to evolve at this rate, before finishing off all the dread wolf carcasses piled in the courtyard, he should successfully step into the transcendent realm.